Chu Xiao drives a navy blue magnetic levitation car along a winding mountain road at breakneck speed. In the front passenger seat, a young girl, pure, innocent, and brimming with youthful vitality, sports a sky blue ponytail and striking blue-violet eyes as she gazes at Chu Xiao with rapt admiration. When a man is truly focused on one task, he looks so handsome. The girl murmured dreamily. What did you say? Chu Xiao, having barely caught her words, turned his head slightly and asked. Nothing at all, he. The girl giggled while covering her red lips. Suddenly a series of mechanical electronic beeps, beep, 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 resonated, capturing both their attention. The girl hurriedly retrieved a strange device about the size of a palm from the small pouch at her slender waist. Its design resembled a miniaturized electronic radar with crisscrossing latitude and longitude lines on its screen. Clatter, clatter. After a quick flurry of operations, the girl's face lit up with excitement and a blooming smile. Chu Xiao, wonderful. The Dragon Ball radar shows that 10 kilometers ahead there is a Dragon Ball. Chu Xiao smiled subtly and nodded as he replied, hold tight, Bulma. I'm about to accelerate. With a sudden whoosh, the magnetic levitation car unleashed its full power and surged towards its target. As the car sped on, the scenery outside blurred past, drawing Chu Xiao into deep recollections. Half a year ago, Chu Xiao lay on his home sofa, idly scrolling through his social feed. With nothing out of the ordinary occurring, he simply dozed off, and upon awakening discovered he had crossed over. Chu Xiao had crossed over into the body of an ordinary employee at the Wan Ning Capsule Company. By absorbing the memories of his host, Chu Xiao deduced that he had arrived before the Dragon Ball saga had begun. Bulma was yet unaware of the Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong was still training in the mountains. Kalin was at the Shaolin Temple. Tianjin Fan was striving to be the world's #1 assassin. By Kudo Mo Wang remained sealed inside a rice cooker, and Bei Jita was still toiling for Frieza. Nothing had yet started. Chu Xiao realized that his moment of opportunity had arrived. Though the body he now inhabited was merely ordinary in physical strength, his appearance was anything but unimpressive. Taking advantage of his job and armed with his past life's charm along with his pleasing looks, Chu Xiao quickly won over Bulma, rendering the heiress of the Wan Ning Capsule Company utterly devoted and infatuated with him. After capturing Bulma's affections, Chu Xiao did not pause to bask in newfound luxury. Instead, he promptly informed her that Dragon Balls existed in this world. With all 7 Dragon Balls collected, one could summon the Shenlong to grant any wish. Bulma, upon learning this, became even more exhilarated than Chu Xiao and eagerly proposed that they set out to gather them. After thorough preparations, the two embarked on a journey to collect the Dragon Balls. Along the way, Chu Xiao and Bulma's bond grew ever stronger as they persevered through hardships, eventually gathering 2 Dragon Balls. In that very moment, they discovered yet another Dragon Ball and set off towards it. Snapped back from his reverie, Chu Xiao slammed the accelerator, and the magnetic levitation car vanished in a streak of light. Could this Dragon Ball perhaps belong to Sun Wukong? A melodic tune of la 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 la, interwoven with a faint sizzling sound, filled the air. About 10 minutes later, Chu Xiao began to faintly hear a strange sound, like the friction of 2 objects rubbing together, echoing through the mountains. After driving a while longer, the sound grew increasingly pronounced, eventually catching Bulma's attention as well. Bulma suddenly grabbed Chu Xiao's arm, leaning her head in an endearingly delicate manner against him, and asked Chu Xiao, did you hear that strange sound? Is there a monster ahead? I'm so scared, she exclaimed. With one hand gripping the steering wheel and the other gently tousling Bulma's sky blue hair, Chu Xiao, his gaze fixed on her blue-violet eyes, reassured, don't worry. With me here, no one will harm you. No sooner had Chu Xiao finished speaking than the magnetic levitation car rounded a corner, revealing a massive blue fish blocking the center of the road. Accompanied by the screech of brakes, Chu Xiao sharply jerked the steering wheel to raise the car's chassis, speeding over the massive fish. In the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a fleeting figure moving ahead of the fish. Maintaining a calm composure, Chu Xiao painstakingly brought the car to a halt, averting a potential accident. He immediately inquired after Bulma's well-being. Fortunately, neither was injured, and Bulma was only mildly startled. Oh, you stinky monster. It must be trying to snatch my food. Suddenly, a young boy dressed in a tawny training uniform, with an unusually wild jet-black hairstyle and a slender, agile monkey tail trailing behind, appeared as he shielded the gigantic fish behind him, striking an attacking pose while roaring. Sun Wukong. Bulma, unfamiliar with the name, was at a loss, yet Chu Xiao immediately recognized the boy as none other than the Dragon Ball protagonist, Sun Wukong. Oh. Upon hearing Chu Xiao call his name, Sun Wukong, who had been ready to attack, hesitated in confusion, while Bulma looked on with questioning eyes, curiosity evident on her face. Monster, how do you know my name? Chu Xiao, do you know this child? Ahem. Chu Xiao coughed twice and stepped out of the car, clearly unable to answer these questions truthfully. Oh. From that tin monster, 2 more monsters have emerged. Chu Xiao casually closed the car door, musing that such an innocent child with distinctive features could only be Sun Wukong in disguise. Sun Wukong, the reason I recognize you is because I am a great prophet. Prophet? What's that? Is it something edible? Bulma was taken aback upon hearing this. She had previously asked Chu Xiao how he knew about the Dragon Balls, and he had given the same answer. Bulma initially thought it was merely Chu Xiao's nonchalant excuse, but when he mentioned the word prophet, once again she wondered if Chu Xiao might truly be a great prophet. Should we ask Chu Xiao to prophesy about our future? How many children will we have when we marry? 1, 2, or perhaps 6 or 7? How naughty. Chu Xiao's peripheral glance caught the entire transformation on Bulma's face, from confusion to a coy blush, though he remained uncertain of her inner thoughts. Drawing on past experience, he wisely chose not to ask further, instead directing his attention back to Sun Wukong as he responded. A prophet is one who can foresee the future. Chu Xiao declared gravely, the reason I know your name is because I have predicted your future. My future? What future? Sun Wukong lowered his guard, perplexed as his mind seemed unable to grasp the significance of Chu Xiao's words. Chu Xiao took a deep breath, standing by the armrest with his deep-set eyes gazing into the distant sky, his face slightly lifted as it embraced the warm sunlight. In the future, you will become the strongest warrior in the entire universe. With that, Chu Xiao slowly advanced towards Sun Wukong, and as the latter stood in a daze, he gently tousled the distinctive hair of a Saiyan. Young man, I take a liking to you. Join me. Sun Wukong looked up, gazing at Chu Xiao. The strongest warrior. No, the strongest warrior in the entire universe. The strongest warrior in the entire universe. Indeed. Sun Wukong lowered his head, appearing lost in thought. Becoming the strongest warrior in the entire universe. Does it come with enough to eat? Chu Xiao's face twitched. It must. It has to come with plenty. I have quite the appetite. Chu Xiao furrowed his brows and said, let me reconsider. A maglev car halted beside a winding mountain road. Not far off, a bonfire blazed with searing flames, its swirling heat rushing forth and enveloping the three figures of Chu Xiao. The flames roasted a sky-blue giant fish skewered over the fire, the intense heat searing its succulent flesh as the fat sizzled. Soon a primal and enticing aroma arose from the fish. Sun Wukong, drooling and restless like a famished wolf, prepared to surge toward the fish. Wait. Hold on, don't eat yet. Chu Xiao retrieved a universal capsule from his small pouch and, finding an open space, flung it. With a resounding bang and a billow of smoke, an electric refrigerator materialized out of thin air. Chu Xiao opened the refrigerator and took out several packets of powdered seasoning, sprinkling them evenly over the giant fish under Sun Wukong's curious gaze. Sizzle. Almost instantly, an even more enchanting aroma filled the air around the three, prompting exclamations of delight. Wow, it's so fragrant. Sun Wukong's eyes widened, sparkling like countless stars as he exclaimed, I have never smelled such delicious roasted fish. Then he asked, Brother Chu Xiao, what did you put on the fish? Sun Wukong, still drooling, inquired, What is it? To which Chu Xiao replied, Human. Human? Sun Wukong murmured as he greedily inhaled the aromatic air. Unable to contain his hunger any longer, he leapt from the ground, pouncing on the fish and feasting regardless of the scalding heat. In silence, Chu Xiao and Bulma exchanged a knowing smile as they sliced a small piece from the giant fish and savored it delicately, their manners refined and exquisite. Before long, the entire giant fish was reduced to nothing but bones. Bulma, somewhat astonished, remarked to Chu Xiao, This kid can really eat, to which Chu Xiao replied, Those who can eat are destined to be mighty fighters. Bulma nodded in understanding as he grasped Chu Xiao's implication that this boy would one day become the universe's mightiest warrior. Eating heartily was natural for such a fate. After dispatching the giant fish, the trio drove and soon arrived at Sun Wukong's residence, where Chu Xiao successfully procured a 4-star Longzhu from within. During the journey, Chu Xiao explained the significance of the Longzhu to Sun Wukong, though Wukong showed little interest in the jewel, his mind instead fixated on the prophecy of becoming the mightiest warrior in the universe. Realizing that it was not the moment to reveal Sun Wukong's Saiyan heritage, Chu Xiao instead imparted an inspiring maxim, Wukong, with great power comes great responsibility. When you can shoulder greater responsibilities, you will gain even stronger power. Brother Chu Xiao, what is responsibility? How much must one bear to become the universe's mightiest warrior? Clearing his throat, Chu Xiao admonished, Wukong, you are still young. When you grow older, you will come to understand what responsibility truly means. You may not fully grasp my words now. You must learn through experience. Until you understand the essence of responsibility, continue your cultivation. Collecting the Longzhu is itself a form of training. Follow Bulma and me, and one day you will fulfill that prophecy. Chu Xiao's profound words sparked sudden understanding in Sun Wukong as he nodded in assent. I understand. My grandfather once told me that in the future I would undergo countless forms of cultivation and unearth myriad truths. Collecting the Longzhu now is one such training. I will definitely complete this journey of cultivation, help you and Sister Bulma gather all the Longzhu, and thereby unearth profound truths to become ever stronger. Chu Xiao nodded with satisfaction, remarking, such a teachable spirit. With a burst of acceleration, vroom, he floored the gas, and the maglev car roared along, steering the discourse of the mightiest warrior toward the next Longzhu. That night, Chu Xiao took out a universal capsule and transformed it into a yurt-like house. Though modest in size, the abode was outfitted with every modern amenity: a sofa, a refrigerator, a kitchen, a bedroom, all of superb quality. After a long day's journey, the trio, exhausted, had a simple meal, freshened up, and then went to bed. In the original tale, Bulma had prepared only one bedroom, not expecting an encounter with Wukong. Now, thanks to Chu Xiao's foresight, preparations had been made in advance. A room was prepared for son Wukong, while Chu Xiao and Bulma shared one room, and Wukong was assigned a guest bedroom adjacent to the kitchen. The next morning, son Wukong awoke early and trained outside. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao set up a table nearby, eating the breakfast Bulma had prepared as he intently observed Wukong. Wukong stretched his limbs briefly before approaching a massive boulder roughly his own size. Hump! With a mighty roar, Wukong summoned all his strength to lift the boulder. Applying further force, the solid rock could not withstand his power and shattered with a resounding crack into fragments. Such tremendous strength, truly worthy of a Saiyan. Chu Xiao, mesmerized, could not help but exclaim in admiration. Chu Xiao set aside his unfinished breakfast and rose to approach a boulder roughly the same size as the one Wukong had just shattered. Chu Xiao spread his legs shoulder-width apart, lowered his shoulders, and pressed his elbows as he assumed a firm stance. With an explosive shout, the boulder seemed to respond as if awakened. Channeling his energy once more, Chu Xiao hurled the boulder high into the air, lifting his knee and twisting his waist. He struck it so forcefully that it split into two with a resounding bang. Brother Chu Xiao, you are incredible. As the saying goes, novices watch the spectacle while experts grasp the technique. Son Wukong immediately discerned the gap between his strength and that of Chu Xiao. In contrast to Wukong's raw brute force, Chu Xiao's movements were far more skillful and energy efficient. Do you want to learn? I can teach you. Yes. Thank you, brother Chu Xiao. Smiling, Chu Xiao taught his technique to son Wukong, watching as he earnestly mimicked the power move. Chu Xiao recalled that over the past half-year he had leveraged the resources of the Universal Capsule Company to recruit numerous formidable martial artists. Rising at dawn and toiling until dusk, enduring countless hardships while training under these masters, Chu Xiao achieved his current strength after half a year of arduous cultivation, a feat that ordinary humans in groups of 5 or 6 could scarcely match. Yet when compared to the current son Wukong, the contest was nearly even. The difference lay partly in Wukong's Saiyan blood and partly in Chu Xiao's newfound insight. The truly powerful cultivation methods of the Longzhu world are possessed by only a select few. Chu Xiao couldn't help but recall an unsavory bald old man carrying a turtle shell on his back. Gulp! Just as Chu Xiao was lost in thought, son Wukong roared again, lifting another boulder and employing Chu Xiao's technique, forcefully kicked it into countless fragments. Brother Chu Xiao, I have mastered it. My strength has increased several-fold. Chu Xiao's lips twitched briefly before he fell silent for a long moment, finally uttering, outstanding. Son Wukong's martial talent was nothing short of prodigious. While Chu Xiao might have needed a month of grueling practice to master the technique, son Wukong learned it after only one demonstration. Incredible. After the morning training, Chu Xiao transformed the house into a multifunctional capsule and was just about to take out his maglev car when he heard Wukong let out a strange cry. Following the sound, Chu Xiao looked over and saw Wukong dragging a giant sea turtle, drooling and shouting, "Big brother Chu, look. I caught a big sea turtle. Do you have any cumin? We can roast the sea turtle before we go. It must be delicious since it's so big." Chu Xiao frowned, carefully examining the sea turtle Wukong had caught, feeling that it looked particularly familiar, but couldn't recall who it was at that moment. "Oh, don't eat me. I'm an old sea turtle with tough meat and hard skin. I'm not tasty." The sea turtle struggled, speaking in an aged voice. A talking sea turtle. Chu Xiao suddenly remembered, this sea turtle was the one raised by Master Roshi, wasn't it? It was said that this sea turtle loved to travel, but had the constitution of being directionally challenged, often getting lost on its way home. It seemed that it had gotten lost again. Just happened that Chu Xiao and the others encountered it. What a twist of fate. In the original story, son Wukong saved the sea turtle, and Master Roshi, in gratitude, gifted him the flying nimbus and promised to take him as a disciple. Chu Xiao had just been contemplating where to learn methods to become stronger, and now an opportunity had presented itself right at his doorstep. How could he let this pass? "Wukong, Quickly put down the big sea turtle. We can't eat this turtle. Although Wukong was puzzled, he obediently set the giant sea turtle down, asking, why not? Is it because there's no cumin? That's fine, our roasted is still delicious. The sea turtle was almost crying, saying, I'm not tasty. Tough meat. Wukong, there's plenty of cumin. Huh. Chu Xiao spat and corrected him. It's not about the cumin, this sea turtle can talk. We cannot eat something that can speak, understand. Wukong tilted his head in confusion and asked, why not? Chu Xiao couldn't think of a reasonable answer at that moment and looked at the sea turtle, saying, you should ask the sea turtle this question. Oh, sea turtle, why can't I eat you? Tears were already streaming down the sea turtle's face. It had no idea why it couldn't be eaten, nor why this mischievous child wanted to eat it. Was it really that delicious? Seeing the sea turtle on the verge of a mental breakdown, Chu Xiao had no choice but to take coercive measures. Wukong, if you want to become the strongest warrior in the universe, you must listen to your brother. If I say we want to eat it, then we want to eat it. As soon as the strongest warrior was mentioned, Wukong immediately cast aside the eating issue, nodding vigorously in response. Understood. No more eating, no more eating. Wukong finally relented, and both Chu Xiao and the sea turtle sighed in relief. Chu Xiao then approached the sea turtle, feigning ignorance, and asked, you must be a sea turtle. How did you end up on land? It's over 100 kilometers away from the East Sea. The sea turtle, relieved to have escaped the disaster, looked up at Chu Xiao and gratefully said, thank you for saving my life. I really am a sea turtle. Can I trouble you for one more favor? Please get me some salt water. I'm about to die of thirst. No problem. I'm always happy to help. Turtle. Chu Xiao opened the multifunctional capsule again and instructed Bulma to prepare a bucket of salt water in the kitchen, which he then offered to the sea turtle. Galugulu. The three waited for the sea turtle to finish drinking before it finally answered Chu Xiao's question. I'm a sea turtle who loves to travel, but I accidentally got lost and can't find my way home. So please help me get back home. Indeed, this sea turtle was the directionally challenged turtle raised by Master Roshi. Hey, how can you be so shameless, sea turtle? Chu Xiao just saved your life and even got you salt water to drink, and now you're asking to be taken home. You're being too much. Bulma, with her fists clenched, looked as if she was afraid Chu Xiao would be at a disadvantage, her little mouth puffing up in annoyance. I know this is troubling you. The sea turtle said somewhat shyly, but I assure you I won't let you make a trip for nothing. I have an old lecher. Know an old martial artist at home. If you bring me back, he will definitely thank you. Chu Xiao's eyes lit up, thinking that Bulma truly was his little sweetheart, as this assist was perfectly timed. We don't care about thanks. Since we've helped you, we will see it through to the end. Don't worry, we will definitely take you home. Chu Xiao happily threw out a maglev car, pointing to Wukong, saying, Wukong, wipe your drool and carry the sea turtle while running behind the car. Why do I have to carry the sea turtle while running? Do you want to become the strongest warrior in the universe? I do. Then carry it. This is a form of training. Wukong nodded firmly without a moment's hesitation. He hoisted the sea turtle and started running. In the car, Bulma looked at the exhausted Wukong in the rearview mirror and grinned. Chu Xiao, you're so bad. Chu Xiao was confused. He made Wukong carry the sea turtle, which was indeed a form of training in the Dragon Ball world. How could that be bad? You think I don't know? Bulma leaned closer to Chu Xiao's ear and said, you saw that our car couldn't fit all of us, so you made Wukong carry the sea turtle, right? Don't worry. I won't tell Wukong. Chu Xiao patted Bulma's head, saying, as long as you're happy. The maglev car went through ups and downs, and 2 days later, Chu Xiao, the three of them, and the sea turtle finally arrived at the seaside. Sea turtle, your destination has arrived. Go home. Chu Xiao pointed at the blue sea, speaking passionately. Thank you for bringing me home. Please wait for me here, I'll be back soon. All right, no problem, we'll wait for you. Chu Xiao nodded, knowing that the sea turtle intended to bring Master Roshi over, looking forward to it. The three watched as the sea turtle sank into the sea, disappearing from sight. Chu Xiao, do you think the sea turtle will come back? Bulma asked with some disbelief. Of course. It will definitely come back, and it will bring someone with it. Chu Xiao smiled as he took out 2 lounge chairs from the multifunctional capsule, leisurely enjoying the sun, while watching Wukong playing in the mud on the shore. After a long while, a faint black drifted across the endless sea surface as it approached. Chu Xiao saw the sea turtle carrying a stylishly dressed old man with a dragon ball around his neck and a huge shell on his back. From his demeanor, he exuded a rogue air. Is he Master Roshi? Chu Xiao was a bit skeptical. If this old man were lost in a crowd, he would be considered just an old rogue, and not the legendary martial artist, the strongest human on Earth. If it weren't for the fact that Chu Xiao had traveled here, he would never believe that this was Master Roshi. Brave young men, are you the ones who saved my directionally challenged turtle? Master Roshi approached the shore and jumped off the back of the sea turtle. It was unclear if the beach was too soft or if Master Roshi slipped accidentally, but he fell to the ground with a thud. Master Roshi, watch your image. The sea turtle covered its eyes and said in a disdainful tone, they are the ones who saved my life and brought me home. Oh, just these 3 people. Master Roshi patted his waist as if he had fallen hard and coughed a few times. He looked frail. No, mainly it was Chu Xiao who brought me back. That kid with the long tail wanted to eat me, and the girl next to him didn't even want to bring me home. Master Roshi nodded, finally taking a serious look at Chu Xiao, showing a complex expression. When his gaze fell on Wukong, however, he was taken aback and exclaimed softly, "Child, where did you get that golden staff on your back?" "It was left to me by my grandfather." It reminds me of an old acquaintance. How has your grandfather been lately? Is he well?" "My grandfather has passed away." "Passed away?" Master Roshi's eyes flashed with an imperceptible sadness. "Child, do you want to learn martial arts? I can teach you." "Oh, my grandfather wanted to teach me martial arts, so of course I want to learn. But I need to help big brother Chu Xiao collect all the Dragon Balls first, and once I gather them, he'll come find you to train." "All right, then, it's settled. You can come find me anytime." Master Roshi and Wukong seemed to connect deeply and were having a great conversation, leaving Chu Xiao, Bulma, and the sea turtle bewildered. This plot development was a bit strange. The sea turtle clearly told Master Roshi that it was Chu Xiao who saved it, so why was Master Roshi ignoring Chu Xiao and instead placing so much importance on Wukong? Chu Xiao's face turned a bit dark. Is this the power of the protagonist's halo? "Master Roshi, I promised them that as long as they take me home, I would repay them." The sea turtle patted Master Roshi's calf and said in a small voice, "You can just take some treasures and give them as gifts." Master Roshi's expression darkened. "Nonsense. Every treasure I possess is invaluable and unique. How can I just give them away? Aren't your treasures all tossed in a chest under the bed covered in layers of dust? Are they really worth anything? What do you know?" Chu Xiao watched as Master Roshi and the sea turtle whispered to each other for a long time, not knowing what they were discussing, but he could vaguely catch a few snippets of conversation. It seemed Master Roshi was too stingy and unwilling to give a reward. How could that be? There's no such thing as a free favor in this world. Chu Xiao wasn't a good person. How could he allow himself to suffer a loss? "Master Roshi, I heard that a long time ago there was a great martial artist known as the God of Martial Arts. I've admired him since I was young and wished to learn martial arts from him. Do you happen to know his whereabouts?" "Aha! What God of Martial Arts?" "That's just a legend spread around the martial world." Master Roshi laughed, looking up. "If you help me take this directionally challenged turtle home, I should be grateful to you." "Let me think, what should I give you?" Master Roshi pondered for a moment, raised his staff, and shouted to the sky, "It's decided. Come out, Phoenix." Chu Xiao and the others looked up at the sky, but after waiting for a long time, they saw nothing flying over. "Master Roshi, have you forgotten? The Phoenix died from food poisoning 2 years ago," the sea turtle reminded awkwardly. "I almost forgot. Then let's change it. Come out, Nimbus." Whoosh. As soon as Master Roshi's words fell, a yellow cloud flew from the sky, trailing a comet-like tail, and landed in front of everyone. "This is Nimbus. Only kind-hearted people can ride it. Watch closely, it'll demonstrate." As Master Roshi spoke, he jumped onto the Nimbus only to hear a scream as he fell off, shell and all. Cough, cough. That was an incorrect demonstration. You must understand, not just anyone can ride Nimbus. Before Master Roshi finished speaking, Wukong lightly jumped onto the Nimbus at Chu Xiao's signal. "Haha, I can ride Nimbus." Wukong rode the Nimbus as if he were stepping on cotton candy, effortlessly controlling it to fly around, having a great time in the sky by the sea. Cough, cough. Master Roshi coughed a couple of times. Sometimes Nimbus can be deceived. "Since Nimbus has chosen Wukong, I will find another treasure for you." Master Roshi pondered for a long time, but couldn't think of what to give Chu Xiao. "How about this, Master Roshi, you take me as your disciple?" Chu Xiao suggested. "Take you as a disciple?" Master Roshi examined Chu Xiao carefully again and shook his head. "I will not take you as a disciple." "Why not?" Chu Xiao's face fell. He never expected Master Roshi would refuse his request to become a disciple. "You have your own path." Master Roshi turned and jumped onto the sea turtle. "Your own path must be walked by yourself. Oh, I cannot help you. So change your request." Chu Xiao pondered over Master Roshi's words, feeling a jolt of realization. Looking at Master Roshi again, he sensed his terrifying aura. The terror of Master Roshi came not only from his strength, but also from his insight. Just by talking with Chu Xiao for a few moments, he could see through Chu Xiao's inner thoughts. "I have been thinking too simply." Chu Xiao thought to himself. Having come to the Dragon Ball world, he instinctively believed that the inhabitants were merely NPCs. But now it seemed they were not. They were real living beings with flesh and souls. Master Roshi truly was the god of martial arts. "Thank you for your guidance, Master Roshi. I understand now." "Then I will change my request. I want the orb around your neck and the exact location of Karen Tower." "Karen Tower?" Master Roshi frowned. "I haven't heard anyone mention that place in a long time. This orb is merely a decoration, you can have it, but as for Karen Tower, Master Roshi thought for a long time, then raised his staff and pointed in a direction. That is the direction of Karen Tower. If you ascend Karen Tower, remember to send my regards to the immortal at the top. Chu Xiao took the Dragon Ball, remembered the direction of Karen Tower, and nodded heavily. I will. After receiving the Dragon Ball from Master Roshi, the three of them said goodbye and left the seaside. Master Roshi, why are you unwilling to take Chu Xiao as your disciple? The sea turtle asked, watching Chu Xiao's departing figure. You didn't feel it. That person harbors a slumbering evil power within him. Then why did you tell him the location of Karen Tower? Aren't you afraid he will become stronger? And don't worry, the immortal at Karen Tower should know better than I do about the evil of that power. Chu Xiao was unaware of Master Roshi's discussion and did not understand why there was an evil power within him. His thoughts remained focused on the Dragon Balls. He already had 4. If he could find the remaining 3 Dragon Balls, he would be able to summon the Eternal Dragon. The 3 of them followed the Dragon Ball radar's guidance toward the direction of the next Dragon Ball. As Chu Xiao and his companions journeyed, they did not encounter much danger. With Wukong as their muscle, they managed to navigate the crises with relative ease. During their travels, they encountered Oolong, who had transformed into a monster to scare the villagers in a small village. Wukong easily defeated him, and under Chu Xiao's intimidation, Oolong joined their quest for the Dragon Balls. Chu Xiao was very curious about Oolong's transformation technique. After some inquiries, he learned that only non-human Earthlings could learn this technique. Chu Xiao did not believe in evil and practiced the method Oolong taught for a long time, but with no results he eventually had to give up. Later, the 3 of them along with a pig encountered Yamcha in the desert, and after a battle, Chu Xiao defeated Yamcha. After a few more days, they arrived at Bread Mountain. This was the territory of the Ox King, but now the entire mountain was engulfed in flames, and Chu Xiao could feel the terrifying heat wave from the base of the mountain. It's so hot. The 5th Dragon Ball is actually in such a hot place. Bulma was sweating profusely, constantly wiping her sweat with a towel, and the water in her hand had not ceased. This place seems to be. Oolong glanced around, feeling an ominous premonition in his heart. Could this be Bread Mountain, the territory of the Ox King? Oolong trembled all over and wanted to flee, but after taking 2 steps, he was pulled back by Chu Xiao. Oolong, why are you running? What's wrong with the Ox King's territory? With me here, everyone has nothing to fear. It's too hot now, turn into a standing fan and cool us down. Oolong was thrown to the ground by Chu Xiao, unable to escape. He followed Chu Xiao's instructions and transformed into a standing fan. Whoosh. The fan whirred, sending a cool breeze. Though it was slightly cooler than before, everyone still felt too hot. After resting for a while and replenishing their hydration, the group, led by Chu Xiao, headed toward the top of Bread Mountain. Chu Xiao gazed at the blazing fire at the mountain's peak, secretly thinking, it's time for me to witness Master Roshi's Kamehameha. Mount Toast. Chu Xiao and his companions soon encountered the Bull Demon King. Only by joining forces did Chu Xiao and Wukong manage to hold their own against him. Upon seeing the Rui Jingu Bang in Wukong's hands, the Bull Demon King instantly recognized his identity, and just as in the original tale, implored Wukong to seek out Master Roshi and borrow the banana leaf fan to extinguish the raging fire atop Mount Toast. Chu Xiao piloted a maglev aircraft while Wukong rode his somersault cloud, and together they journeyed eastward across the sea in search of Master Roshi's hermitage. Were Wukong alone, he would likely have struggled to locate the hermitage, but under Chu Xiao's guidance they found it swiftly without delay. As Chu Xiao stepped down from the aircraft, Master Roshi reclined leisurely upon a wicker chair, basking in the warm sunlight. Glancing up at Chu Xiao and Wukong, he asked with mild surprise, you've already gathered all 7 Dragon Balls? No. We've come to borrow your banana leaf fan to quench the inferno blazing on Mount Toast. Mount Toast. Ah, the Bull Demon King. Yes, the fan could indeed douse his flames, but his reputation has grown abysmal these past years. Master Roshi rose from his chair, shaking his head in disappointment, his heart heavy with disillusionment toward this wayward disciple. For years, the Bull Demon King had slaughtered countless treasure hunters who dared ascend Mount Toast to plunder its riches. Still, since you two have come in earnest, I shall search for it. With that, Master Roshi entered the house, leaving Chu Xiao and Wukong outside to wait. Moments later, he emerged wearing an expression of genuine helplessness. Oh dear, I'm terribly sorry. It's been so long. I've quite accidentally misplaced the banana leaf fan. Misplaced? Then what are we to do? Wukong replied anxiously while Chu Xiao frowned, deeply skeptical. Earlier on the beach, Master Roshi had shown marked reluctance to part with even minor treasures, guarding them with obsessive care. How then could such a legendary artifact simply vanish? Master Roshi was lying. Chu Xiao recalled the elder's earlier words and deduced the truth. Disheartened by the Bull Demon King's escalating cruelty, Master Roshi intended this very moment as a calculated rebuke, a stern lesson disguised as loss. No need to fret. Without the fan, I can still extinguish Mount Toast's flames. Master Roshi stretched his limbs. Let's go. A trip to Mount Toast. It's been too long since I stirred from this hermitage. And so Chu Xiao flew the maglev aircraft Wukong's sword on his somersault cloud, and Master Roshi summoned a flying turtle, its shell spinning like a turbine, flames jetting from its four limbs, as the three departed from Mount Toast. Upon arrival, Bulma and the others had already been waiting. The moment the Bull Demon King saw his master, he dropped to his knees with a thud, a burly middle-aged giant weeping like an orphaned child. Yet Master Roshi offered no warmth. Only a blistering, unrelenting reprimand, laying bare every atrocity the Bull Demon King had committed in recent years. Only after the Bull Demon King swore solemnly to cease all slaughter and walk the righteous path did Master Roshi's countenance soften. Master Roshi, I know my sins. Please, extinguish the fire atop Mount Toast. Hearing this plea, Master Roshi finally resolved to act. Under Chu Xiao's rapt gaze, Master Roshi removed his turtle shell, and then his tunic, revealing the wiry, sinewy frame of an ancient, diminutive man. Just as onlookers puzzled over his intent, he let forth a thunderous cry, drawing his palms inward to his waist. Kamehameha. With a roar, his withered muscles swelled like inflated balloons, transforming his frail body into one more colossal than any champion bodybuilder's. At his command, a blinding cerulean energy sphere coalesced between his palms, radiating terrifying power and an aura of overwhelming might. As he thrust his palms forward, the sphere erupted into a dazzling beam of light, streaking like a meteor toward the burning peak of Mount Toast. Boom! With a cataclysmic detonation, Mount Toast vanished, not collapsed, not scorched, but utterly erased from existence, leaving behind only a shimmering shockwave rippling into the distance. Such devastating power. Chu Xiao swallowed hard. Though he'd anticipated the Kamehameha's might, its sheer destructive force left him stunned. This technique, I must master it. Enthralled, Chu Xiao coveted the Kamehameha fiercely. Though Master Roshi refused to take him as a disciple, the Karen Tower remained an option. Once there, mastering the manipulation of ki would lay the perfect foundation, making the Kamehameha far easier to grasp and refine. After all, in the latter arcs of Dragon Ball, nearly every character could unleash a ki blast with casual ease. It was the quintessential signature technique of the world. With a single Kamehameha, Master Roshi not only quenched Mount Toast's inferno, but also redeemed the Bull Demon King, and revealed the staggering depth of his own power to Wukong, Bulma, and all present. As expected, Chu Xiao swiftly located a Dragon Ball amid the smoldering ruins, using his dragon radar. He instructed Bulma to secure the orb, then gestured for Wukong to depart, only to find Wukong lingering beside Master Roshi. Grandmaster Roshi, could you teach me that move? Wukong. The Kamehameha is no trivial art. It demands arduous cultivation, profound martial insight, and mastery of ki at the highest level. As Master Roshi extolled the technique's difficulty, Wukong, unseen, had already begun mimicking his stance. Wukong crossed his palms, gathered energy, and gently pushed forward. Boom! Another thunderous blast. This time a cerulean beam erupted from Wukong's hands, striking Chu Xiao's maglev aircraft square in. Silence fell. Everyone stared, dumbfounded, unable to believe Wukong had mastered the Kamehameha after witnessing it just once. Master Roshi cleared his throat awkwardly, then praised. Wukong possesses extraordinary martial talent and solid foundations. His success, though astonishing, is not wholly implausible. For ordinary or mediocre practitioners, however, it remains near impossible. As he spoke, he noticed Chu Xiao raising his own palms, adopting the same stance, preparing to attempt the Kamehameha himself. Master Roshi instantly clammed up, terrified that Chu Xiao might succeed, forcing yet another humiliating reversal. All eyes now fixed on Chu Xiao, the air thickened with tension. Bulma and the others hoped fervently he would succeed. Master Roshi silently prayed for mediocrity, and the Bull Demon King, grateful for the fire's extinction, stood firmly in Chu Xiao's corner. Mount Toast fell utterly silent. Not a whisper, not a breath, not even the faintest rustle. Chu Xiao drew a deep, steadying breath, focused his mind, centered his will, and channeled all awareness into his palms before roaring. Kamehameha. Uft. His palms thrust outward with a dull thud, and between them bloomed a fist-sized cerulean orb, flickering weakly before dissolving into thin air. To all observers, the attempt had failed utterly, yet deep within, Chu Xiao surged with exultant joy, speechless with elation. Tears glistened unbidden in his eyes, his entire body trembled, not with shame, but with overwhelming, uncontainable triumph. To the onlookers, however, his tears and tremors read only as despair and self-doubt. Only Chu Xiao knew the truth. Yes, he had failed to replicate the Kamehameha. Yet in that very failure, a faint ripple of ki had awakened within him, and that ripple had stirred something dormant in his dantian, a hidden primordial force. A seed, black as absolute void, pulsed with an aura of dread and awe. Chu Zhao's consciousness sank into his dantian, and there suspended like fragile moth wings around the obsidian seed floated 7 minuscule, translucent, cerulean lotus petals, thin as cicada wings, delicate as mayflies. The wheel of rebirth lotus steals the fortune of heaven and earth, completes the creation of all things. Gather 7 petals and awaken the lotus once. You shall be cast into a random cycle of reincarnation for 2 years. Appear, divine dragon. Chu Zhao raised both hands high toward the heavens, uttering the sacred incantation to summon the celestial beast. The moment Chu Zhao's voice faded, dense black thunderclouds erupted across the previously cloudless sky, sunlight vanishing in an instant beneath an all-encompassing shroud of darkness. Day turned to night. Across the entire planet Earth plunged into sudden total darkness. People everywhere gazed upward in bewilderment. How could a total solar eclipse occur without warning? But when they realized this was no eclipse, terror swiftly took hold. Had the sun truly vanished? Had the end of humanity arrived? Outside the ruined fortress of the fried rice emperor, Chu Zhao and his companions stood before the pulsating dragon ball, its golden light flickering erratically. The divine dragon is about to emerge. Bulma's violet blue eyes remained locked on the sky, her soft murmur trembling with awe too profound for words. Witnessing the cataclysmic celestial omens heralding the dragon's arrival, Chu Zhao could not help but marvel at the Dragon Ball's transcendent power, and at the unfathomable wisdom of the Namekians who forged it. When the thunderclouds coalesced into an impenetrable canopy blotting out the heavens, a radiant golden dragon-shaped specter burst forth from the Dragon Ball, surging upward with regal, unassailable majesty. A majestic azure dragon, its body armored in gleaming scales, emerged within the storm-laden clouds. It wove effortlessly through lightning and gale, radiating an ancient primordial weight that pressed upon the very air. Chu Zhao's past life had been that of a Chinese man, deep within his soul dragons stirred emotions too profound for language. Even knowing this divine dragon was a Namekian creation, he felt his heart resonate with reverence. In contrast, Goku's eyes sparkled with starry wonder as he gazed up at the colossal form, his mouth agape, a thread of drool slipping unself-consciously from his lips. So much meat, looks absolutely delicious. Ignoring Goku entirely, Chu Zhao and the others dismissed him outright. The boy's mind, thoroughly reshaped by Chu Zhao's seasoning and training, now revolved solely around eating and cultivation, his moral compass long since skewed beyond recognition. Slowly the divine dragon lowered its great head from the tempestuous clouds, and a voice resonated, deep, solemn, and sovereign. You are the ones who summoned me. Speak your wish. No matter its nature, I shall grant it. Bulma, Goku, and Oolong all turned their eyes to Chu Zhao, awaiting his command. Chu Zhao stepped forward calmly, lifting his gaze to meet the dragon's unwavering eyes. His wish had long been settled, and he declared it without hesitation. Divine dragon, grant me eternal undying life. What? Immortality? Bulma's heart clenched sharply, as though something precious were already slipping away. Her gaze lingered on Chu Zhao's back, brimming with turbulent, unspoken emotion. Yet her sorrow quickly dissolved, replaced by a tender, bashful joy. It's only natural for Brother Chu to seek immortality. What mortal doesn't yearn for everlasting life? Once his wish is fulfilled, I'll choose the same wish next time. Then we'll be together forever and raise countless children. Meanwhile, Chu Zhao stared intently at the dragon, his heart brimming with quiet anticipation. Half a year earlier, Chu Zhao had entered the Dragon Ball world, a realm where danger surged beyond measure. Every moment he lived under the shadow of dread. One careless clash between heroes or villains might erase him in an instant. This relentless sense of peril drove him deep in his bones to seek an immortal, indestructible body. Only true immortality could withstand the Dragon Ball world's terrifying volatility. Yet after Chu Zhao voiced his wish, the divine dragon fell silent, profoundly, unervingly still. For the first time, Chu Zhao felt seconds stretch into eternities. A full minute passed. Then, unable to bear the silence, he asked, "Divine dragon, can you fulfill this wish?" "No," the dragon replied, gently shaking its massive head. "This wish lies beyond my power. Choose another." Chu Zhao's expression darkened. Even Bulma's face fell, her carefully laid plans shattered by a single sentence. The dragon had promised any wish, yet it could not grant his dream of eternity. "Why? Did you not say any wish could be granted?" Bulma demanded, her tone sharp with disbelief. "I apologize. I draw my power from the divine. Thus I cannot transcend the boundaries of divine authority. Birth, aging, sickness, death, and endless reincarnation are cosmic laws, immutable and inviolable. I possess no power to break them." The divine dragon spoke slowly, deliberately. "Therefore, please choose again. Immutable cosmic law. Chu Xiao paused, then nodded inwardly, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, the Dragon Ball's divine dragon had never been omnipotent. Resurrection, for instance, was permitted only once per person, and only for those slain by violence or misadventure. Those who died peacefully of old age remained beyond even the dragon's reach. When the Saiyans first descended upon Earth, Goku and his allies could not use the Dragon Balls to eradicate them. They had to fight and kill them in battle, proving the Dragon Ball's limitations were vast and absolute. Even the Namekian Dragon Balls failed to reverse the environmental collapse threatening Namek, or save the Elder whose life was ebbing beyond salvation. Thus, the dragon's inability to grant immortality was neither surprising nor unjust. It was inevitable. Denied his dream of immortality, Chu Xiao felt a quiet ache settle in his chest. Worse still, he realized the Dragon Balls could not bestow raw strength either, another crushing blow to his hopes. After enduring such hardship to gather all 7 Dragon Balls, he now faced this bitter irony. Young man, speak your wish again. Anything but immortality. The dragon seemed impatient. Perhaps its manifestation was bound by strict temporal limits. Chu Xiao dared not delay further. With immortality denied, he retreated to a secondary wish, one grounded in pragmatism, not fantasy. Divine Dragon, grant me supreme regenerative ability, so that any injury, no matter how grievous, heals completely within moments. Chu Xiao finished, uncertainty flickering in his voice. Can you fulfill this? The dragon's aura remained august, but a subtle tension now tinged its presence. This wish too tested the limits of its power. Still, it exhaled deeply and answered, this wish is exceedingly difficult, but I will grant it. However, your regeneration shall endure only until your natural lifespan expires. Until my lifespan expires. Chu Xiao's brow furrowed. Divine Dragon, how long is my lifespan? The dragon paused, perhaps sensing guilt for falling short of perfection, and replied, your total lifespan is 96 years. 80 remain. 80 years. A pang of unease struck Chu Xiao. 80 years was no trivial span, but measured against eternity, it was less than a breath. Yet he did not abandon his ultimate aspiration. He pressed on. Divine Dragon, can I extend my lifespan through other means? Yes, countless treasures exist across the world capable of lengthening life. Should you obtain them, they may offer another path to immortality. Having delivered this guidance, the dragon fell silent, then unleashed its power. Crimson divine light blazed from its eyes, enveloping Chu Xiao completely. Instantly, Chu Xiao felt an immense, boundless force flood his being, warm, radiant, and profoundly revitalizing, like standing beneath the sun's purest embrace. It is done. Your wish is granted. A final warning echoed. Beware, severe injuries will consume your remaining lifespan. When it runs out, you will perish. Having fulfilled Chu Xiao's wish, the divine dragon dissolved, reverting into 7 scattered Dragon Balls that shot outward in all directions. Aunt, Grandpa! Goku cried out as the 4-star Dragon Ball, the one bearing his grandfather's likeness, vanished before his eyes. He lunged to mount the cloud somersault, but the Dragon Balls were already gone. Bulma sensed his distress and offered gentle reassurance. Goku, don't worry. The Dragon Balls rest for 1 full year after granting a wish. Then they reappear, and we'll simply track them down again with the Dragon Radar. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao, now transformed, examined his body with intense focus. Supreme regenerative ability. Lotus of Reincarnation, bloom your 3rd petal. As the divine dragon vanished, the sky gradually regained its brightness and daylight returned to the world once more. Those unaware regarded it merely as a strange celestial phenomenon or a divine omen punishing humanity. However, this had nothing to do with Chu Xiao and the others. Chu Xiao was immersed in the delight of having acquired super healing abilities. As for the 3rd petal of the reincarnation Black Lotus being formed, it was something he had anticipated. Chu Xiao felt no difference in his body compared to before, but he knew deep down that he had now obtained super healing abilities. At the same time, Bulma was very interested in the abilities that Chu Xiao had gained. After all, his power was a wish granted by the dragon after several people worked hard to gather the Dragon Balls. Moreover, given the relationship between Bulma and Chu Xiao, she was naturally very concerned about his changes. Chu Xiao, can you show me your super healing ability? Bulma stared at him with curious eyes, looking eagerly at Chu Xiao. I suppose I can. Chu Xiao felt embarrassed to refuse Bulma, but demonstrating his super healing ability was not as straightforward as showcasing fire or water manipulation skills. It had a somewhat inappropriate connotation. If you don't want to, then never mind. Bulma sensed Chu Xiao's reluctance, and her mood instantly dropped. After all, she was a girl in love, still holding on to a hint of childishness. That's not it, it's just that this ability isn't very presentable. As he spoke, Chu Xiao pulled out a broken steel bar from the nearby ruins, weighing it in his hand. It was quite manageable, and one end of the bar was particularly sharp due to the break. It made for a decent demonstration tool. Bulma, if you feel uncomfortable, you can close your eyes. Before Chu Xiao finished speaking, he inserted the steel bar into his palm in front of Bulma and the others. Thud! The steel bar pierced through Chu Xiao's palm and was quickly pulled out, leaving a wound the size of a fist. Hiss! Chu Xiao's face instantly turned pale as the intense pain radiated from his palm throughout his body. Cold sweat poured out, soaking half his back, while blood flowed continuously down from his injured palm, quickly staining the ground red. Chu Xiao, what are you doing? Rather than being scared by the gruesome scene, Bulma rushed up to Chu Xiao, grabbing his injured hand. Having learned some medical skills, she quickly took out a first aid kit from her capsule to bandage his wound. Bulma, there's no need to be so anxious. Although the wound hurts, do you not remember the ability I gained from the dragon? Chu Xiao forced himself to endure the pain, finding Bulma's worried expression amusing. What kind of useless ability is that? What good is an ability for self-harm? If your hand becomes useless, what will happen to my happiness afterwards? Boo-hoo. Bulma cried, her tears streaming down. Chu Xiao smiled and said, Bulma, look, my hand is almost healed. As he spoke, Chu Xiao's palm wound was visibly healing at an incredible speed, returning to its original state within just a few breaths. Bulma curiously touched Chu Xiao's palm, and apart from a bit of warm blood, there was hardly any trace of the injury left. She immediately shifted from sorrow to joy, bursting into laughter and playfully hitting Chu Xiao. You're so annoying. You really scared me just now. Cough, cough. You insisted on seeing it. I wanted to see, so let me see. Does it still hurt? It hurt a lot when I was injured, but it doesn't hurt after healing, just a bit itchy. It seems that while the dragon gave me super healing abilities, it didn't take away my ability to feel pain. That must have hurt a lot. Don't show your abilities again in the future. No, don't get hurt again. It's so scary. Don't worry, as long as my lifespan hasn't ended, I shouldn't die. As Chu Xiao spoke, Bulma nestled close to him, looking cuddly. Don't be so self-righteous. You didn't hear the dragon's last words clearly. Your ability is merely super healing, not immortality. If the injuries you sustain are too severe and affect your lifespan, it will definitely accelerate the consumption of your life. Then when your lifespan is exhausted, don't worry, I know how to manage myself. Chu Xiao chuckled, saying, there are no absolutely perfect abilities, only absolutely perfect users. I will find a way to extend my lifespan soon. The two of them joked and played until they were exhausted. After a while, Goku tidied up his things and found Chu Xiao. Big brother Chu, congratulations on your wish coming true. Goku said, I should go to Master Roshi for my next training. Go ahead. He'll see you again in a year. I hope you become stronger by then so we can gather the Dragon Balls together again. Alright. No problem. Goku said, then hopped onto his flying Nimbus, bidding farewell to Chu Xiao and the others as he headed towards Master Roshi's place, leaving Chu Xiao, Bulma, and Oolong in the ruins of the Egg Fried Rice King's castle. Bulma, we should head back too. After being out for so long, I'm sure your parents are worried about you. Let's go home. Chu Xiao tossed out a capsule, creating a magnetic levitation aircraft, then flew with Bulma and Oolong towards Bulma's home. Several days later at Bulma's house. Chu Xiao, are you really leaving? Wherever you go, I want to go too. Bulma pouted, pulling at Chu Xiao's hand. I'm going to train and seek the Korin Tower. There I can gain even stronger power. I might encounter dangers along the way, so I can't take you with me. But we faced dangers while gathering the Dragon Balls before, didn't we? Why can't you take me this time? Bulma sniffled, feeling aggrieved. Be good. Chu Xiao, as a seer, sensed the importance of this training and also felt that staying home was the best choice for her. Listen to me, once I finish this training, I'll return to find you right away. His sweet words finally convinced Bulma. Alright, but you must promise me. While you're out, don't look at other girls, don't talk to other girls, and don't spend the night at other girls' houses. Bulma, in a small womanly fashion, instructed him line by line. And you have to think of me every day, call me every hour. Bulma rambled on, completely unaware that Chu Xiao had already slipped away in her distraction, flying out of her villa in the magnetic levitation aircraft. You must come back early. As Chu Xiao left, he could still hear Bulma calling out. The Bulma I just met wasn't like this. She must have been influenced by me, misunderstanding her talent points. Chu Xiao piloted the aircraft, silently thinking, after returning from the Korin Tower, I must properly guide Bulma, focusing her talent points on becoming a genius scientist, immersing her in science so deeply that she cannot extricate herself. This is my Bulma. After all, what difference is there between a Bulma who cannot invent and Lan Chi? Chu Xiao piloted the magnetic levitation aircraft quickly out of the East City, where Bulma lived. Leaving East City, he stored the aircraft away and began to walk towards Kalinta. On Roasted Bread Mountain, Master Roshi had already taught Chu Xiao about the cultivation methods of Qi. During this time, Chu Xiao had become proficient in controlling the faint Qi within his body. According to Master Roshi's guidance, continuously honing the physical body was the simplest and most direct way to enhance one's Qi. Therefore, Chu Xiao decided to rely on his legs and walk to Kalinta. Heading west. 5 days later, Chu Xiao still had not seen Kalinta, but had to stop as two individuals stood in his way, blocking his path. The two were dressed strangely and bore tattoos that exuded a strong air of delinquency, lacking any sense of aesthetic appeal. It was obvious they were troublemakers with the words gold and silver printed in gold letters on their clothing. One of them was also dragging a purple gold gourd, which was quite eye-catching. From the malicious glances of the two, it was clear they were attempting to rob him. Did they want to rob Chu Xiao? This made Chu Xiao find the situation somewhat amusing. Since arriving in Dragon Ball, although there had been those who foolishly provoked him and were easily chased away, he had never encountered anyone trying to rob him, which made him feel a sense of playful excitement. "Hey, kid, what's your name? Where are you from? Where are you going?" asked the man with gold printed on his clothing while dragging the treasure gourd. "You're asking for my name right off the bat. Shouldn't you introduce yourselves and drop some lines first? Don't you even have the basic professionalism of a robber?" Chu Xiao teased as he looked at the two. The two exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback by Chu Xiao's words, realizing there was some truth to what he said. "It's simple to introduce ourselves. I'm Goldhorn, and this is my brother Silverhorn. As for what you call dropping lines, blame it on our lack of experience. No one taught us how to do it. Brother, could you teach us?" Their tone shifted, seemingly putting the robbery matter aside, acting like humble students eager to learn. Goldhorn and Silverhorn. Hearing these names, Chu Xiao couldn't help but think of the Golden Horn King and Silverhorn King from Journey to the West, and combined with the purple gold gourd in their hands, it only darkened Chu Xiao's expression. Reflecting on the plot of Dragon Ball, Chu Xiao had long since forgotten these two characters, but many names and settings in Dragon Ball were indeed adapted from Journey to the West. For instance, the main character's son Wukong corresponds to Oolong, Yamcha corresponds to Sha Tsung, and Bulma corresponds to Tang's son. Additionally, the Bull Demon King and the Banana Fan and the rabbits sent to the moon. Upon careful consideration, many characters and abilities in Dragon Ball were inspired by Journey to the West. Therefore, the Gold Horn and Silver Horn standing in front of Chu Xiao were certainly not ordinary robbers. What they held was undoubtedly a gourd that could capture people. Things are getting more interesting. Chu Xiao took a deep breath, his thoughts already focusing on the purple gold gourd. Such a treasure was quite tempting to him. As the saying goes, every country has its laws, every trade has its rules. Robbery is a no-cost business, so it's not the righteous path, but it can be considered a trade, and naturally it has its own rules. So the so-called lines are usually said this way. Chu Xiao's demeanor turned menacing as he bellowed, "Hey, you two boys, stop right there." Goldhorn and Silverhorn were startled by Chu Xiao's sudden shift in demeanor, staring at him in shock. "This road is mine, this tree is mine. If you want to pass this road, leave behind some toll." After saying this, Chu Xiao assumed a threatening posture, making it appear as though he was robbing Goldhorn and Silverhorn. Wow, truly the lines of a robber. It really makes a lot of sense. Goldhorn and Silverhorn exclaimed in admiration. "Previously, when my brother and I robbed here, we felt we were in the wrong. Now that we've learned this line, we feel much less psychological burden when robbing." Chu Xiao shook his head and continued, "The lines are simple, and it's natural for you to learn them, but merely learning the lines isn't enough. You also need to learn the rules." "Rules? What are those?" Goldhorn and Silverhorn asked humbly. As the saying goes, there can be no order without rules. Every trade has its own rules, and those who disregard them will be scorned by the entire industry and even outsiders. The rules of the robbery trade are quite simple. 4 prohibitions on robbing. Do not rob the elderly, weak, sick, or disabled. Do not rob the lonely and vulnerable. Do not rob those who do good, and do not rob those who are highly respected. So many prohibitions. Then what can we rob? Goldhorn and Silverhorn exchanged glances, clearly struggling to accept Chu Xiao's so-called rules. The rules are stated this way. Since you've entered this trade, you must abide by its rules. If you do not follow the rules, then you too will be considered unethical robbers, and people will look down on you. Huh, let them look down on us. We don't care about reputation. But what you said about the lines is indeed effective. Goldhorn waved his hand and continued, "After saying so much, you still haven't told us your name. What do you call yourself?" Chu Xiao's expression darkened. He thought to himself that these two truly were incorrigible children, still wanting to ask for his name to use the treasure gourd on him. Chu Xiao rolled his eyes and said, "I'm an orphan. I've never known my name since I was a child, and no one has ever given me one. By now I've gotten used to not having a name. I don't really care about names or titles." Upon hearing Chu Xiao's words, Goldhorn and Silverhorn were momentarily at a loss. The treasure gourd in their hands was indeed a treasure. As long as they called out a person's name, if that person did not respond, they could capture them in the gourd and refine them into wine. This was the exact opposite of the setting of the purple gold gourd from Journey to the West. However, the gourd had a flaw. If they did not know the person's name, they could not capture that person in the gourd, and naturally, it would be impossible to refine them into wine. "Big brother, what should we do? This kid seems highly vigilant, unwilling to reveal his name, even under duress, nor does he even want to give a fake name." Silverhorn was somewhat at a loss. Even if it was a fake name, as long as the person spoke it, they could be captured in the gourd. But since Chu Xiao wouldn't even say a fake name, how could they capture him? How can we rob him? This kid is so rude. How can a person not have a name? Goldhorn cursed a few times, speaking fiercely. Not saying a name is fine, but now there are two of us, and he is just one person. We have the advantage in numbers, so it looks like we have to act today. As Goldhorn put away the treasure gourd, Chu Xiao finally relaxed. After all, he truly harbored a fear of the gourd. If he were to be captured inside it, even with his super regeneration ability, he would eventually be ground to death inside and turned into wine. But now that Goldhorn had stored the gourd away, he wanted to compare their strength. Hee. Wasn't that like showing off a big knife in front of Guangong, overestimating themselves? If you want to fight, then come at me. During the ensuing battle, things went exactly as Chu Xiao had anticipated. The strength of Goldhorn and Silverhorn was only slightly above that of ordinary people, relying entirely on the power of the treasure gourd. Now that the gourd was no longer in play, Chu Xiao, having cultivated his chi, easily defeated the two and found the purple gold gourd on Goldhorn's person. This is the purple gold gourd. Chu Xiao examined the gourd in his hand, immediately wanting to test its power. Goldhorn and Silverhorn. Here. Goldhorn and Silverhorn, kneeling on the ground, quickly responded, fearing they would be captured in the purple gold gourd if they took too long. Goldhorn, Silverhorn, Goldhorn, Silverhorn, Silverhorn, Goldhorn, Silverhorn. Chu Xiao chanted the names repeatedly in a rhythmic manner, causing Goldhorn and Silverhorn to respond hurriedly. Here. Chu Xiao's face revealed a mischievous smile, looking as though he had them completely under his control. A burst of colorful smoke shot out from the purple gold gourd, enveloping Goldhorn and Silverhorn, and amidst their cries for mercy, they were captured inside the gourd. Oh, I told you long ago, there are rules in every trade. Self-inflicted misfortune is not to be lived through. Before long, Chu Xiao shook the purple gold treasure gourd once more, and the sound of liquid sloshing within echoed clearly. Upon uncorking it, an intoxicating aroma wafted forth, so rich and alluring that one could scarcely resist taking a sip. Yet the moment Chu Xiao recalled that the wine inside had been refined by the twin demons Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, his appetite vanished entirely. He found a secluded spot and poured out every drop, then secured the purple gold gourd at his waist, intending upon returning to Bulma's home to commission her to craft a special all-purpose capsule solely for its storage. Simultaneously with the demise of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, the wheel-returning Black Lotus embedded within Chu Xiao's body underwent another transformation, blossoming its fourth petal. Only 3 petals remained before the full set of 7 would be complete, enabling him to traverse the wheel-returning realms. Though anticipation stirred in his heart, Chu Xiao steadied his breath and set course toward Karen Tower. After all, traversing the wheel-returning realms was but an opportunity, whereas ascending Karen Tower promised tangible, profound power. The weight of each path was unmistakable to him. After journeying westward for many days, encountering no grave perils along the way, Chu Xiao finally arrived at Karen Tower, a colossal totemic pillar rising from the heart of the forest, piercing the heavens like a celestial spear, the very tower he had long yearned to behold. Atop Karen Tower dwelled the sage Karen himself, and beyond it, higher still, lay the divine palace abode of the gods. Chu Xiao's sole purpose was to seek Karen the sage, not the gods above. For one, the path to the divine palace required Son Goku's legendary power pole. For another, Chu Xiao knew full well he lacked the strength to stand before a deity. Should his identity as a dimensional traveler be discovered, a divine purge might strike without mercy, and there would be no lamentation left to utter. At the tower's base sprawled a tribe whose attire evoked the indigenous peoples of old, garments of tanned beast-hide, headdresses woven from iridescent bird feathers, and faces adorned with sacred totemic tattoos, starkly contrasting the sleek modernity of East City. Chu Xiao approached the tribal chieftain, introduced himself plainly, and declared his intent to ascend Karen Tower in pursuit of greater power. So, you are a martial artist drawn here by legend, mused the chieftain. Karen Tower is scarcely known beyond these lands. How then did you learn of its existence? The chieftain asked. Chu Xiao noted his imposing physique and formidable aura, only slightly weaker than his own. I learned of Karen Tower from Master Roshi, Chu Xiao replied directly. Master Roshi? Could it be Master Tenshin? He once scaled Karen Tower, back when I was still a boy. Time truly flows like a silent river. A quiet sigh escaped the chieftain, now nearing 40, his son Upa, already 12 years old. Since you come guided by Master Roshi, our tribe shall place no hindrance in your path. Yet night falls swiftly. Why not rest among us tonight? Let us honor our distant guest with proper hospitality. Chu Xiao glanced at the hour, then upward, toward the tower's unseen summit, and nodded in agreement. Soon bonfires blazed across the campsite, grills were erected, and the chieftain himself slaughtered a mountain deer for the evening feast. Villagers brought forth fruits and provisions from their homes, laying them beside the flames as dancers moved rhythmically and feasted on wild game. Then came the children, gathering round Chu Xiao with wide, guileless eyes, clinging to him with eager questions about the world beyond their forest. Grateful for the tribe's warmth, Chu Xiao gladly obliged, recounting vivid tales from his Dragon Ball quest marvels, misadventures, and wonders encountered along the way. The children listened rapt and spellbound. Soon, however, Chu Xiao felt a dryness in his throat. Though water was available, it was merely lake water with no fermented drink to quench his thirst. He reached to his waist and withdrew a single all-purpose capsule, casting it casually into the air before the tribe's astonished gaze. With a sharp pop, a puff of white smoke billowed forth, revealing several massive crates. The villagers stared in awe, convinced they had just witnessed sorcery. This is no sorcery, it is science. Such devices are commonplace beyond our borders, called all-purpose capsules. They allow one to compress vast objects into minuscule spheres for later deployment. Opening one crate, Chu Xiao released a heady wave of wine scent. Within lay row upon row of exquisite vintages gleaming under the firelight. With practiced ease, he drew forth a bottle of red wine. Its cork popped with a crisp plop, releasing an aromatic bouquet that filled the air. At once all motion stilled, every eye fixed upon Chu Xiao, and more precisely upon the bottle in his hand, as throats audibly swallowed. Chu Xiao, what is that you're drinking? May we taste it too? A voice broke the silence, followed instantly by a chorus of eager cries. Watching their fervent eagerness, Chu Xiao remembered this tribe had lived in isolation for generations. Only the chieftain and a few others ever ventured to nearby towns for essential trade. While East City soared with maglev vehicles, these people still lived by the sun, rising with dawn, resting at dusk. Half hunters, half farmers in a timeless rhythm. Wine was utterly unknown to them. Even those who had glimpsed it outside had never tasted it. Their reaction, therefore, was wholly natural. Help yourselves. There is more than enough. No sooner had Chu Xiao spoken than the men surged forward, claiming bottles with unrestrained delight. Within moments, nearly every adult held a bottle of fine wine. Even the children received sweet, refreshing fruit juices. To Chu Xiao, boomed the chieftain, raising his glass. To the gift of this magnificent wine. Thank you, brother Chu Xiao. Cheers. Cheers. Drink deep and freely. Seeing spirits soar ever higher, Chu Xiao opened the remaining crates, each overflowing with gourmet delicacies. Here, my thanks for your generous hospitality. Tonight let us eat and drink to our heart's content. Hooray! The children cheered, rushing to unload the crates and arrange the feast beside the bonfire, ensuring every villager shared in the bounty. Thank you. We have not known such joy in many seasons, said the chieftain gratefully. No, replied Chu Xiao, it is I who owe you gratitude for this night's kindness. His former life had been rooted in civilization, yet here in the sincerity of these simple, open-hearted people, he felt a quiet reverence. They embodied humanity's most fundamental virtue, unadorned purity. After a night of revelry, Chu Xiao awoke only in the late afternoon. Phew, I truly overindulged last night. Regaining composure, he prepared to ascend Karen Tower, and amid the tribe's blessings began his climb. Using hands and feet alike, he ascended steadily along the grooves and reliefs carved into Karen Tower's totemic stone surface. Though his pace was unhurried, his rhythm remained unwavering, maximizing every ounce of his finite stamina. Even so, after a full day and night of ascent, the tower's apex remained invisible, his progress seeming almost illusory, as though he climbed in place. In the original chronicle, even Son Goku, swift as lightning, took 2 days and nights to reach the summit. For Chu Xiao, the ascent would surely demand even greater time. Yet he felt no impatience, for he understood the climb itself was the cultivation. Ascending Karen Tower was not mere locomotion, it was discipline incarnate. Thus, with each upward grip, he honed his will. With every breath, he tempered his foreign-born physique, and his chi imperceptibly swelled in strength. So the cycle continued, hunger sated with provisions drawn from his capsule, fatigue eased by lashing himself to the tower to sleep. 2 more days and nights passed, and at last he beheld Karen Tower's summit, a vast bread-shaped dome hundreds of meters in diameter. Karen Tower, at last. At the very top of Kalinta, resembling a palace, there is a strong exotic atmosphere. At this moment, a white cat standing on 2 legs holding a sandalwood stick gazes solemnly at Chu Xiao, who is slowly climbing up from below. Its eyes are deep and ancient, filled with traces of history. This person is quite interesting. The immortal Kalen frowned. As an immortal, he knows a thing or two about the affairs of the lower realms. When Chu Xiao reached the base of Kalinta, the immortal Kalen began observing him through immortal techniques. At first glance, the immortal sensed the evil power within Chu Xiao. This startled the immortal Kalen, who wondered if a great demon was about to emerge from the lower realms again. But at the same time, he also sensed a normal chi from Chu Xiao. This puzzled the immortal Kalen. Normally, a person would only possess one type of aura, whether it be evil or righteous. They would have just one. Having both evil and normal auras is something the immortal Kalen had never encountered in the past few hundred years. Therefore, he continued observing Chu Xiao silently, watching him while he celebrated with the tribe. Through observing every move of Chu Xiao, the immortal Kalen discovered that he was not a bad person. On the contrary, his actions were filled with kindness, and he was not a heartless demon. Finally, the immortal Kalen evaluated Chu Xiao. He is a good child who continually resists the erosion of evil forces. A good child naturally needs to be nurtured. Since ancient times righteousness and evil cannot coexist, it is necessary to guide Chu Xiao to eliminate the evil forces within him. The immortal Kalen made up his mind as Chu Xiao finally climbed up to Kalinta standing before him. Immortal Kalen. Chu Xiao looked at the slightly plump white cat and asked in confusion. But upon reflection, who else could the cat on Kalinta be if not Immortal Kalen? Indeed, I am Immortal Kalen, the white cat nodded, but you should call me the cat immortal. Immortal Kalen is my title. Chu Xiao nodded and greeted the cat immortal again. What is your name? The cat immortal was quite pleased with Chu Xiao's politeness. My name is Chu Xiao from East City. The turtle immortal sent me to Kalinta to find you and greet you. East City. There are very few potential martial artists who come from there. The cat immortal licked its fur instinctively. I was wondering about your background. It turns out you were recommended by that brat Wu Tian. Meowed. Though the cat immortal said this, deep down it was quite displeased with the turtle immortal's actions. How could the cunning and sly cat immortal not see through the turtle immortal's little schemes? Chu Xiao being led to Kalinta was clearly the turtle immortal's way of avoiding the trouble of nurturing a disciple with an evil aura. The turtle immortal is still too young. He doesn't understand that power is not divided into good and evil. Only the human heart needs to distinguish between good and evil. The cat immortal narrowed its eyes, recalling all of Chu Xiao's performances at the foot of Kalinta. It had already decided to train Chu Xiao well, but before that it needed to give him a harsh lesson to facilitate the upcoming training. Chu Xiao, did you come all the way to Kalinta for something? The cat immortal pretended to be aloof. Cat immortal, I would like to ask for your guidance in my training, and I also want to obtain some immortal beans and super divine water from you. Chu Xiao straightforwardly stated his purpose. The cat immortal cursed in its heart, wondering how that turtle brat had revealed all its secrets to Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao didn't beat around the bush, immediately asking for everything. He truly was a child with an evil power. This is a problem. It must be dealt with. The cat immortal shook the sandalwood staff in its hand and squinted, saying, It's good for young people to have goals and pursuits, but they must also understand that to gain something, they must first give something. As the cat immortal spoke, it lifted a uniquely designed water bottle with its sandalwood staff. Chu Xiao, the super divine water you want is right here. As long as you obtain it, not only will I give it to you, but I will also teach you how to cultivate and give you a bag of immortal beans. As a transmigrator, Chu Xiao naturally knew that the bottle hanging from the cat immortal's staff contained ordinary water. The real super divine water was not here. He wouldn't refuse the cat immortal's request. After all, Chu Xiao knew that the real training at Kalinta was just beginning. But having climbed all the way to Kalinta, Chu Xiao was already exhausted. Engaging in a tussle with the cat immortal would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. The cat immortal saw Chu Xiao's hesitation and taunted, If you don't even have the courage to make a move now, I think you can go back. Kalinta doesn't need someone like you. In response to the cat immortal's mockery, Chu Xiao shouted, Don't think him cowardly. Since arriving in this world, I have never been afraid of anyone. Cat immortal, bring it on. Chu Xiao shouted and charged towards the cat immortal, attempting to seize the super divine water. After several minutes, Chu Xiao lay exhausted in a corner of Kalinta, his clothes tattered, yet his body bore no injuries. So you wished upon the Dragon Balls to gain super healing abilities. No wonder the injuries I inflicted on you healed so quickly, the cat immortal said with a smile. This ability is quite good. I don't need to worry about accidentally killing you. Chu Xiao felt frustrated. The super healing ability he relied on for survival was regarded by the cat immortal as a means of tormenting him. Truly unpredictable. However, effort brings rewards. In just a short span of several minutes, Chu Xiao felt a significant improvement in his strength. This improvement was not in raw power, but in overall qualities like observation, willpower, agility, and combat awareness. Even the qi within Chu Xiao flowed more smoothly than before. It was as if Chu Xiao had once been a battery continuously charging, but he didn't know how to utilize the energy. However, with the guidance of the cat immortal, he gradually comprehended how to apply qi in combat. Here, eat this, and then we'll continue fighting. The cat immortal looked at the exhausted Chu Xiao, seemingly still not having enough fun, and tossed him a green bean. Is this an immortal being? Chu Xiao examined the unassuming being in his hand, somewhat incredulous that this was the legendary immortal being from the Dragon Ball world. Indeed, this is an immortal being. You were shouting for immortal beings, yet you couldn't even recognize a real one in your hand. The cat immortal licked its paw. Though your super healing ability allows your body to recover quickly, it can't restore your mental exhaustion. Eating the immortal being will help you fully recover. Chu Xiao stared blankly at the immortal being in his hand. Although his ability was extremely abnormal, almost granting him immortality, its downsides were also quite obvious. On one hand, there was lifespan, which Chu Xiao had yet to find a way to enhance. On the other hand, it was mental strength. Perfect mental strength could allow Chu Xiao to unleash his maximum combat power, while a suboptimal mental state would inevitably affect his fighting ability. Having just been tormented by the cat immortal, Chu Xiao's body could withstand it, but his mind could not. And now the immortal being perfectly solved this problem. Chu Xiao seemed to see a shortcut to becoming stronger. He shook his head and placed the immortal bean in his mouth, crunching it with a crisp sound, the faint aroma of beans filling his mouth as he swallowed it down. Chu Xiao immediately felt a warm current rising from his stomach, flowing through his whole body, nourishing his flesh and exhausted mental strength. Oh, so refreshing. After consuming the sacred beans, Chu Xiao's condition fully recovered. He carefully examined his body and found his vitality restored to its peak, while the flow of qi within him had grown markedly stronger. Chu Xiao understood at once and expressed his gratitude to the cat hermit. Thank you, cat hermit. Having just ascended the Karen Tower, he had scarcely been granted a moment's rest before the cat hermit began rigorously training him, pushing his limits and extracting every ounce of latent potential. In the Dragon Ball world, this is cultivation, a relentless pursuit of physical transcendence, shattering one's own boundaries again and again to grow ever stronger. Such fearless advancement is the very heart of a martial artist's spirit. The cat hermit taught Chu Xiao his first lesson in the most direct way possible. Feeling the surge of potent qi coursing through his body, Chu Xiao sincerely thanked the cat hermit, and deep within his heart, a resolute, unyielding resolve began to take root. The path to true strength is inevitably strewn with trials and perils. To ascend, one must possess a warrior's heart. Undaunted, unwavering, unafraid. Cat hermit, let's begin again. Light blazed in Chu Xiao's eyes, unwavering determination and quiet confidence. His entire bearing shifted, like a chrysalis breaking open into a butterfly. As the guardian sage of Karen Tower, the cat hermit instantly perceived Chu Xiao's transformation and smiled in quiet satisfaction. His insight far surpasses that of Master Roshi, the lecherous little brat. Once more, man and cat clashed atop the Karen Tower, their fierce exchanges echoing rhythmically across the heights. Time flowed swiftly, seasons turned. A year passed in the blink of an eye. At the base of the Karen Tower, Chu Xiao stood tall, shouldering a massive sack taller than himself, filled to the brim with freshly caught fish from the nearby lake. His frame now radiated dense, sculpted musculature, every sinew and contour pulsing with untamed explosive power. There he stood, then launched upward in a single fluid bound, racing up the tower like a lithe golden leopard. Within mere breaths, he dwindled to a speck, vanishing into the clouds. The spectacle drew raucous cheers from the surrounding tribal children, while many elders watched with undisguised envy. A year earlier, when Chu Xiao first arrived, his strength, though formidable, still fell within the realm of human comprehension. Yet in just 12 months, his metamorphosis left the tribespeople utterly astounded. This gentle young man had not only scaled the Karen Tower and met its sage, but trained under him, ascending to a level of power beyond ordinary reach. The tribe's youth gazed upon him with awe and burning aspiration to scale that tower themselves. Yet the ascent was perilous. Several bold youths attempted it, and failed, returning wounded and humbled. Fortunately, Chu Xiao occasionally descended to assist the cat hermit in catching fresh fish, and used sacred beans to save their lives. Without him, their futures would have been irrevocably broken. Moments later, Chu Xiao reached the summit, carried the enormous sack inside the Karen Tower, and upended its contents into the cat hermit's vast fish tank. Though modest in appearance, the tank held immense internal space. According to the cat hermit, it had been crafted by a deity using divine artifice, specifically designed for food storage. Chu Xiao could only marvel anew at the Namekian people's profound wisdom, truly miraculous. Alas, as a human, he remained incapable of mastering Namekian sorcery. Chu Xiao gazed into the tank and murmured, "These will sustain the cat hermit for quite some time." Time flies. Already a year has passed. The Dragon Balls have stabilized and may be used once more. It is time I departed, resuming my quest to gather them. Having resolved his course, Chu Xiao sought out the cat hermit to bid farewell. Chu Xiao, your progress over this past year has been extraordinary, but remember, beyond every person lies another, and beyond every sky, yet another. Countless beings surpass you in strength. You must persist, unrelenting. I understand. The stronger I grow, the more acutely I perceive my own frailty. Chu Xiao replied, nodding solemnly, and instinctively raised his gaze toward the divine palace above. The god residing there, though aged, remained far beyond Chu Xiao's capacity to defeat. That overwhelming aura commanded absolute reverence. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them. Chu Xiao continued, before I go, might I have a few more sacred beans? And the true ultra-divine water, where precisely have you hidden it? The cat hermit narrowed his eyes. At the mention of sacred beans, his expression darkened. You dare ask me for sacred beans? I hoarded them for decades, yet you devoured them like candy, and now you want more. Huh, not a single bean, not one, shall leave my possession. Faced with the cat hermit's sudden shift in demeanor, Chu Xiao sighed inwardly. Over the past year, he had relied on sacred beans after each grueling session, restoring stamina and focus before launching into the next round of training. This method doubled his cultivation efficiency, yet exacted a staggering cost. Within 12 months, he had consumed every last sacred bean stored atop the Karen Tower. Still, Chu Xiao knew, deep down, that the cat hermit kept reserves hidden away. Beneath his harmless, generous exterior lay a miserly, tight-fisted feline who guarded his treasures with fanatical zeal. A sly smile curved Chu Xiao's lips. From his waist, he withdrew a universal capsule and tossed it casually onto the ground. White smoke dissipated, revealing a large chest. Trying to bribe me again. Impossible. No matter what you offer this time, I will not yield a single sacred bean. Recalling the past year's parade of culinary temptations, the cat hermit sternly vowed never to be deceived again. Cat hermit, don't rush to refuse. See what I've brought before declining. With that, Chu Xiao lifted the chest's lid. The cat hermit snorted, shutting his already narrowed eyes tightly, refusing even to glance inside. No peeking. I won't fall for your tricks. For a whole year you feasted here, stripping my larder bare. I won't. Though his eyes remained closed, an indescribable fragrance flooded his nostrils. An aroma wholly unfamiliar, intoxicatingly rare, stirring an irresistible craving deep within his soul. What is this scent? With a sharp snap, Chu Xiao slammed the chest shut, cutting off the aroma, leaving only faint wisps lingering in the air. Chu Xiao, don't close it. Let me see what's inside. Eyes wide open now, the cat hermit leaned forward, curiosity blazing. A pouch of sacred beans. No. The cat hermit shook his head vigorously. Then no deal. Chu Xiao, you. His mind reeled with the memory of that unearthly fragrance. Come on, just let me take a look. No. One pouch. Only then do I open it. Otherwise, no negotiation. Tormented by mounting curiosity, the cat hermit hesitated, then unable to resist, finally produced a pouch from behind his back and tossed it to Chu Xiao. Here, take them all. Now open the chest. Chu Xiao weighed the pouch in his hand, roughly 20 beans. Too few. This plump feline still hides more. He opened the chest once more, revealing within a verdant plant with lip-shaped leaves exuding that same singular captivating fragrance. Hiss, delicious. The cat hermit erupted, blurring into motion, a streak of speed hurtling straight toward Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao scoffed, unflinching. A lightning-fast punch intercepted the cat hermit mid-lunge. Then with even greater velocity, a sweeping kick sent him flying backward. Cat hermit, have you forgotten? A month ago you ceased to be my match. So spare us both the violence. Let us negotiate calmly. A month ago, Chu Xiao's strength was already sufficient to easily defeat the cat immortal, and as a result, a petal of the lotus within him condensed into a bloom, bringing the total to 5. Only 2 more petals were needed for Chu Xiao to obtain the right to traverse the reincarnation world. Thus, the cat immortal could only stare at the large box in Chu Xiao's hands, knowing that he could not resort to violence, and that a strong-armed robbery was out of the question. He could only negotiate with words. Chu Xiao, you always enjoy playing such little schemes to benefit yourself. That's not good. The cat immortal's voice was hoarse, as if he was struggling to restrain his inner desires. Cat immortal, if a person cannot even be good to themselves, how can they possibly be good to others? Besides, this isn't a scheme, it's merely business. Look, you offer me the immortal beans and the genuine super divine water, and I will give you the contents of the box. It's a fair trade, not deceiving a hefty cat. Chu Xiao wore a confident expression, knowing that the items in his box were specially prepared for the cat immortal, which he had instructed Bulma to purchase after learning the location of the Karen Tower. Catnip. This plant, which drives cats mad, was the ultimate weapon to win over the cat immortal, far surpassing the previous fish feast cat toy and catnip. Cat immortal, if you think this deal is not worth it, then I will just take it back, Chu Xiao said, making a motion as if to collect the box. Chu Xiao. No. Just put your hands down for a moment. You young people are so impetuous. Allow me to consider it a bit longer. The cat immortal looked troubled, hesitating for a long time, his gaze constantly shifting to the large box. After a long while, the cat immortal finally succumbed to the temptation of catnip, squinting his eyes as he said, "Chu Shao, it's not that I won't give you the immortal beans, I truly don't have many left. There's only a little bit of seeds left. If I give them all to you, then I won't be able to plant anymore." The cat immortal's words were sincere, not sounding like a lie. Chu Shao thought about it. He would certainly need immortal beans in the future, and if he wiped them out this time, what would he do later? Imagining Vegeta, Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu. These fiercely powerful bosses filled him with immense pressure. Without the bug-like support of immortal beings, he could hardly bear to think of it. All right then. I'm not the kind of person to be unreasonable. Oh, just give me another bag of immortal beans. Chu Shao waved his hand, putting on a look of having suffered a great loss, and continued, "Also, I want genuine super divine water." The cat immortal quickly shook his head. "I can give you the immortal beans, but I absolutely cannot give you the super divine water. This item is to be used only in dire situations, or else even your immortal body could perish." The cat immortal began to explain the terrors of super divine water. Although it can unleash the potential within a person's body, it is also highly toxic. Even a single drop would cause ordinary people to explode. Many powerful martial artists have perished because of it. Chu Shao understood the dangers of super divine water and temporarily dismissed the idea of using it. In the original story, Sun Wukong consumed super divine water to defeat Piccolo Daimao, achieving his transformation. It was not only due to the Saiyans' robust physique, but primarily because of Sun Wukong's extraordinary protagonist aura, which saved his life. Otherwise, if it were Chu Shao, he would have long been poisoned to death. Then just one bag of immortal beans. He'll consider super divine water later, Chu Shao said, pushing the large box toward the cat immortal. All right, here are your immortal beans. The cat immortal tossed over a bag of immortal beans, hurriedly clutching the large box to his chest, looking quite pleased. "However, I hope you never have to use super divine water after all." Oh. Looking at the cat immortal, who was lost in the fragrance while opening the box, Chu Shao could only shake his head, helplessly preparing to leave the Karen Tower and embark on a new journey to collect the Dragon Balls. Chu Shao opened the Dragon Radar to check the locations of the nearest Dragon Balls. Upon seeing them, he was taken aback. According to the Dragon Radar, someone had already begun collecting Dragon Balls. 3 Dragon Balls were clustered together, and 3 more were right at his feet. But oddly enough, among the 7 Dragon Balls, 1 had vanished. It had been less than a month since the Dragon Balls were restored, and it was impossible for someone to have collected 3 Dragon Balls so quickly, certainly not an ordinary person or a common force. Chu Shao murmured to himself. The 3 Dragon Balls closest to him were precisely beneath the Karen Tower. Without hesitation, he flew down, diving swiftly down the totem pillar of the Karen Tower. Before long, Chu Shao arrived at the base of the Karen Tower, his gaze sweeping over the place, and he couldn't help but furrow his brows, filled with anger. He saw that the once lively tribe had been utterly transformed, with collapsed leather huts everywhere and the ground strewn with the bodies of tribal members, indicating to Chu Shao that a horrific massacre had recently occurred here. Nearby, a child knelt beside the corpse of the tribe leader, sobbing and choking back tears. The child was Upa, whom Chu Shao recognized as the tribe leader's son, someone who had always admired him. Upa, what happened in the tribe? Chu Shao repressed his anger and asked. Wu, brother Chu Shao? Dad and the people of the tribe were killed by bad guys, Upa said, collapsing before Chu Shao, pleading, "Brother Chu Shao, you must avenge my dad." Chu Shao learned the truth from Upa, discovering that the perpetrator was a thin, middle-aged man with braids who had originally come to hunt down a child named Sun Wukong and seize the items in his possession. Tao Bai. Chu Shao immediately guessed the man's identity. In the original story, Tao Bai only killed the tribe leader and then battled with Wukong. But now, due to Chu Shao's presence, many of the young people in the tribe greatly admired him, and most had attempted to climb the Karen Tower. Thus, the young people in the tribe were much stronger than in the original storyline. When they encountered Tao Bai attempting to kill a child, they naturally intervened to save him. Unfortunately, they were no match for Tao Bai, and all perished at his hands. Chu Shao looked at the bodies scattered on the ground, feeling a deep sense of discomfort. In the end, if he hadn't interacted too much with the tribespeople, these young people might not have died. He felt somewhat responsible for this matter. Chu Shao was not overly sentimental, rather it was his perspective on this issue. He needed to grow stronger, and there would inevitably be killings along the way. However, killing was not about senseless slaughter, treating life as if it were worthless. Tao Bai's actions touched the bottom line of Chu Shao as a person. To be strong without respecting life is merely a killing machine devoid of emotions. He was unworthy of being called human. Chu Shao's eyes sparkled with determination as a murderous intent surged from the depths of his heart. This was the first time he truly felt the urge to kill after his strength had increased. Boom, boom, boom. From the depths of the nearby forest came the sounds of battle. It seemed that Tao Bai Bai and Sun Wukong were fighting. UPA, wait for me here. I will avenge you. Wait. Brother Chu Xiao, I want to go too. I want to kill him myself. Chu Xiao saw an indelible hatred in Yupa's eyes. The innocence that once shone there had long since vanished. This child's heart had changed. The root cause of all this was that number one killer Tao Bai Bai. Boom. A straight, brilliant white energy pillar shot forth, hurtling directly towards Sun Wukong. Though battered and bloodied, he strained every fiber of his being to evade the assault, yet failed utterly. The beam struck his arm, which instantly went limp and lifeless, clearly shattered. Huff, huff. Sun Wukong gasped, raggedly, lungs burning with exhaustion. This was the first time Chu Xiao had ever seen Sun Wukong so utterly broken. Though taller and more mature than a year ago, no longer the naive boy who'd just emerged from the mountains, he now possessed moral clarity, forged under Master Kame's guidance. Witnessing Tao Bai Bai's cruelty had ignited a righteous fury deep within him. Yet alas, Sun Wukong stood no chance against Tao Bai Bai. Brat, you're already wounded. One more Dodampa, and you'll be dead. Tao Bai Bai snarled, his face twisted with savage arrogance as he extended his index finger once more, releasing another lethal energy blast. Uft. The Dodampa, a piercing, devastating technique, lanced straight for Sun Wukong's chest. A direct hit would almost certainly end his life. But just 1 meter short of its target, a figure materialized in a blur. With a thunderous crack, a sinewy, iron-hard arm intercepted the fatal blast, shattering it into scattered energy that ricocheted toward the ground, carving a charred, bullseyed crater into the earth. What a... Impossible! Tao Bai Bai cried out in disbelief, his fingers still outstretched, frozen mid-gesture, eyes wide with shock as he struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. His assassin's instincts screamed alarm at the sudden presence of Chu Xiao. The sheer suffocating aura of killing intent radiating from him was unlike anything Tao Bai Bai had ever encountered in his entire career. Yet how could such a youth possess such overwhelming power and such terrifying razor-edged malice? Tao Bai Bai's throat tightened instinctively. He shifted his foot backward. Chu, elder brother. Sun Wukong stared stunned. Certain death had been inches away, only to be deflected by none other than Chu Xiao. When did elder brother grow so strong? That dreadful Dodampa. I wouldn't dare touch it with my bare hands. Yet he brushed it aside, as if swatting a fly. Having trained diligently under Master Kame, Sun Wukong had believed his strength far surpassed Chu Xiao's, only to realize with sobering clarity that Chu Xiao had long since left him far behind. Elder brother Chu, you've grown so powerful. Could you teach me too? Clutching his wounds, Sun Wukong, pure-hearted and guileless, immediately forgot the battle raging around him, his gaze wholly captivated by Chu Xiao. You're injured, here, swallow this. Chu Xiao retrieved a senzu bean from his pouch. Sun Wukong, bewildered, swallowed it, and in an instant every wound vanished, his body restored completely, bearing no trace of battle. Elder brother Chu, this is incredible. What is this? My pain is gone, and my strength has fully returned. Sun Wukong exclaimed, elated. Nearby, Tao Bai Bai watched Sun Wukong's miraculous recovery, his eyes locked onto Chu Xiao's pouch. Unlike the innocent Sun Wukong, he instantly grasped the senzu bean's priceless value, and an insatiable covetous hunger flared within him. That pouch must hold treasures capable of healing any injury. If I seize it. His retreat halted, then reversed as he began calculating how best to kill Chu Xiao and claim the prize. These are senzu beans, Chu Xiao explained calmly, then turned toward Tao Bai Bai, his eyes sharpening with lethal resolve. Wukong, step aside. This man is mine. Yes. Sun Wukong instantly recognized Chu Xiao's intent and moved swiftly to stand beside UPA. I feared you two might fight together, but you foolishly isolated yourself from that brat. Tao Bai Bai sneered. Don't think blocking one Dodampa makes you formidable. I am the world's greatest assassin, the deadliest killer alive. As he spoke, he assumed a battle stance, muscles coiling like steel springs, raw power surging through his frame before he exploded forward in a blinding charge. So what if you're the world's greatest assassin? Chu Xiao's voice was glacial. Though he moved a fraction later, he soared upward with impossible speed, vanishing in a streak of afterimage. Tao Bai Bai threw a crushing punch, certain he'd landed it, only to strike empty air. Shock jolted through him, every muscle tensed, senses straining to detect danger from all sides. A chill breeze stirred behind him. Instinctively he whirled and lashed out with a furious backfist, roaring, "Found you." But again, only air met his fist. In that split second of stunned disbelief, a colossal force slammed into his ribs. Bone snapped audibly beneath the impact, blood erupted from his mouth as he skidded backward over a meter. Clutching his shattered ribs, Tao Bai Bai's face contorted in agony, sweat beading across his brow. How can this boy be this strong? He assumed the assault had ended, yet fate offers no mercy to the wounded. When opportunity knocks, vengeance answers without delay. Chu Xiao seized the moment without hesitation. As Tao Bai Mai reeled in shock, Chu Xiao dissolved from sight, then reappeared beside him in an instant. A massive fist filled Tao Bai Mai's vision, crashing into his nose with brutal force, shattering bone, unleashing a torrent of crimson. PFF. Wait, let me catch. Tao Bai Mai choked out, but his plea fell on deaf ears. Chu Xiao's onslaught only intensified. Wait for what? Chu Xiao roared, unleashing pent-up fury, not merely for himself, but for his slaughtered tribesmen. Obstacles that impede the Tao heart must be shattered utterly. Blood debts carved in sorrow demand repayment in crimson. Tao Bai Mai, you will die today. Chu Xiao's face was carved from ice, devoid of expression, radiating only relentless, unstoppable slaughter. His fists rained down like a storm of blossoms, each blow splattering blood until the ground drowned in scarlet. Moments earlier, Tao Bai Mai had swaggered with invincible pride. Now he was unrecognizable, a mangled ruin of torn flesh and pulverized bones slumped in a pool of gore. Only shallow, labored breaths betrayed that life still clung, barely, to his broken form. Please spare me. Tao Bai Mai rasped, expending his last strength. Chu Xiao didn't flinch, merely cast him a look of utter contempt before turning away. UPA, he's yours now. UPA, who'd been lost in the chaos of battle, jolted awake at Chu Xiao's words. His gaze fixed upon the dying Tao Bai Mai, and any lingering fear dissolved, consumed by the white-hot fire of vengeance. Clenching tiny fists, he stepped forward, deliberate, resolute. Tao Bai Mai understood what UPA's approach meant. Death crept closer with each step, drowning him in primal, suffocating terror. The shriek cut off abruptly. Chu Xiao knew Tao Bai Mai was dead. Within him, the wheel-revolving Black Lotus coalesced another petal. Only one remained to complete the set of 7. Brother Chu Xiao, thank you. UPA's voice was calm. Chu Xiao sensed the boy's profound transformation. Before he died, he said his elder brother Master Crane would soon come seeking vengeance. At the name Master Crane, Chu Xiao's brow furrowed. Master Crane was Master Kame's younger brother, and their strengths were matched. Though Chu Xiao could now defeat Master Cat, truth be told, he stood no chance against either Master Kame or Master Crane. Granted, Master Cat had once trained both brothers, but that indolent, well-fed feline rarely practiced atop Karen Tower, allowing his disciples to long surpass him in cultivation. And yet, what did that matter? Chu Xiao looked at UPA. Even knowing a far greater foe loomed, the boy felt no fear, only unwavering resolve to overcome. If UPA could rise above dread, so could Chu Xiao. Fear nothing. I am here. After Tao Bai Bai's death, his body was simply left aside, and there was no need for Chu Xiao and the others to pay attention to it. By the end of the night, wild beasts would come, drawn by the scent of blood, and consume him completely. Chu Xiao and Wukong said little, instead helping UPA and the tribe members to bury the deceased. UPA stood silently before the tall, raised grave, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. After all, he was still just a child. Chu Xiao shook his head, helplessly sighing. Seeing Yupa's sorrow, Wukong felt equally distressed. In his eyes, Tao Bai Bai was the reason he had come here, and the deaths of these people were significantly related to him. Wukong lowered his head, pondering, as if he thought of something important, and rushed towards Chu Xiao. Brother Chu, do you think if we wish upon the Dragon Balls, we could help UPA revive his tribe members? Wukong's big eyes were wide with hope as he awaited Chu Xiao's answer. Chu Xiao felt a bit overwhelmed. Using the Dragon Balls could certainly revive Yupa's tribe members. After all, in the original story, the second use of the Dragon Balls was to make that wish. However, Chu Xiao had already made plans. His first wish granted him a super healing ability, but came with the limitation of a short lifespan. Thus, he planned to wish for a longer life, or to gain Saiyan blood, and then strive to find treasures that could extend his life. At this moment, Wukong suddenly brought up this question, clearly disrupting Chu Xiao's plans. Looking at Wukong's eager face, and UPA, who was also tearful upon hearing the news, Chu Xiao had to seriously reconsider and replan his strategy. As long as the deity is not dead, the Dragon Balls can be reused, Chu Xiao thought to himself. But if I lie now? Chu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle, wryly mocking himself. I, Chu Xiao, am not so shameless as to deceive 2 children. Wukong, UPA, the Dragon Balls can indeed revive your father and tribe members, Chu Xiao admitted. Currently, Wukong has 3 Dragon Balls, and there are 3 more gathered together, likely in the hands of the Red Ribbon Army. The last Dragon Ball has disappeared from the radar, if I remember correctly. Cough, cough. Based on my abilities as a prophet, it should be in the hands of the King of Fried Rice. 3 plus 3 equals 6, 6 plus 1 equals 7. Wukong exclaimed excitedly. So we can gather the Dragon Balls and help UPA revive his father and tribe members. Yes. But the premise is that we must snatch those 3 Dragon Balls from the Red Ribbon Army. Chu Xiao knew it was not as simple as Wukong thought. He was very aware of the terrifying nature of the Red Ribbon Army, a powerful organization that could dominate the Dragon Balls and should not be underestimated. Although Chu Xiao's strength was already considerable, he was still in an ordinary human body and could not withstand bullets like Wukong, let alone large-scale lethal weapons like missiles. From what Chu Xiao understood, the Red Ribbon Army was not lacking in heavy weapons and mass destruction devices, and there were also monstrous scientists like Dr. Gero, who developed the first generation of androids, as well as exoskeleton robots similar to Iron Man. Therefore, for Chu Xiao alone, it would be very difficult to annihilate the Red Ribbon Army. Brother Chu, you are so strong, what is there to fear about the Red Ribbon Army? Wukong tilted his head and asked. Moi. Chu Xiao looked at Wukong and smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about Wukong, his golden card. Wukong, the Red Ribbon Army is still very powerful. With your current strength, it would be difficult for you to face them. However, don't worry. I will teach you a cultivation method. As long as you complete it, we can work together to destroy the Red Ribbon Army. Thus, Chu Xiao pointed Wukong to ascend Karen Tower, where Master Roshi would give him special training. During this time, Chu Xiao used a universal capsule to create a house at the base of Karen Tower, cultivating while waiting for Wukong to finish training. After 3 or 4 days, Wukong still had not come down, and Chu Xiao was cultivating alone at the base of Karen Tower. Suddenly, a strange voice came from the woods, interrupting Chu Xiao's training. You are the one who killed my brother Tao Bai. Chu Xiao focused his gaze, seeing a thin, sinister-looking old man with a goatee next to a robust young man. Notably, the young man had an eye on his forehead resembling Erlang Xinyang Jian from the Fengshen Yini, Master Karen, and Tianjin Han. Chu Xiao immediately prepared for battle. It was clear these two had come to avenge Tao Bai, and he did not expect them to arrive so quickly. A few days earlier, the Red Ribbon Army had been waiting for Tao Bai, but suspected he was already dead. Thus, they informed Master Karen of his death and the location of his demise. Upon receiving the news, Master Karen realized his brother was dead, so he brought his disciple Tianjin Han to seek revenge. Seeing that Chu Xiao did not deny it, Master Karen became more certain that Tao Bai had died at the hands of this young man. My incompetent brother was actually defeated by a hot-headed kid like you, Master Karen yelled. How many times did I tell him that with his level of power he would definitely suffer if he encountered a master? He just wouldn't listen. Master Karen kept berating his brother, but Chu Xiao could hear the hidden malice towards himself in those words. Master Karen came too quickly. With my current strength, it would be difficult to defeat him, and if Tianjin Han joins in, I would have even less chance of winning. Chu Xiao's brow furrowed as he calculated how to defeat Master Karen and Tianjin Han. This battle was unavoidable, but alone it was indeed hard to gain any advantage. Young man, no matter what method you use to kill Tao Bai, today is your day of death. Master Karen cackled, preparing to strike. What to do? Chu Xiao's heart tightened. In his moment of desperation, he suddenly remembered he had a treasure on him. He swiftly took out a purple golden treasure gourd from his waist and opened the stopper, aiming it at Master Karen and Tianjin Han. Seeing Chu Xiao's actions, Master Karen and Tianjin Han instinctively halted their movements. In this world, there were many treasures with special abilities, and the gourd that Chu Xiao took out at this critical moment was surely a significant treasure. The two momentarily could not grasp the gourd's power and had to stop and remain on guard. Master Karen, Tianjin Han. Chu Xiao shouted their names loudly, causing them to exchange frightened glances. They didn't know how to respond to Chu Xiao's shout. Master Karen and Tianjin Han exchanged glances, and Master Karen signaled to Tianjin Han. With reluctance, Tianjin Han replied yes. Then the two remained on guard as a colorful cloud burst from the treasure gourd, shooting towards them at high speed. Just as it was about to engulf them, it enveloped Master Karen in an instant, and the next second Master Karen's body began to shrink, being drawn into the purple golden treasure gourd with the cloud. What a... Master Karen exclaimed in terror, realizing that the gourd's ability was to suck in those who did not answer its call. Tianjin Han had just responded to Chu Xiao's question, so he was spared, but Master Karen, being overly clever, was drawn into the gourd. Damn it! Release my master. Tianjin Han prepared to attack Chu Xiao to forcibly snatch the gourd as he saw his master being absorbed. However, Tianjin Han was not the same as the Tianjin Han who participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament. His strength was now nearly on par with Chu Xiao. After dozens of exchanges, Tianjin Han was exhausted and injured, while Chu Xiao, even when injured, could recover in the blink of an eye. Coupled with the existence of the magical senzu beans, he showed no signs of fatigue. Tianjin Han panted heavily, staring at the treasure gourd in Chu Xiao's hand, momentarily unsure of what to do. Fighting would result in a stalemate. If this dragged on, he would inevitably lose. But with Master Karen still in Chu Xiao's hands, escaping was also not an option. Tianjin Han, what are you doing? Hurry up and grab the gourd to rescue me. I painstakingly trained you, have you forgotten? If you don't hurry and save me, you'll make sure you are expelled from my teaching. Master Karen's voice echoed from the treasure gourd, striking Tianjin Han's heart like a whip. He was now trying his utmost to rescue Master Karen, but his strength fell short, and he was on the verge of defeat. Not only could Master Karen not help, but he was also adding to Tianjin Han's frustration. Some say that disciples betray their masters, but Master Karen was quite the opposite. Throughout the Dragon Ball story, he was a quintessential example of a master who betrayed his disciple. Just as Tianjin Han hesitated, unsure of what to do, Chu Xiao waved his hand and said, "Tianjin Han, you should leave. You are not my opponent. Come back when you are stronger to seek revenge." Chu Xiao said slowly, "By then you can avenge both your master and your Uncle Tao. Bye-bye." What a... Tianjin Han stared at Chu Xiao in shock, not understanding what he was up to. Given the current situation, as long as Chu Xiao delayed a bit longer, Tianjin Han would surely lose, and at that point his fate would be in Chu Xiao's hands. But now Chu Xiao was telling Tianjin Han to leave, to come back for revenge after becoming stronger. What was the reason for that? Chu Xiao spoke meaningfully. "Tianjin Han, you are a very talented martial artist. Although right now you aspire to become a killer like Tao Bai. But I know deep down you do not wish to be a killer, but rather an outstanding martial artist. Therefore I will not kill you, you may leave." Looking at Tianjin Han's retreating figure, Chu Xiao could see the confusion about his future and the desire for revenge in Tianjin Han's mind. But Chu Xiao was not worried. He let Tianjin Han go out of his fondness for the character of Tianjin Han in the original story. This earthling who aspired to become the world's #1 killer, transforming into an excellent martial artist, truly had qualities worth admiring. At the same time, Chu Xiao was not concerned about Tianjin Han seeking revenge, because he was confident that by the next time they met he would have grown even stronger to a height that Tianjin Han could only look up to. Considering this, letting go of a talented potential martial artist who could be of use to him in the future was indeed a good choice. After Tianjin Fan departed, Chu Xiao's attention naturally turned to the crane hermit sealed within the treasure gourd. Trapped inside the gourd, the crane hermit had overheard every word of Chu Xiao's exchange with Tianjin Fan, and now raged incessantly. Chu Xiao snorted coldly inwardly, noting that though both the crane hermit and the turtle hermit styled themselves as immortals, the crane hermit's cultivation of heart and spirit fell woefully short, devoid of the dignity and composure befitting a true master. Yet the crane style he founded did contain several formidable techniques. Take for instance the Dodon Ray wielded by Tao Pai Pai, a blast whose raw power might pale beside the Kamehameha wave, yet whose elegance belied deeper virtues. Its charging time was swift, its chi consumption frugal, and its firing versatility far superior to that of the Kamehameha. Equally coveted was the crane style's signature technique, the flight art, which granted the practitioner the ability to soar through the skies, a power Chu Xiao yearned to master. After all, flight had haunted humanity's dreams since the dawn of evolution, encoded deep within our very genes. Now that the crane hermit lay captive in his hands, Chu Xiao intended to extract these two supreme arts from him, by any means necessary. "Crane hermit," Chu Xiao declared, voice laced with icy menace. "If you continue your curses, this purple gold treasure gourd shall reduce you to mere wine." The moment the words left his lips, silence descended upon the gourd. Moments later, the crane hermit's voice emerged, meek, trembling, pleading. "Youngster, surely some misunderstanding has occurred between us. My brother's demise must have been self-inflicted. Please release me. We can speak calmly face to face." Chu Xiao scoffed inwardly. To sit and negotiate. That would be like an immortal inviting death, foolhardy beyond measure. He had no intention of trusting the crane hermit. "I am no child to be deceived," he replied coolly. "But your release is not impossible." "Ha ha, a sharp young mind indeed. Then tell me, how may I earn my freedom?" A faint smile played across Chu Xiao's lips. "From childhood, I have revered the world's greatest martial artists, devoting myself to mastering their arts. I've long admired your genius, Master Crane Hermit, hailed as the preeminent martial sage of our age. Your crane-style techniques are legendary in their refinement. Today, fate has granted us this rare encounter. Pray grace me with your wisdom." The crane hermit grimaced inwardly. Flattery so polished would have charmed him, had he not been imprisoned within the gourd, teetering on the brink of dissolution. For now, escape was paramount. Then he would flay this insolent youth alive, seize the treasure gourd, and avenge Tao Pai Pai. Of course. I've always cherished gifted youths, and you, young sir, are without doubt the most promising I've ever met. Very well. Release me first, and I shall teach you the crane-style supreme techniques, step by step. Chu Xiao thought wryly, so the old fox truly is cunning, but I'd sooner swallow fire than free him. Master Crane Hermit, do not waste time. With every passing second, your transformation into wine draws nearer. Speak the secrets of your techniques now within the gourd. Once I've mastered them, I shall grant you freedom. Ha ha. Young sir, beware. You wouldn't deceive an elder, would you? What if I impart the knowledge, and you refuse to release me? Master Crane Hermit, your words wound me. How could Chu Xiao, raised to honor truth and revere teachers, ever break his word? Should you become my master, I shall serve you with unwavering devotion. His expression was one of flawless reverence, the very portrait of a dutiful disciple. Silence returned to the gourd, then a weary sigh broke it. Very well, I shall trust you for now. Listen closely. Moments later, Chu Xiao nodded toward the gourd. So, that is the essence of the Dodone Ray and the flight art. Young sir, I have fulfilled my part. Release me at once, the Crane Hermit cried, urgency sharpening his voice. Master Crane Hermit, please bear with me. I've only just grasped the profundity of these arts. Mastery remains distant. Once I truly manifest both techniques, I shall open the gourd without delay. With that, Chu Xiao immersed himself fully in practice. At their core, both techniques demanded only precise chi control, a discipline already mastered by him. Consider Son Gohan instructing Son Goten, and Videl Gohan grasped the flight arts principles instantly. Even Videl, who had never sensed chi, mastered it within a single day. Chu Xiao held firm confidence in his own aptitude, surely no lesser than hers. Inside the gourd, the Crane Hermit erupted anew. Wretch, you lied. You swore to release me upon teaching you. Yet where is your vaunted integrity? Have you cast your conscience to the dogs? Chu Xiao retorted with quiet disdain. Master Crane Hermit, reflect carefully. I promised only to release you once I have mastered them. I am striving earnestly. Any distraction now would impede my progress. The Crane Hermit fell silent, then gave a hollow, bitter laugh. Fool that I am. I've been ensnared by wordplay. Even children scorn such tricks, yet this brat has outwitted me. Yet knowing he'd been deceived changed nothing. He could only wait, hoping Chu Xiao would honor his vow, then emerge to exact vengeance, skinning him alive, leaving him neither dead nor whole. Then learn swiftly, young sir. The sooner you master them, the sooner I breathe free air. Chu Xiao bowed solemnly. Rest assured, master. I shall dive wholly into the ocean of study. Time stretched on. Outside the gourd, stillness reigned, while within heat began to rise, creeping ever closer to his dissolution. Soon his robes began to melt. Still no movement came from beyond the gourd. Desperation seized him. Young sir, have you still not mastered them? These arts hinge on subtle insight. They should pose no challenge for one of your caliber. Master Crane Hermit, I confess, I was born dull-witted. A heavy silence followed. Inside the Crane Hermit seethed dull-witted. A youth commanding such profound chi mastery dares call himself dull. This wretch clearly has no intention of freeing me. Panic surged. The first searing touch of dissolution licked at his flesh. Release me now. I am melting. Honor your oath. Or does your conscience feel no pang? None whatsoever. The Crane Hermit's face fell, despair flooding his heart. A lifetime of brilliance, undone by this boy. Outside, Chu Xiao gathered his chi, imagining himself a crane's feather, light, weightless, buoyed by spiritual energy. At first nothing stirred. Then, slowly, imperceptibly, his body lifted. He rose 10 centimeters, then halted, suspended like a leaf caught in a gentle updraft. Humph, the flight art is mastered, but this is mere floating, not flight. He chuckled wryly. His dream of soaring freely across the heavens remained distant. To fly as effortlessly as the warriors of later Dragon Ball eras demanded relentless cultivation, deepening both his chi reserves and his command over them. Having set aside the flight art, he turned to the Dodone Ray, a far simpler art. Channel chi to the fingertips, focus intent, and unleash. With his current reserves, the ray emerged no thicker than chopsticks, and he could fire only 5 or 6 times daily before exhausting his combat efficacy. Still, the two supreme techniques of the Crane style were now his. As Chu Xiao prepared to inquire after the Crane Hermit's condition, the Black Lotus of reincarnation within him pulsed and unfurled a 7th petal. 7 petals now orbited the lotus heart, rotating in serene harmony, radiating an intoxicating aura. At last, the 7 petals are complete. The first journey through the cycle realms is now possible. As for you, Master Crane Hermit, why did you not endure until I mastered both techniques? Chu Xiao shook the purple gold treasure gourd, hearing the sound of liquid sloshing inside. It seemed that the Crane Immortal had been transformed into liquor. Chu Xiao poured out the liquor from the gourd, emptied it, and put it away. After checking his equipment, he prepared to begin his first journey into the reincarnation world. Now Sun Wukong was still cultivating on the Korin Tower. Chu Xiao could stay in the reincarnation world for 2 years regardless of the nature of the world he entered. He could enhance his strength during that time. As for the 2 years that passed in the reincarnation world, Chu Xiao sensed the time difference between it and the Dragon Ball world through the reincarnation Black Lotus. 1 day in the Dragon Ball world equaled 1 year in the reincarnation world. This setting was exactly the same as the concept of one day in heaven equaling 1 year on Earth. Therefore, Chu Xiao was not worried that when he returned from the reincarnation world, the Dragon Ball world would already be battling against King Piccolo, or that Vegeta would have come to kill him. In 2 days' time, Wukong probably wouldn't have come down from the Korin Tower yet. Chu Xiao informed UPA of his temporary 2-day absence from the Korin Tower, asking him to relay the message to Son Wukong before seeking a secluded spot. Following the guidance of the reincarnation Black Lotus, Chu Xiao activated 7 lotus petals, causing them to rotate and leap around the heart of the reincarnation Black Lotus. The 7 lotus petals spun faster and faster, ultimately forming a cluster of colorful clouds that enveloped the reincarnation Black Lotus. With a thought from Chu Xiao, the colorful clouds burst apart, transforming into vast energy that surged towards the heart of the reincarnation Black Lotus. As the energy was infused, the reincarnation Black Lotus erupted with strange black ripples that spread from his dantian throughout Chu Xiao's entire body. Once the black ripples completely enveloped Chu Xiao, the space around him began to tremble with waves, and in the next moment, Chu Xiao vanished from his original spot. When Chu Xiao opened his eyes again, it felt as if he had just woken up from a sweet nap. He curiously surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was on a bustling street filled with people. The streets were filled with cars, and most pedestrians were white people with blonde hair and blue eyes. Their clothing style leaned towards the 1990s, and soldiers in military uniforms could be seen moving through the crowd. Where is this? Chu Xiao couldn't help but ask himself, unsure of which world he had crossed into. However, judging by the scene before him, it appeared to be modern, likely in a city on the European or American continent. Chu Xiao attempted to communicate with the reincarnation Black Lotus in his dantian, but unfortunately, without the 7 lotus petals, the reincarnation Black Lotus showed no response, as if it had led him through a crossing and fell into a deep slumber. With no other option, Chu Xiao decided to figure out which world he had arrived in. He aimlessly walked along the concrete path until he stopped at the entrance of a small alley, glancing to the side. "Hey shorty, you're too nosy." A burly white man swung his fist towards a young man who was small and frail, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. Bang! Although the shorty tried to block the burly man's attack, he was far too weak and could only watch helplessly as the fist struck his face. Unable to withstand the immense force, he fell back, rolling on the ground. Chu Xiao, watching from the side, had no intention of intervening. After all, he didn't know the cause of their conflict and didn't want to let his compassion overflow by helping the weak for no reason. After the shorty fell to the ground, the burly man thought he had won the battle. To his surprise, the shorty wobbled and stood up again, staggering into a defensive stance. "Just lie down." The burly man swung his fist again, knocking his opponent to the ground. However, to the man's astonishment, his opponent stood up once more, his eyes filled with determination, showing no signs of weakness or cowardice against a powerful foe. "Let's see how many times you can get up." The burly man, filled with rage, used all his strength to strike the shorty. This continued repeatedly. It was unclear how many punches were thrown. Even though the burly man was starting to get exhausted, the shorty still refused to go down. He dragged his frail, battered body and struggled to rise once again. The shorty's actions caught Chu Xiao's attention. In his view, individuals like the shorty who refused to yield and dared to face a strong opponent with unwavering persistence were indeed quite rare. The reason he could stand up was not from physical strength, but from the conviction within his heart. Chu Xiao was curious about what kind of belief was supporting him to refuse to admit defeat. In Chu Xiao's past life, many people had long been ground down by life, forgetting what belief even meant. Even Chu Xiao, having lived again in the Dragon Ball world, had relied on a smooth approach to navigate through with the quality of belief buried deep within him for a long, long time. Even an ordinary person has something worth learning from. Chu Xiao reminded himself not to underestimate anyone due to their small stature. He slowly approached the two, and when the burly man prepared to swing his fist again, he grabbed the man's wrist. The burly man felt his wrist being gripped with immense force, as if it were locked in steel, making it impossible to move. Then a surge of power traveled through his arm, and his entire body flew back like a kite, with its string cut crashing against the wall. Dazed, he fell unconscious. The shorty felt a throbbing in his head, almost fainting. Chu Xiao hurried forward to support him, asking, "Are you all right?" Fine. English." Chu Xiao felt helpless. Although he had studied English in his past life, he wasn't very proficient. It was sufficient for exams, but when it came to practical use, he could likely understand, but had difficulty expressing himself in English. "Thank you for saving me." Just as Chu Xiao was feeling overwhelmed, the reincarnation Black Lotus in his dantian finally reacted. A ray of colorful light flashed from the Black Lotus, traveling up Chu Xiao's spine to his brain. Once it entered his mind, Chu Xiao suddenly felt as though something had been added to his consciousness, and in the next moment, he could understand what the shorty was saying, and he could also be understood in return. I can stand up by myself, no need for your support. I have to rush to the next enlistment physical examination, so I'll thank you later. As the shorty spoke, Chu Xiao finally noticed that he was holding a rejected enlistment physical examination report with a name written on it that caught Chu Xiao's eye. Stephen Rogers. Captain America. Chu Xiao looked at the frail young man in disbelief, someone he could easily poke to death with a finger. He was the spiritual leader Captain America from the Marvel Universe. Had he been drained of his strengths? No, wait. Recalling his past memories, Chu Xiao remembered that in the first Captain America movie, Rogers was initially like this before being selected by Dr. Abraham Erskine to participate in the Super Soldier program and being injected with the Super Soldier serum, transforming into the true Captain America. In other words, the Rogers Chu Xiao encountered at this moment was the one who had not yet undergone the Super Soldier transformation. This time it seemed that Chu Xiao had arrived in the world of Captain America, and it was at the very point where the story was just beginning. Yes, I am Stephen Rogers, but I am not Captain America. I can even be rejected from military service, so how could I possibly be called Captain America? Rogers shrugged helplessly, self-mockingly recounting his experience. Rogers, don't be pessimistic. Trust me, you will definitely become America's greatest hero in the future. Chu Xiao patted Rogers on the shoulder seriously and said, come on, future great Captain America, let's shake hands and be friends. I am Chu Xiao, nice to meet you. Chu Xiao extended his hand. Rogers, nice to meet you too. Your strength is truly impressive, unlike mine, which is like that of a frail person. My strength was also achieved through hard work and training. There is nothing to envy. If you are willing to practice, you too can gain power like mine. Chu Xiao comforted, for in the future the Captain America would be the kind of man brave enough to face Thanos hidden for 3 seconds. What kind of training can grant me power like yours? Rogers shook his head, thinking he was overthinking it. Chu Xiao's words were likely meant to comfort him. After all, he was most aware of his own physical conditions: asthma, heart disease, scarlet fever, chronic typhoid, high blood pressure, palpitations. Any one of those ailments would keep him from participating in any training. Hey, Rogers, I finally found you. At that moment, a voice came from the alley. Chu Xiao and Rogers looked over to see a young man in military uniform whose eyes indicated a good relationship with Rogers. Bucky. Chu Xiao and Rogers almost simultaneously exclaimed the identity of the newcomer. Do you know Bucky? Rogers asked in confusion, while Bucky curiously scanned Chu Xiao and the large man who lay unconscious nearby. In his memory, Bucky did not recognize Chu Xiao. The young man, looking handsome with the yellow skin typical of East Asians, was someone Bucky had absolutely no recollection of. This is my first time meeting the real Bucky. I've only heard about him before. Let's not talk about that anymore. How about we go have some fun for our first meeting? Chu Xiao waved his hand, interrupting the topic, as explaining would indeed be a hassle. It seems I have quite a reputation in the military after all. Bucky said confidently, just so happens I'm heading to the battlefield tomorrow. Tonight is my last night, and I've already arranged to meet a girl. We can head out right now? Where to? Rogers asked. To the World Expo tomorrow. Chu Xiao and Bucky said the destination in unison. As a time traveler, Chu Xiao remembered this plot quite well, as the organizer of the World Expo was Howard Stark, the future father of Iron Man and owner of Stark Industries. Having come to the world of Captain America, Chu Xiao had to meet Stark. That night at the venue of the New York World Expo, a massive iron statue of the Earth stood in the center of the square. Chu Xiao had seen this architecture in Iron Man 2, and he figured the ground beneath him was Stark Industries territory. Clearly, Stark Industries had a significant influence in America. Although it was somewhat less impressive compared to Bulma's Capsule Corporation from Dragon Ball, it was still worth Chu Xiao's attention. All the men in New York have gone to war. There are still 3.5 million women left, and I only need one. This is quite simple. Bucky waved his hand, his gaze falling on 2 beautiful women waiting at the entrance of the event. Sorry, Chu Xiao, you arrived suddenly, and I couldn't set you up with anyone. Chu Xiao looked at the 2 blonde-haired, blue-eyed women. Their beauty was not world-shattering, but it was acceptable. Chu Xiao shrugged, as compared to Bulma, these 2 women didn't stand a chance. It's fine, you 2 go have fun. I need to find a friend. Chu Xiao said goodbye to Rogers and soon disappeared into the crowd. Hey, Bucky, where did that handsome guy just go? Isn't he coming to play? The 2 women saw Chu Xiao from afar, their hearts racing, attracted by his handsome and muscular physique, but they didn't wait long enough to see him as he vanished into the crowd. You want to meet a friend? Let's go have fun first. No need to wait for him. Bucky shrugged as he explained. He knew too little about Chu Xiao's situation, only sensing a mysterious aura around him. Chu Xiao walked through the crowd toward the expo, seeing many interesting inventions along the way, but most were limited by the technological constraints of the era, many resembling technologies from his past life. For example, portable phones had yet to be invented in this era, but some were already trying to research in that direction. Although their research resulted in a device the size of a backpack for wireless communication, it was indeed an advanced invention. As Chu Xiao continued, he found no inventions worth his attention until he arrived in front of a red vintage sports car, which finally caught his interest. Next to the sports car stood a young man with a neat appearance and a small mustache. He was surrounded by a group of stylishly dressed women explaining the nearby sports car. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the World Expo. I am Howard Stark. If I told you that in a few years your cars would no longer need to touch the ground, and with Stark Industries' anti-gravity system, all of this could become a reality. As Howard finished speaking, the beautiful women next to him began to remove the wheels from the sports car, while Howard switched on the control for the anti-gravity system. Before everyone's eyes, the red sports car defied the laws of gravity, slowly beginning to float. Many people displayed expressions of disbelief. But the good times were short-lived, as Stark Industries' anti-gravity system still had significant flaws, barely holding for a moment before experiencing an overload short circuit. I mentioned it would take a few years. Howard awkwardly covered up the mistake, his gaze falling on a figure in the crowd that caught his attention. It was a handsome young man, particularly notable for his yellow skin, dressed distinctly differently from those around him. This person, Howard did not recall having met him before, yet felt an impulsive desire to know him. That feeling was indescribable, a mixture of wariness towards a stranger and curiosity towards something new. After the performance ended and the crowd dispersed, Howard was directing personnel to clean up the equipment when he saw the young man again who approached him. He's coming over. What does he want? Howard's heart sank, his expression becoming serious as he instinctively reached for the gun at his waist. After all, it was a time of war, and there were spies from enemy countries infiltrating domestically. Although Stark's identity was quite secretive, he still had to be cautious. The young man seemed to sense his concerns, smiling and waving his hand, saying, "Mr. Howard, there's no need to be so tense. I came to discuss a potential collaboration with you." Collaboration? What kind of collaboration? Howard became even more cautious. The newcomer was none other than Chu Xiao. He pointed to the anti-gravity sports car behind Howard and asked, "Would you like to learn about magnetic levitation technology instead of the anti-gravity system?" Maglev technology. Howard furrowed his brow. He was a leader in the field of cutting-edge technology, yet he had never heard of such a thing as maglev technology. What on earth is this maglev technology that this young man personally came to discuss with such conviction? Is there still cutting-edge technology in this world that he does not know about? Howard even began to suspect if Chu Xiao might be a fraud concocting some inexplicable technology project to swindle Stark Industries. Chu Xiao saw through Howard's thoughts and did not elaborate further. He casually took out a universal capsule and tossed it, conjuring a car out of thin air. What kind of technology is this? Spatial folding. As the saying goes, outsiders look at the spectacle while insiders see the essence. Howard's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the car that appeared out of nowhere, his mouth agape. In the blink of an eye, Howard realized how limited his knowledge was in comprehending the situation before him. How could such a large car fit inside a tiny capsule? If it is indeed spatial folding technology, what level of technological advancement would allow for such an exquisite spatial folding product? With just a casual move, Chu Xiao had shattered Howard's worldview. Howard was as excited as if he had discovered a new continent. "Hello, I am Howard of Stark Industries. I apologize for my earlier negligence. If you don't mind, could we discuss this at my company?" Howard said respectfully. Chu Xiao nodded, thinking that this was indeed not the place for discussions. He stepped into his car and signaled for Howard to join him. "Get in. Let's go to your office. I believe we need to have a serious discussion about our collaboration." Howard nodded repeatedly and took a seat in the passenger seat of Chu Xiao's car. "Oh, by the way, I still don't know how to address you. Just call me Chu Xiao," Chu Xiao replied, turning the key to start the car. "Chu Xiao, are you from Huaxia?" Howard racked his brain to recall if there were any extraordinary technology companies in Huaxia, but couldn't think of any. All he knew was that it was currently suffering from war's erosion and technology was developing at a painfully slow pace. Yes and no. Chu Xiao's answer was ambiguous. He was indeed from Huaxia in his past life, but having been reborn in the Dragon Ball world, this body should belong to an earthling of that universe. Upon hearing Chu Xiao's response, Howard realized he had ventured into personal territory and could not pursue the matter any further. Just as he prepared to ask something else, Chu Xiao's car started up and slowly floated into the air. Once it was 5 or 6 meters above the ground, Chu Xiao pressed the accelerator, propelling himself and Howard towards Stark Industries. My God, is this a mature anti-gravity system? Howard watched as he floated in the air, buildings rushing past beneath him, and was once again astonished. This is not an anti-gravity system. It is precisely the maglev technology one just mentioned. Chu Xiao explained while driving. Anti-gravity technology is a step above maglev technology in terms of technological advancement. Maglev technology merely utilizes magnetic forces to overcome gravitational pull. As a former employee of the Universal Capsule Company, I have quite an understanding of the technological products, their particularly maglev technology and Universal Capsule technology, which I have studied closely. Is this maglev technology? Howard realized that he had been astounded more times today than in his entire previous life. Who exactly is this Chu Xiao? How does he possess so much advanced technology? Howard pondered, gazing at Chu Xiao's profile, trying to unravel the mystery of this young man, but no matter how he scrutinized it was in vain. The more he looked, the more enigmatic Chu Xiao seemed. Before long, Chu Xiao's car arrived at Stark Industries. Howard led Chu Xiao to his private meeting room, where they sat across from each other and began discussing the specifics of their collaboration. Mr. Chu Xiao, could you elaborate on your proposal for collaboration? Howard got straight to the point. On the way here, he had roughly guessed Chu Xiao's intentions. It was nothing more than leveraging the technology he held to establish some form of beneficial relationship with Stark Industries. You're quite straightforward, and I like straightforward people, Chu Xiao said with a light smile, continuing, the theme of this collaboration is maglev technology. I will provide the technology, and Stark Industries will handle everything else. As for the terms of collaboration, I want 50% of Stark's shares. What a... Howard jumped up from his chair, staring at Chu Xiao in disbelief, secretly thinking. 50% of Stark's shares is simply impossible. Although Stark Industries is his, the shareholders are not just Howard alone. Howard himself only held 45% of the shares. How could he offer 50% of the company's shares for collaboration? Moreover, Chu Xiao was merely contributing technology, but expected to take away half the shares. That was even more unfathomable. Seeing Howard's reaction, Chu Xiao did not feel that his request was excessive, as Howard had not outright rejected it. This indicated that the proposal was still feasible, albeit challenging and troublesome for Howard. But those were Howard's issues. Chu Xiao only needed to present the maglev technology in exchange for 50% of the shares. Howard, as a scientist and businessman, you should be able to see how immense the commercial potential of maglev technology is, Chu Xiao said confidently. The Universal Capsule Company in the Dragon Ball world initially thrived on maglev technology. With such powerful technology, its value is evident to anyone with discernment. Had it not been for Chu Xiao seeking to leverage Stark Industries' strength, he certainly would not have revealed the maglev technology. This, Mr. Chu Xiao, please wait. This matter is too significant. We at Stark need to hold an emergency shareholders meeting to discuss this. Please hold on for a moment. Chu Xiao waved his hand, signaling Howard to go discuss with the shareholders. Regardless of the method, he only cared about the result. The process, no matter how convoluted, was unimportant to Chu Xiao. Mr. Chu Xiao, before you leave, may I ask one last question? Is the capsule in your possession utilizing spatial folding technology? Howard asked as he approached the door. Indeed, it is spatial folding technology, but given your current level of technology, it would be better not to involve yourselves with spatial folding technology, Chu Xiao said, choosing not to elaborate further. The Universal Capsule technology is several levels more advanced than maglev technology. With Howard's current technological level, understanding and developing spatial folding technology would indeed be extremely challenging. Thank you for the reminder, I understand. Although rejected, Howard was not upset at all. After all, even one maglev technology was enough for them to digest for quite a while. Where would they find the time to research spatial folding technology? The gap was simply too vast. Please hold on, as soon as the meeting concludes, I will come find you. Chu Xiao sat alone in the office when suddenly 7 or 8 flamboyantly dressed Western women walked in. They served tea, gave shoulder massages, joked, and surrounded Chu Xiao, bustling around him incessantly. The wait felt indeed long, so Chu Xiao decided to enjoy the process. He took out the exquisite food and fine wine from the Universal Capsule to share with everyone, filling the office with laughter and joy for a brief moment. After about 2 hours, Howard finally reappeared, signaling the ladies to withdraw, and began the second round of discussions with Chu Xiao. Howard, I hope you bring me good news, Chu Xiao said as he wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and downed the glass of red wine in front of him. Oh, what a fine wine, Howard exclaimed, inhaling the aroma of the wine in the air. Comparing it to the exquisite wine Chu Xiao had brought out, his own century-old brew seemed like mere dregs. If you want a drink, I'll give you a bottle. After a few pleasantries, they got straight to the point. Mr. Chu Xiao, regarding your collaboration, Stark Industries has made a decision, Howard said slowly. We are willing to offer you 45% of the shares and sincerely invite you to join Stark Industries. Howard spoke earnestly, having worked hard to facilitate this collaboration. He proactively offered 20% of his own shares and persuaded the other shareholders to allocate 25%, thus presenting Chu Xiao with 45% of the shares. Calculating this, if Chu Xiao agreed, he would become the largest shareholder of Stark Industries, exceeding Howard's shares by 20%. 45%. Chu Xiao pondered for a moment. The difference from his predictions was not significant, so he decided not to dwell on it too much. After all, Chu Xiao had only been in this world for 2 years. The value Stark Industries presented to him was not measured in wealth, but in the connection Stark Industries had with the military. As far as Chu Xiao knew, the Super Soldier program that created Captain America was a collaborative effort between the military Stark Industries and Dr. Abraham Erskine. If Chu Xiao joined Stark Industries as its largest shareholder, it would be entirely reasonable for him to participate in the Super Soldier program. Chu Xiao's goal was to obtain the Super Soldier Serum from Dr. Erskine through Stark Industries. From the movie's plot, the Super Soldier Serum not only enhanced Captain America's physical abilities, but also extended his lifespan. Lifespan was what Chu Xiao valued most at this moment. As for the Super Soldier Serum, it had side effects that made the bad worse and the good better. Chu Xiao believed that even if Dr. Erskine could not improve it, he could take it back to the Dragon Ball world, and with Bulma's talent, a perfect Super Soldier Serum could be developed. As for the issues of cooperation, once Chu Xiao nodded, everything would become smooth. In the following days, Chu Xiao joined Stark Industries as a top scientist leading the charge to develop magnetic levitation technology. Stark Industries heavily promoted this, and it wouldn't be long before they would launch a groundbreaking technological product, instantly igniting the entire tech industry. Everyone was speculating what major move Stark was making. A small number of informed individuals vaguely inquired, learning that all these sudden changes were related to the new shareholder joining Stark Industries. In no time, major media outlets reported on it, but unfortunately very few knew the true identity of this mysterious shareholder. Half a month later, Stark Industries developed the first batch of magnetic levitation devices. Without any surprises, the first batch of magnetic levitation devices was bought at a high price by the military and equipped on military aircraft and vehicles. The next day, Stark Industries received a sky-high order from the military with prices dozens of times higher than Stark Industries' historical order prices. The shareholders of Stark Industries could see the limitless potential of magnetic levitation technology from this single order and expressed their relief that Chu Xiao had joined Stark Industries. They exchanged their shares for immeasurable future value, which was undoubtedly the wisest decision in history. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao sat in his office lost in thought as he gazed at the materials before him. On the desk lay a series of documents marked with the words Top Secret with the military's insignia and the Super Soldier program prominently displayed. However, Chu Xiao frowned, his face revealing signs of disappointment. Dr. Erskine, he murmured, mentioning the name of the inventor of the Super Soldier Serum and the creator of Captain America. The documents in Chu Xiao's hand were merely materials related to the Super Soldier program, while the formula for the Super Soldier Serum was known only to Dr. Erskine. The formula that Chu Xiao wanted resided solely in Dr. Erskine's mind. It seems I must meet Dr. Erskine. Determined, Chu Xiao dialed Stark's number, and after a brief wait, Stark arrived at Chu Xiao's office. Chu Xiao, my good brother, what important matter made you so eager to summon me? Is the space folding technology ready for release? Howard had been frequently sticking to Chu Xiao during this time, and over time he began to refer to him as a brother. Although Chu Xiao did not agree, he did not oppose it either, and Howard took it upon himself to proclaim that Chu Xiao was his brother. Chu Xiao did not care about such trivial matters and remained indifferent. Howard, don't always think about the space folding technology. The magnetic levitation technology hasn't reached commercialization yet. It's still too early for that, Chu Xiao continued. The reason I called you here is for this. He tossed the Super Soldier program materials to Howard, informing him that he needed to join the Super Soldier program as a scientist. You want to join the Super Soldier program? Howard felt a bit troubled. After all, this program was highly confidential, primarily hosted by the military, with Stark only providing some technical support. It wouldn't be a problem to insert a scientist into it. However, arranging for Chu Xiao to enter would pose a significant issue. Howard had already discovered Chu Xiao's identity issue during their collaboration. Howard had searched through personnel files across the United States and even sought connections to retrieve population data from Huaxia. The results were astonishingly similar. There was no record of this person. Chu Xiao seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, and the earliest record was of him wandering the streets of New York City with no additional information available. If it weren't for Howard's strong resistance and overcoming numerous difficulties, those conservative shareholders would never have agreed to collaborate with Chu Xiao. Now, with Chu Xiao wanting to enter the military's sight, the matter became even more troublesome. It would require more than just connections. What? Is it difficult to handle? Chu Xiao noticed Howard's expression, which suggested he didn't want to trouble his elder brother. He knew Howard operated only for profit. With Howard's abilities, nothing was impossible, no matter how challenging it was. The only issue was that Howard needed a motivating force to spur him on. Chu Xiao chuckled lightly, slowly raising his hand, and with his index finger gently pointing, a dazzling, white beam shot out from his fingertip under Howard's puzzled gaze. The white beam passed by Howard's ear, and the heat from it made his ear feel numb. Puffed. Howard abruptly turned around only to see the wooden door behind him pierced by the beam, leaving a hole the size of a bowl with the edges already charred and emanating heat. God! Howard exclaimed, breaking into a cold sweat, realizing that if that attack had hit him, he would have surely died. Looking back at Chu Xiao, Howard found that the Chu Xiao he thought he knew was once again shrouded in a layer of mystery. Howard, my good brother, is there still an issue regarding my joining the super soldier program? No. No problem, ha. Who says we aren't brothers? Huh. Oh, by the way, what was that move you just did? A high-temperature ray. Howard was unusually curious about Chu Xiao's ability to shoot beams out of thin air, eagerly agreeing to help him join the super soldier program, while his thoughts were focused on the Dong wave. What I just demonstrated isn't a high-temperature ray, it's called the Dong wave, an ability acquired through cultivation. Chu Xiao briefly explained the principles of Qi and how to use the Dong wave, leaving Howard, a staunch materialist, utterly bewildered. Is there really such a magical ability in this world? Chu Xiao, are you using magic? Howard felt as though his worldview was being reshaped as his reverence for technology was being challenged. I just explained this. It's the use of Qi, which is different from magic. Mentioning magic made Chu Xiao think of Doctor Strange and Master Gu, as magic does exist in the Marvel Universe. However, at his current level, Chu Xiao dared not recklessly approach Master Gu, for who knew if Master Gu would discern his identity as a traveler and attempt to exorcise him, banishing him to a mirrored dimension forever. Chu Xiao believed that only when he had a certain degree of self-defense capability against Master Gu would he seek out the sanctum, and it wouldn't be too late. After all, the power Chu Xiao currently wielded came from the Dragon Balls, which pursued immense attack power and destructive capability. Cultivating to the extreme, shattering stars would be effortless, and with such vast potential awaiting his development, he had no energy to learn magic. At least Chu Xiao did not have a strong desire to learn magic at this moment. After briefly understanding the principles of Qi, Howard soon lost interest in the cultivation that Chu Xiao spoke of. Qi. This concept is too abstract. Compared to technology, it doesn't even hold a candle to firing a few missiles in terms of practicality. Though Howard accepted the existence of supernatural powers in this world as a leader in the tech industry, he still held firm to his beliefs. In his eyes, while the power that Chu Xiao had was indeed magical and powerful, the arduous nature of cultivation was too much to bear. Daily strenuous training of his own physique was something Howard could not tolerate. What is Qi? The Dong wave. Nothing could compare to the simplicity and brutality of pulling a trigger. Chu Xiao, let's talk about the universal capsule. Do you know how important space folding technology is for us Stark Industries? I said before I will reveal the universal capsule technology when necessary, but now is not the time. Chu Xiao snorted coldly. His display of strength before Howard was entirely to apply pressure on him, making him work more efficiently. However, unexpectedly, Howard seemed to only have eyes for technology, completely disregarding the intimidation of Chu Xiao's martial prowess. You should arrange for me to meet Dr. Erskine as soon as possible. I am very interested in his super soldier serum. As for explaining the might of Qi to Howard, Chu Xiao had no intention of explaining at the moment. On one hand, he was unsure if the Qi from the Dragon Balls could be cultivated by the natives of the Marvel Universe, and on the other hand, he lacked the energy to take on a disciple and teach them diligently. Not long after Howard left, within 2 days, Chu Xiao received a message notifying him to go to a tailor shop in the Queens District of New York. Chu Xiao knew that this was the research location for the super soldier program. Without hesitation, he drove his magnetic levitation car directly to the destination. Following the method from the original plot where Agent Carter led Rogers, he entered the shop, recited a riddle, and was taken into the hidden research facility beneath the tailor shop. Chu Xiao soon met Dr. Erskine, who bore a resemblance to Einstein with his white hair and a face lined with age, yet possessing a pair of bright, penetrating eyes. Chu Xiao's arrival naturally attracted the attention of the research staff, who were somewhat familiar with this suddenly transferred colleague. Dr. Erskine had already received information about Chu Xiao, knowing that he was the recently extremely mysterious new shareholder of Stark Industries. In other words, Chu Xiao was the inventor of magnetic levitation technology. However, Erskine and the others could hardly imagine that someone with such significant achievements in the tech world was actually a remarkably handsome young man. Chu Xiao, I am Dr. Erskine. It is a pleasure to become your colleague. Dr. Erskine approached Chu Xiao, his eyes reflecting admiration. Hello, Dr. Erskine. I have long admired your name. Chu Xiao responded politely. After a few exchanges of pleasantries, they began to engage in their regular work. Having spent some time doing research in the Dragon Ball world, Chu Xiao had a strong capacity to accept new things. With Dr. Erskine's guidance, he quickly became familiar with the workflow. However, this was not the main focus for Chu Xiao. He did not come to the Research Institute to be an ordinary researcher, but to find a way to obtain the formula for the super soldier serum from Dr. Erskine. After a day of intense work, Chu Xiao took the initiative to invite Dr. Erskine to have a meal together. Out of appreciation for Chu Xiao, Dr. Erskine nodded in agreement. Driving his magnetic levitation car, Chu Xiao took Dr. Erskine to a restaurant he frequently visited during this period, seeking a secluded spot and simply ordering a few dishes. Chu Xiao began to try to genuinely connect with Dr. Erskine. Dr. Erskine, do you believe in the existence of supernatural powers in this world? Chu Xiao's words made Dr. Erskine pause, his fork suspended midair. Erskine stared at Chu Xiao with a complex gaze as someone had previously asked him the same question. Red Skull, the leader of Hydra. Someone once asked me this question later. Dr. Erskine shook his head, choosing to remain vague. He then shifted the conversation, saying, as scientists, we should believe in science. Supernatural powers are not science. I disagree. Chu Xiao shook his head and replied, actually, supernatural powers can also be considered a form of science. Your super soldier serum from a certain perspective is a supernatural power. However, since you have mastered and understood it, it has become science. Dr. Erskine gazed into Chu Xiao's eyes, contemplating his words. After careful thought, he found them indeed very reasonable. Chu Xiao, everyone has a different understanding of science. Your understanding is quite advanced, just like your magnetic levitation technology, but does not belong to this era. Though Dr. Erskine did not know the full extent of Chu Xiao's background, his words inadvertently hinted at Chu Xiao's secret. Chu Xiao indeed did not belong to this era, or even this world. Haha. Doctor, you have not disappointed me. You are very intelligent and have great foresight. Chu Xiao was pleased with Dr. Erskine's performance, finding it simple to converse with clever and visionary individuals. Before Dr. Erskine, Chu Xiao slowly raised his hand, cupping it as chi began to coalesce, gradually forming a baseball-sized white energy sphere in his palm. Dr. Erskine, your super soldier serum is not just a serum. It is the first stepping stone for humanity to access a new world. Dr. Erskine stared in astonishment at the energy sphere in Chu Xiao's palm, his fork unintentionally dropping to the ground, as countless thoughts flashed through his mind in just a few minutes. Regarding the enigmatic Chu Xiao before him, Dr. Erskine felt increasingly intrigued. Dr. Erskine, your super soldier serum is still not perfected. Ooh, I believe I can help you with that. Chu Xiao smiled at Dr. Erskine. Chu Xiao, you. Dr. Erskine did not know what to say, but he felt as if he had been touched inside. The bad will get worse while the good will get better. Although the super soldier serum is powerful, its side effects are also significant. Such advanced technology should not exist in this era, but since it has appeared, then it requires someone to refine it. Doctor, you need someone who has already stepped into the new world to help you perfect your masterpiece. I am that person who has stepped into the new world. Let me help you perfect your super soldier serum. Dr. Erskine remained silent for a long time before finally nodding in agreement with Chu Xiao's thoughts. In contrast, Chu Xiao also broke into a cold sweat. Before coming to the research institute, he had been contemplating how to obtain the super soldier serum from Dr. Erskine. Chu Xiao had considered many methods, but none gave him complete confidence. In the end, he could only choose the most daring approach, revealing his supernatural powers. This may seem of little use, but it held profound significance for Dr. Erskine. Looking back at the entire Captain America narrative, one can easily see that Dr. Erskine, as the inventor of the super soldier serum, held extremely conflicting views about his invention. On one hand, he admired the serum's power. On the other hand, he feared the serum's side effects. Thus, Dr. Erskine chose Rogers as the test subject because he was a good person. He could maximize the reduction of the serum's side effects. However, Rogers' success was merely a last resort. If Dr. Erskine had a way to refine the serum, he would not have needed to seek someone like Rogers. Once the serum is perfected, anyone who injects it will gain immense power without having to worry about the side effects altering their inner selves. That is the lifelong dream of Dr. Erskine. Now, a normal person who has already mastered supernatural powers and has shown no side effects has come to him. Dr. Erskine found it hard to refuse because he had never felt so close to his dream. If the serum is really perfected, then his serum will not be a double-edged sword, but rather the first stepping stone for humanity to enter a new world. The name of Erskine will be celebrated by future generations. For every scientist, this is an irresistible temptation to dedicate their lives to the rise of humanity. The next day, Chu Xiao arrived at the Research Institute early where Dr. Erskine had already been waiting for him for a long time. Chu Xiao even suspected that after he dropped Dr. Erskine home last night, the doctor might have sneaked back to the Research Institute in the middle of the night and stayed there. Come on, Chu Xiao, let me introduce you to the real super soldier serum. Chu Xiao followed Dr. Erskine, solemnly attentively listening to his explanations while taking detailed notes in his notebook. Facing Chu Xiao's earnest attitude, Dr. Erskine nodded in satisfaction. After a long while, Chu Xiao's notebook was filled with various research data. Dr. Erskine shared the manufacturing formula of the super soldier serum and the detailed manufacturing process with Chu Xiao. After understanding the formula of the super soldier serum, Chu Xiao began researching with Dr. Erskine on how to eliminate the side effects of the serum. Chu Xiao, do you have any suggestions on this? Dr. Erskine looked at Chu Xiao hoping he could provide constructive ideas. Chu Xiao pondered for a moment and realized he couldn't really offer any help. The formula for the super soldier serum was more complex than he had imagined, involving human biology that was profound and difficult to understand. With his amateur scientific skills, Chu Xiao could not propose any constructive suggestions. Chu Xiao's original goal was to obtain the serum's formula. Helping Dr. Erskine improve it would be a good thing. Even if he couldn't complete it, he could return to the Dragon Ball world and hand it over to Bulma for research. Dr. Erskine, before I make any suggestions, I hope you can study my body first. Chu Xiao had to temporarily change the topic, directing Dr. Erskine's attention to himself. Dr. Erskine was also very curious about Chu Xiao's body. Initially hesitant to propose a study, he naturally wouldn't refuse now that Chu Xiao had brought it up. Dr. Erskine quickly collected some of Chu Xiao's body cells and began observing them under the microscope. Moments later, Dr. Erskine suddenly jumped up from his chair and rushed towards Chu Xiao, grabbing his hand excitedly and saying, "I've got it. I've finally figured out a way to eliminate the side effects of the serum." Huh? Chu Xiao looked confused, wondering how Dr. Erskine could find a solution just by observing his cells. Could the solution to eliminating the serum's side effects be hidden within his own cells? Chu Xiao was astonished and continued to listen to Dr. Erskine's explanation. Chu Xiao, your cells are several times more resilient than those of an ordinary person, which makes your body's strength greater than that of others. Your cell's regenerative ability is terrifyingly powerful, granting you unimaginable self-healing capabilities. Even more incredible is that each of your cells contains an unknown energy constantly strengthening your cells, making them increasingly powerful. Dr. Erskine spoke of the properties of Chu Xiao's cells as if he had discovered a treasure trove. Chu Xiao thought to himself that the unknown energy Dr. Erskine mentioned must be Qi, which continually reinforced his cells, making perfect sense. As for the terrifying regenerative ability that had to be the super healing power he wished for in the Dragon Ball world. But what connection did all this have to eliminating the serum's side effects? Chu Xiao, by observing your cells, I injected the super soldier serum into them. Can you guess what I found? Dr. Erskine stared at Chu Xiao mysteriously. Injecting the serum into my cells? Chu Xiao started to get excited. What happened to them? They perfectly received the serum's enhancement without experiencing any agitation, swelling, collapse, mutation, or any side effects at all. Their strong resilience provided space for the serum's enhancement, and the super healing ability allowed failed cells to metabolize naturally, leaving only the most perfect cells enhanced by the serum. Cells enhanced by the serum experienced double the resilience, triple the neural responsibility, and their lifespan was enhanced fourfold. Dr. Erskine trembled as he held Chu Xiao's hand. The secret to eliminating the serum's side effects lies in enhancing the strength of the receptor cells and their self-healing ability. I can't believe it took me this long to realize such a simple truth. Chu Xiao was even more excited. If what Dr. Erskine said was true, after injecting the super soldier serum, he would gain double the defensive power, triple the neural responsibility, and quadruple the lifespan. Chu Xiao's original lifespan of 80 years would be directly enhanced to 320 years. Congratulations, Doctor. Chu Xiao was not only congratulating Dr. Erskine, but also feeling happy for himself. The next phase of research will focus on two directions: how to improve individual cell resilience and self-healing abilities. Do you have any suggestions regarding these 2 points? Dr. Erskine asked. Well, Chu Xiao was momentarily at a loss for words. He really didn't know how to enhance individual cell characteristics. Should every individual train in Qi? That certainly wouldn't work. Then it could only be through medication. Doctor, the purpose of the serum is to enhance cell resilience, activity, lifespan, and other characteristics. Why not try diluting the serum to extend the duration of its enhancement effect? That would naturally achieve the effect you desire. I have tried this method before. Long-term low-concentration serum injections lead to the individual developing antibodies against the serum, greatly weakening its enhancement effect, resulting in much poorer outcomes than a one-time enhancement. Chu Xiao frowned, looking at Dr. Erskine, and suggested, "Then doctor, why not divide the serum into 2 types? The diluted serum could be a general-purpose serum suitable for everyone. The enhanced serum would only seek out qualifying individuals, creating the perfect super soldiers." After hearing Chu Xiao's words, Dr. Erskine was also taken aback. He realized he had previously fallen into a logical deadlock, only thinking about how to eliminate the serum's side effects while ensuring its efficacy. But he had never considered the differences between a universal serum enhancement and super soldiers. "Thank you, Chu Xiao," Dr. Erskine said gratefully, his eyes filled with appreciation. "No need to be polite," Chu Xiao replied. "Now we can begin the human trials for our super soldier program." The military has been pestering us for too long. Dr. Erskine nodded repeatedly, excitedly, saying, let's start the human trials. They'll have the military select qualifying individuals for us right now. The military will select. Chu Xiao was taken aback and quickly asked Dr. Erskine, do you know a young man named Rogers? Rogers? Who is he? I don't know him. Dr. Erskine looked confused, clearly not knowing Rogers. Chu Xiao silently thought that things were going badly. Dr. Erskine didn't know Rogers, so how could Rogers possibly have the chance to be enhanced into Captain America? The butterfly effect. Chu Xiao realized that his presence had already altered the storyline of Captain America. Dr. Erskine hadn't noticed Rogers' existence, and the subsequent plot was unlikely to unfold. Chu Xiao shook his head, refusing to allow such a thing to happen. Without Captain America and Captain America, what could it still be called? Chu Xiao had to do something about it. Dr. Erskine, please don't rush to contact the military yet. I think we should calm down for a moment. Chu Xiao's eyes turned and he continued, our serum is not only under the military scrutiny, many other forces are also watching it. If we reveal the news of the universal serum now, it will definitely trigger a world-class event, making things hard to control. Dr. Erskine immediately thought of Hydra's Red Skull. If he found out about the existence of the universal serum, he would undoubtedly stop at nothing to seize it. What should we do then? Dr. Erskine looked at Chu Xiao. In just 2 days he had begun to rely on him. First, we should keep the news of the universal serum hidden and continue with the perfect serum plan. We need to find a qualifying individual to divert the attention of other forces and secretly conduct individual experiments with the universal serum. Dr. Erskine nodded, fully agreeing with Chu Xiao's idea. So who should we select for the perfect serum experiment? Chu Xiao smiled, looking at Dr. Erskine. Stephen Rogers, the 23rd enhancement. Inside the research institute, the staff were astonished that the head of the institute had changed to Chu Xiao, while Dr. Erskine was nowhere to be seen. They pondered this in their hearts, but dared not ask further. At this moment, Dr. Erskine was on a train heading to the city where Rogers resided. His goal was to find Rogers and directly invite him to become a candidate for the super soldier program. The plot changes brought about by Chu Xiao were gradually being corrected. That night, after all the researchers had left for the day and the entire research institute was left with only Chu Xiao, he prepared to enhance the super soldier serum for himself. Ever since he realized that his body could perfectly adapt to the serum's enhancement, Chu Xiao had been eager to strengthen himself. During the day, with so many people around, Chu Xiao was unwilling to expose his strength in the matter of the enhancement serum. In fact, only Howard and Dr. Erskine knew about his abilities. The other few people merely knew that Chu Xiao was a rising star in the scientific community. Chu Xiao took out a notebook containing the serum formula. All the raw materials were available in the research institute, and the staff were busy primarily with extracting and synthesizing the materials needed to manufacture the serum. As for the proper ratios, only Dr. Erskine and Chu Xiao knew. To delve deeper, Hydra still had some stock of the super soldier serum. These were produced by Dr. Erskine during his time with Hydra. Fortunately, the quantity was limited, otherwise Red Skull would have already dominated the world. Using the raw materials at hand, Chu Xiao quickly concocted a batch of super soldier serum. Looking at the light blue transparent liquid in the test tube, it was hard to imagine that this was the serum capable of enhancing human capabilities. Chu Xiao filled the super soldier serum into a syringe, removed his clothing, revealing the defined contours of his strong muscles, and slowly laid down on the cold experimental platform. Next, Chu Xiao took a deep breath and pressed the start injection control button. With a crisp sound of the switch, the needle of the syringe pierced into Chu Xiao's upper arm, and the super soldier serum was slowly injected into his body. A chilling sensation emanated from the needle coursing through Chu Xiao's veins and into his arterial circulation. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted. The previously calm Chu Xiao became extremely tortured, beads of sweat, like large pearls, appearing on his forehead, his entire body tensed, and the veins bulging like the roots of an ancient tree. Chu Xiao felt the icy liquid entering his body suddenly change character, becoming extremely violent and frenzied. They were like soldiers who had lost their sanity, using Chu Xiao's body as a battlefield, launching a frenzied assault. The sensation was as if countless ants were gnawing at him, and the pain of his muscles tearing apart was unimaginable. But none of this mattered to Chu Xiao, as after a minute of intense pain, his Bodis super healing ability from the Dragon Ball began to take effect. That mysterious power followed the serum closely, like firefighters appearing wherever there was a blaze, repairing Chu Xiao's dying cells and restoring his torn muscles perfectly. Everything passed in the blink of an eye. For the first time, Chu Xiao experienced what it meant for a second to feel like a year. When the pain finally subsided, Chu Xiao slowly opened his eyes, panting heavily, sweat pouring from his body and soaking the entire experimental platform. The once well-defined muscles of Chu Xiao had transformed, replaced by robust, explosively beautiful bronze-colored muscles. Almost on par with Captain America's muscle mass in the original plot. Upon closer inspection, it was even more perfect than Captain America's. Looking down at his body, Chu Xiao felt as if he were admiring an exquisite work of art. He clenched his fists, the power surging from within made him tremble with excitement. With a swift punch, Chu Xiao's arm became a blur, and with the sound of air being split, his fist was invisible. Feeling the response from his super healing ability, Chu Xiao realized that the effect of the serum was already manifesting, granting him quadrupled lifespan. 280 years. Chu Xiao was quite surprised. According to Dr. Erskine's prediction, the serum could enhance his lifespan fourfold. The dragon had previously told him that he was supposed to have 80 years. 4 times 80 should be 320 years, right? So why had it now become 280 years? 280 years reduced by 4 times was merely 70 years. Chu Xiao pondered and quickly realized, my lifespan has been consumed. The dragon had once mentioned that his super healing ability was closely tied to his lifespan. Continuously using the super healing ability would consume his lifespan. Since obtaining his abilities, Chu Xiao had been engaging in frenzied training. Such intense training naturally placed a heavy burden on his body, causing his lifespan to dwindle from 80 years to 70 years, losing a full decade. The training under the cat immortal truly drained too much of his lifespan. Chu Xiao recalled how the cat immortal had mercilessly tortured him due to his super healing ability, using it almost daily on the Corin Tower, which naturally led to significant consumption of lifespan. In the future, he must maintain a balance in his training to minimize the consumption of his lifespan. Chu Xiao resolved that he had previously overlooked this point. Now that the problem had arisen and he had found the cause, he naturally needed to prevent such situations from occurring again. As for the lifespan loss caused by using super healing abilities in battles against enemies, Chu Xiao could not control that. He could only strive to become stronger to sustain fewer injuries and lessen lifespan consumption. Thinking about it this way, Chu Xiao suddenly felt that his extended lifespan of 280 years seemed so short, with the possibility of dying at any moment. Having completed the enhancement, Chu Xiao put on his clothes and erased any traces he had left before leaving the research institute. At the same time, Dr. Erskine finally arrived in the city where Rogers was located and found Rogers, who had once again been rejected by the draft office. Looking at Rogers, who held a level 4F physical examination report, Dr. Erskine was perplexed as to why Chu Xiao would recommend this frail individual as the first candidate for the super soldier serum enhancement. However, after conversing with Rogers, Dr. Erskine changed his mind and firmly believed that Rogers was completely suitable as the subject for the super soldier serum. I don't want to hurt anyone, nor do I want anyone to be hurt. My reason for enlisting is not to prove anything, but rather to hope that this world becomes better and better. Rogers' words deeply touched Dr. Erskine's heart. Rogers, you are a good person. Dr. Erskine and Rogers boarded the train back to New York, during which the doctor made a call to Chu Xiao, instructing him to prepare for the experiment and to be ready for the super soldier program at any time. However, after Chu Xiao hung up the phone intending to rest, he discovered another change occurring in his body. While enhancing the super soldier serum, Chu Xiao focused entirely on amplifying his physical body, not noticing the changes within the Black Lotus of reincarnation in his dantian. When Chu Xiao first entered the world of Captain America, the Black Lotus of reincarnation fell into silence, only stirring slightly when he interacted with Rogers due to the language barrier, granting him the ability to speak English fluently. Now the Black Lotus of reincarnation is changing again, slowly condensing a petal of lotus under Chu Xiao's consciousness. Chu Xiao was already familiar with this lotus petal. It was indeed the petal that could allow him to traverse the reincarnation world if he gathered 7. Reflecting on the function of the Black Lotus of reincarnation, Chu Xiao understood that it was to seize the fortune of heaven and earth and to supplement the creation of all things. With this in mind, Chu Xiao realized that this condensed lotus petal might be a result of his enhancement of the super soldier serum, or perhaps a means to help Rogers gain the chance to transform into Captain America. It turned out that he could also obtain lotus petals in the reincarnation world. Thus, if Chu Xiao worked hard to seize more fortune from the Captain America world, he could very well gather 7 petals again by the time he returned to the Dragon Ball world in 2 years, regaining the right to traverse the reincarnation world. For Chu Xiao, this was even more exciting than enhancing the super soldier serum. After all, each reincarnation world is a vast treasure trove waiting to be developed. However, things were not as simple as Chu Xiao imagined. A fortune was an elusive concept, and he had no idea what it entailed, let alone how to seize the fortune of others. Chu Xiao joined Stark Industries as its largest shareholder. Although he did not condense any lotus petals simply by enhancing the super soldier serum and helping Rogers gain his chance, he had condensed a lotus petal. This discrepancy puzzled Chu Xiao. He speculated that only events involving the protagonist or significant changes in the plot could lead the Black Lotus of reincarnation to condense lotus petals. In that case, if Chu Xiao wanted to live quietly in the Captain America world for 2 years, it would certainly not be feasible from a perspective of maximizing benefits. It seems he'll have to create some major events in the Captain America world. Chu Xiao lay on his bed, closed his eyes, and began to ponder what he should do next. Firstly, Chu Xiao had already obtained the formula for the Super Soldier Serum and completed its enhancement, so he could set aside concerns about the serum for now. Secondly, Stark Industries' magnetic levitation technology, while not yet fully democratized and primarily supplied to the military, was on the right track, though there were not many benefits to be gained. To elaborate, the vibranium in Howard's possession still held some appeal for Chu Xiao, and he could procure some. Beyond that, there was really nothing that piqued his interest. Thirdly was the core artifact of the Captain America world, one of the 6 Infinity Stones, the Space Stone, also known as the Cosmic Cube. Currently, the Cosmic Cube should be in the hands of Red Skull, who, judging by the latest battlefield reports that had come through, it was evident that Red Skull had obtained the Cosmic Cube and had begun secretly developing energy weapons. From Chu Xiao's perspective, whether for obtaining the Cosmic Cube or condensing the lotus petals of the Black Lotus of reincarnation, he had to stand opposed to Red Skull and wage a battle against Hydra. Thus, the major event that Chu Xiao could orchestrate was to defeat Red Skull and obtain the Cosmic Cube. He flipped over in bed, lying on his side, deep in thought. With my current strength, even Red Skull shouldn't be my match. Chu Xiao was confident, as Red Skull, who also enhanced the Super Soldier Serum, could hardly contend with him. However, fighting Hydra alone would certainly be fraught with danger. Chu Xiao knew that while there was a clear disparity in strength with Red Skull, Hydra was not just one man. It was an organization, a world-class terrorist group composed of numerous fervent believers of Red Skull. If Chu Xiao wanted to obliterate Hydra, he would not only face Red Skull, but the entire Hydra organization, a challenge that was self-evident. Just the thought of energy weapons manufactured using the Cosmic Cube that could teleport a person away from Earth upon impact, leaving no corpse behind, sent chills down his spine. Chu Xiao asked himself if he had the strength to withstand such energy weapons. Thus, he must, like Captain America, seek out a group of allies. He set his sights on Rogers, considering that based on the Dragon Ball world, having Goku as his muscle still allowed him to obtain lotus petals. Joining forces with Captain America to take down Hydra's stronghold would naturally not affect the Black Lotus of reincarnation in condensing lotus petals. Furthermore, from a strength perspective, there were indeed few qualified individuals in the Captain America world who could team up with Chu Xiao. Having made up his mind, Chu Xiao lay back and decided to first help Rogers enhance the Super Soldier Serum, and then together they would start tackling Hydra's missions. Everything was driven purely by self-interest, solely aimed at making himself stronger. Early the next morning, Chu Xiao rose early, completed his morning training, as usual, finished 1,000 weighted push-ups and 800 weighted squats, washed up, and drove to the research facility. As he approached the research facility, Chu Xiao noticed some unusual signs. The outside of the once quiet tailor shop was particularly lively today, with cars lined up along the road, and several unidentified individuals were present in various sections. Some pretended to chat, others feigned reading newspapers as passers-by, while some leaned against cars smoking quietly. However, when Chu Xiao parked his magnetic levitation car in front of the tailor shop, they all turned their attention to him, a faint hostility indicating to Chu Xiao that these individuals were not on his side, but likely spies from Hydra. Why were Hydra's spies gathering at the research facility today? The answer was obvious. They had come for the Super Soldier Serum. Today, as Rogers enhanced the serum, Dr. Erskine would naturally prepare the serum liquid. Red Skull's intentions were clear: to seize the serum liquid and analyze the serum formula. Oomph. Chu Xiao snorted coldly, transforming his magnetic levitation car into a universal capsule, and thought to himself, in the original plot you succeeded, but now that I'm here, do you think you can kill the doctor and steal the serum? Do not even think about it. Ignoring the gazes of the Hydra spies, Chu Xiao turned and entered the research facility. Inside, Dr. Erskine, Rogers, Howard, and important military personnel had already been waiting for a long time, ready to begin the serum enhancement as soon as Chu Xiao arrived. Chu Xiao scanned the room and quickly spotted the captivating beauty agent, Peggy Carter. This was Chu Xiao's first encounter with Carter, yet he recognized her instantly among the crowd. No wonder she was once adored by Captain America. She truly possesses an enchanting allure. As everyone watched, Chu Xiao slowly approached. Agent Carter leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "There are moles in the research facility, and the tailor shop outside is surrounded, ready to strike at any moment." Carter was surprised that Chu Xiao had approached her directly, especially in front of so many people, making such an ambiguous gesture. The warm breath against her ear sent shivers through her, but upon hearing Chu Xiao's words, she was taken aback. As a top-level agent, although she felt heavy-hearted, Carter's expression remained unchanged. Instead, she feigned a shy demeanor to mask the abruptness of Chu Xiao's previous behavior. A clever woman, Chu Xiao naturally noticed Carter's actions, and seeing her expression, everyone mistakenly assumed that the two were already acquainted and shared a close relationship. Ah, the world of the young truly is beautiful. With the arrival of Chu Xiao, the Super Soldier program officially commenced, and Rogers stepped onto the experimental platform, just as he did in the original storyline. Unlike Chu Xiao's enhancement to prevent Rogers from fainting during the process, Dr. Erskine had administered a painkiller to him in advance. However, there was no such procedure for Chu Xiao. It was not that he feared pain, but rather that he had great confidence in his super healing ability. No matter the pain, it would not cost him his life. As long as he persevered, he would be fine. Painkillers were only necessary for someone like Rogers. Everything proceeded just like in the original plot. Howard injected Rogers with the painkiller and pressed the start button. Rogers was fully enclosed in the experimental chamber, and as Howard continuously increased the power, the entire chamber emitted a dazzling white light. Rogers' screams echoed throughout the research facility. Even though Chu Xiao was prepared, he couldn't help but feel anxious for Rogers. Due to Chu Xiao's intervention, Rogers did not join the Super Soldier training camp, thus, he had no chance to meet Agent Carter. Therefore, despite the horrifying nature of Rogers' screams, no one dared to call for a stop. Chu Xiao focused on the experimental chamber, releasing his aura as he sensed Rogers within. He felt Rogers' presence gradually strengthening, his power beginning to change as the serum took effect. However, this process was far too slow. Rogers had to constantly endure the pain brought on by the serum's transformation. His mental strength could hardly withstand such overwhelming negative pain for long. Chu Xiao had to do something about it, otherwise if Rogers did not exit the experimental chamber, his subsequent plans would undoubtedly be affected. If Captain America died, Chu Xiao's plans would undoubtedly be impacted. This would severely affect his interests. Howard cranked the power to maximum. With a command from Chu Xiao, Howard hesitated for just a second before adjusting the power to the maximum following Chu Xiao's instructions. This was Howard's trust in Chu Xiao. As the indicator representing the power surged, it shot towards 100%, even showing signs of exceeding that limit. Within mere seconds, the equipment in the research facility could no longer bear such immense pressure, leading to overload short circuits with sparks flying and white arcs of electricity flashing everywhere. Oh, oh, oh. Rogers' screams grew even more terrifying, causing everyone present except for Chu Xiao to feel a chill run down their spines and break out in cold sweat. The dazzling white light shone through the glass of the experimental chamber, illuminating the entire research facility. As if it were midday, everyone struggled to open their eyes, only able to hear Rogers' voice echoing in the lab. Boom. The equipment in the research facility finally couldn't withstand such a high intensity of load, exploding with a loud bang and turning into a heap of scrap metal. At the same time, Rogers' voice abruptly ceased, plunging the entire facility into a deathly silence. After a long while, everyone remained stunned by the recent events, but Chu Xiao was the only one who maintained his composure. He pulled the lever to open the experimental chamber, snapping everyone back to reality. As the chamber opened, everyone leaned in to look inside. The once frail Rogers was nowhere to be seen. In his place stood a magnificent man brimming with explosive muscles remarkably resembling Rogers. The enhancement was successful. Captain America has been born. Chu Xiao let out a sigh of relief, finally putting his mind at ease. At that moment, the Black Lotus of reincarnation within him underwent another transformation, surprisingly condensing another petal. This surprised Chu Xiao. The success of Rogers' serum enhancement was already an event from the original storyline, so how could the Black Lotus of reincarnation condense a petal from it? At that moment, Chu Xiao couldn't think of a satisfactory answer and could only temporarily assume that his actions had helped Rogers. Seeing that Rogers had successfully enhanced, everyone noticed the drastic changes in his appearance. One by one, people descended from the observation room on the second floor, gathering around Rogers. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Captain America, a bespectacled man stealthily approached the experimental platform where the super soldier serum was stored, holding a silver button resembling a lighter. As the man planned to press the button, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist. A tremendous force surged from it, and in his panic, he noticed a handsome man in a white lab coat had appeared beside him without him realizing it. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Chu Xiao. Oh! The man screamed as his wrist was already broken. The controller was snatched away by Chu Xiao, and before anyone could react, he had subdued the man. Did you think I wouldn't notice you? A Hydra spy. As everyone wondered why Chu Xiao had attacked one of his own, hearing Chu Xiao reveal the man's identity made them all break out in a cold sweat. What Chu Xiao was holding was clearly a detonator. A Hydra spy was lurking among them, and he had placed a bomb. Even seasoned generals felt a wave of fear wash over them. Agent Carter also drew her sidearm when Chu Xiao acted, stepping forward to assist in subduing the spy. Just as she was about to question him, the man moved his mouth, biting down on a poison capsule, frothing at the mouth, as he uttered, "Cut off one head, and two more shall take its place. Long live Hydra." The man's death further solidified his identity as a Hydra spy, and everyone cast grateful glances at Chu Xiao. Had it not been for Chu Xiao's timely discovery of the Hydra spy and his swift action to subdue him, the people present would have long since met their end. Everyone expressed their gratitude to Chu Xiao, their attention fully on him. Moreover, as Chu Xiao was also a researcher involved in the experiment, he naturally drew even more focus. In contrast, Captain America, who had just undergone enhancement, was overlooked by the crowd, with only Dr. Erskine by his side inquiring about his feelings after the enhancement. Just when Chu Xiao and the others thought the crisis had been averted, a sudden gunshot shattered the brief calm. Dr. Erskine stared in disbelief at his chest as bright red blood instantly soaked his white lab coat. "Doctor!" Captain America shouted, his fierce gaze shooting towards the shooter, who was another Hydra spy hidden in the crowd. There was not just one Hydra spy lurking in the research facility. The spy had somehow managed to steal the remaining 2 super soldier serums. At this moment, the spy who had shot the doctor was preparing to escape the facility. But how could Chu Xiao allow this spy to successfully flee? It was a matter of life and death. Everyone felt a flicker before their eyes, and Chu Xiao had already vanished from his original spot, leaving only an afterimage while his actual body was racing towards the path the spy would take to escape. "Did you think I would let you go?" Chu Xiao's voice was like a call from hell, chilling to the bone, making the spy's hair stand on end as he instinctively raised his gun to shoot at Chu Xiao. But unfortunately, his speed was far too slow in Chu Xiao's eyes. "Slow as a snail. Kneel before me." With the precedent of the first spy committing suicide with poison, Chu Xiao held nothing back this time, swiftly striking with a knife hand to knock the spy unconscious, preventing him from taking any poison. When Chu Xiao launched his first attack, no one had clearly seen his movement. Now, as he struck again, everyone witnessed the entire process firsthand. Everyone was stunned by the display of power shown by Chu Xiao. Was this truly the strength a human should possess? Could it be that Chu Xiao had also undergone the super soldier serum enhancement? The enhancement of the super soldier serum could grant such terrifying power. The speed that only allowed them to see an afterimage had surpassed the limits of what an ordinary person could comprehend. Even Captain America present did not dare to claim he could clearly see Chu Xiao's movements, let alone achieve such speed. In just 2 strikes, Chu Xiao had shattered everyone's perceptions, adding to his identity as a genius scientist the title of super soldier. After knocking out the spy, Chu Xiao did not pause for a moment, rushing towards Dr. Erskine, whose heart had been pierced and was teetering on the edge of death due to blood loss. "Dr. Erskine cannot die." Chu Xiao's expression darkened. If Dr. Erskine died, just like that on the surface, it might seem to have little effect on Chu Xiao, but after careful consideration, the key points could be unraveled. If Dr. Erskine died, the super soldier serum would become a hot potato in Chu Xiao's hands. Any force that discovered the connection between Chu Xiao and the serum would undoubtedly keep a close eye on him, greatly restricting his freedom and causing him significant inconvenience. Furthermore, Dr. Erskine's death would likely cause Chu Xiao to lose the opportunity to condense another lotus petal, which was crucial for him. 7 lotus petals equated to a chance to traverse the reincarnation worlds. Each petal was vital for Chu Xiao. Therefore, Dr. Erskine could not die, he had to survive. Everyone present were not insignificant figures. They could tell that Dr. Erskine's injuries were fatal. Even if they attempted to rescue him, it would be futile, and they could only watch him gradually slip away. Yet Chu Xiao shouted that the doctor could not die and took action, drawing everyone's attention once more, making them wonder. Could it be that Chu Xiao was not only a scientist and a super soldier, but also a doctor capable of bringing the dead back to life? With a fierce glint in his eyes, Chu Xiao swiftly produced a gray cloth bag from his wrist. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he took out a green bean. "What is this?" "A mung bean." Some couldn't help but exclaim, their expressions revealing disbelief. Chu Xiao remained unfazed, pinching the bean between his fingers and crushing it into powder. He then lifted Dr. Erskine, pried open his mouth and stuffed the powder inside. In the next moment, everyone widened their eyes in shock as the dying Dr. Erskine miraculously stood up unharmed, brushing off the dust on his clothes, staring incredulously at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao truly is a doctor capable of bringing the dead back to life. Dr. Erskine stared at his own body in disbelief. The wound on his chest had completely vanished, and he felt no pain at all. Even his spirit felt exceptionally invigorated. If it weren't for Chu Xiao and the others being right beside him, he would surely think he had either ascended to heaven or descended to hell. "Chu Xiao, thank you for saving my life, Dr. Erskine's eyes brimmed with gratitude. This was not the first time Chu Xiao had assisted him, initially resolving the serum side effects, and then recommending Rogers as the enhanced super serum candidate. Now once again he had saved him from the clutches of death. Dr. Erskine realized that no matter how much he gave in this lifetime, he could never repay Chu Xiao's kindness. All right, doctor, there's no need for extra words. This isn't the time for such discussions. Chu Xiao nodded as the reincarnation Black Lotus within him condensed another petal the moment Dr. Erskine recovered. In just half an hour at the research facility, the reincarnation Black Lotus had already formed 2 petals, and now 3 lotus petals orbited the reincarnation Black Lotus. Indeed, it seems that only when involving the protagonist or crucial plot points can one acquire lotus petals. Chu Xiao confirmed his earlier suspicion and then turned to address the military representatives, saying, "Gentlemen, the super soldier serum has achieved preliminary success, which is commendable. However, as you can see, there are still deficiencies in the serum enhancement process that require further adjustments. More critically, we have already been infiltrated by Hydra internally. The success of the super soldier program should have been an exciting development, but as they could see, Hydra had already penetrated both the research facility and the military. Originally, the research on the super soldier serum was intended to combat Hydra. If a perfected serum formula were to be stolen by Hydra, the frontline battles would undoubtedly lead to unimaginable disasters. Now everyone found themselves in a dilemma. On one hand, they yearned for the super soldiers that the serum promised, while on the other they worried about the serum falling into Hydra's hands. The super soldier program must be temporarily declared a halt. Chu Xiao, having fewer concerns than the military, cared only for his own interests. Therefore, while the military representatives were at a loss and hesitated, Chu Xiao directly announced the cessation of the super soldier program in the name of the research facility. No, the super soldier program absolutely cannot be stopped. As soon as Chu Xiao finished speaking, someone immediately objected. Dr. Chu, you should know what the serum means for the frontline soldiers. Just imagine if we had a batch of super soldiers, we could quickly end this war. Exactly, the super soldier program cannot be halted. As for the Hydra spies, we can do our utmost to mitigate the risk. You can select a new batch of researchers, and additionally our military can provide you with 3 times, no 5 times the experimental funding. But you must quickly develop a perfect super soldier serum, not just for one individual, we want an entire squad. Chu Xiao sneered, his piercing gaze fixed on the military representatives, causing them to freeze in place, as if being stared down by a lion, their lives hanging in the balance at any moment. I do not like to repeat myself. Chu Xiao's voice was laced with coldness as he said, "Would you like to hear it again?" The military representatives fell silent collectively, and no one dared to respond to Chu Xiao. Even if they deeply opposed him at this moment, facing his words, they lacked the courage to speak up. After all, they had long witnessed Chu Xiao's formidable strength. Those who could ascend to their position were all seasoned individuals. How could they dare to provoke a tiger? Oomph. Chu Xiao scoffed disdainfully and continued, "If your ultimate goal is to end this war, then leave it to me." "What, you want to end this war?" The military representatives could no longer hold back and asked, feeling that Chu Xiao's statement was either a sign of madness or genius. Clearly considering Chu Xiao's various performances, they leaned more toward the latter. "How is that possible? Just you alone?" A general shook his head as if grasping a handle on Chu Xiao. He derisively said, "Dr. Chu, do you even know what war is? Have you witnessed the horrors of war? Not to mention, just you, even a whole army would be ground to dust under the gears of war. Heh, the wisdom of mortals." Chu Xiao had no interest in changing their outdated values. He ignored them and turned to face Captain America. "Rogers, we meet again." "Chu Xiao, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Since I saw you, I've had no chance to speak with you." Rogers learned from Dr. Erskine that it was Chu Xiao who strongly recommended him as the enhanced super soldier candidate. The strength he possessed now was entirely due to Chu Xiao's efforts, so Rogers was naturally immensely grateful. "Do you remember what I said when we first met?" Chu Xiao smiled, secretly thinking that Rogers was indeed a good person. After the serum enhancement, he appeared even kinder. "I remember you said I would become a hero for all of America in the future." Rogers once thought that Chu Xiao was joking, but now it seemed that he was not joking at all. Rather, his prophecy was coming true. It was his previous short-sightedness that prevented him from fully appreciating the meaning of Chu Xiao's words. "Good memory." Chu Xiao praised Captain America, then continued, "Rogers, are you interested in forming a team? Let's go save the world together." Rogers froze for a moment, then was filled with joy, his heart instantly surging with passion. Saving the world. What an honorable and grand undertaking. Rogers had always dreamed of one day saving the world, but he never expected that today his dream would finally come true. One cannot live without dreams. What if, like Captain America, he succeeded by accident? "I'm interested. I'm very interested." Rogers nodded repeatedly, his face filled with fighting spirit. At this moment, he finally had the opportunity to bring glory to the country and contribute to humanity. Chu Xiao and Captain America successfully formed a team, leaving the military representatives exchanging glances unsure of how to comment. They dared not speak further on Chu Xiao's matters, and now he was teaming up with Rogers preparing to save the world. At first glance it sounded absurd, but upon closer examination considering Chu Xiao's terrifying strength and Rogers' identity as a super soldier serum enhancer, everything seemed so reasonable. Some even found themselves believing that this temporary duo could truly save the world. How about letting them try? Who knows, they might really save the world. Finally, Dr. Erskine stepped forward, acting as a mediator to ease the tense relations between Chu Xiao and the military. Then let's give it a shot. The military representatives also took the opportunity to step back, agreeing to smooth things over with Chu Xiao and somewhat apologizing for their earlier doubts. They proactively offered to provide the necessary military supplies and personnel mobilization privileges, allowing him to recruit soldiers from the frontline units. Chu Xiao was not interested in the military supplies after all those items were sold to the military by Stark Industries, and Howard certainly did not lack such things. What Chu Xiao cared about was the personnel mobilization rights. With this privilege, he could form an elite special forces team to lead them in annihilating Hydra and saving the world. When Chu Xiao stepped out of the research institute, the tailor shop outside had already been cleaned. Although the ground had undergone special treatment, Chu Xiao could still smell a faint hint of blood. It seemed that after Chu Xiao informed Agent Carter about the spy at the entrance, she must have taken some action. Chu Xiao couldn't help but glance at Agent Carter, who was following him with a frost-like expression. At the same time, the excited Captain America was also trailing behind Chu Xiao. The reason Agent Carter was following Chu Xiao, in her own words, was that Captain America was the product of the Super Soldier Program, a military asset that required constant supervision. However, Chu Xiao knew that Carter was not monitoring Captain America's movements, but rather keeping an eye on him on behalf of the military. The military personnel mistakenly believed that he had a connection with Agent Carter and wanted to use that relationship to keep track of Chu Xiao's movements. Chu Xiao paid no mind to this. If Agent Carter wanted to follow, she could. He had no desire to engage in mental games with the military, and keeping Agent Carter around was also a way to reassure them. The three of them traveled in silence, with Chu Xiao driving his magnetic levitation vehicle heading towards Stark Industries, with Captain America and Agent Carter. Before heading to the battlefield, Chu Xiao needed some equipment to arm himself. Inside one of Hydra's hidden bases, the Red Skull, with a sinister expression, sat in his office, looking expressionlessly at the intelligence that had just been delivered. The plan to seize the serum and kill Dr. Erskine has failed. The Red Skull's words made the guards standing nearby shudder. The guards knew that the more calm the Red Skull was, the more dangerous he became. Chu Xiao. The Red Skull uttered Chu Xiao's name, stood up from his chair, and slowly walked toward a device, glowing with a faint blue light. Where did you come from? Are you like it not of this world? The Red Skull pressed a button on the device, and a cube crystal, emitting a soft blue light, slowly rose, extraordinarily captivating. The Red Skull was a fervent believer in myths and legends, and after discovering the cosmic cube, his beliefs were further solidified. At this moment, just as his plan to rule the world was about to begin, Chu Xiao suddenly appeared. Not only did he possess technology far surpassing that of this era, and was developing the super soldier serum alongside Dr. Erskine, but he also had access to miraculous medicines capable of bringing the dead back to life. What worried the Red Skull even more was that, according to the intelligence from the spies, Chu Xiao seemed to have enhanced the super soldier serum, possessing an unimaginable, terrifying power. Could he be a god? The Red Skull's gaze shifted from the cosmic cube to the vast blue sky with white clouds, his mood becoming complex. After a long pause, the Red Skull made a phone call and said a few words into the receiver. Soon a short man with large glasses hurriedly jogged in. This man was none other than Dr. Arnim Zola, who had helped the Red Skull study the cosmic cube in the original storyline. Dr. Zola, you need to see this. The Red Skull threw the documents at Dr. Zola, waiting for his response. The mission to assassinate Dr. Erskine has failed. Dr. Zola found it hard to believe the authenticity of the document in his hands. Given Hydra's assassination capabilities, killing Dr. Erskine should have been impossible to fail. So where did the problem lie? As Zola continued reading, he furrowed his brow tighter as time passed, and an expression of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Chu Xiao, having never heard of this person, how could he be so exceptional? Magnetic levitation technology, super soldier, serum, life-restoring medicine, and powerful mysterious abilities. It was impossible for all these to exist in one person, Zola said, somewhat agitated, perhaps even envious of Chu Xiao's talents. Though he was one of the top scientists of his day, in comparison to Chu Xiao, his brilliance dimmed considerably. How could one person possibly have the energy to master so many things? Even if Chu Xiao had started learning from the womb, he couldn't possibly be both a scientist and a doctor, as well as a powerful warrior. Could there truly be a genius who was born with knowledge? Isn't it incredible? The Red Skull discerned Dr. Zola's thoughts. What do you think of Chu Xiao? Leader, one person cannot achieve such great accomplishments, so I speculate that he may come from a place that is far more advanced than our technological civilization. Or rather, another world. The Red Skull nodded in satisfaction as Dr. Zola's guess was quite close to his thoughts. So where do you think Chu Xiao is from? The Red Skull posed the most challenging question to Dr. Zola, yet deep down he already had an answer. Zola narrowed his eyes at the Red Skull, seemingly trying to fathom his thoughts. The two locked eyes, confirming their suspicion, and almost instinctively looked towards the sky outside the window, the place where the gods were said to dwell. However, according to the speculations of the Red Skull and Dr. Zola, the gods were merely extraterrestrials whose civilization far surpassed that of Earth. Leader, we should send someone to capture Chu Xiao alive. He must have a wealth of valuable information to share, Dr. Zola said excitedly. I have already issued orders to keep a 24-hour watch on Chu Xiao. We'll capture him at the first opportunity. But, Dr. Zola pondered for a moment and said, Leader, Chu Xiao's strength is formidable. Oh, it's difficult to capture him alive with just the dispatched agents. The Red Skull snorted coldly, interrupting Zola. Zola, do not underestimate Hydra's agents. They are stronger than you think. Even if they are not a match for Chu Xiao, can't they think of other ways to bring him in? The Red Skull's words exuded confidence, and knowing the Red Skull's character, Zola could naturally interpret the meaning behind his words. The task of Hydra agents was not to kill him, but to find a way to bring Chu Xiao before the Red Skull. That made things much simpler, as Zola already knew from the information that Chu Xiao would team up with Rogers to head to the front lines. As long as the two reached the front lines, getting them to the Red Skull would just be a matter of an order or some intelligence. Leader, brilliant. Dr. Zola bowed respectfully to the Red Skull. Go, Zola, accelerate the pace of your subordinates. We need to form a troop equipped with energy weapons in the shortest time possible, the Red Skull said with excitement in his eyes. When my army is assembled, the entire world will belong to Hydra. Hydra long live. Dr. Zola said, then suddenly thought of another piece of information. Leader, the agents on the front lines report that the military has captured a Hydra spy at the Super Soldier Serum Research Facility, and they claim to have obtained extremely important intelligence from the spy. Do you think we should? The Red Skull interrupted. That's just their trick. There's no need to pay it any mind. Every member of Hydra is a great creator of the times. They will never betray Hydra. In New York, Stark Industries, Chu Xiao emerged from Howard's private laboratory, and Rogers had already equipped himself with his vibranium star-shaped shield. Chu Xiao chose a longsword made of vibranium, resembling a great sword from medieval Europe, which he planned to remold according to his design. The vibranium longsword was very similar to the sword carried by future Trunks in Dragon Ball. With this vibranium weapon, Chu Xiao had the means to protect himself against the energy weapons in the Red Skull's hands. As long as he used the great sword to rebound the energy waves from the cosmic cube, he wouldn't have to worry about being transported to some corner of the universe. The strength of vibranium lay in its ability to absorb any heat, kinetic energy, or energy. With this vibranium greatsword, Chu Xiao's combat power was elevated to a new level. As for Agent Carter, after sending Chu Xiao and Rogers off on the plane to the front lines, she left the two seemingly with a more important task that required her attention. The 28th march towards the Tiger's Mountain. As Chu Xiao and Rogers arrived at the front line of the battlefield, they received the latest intelligence from the military. The intelligence indicated that the exact location of the Hydra's secret base had been obtained from a spy, and they were immediately dispatched to head there. Chu Xiao had only one day to select no more than 10 soldiers from the frontline troops to accompany him. Great. I didn't expect that just arriving at the battlefield would allow us to strike directly at the core and destroy Hydra's secret base. Rogers rubbed his fists, eager to make a move. At this moment, Rogers, having not experienced the clownish global tour of the original story, remained blissfully unaware of the underlying issues. However, upon receiving the news, Chu Xiao remained silent, repeatedly reading the intelligence before shaking his head and saying, "This information is false." "False?" Rogers asked in confusion. "Brother Chu, how did you discern that this news is fake?" Since Rogers emerged from the Serum Research Facility, he had been calling Chu Xiao brother, and Chu Xiao didn't mind this affectionate address from Captain America, allowing it to continue. "Do you remember the spy who committed suicide with poison in the Serum Research Facility?" Chu Xiao explained. "I remember. The moment you caught him, he poisoned himself. But didn't you knock out another spy afterward? The military might have extracted Hydra's intelligence from him." Rogers voiced his speculation. Chu Xiao shook his head again, indicating that Rogers' thoughts were too simplistic. "Do you think the military has the ability to extract useful information from Hydra's spies?" Chu Xiao retorted. "It shouldn't be difficult, right? I've heard that the military's interrogation skills are quite strong. Hey, you're thinking too simply. The spy I knocked out might have already been dealt with before he even woke up. The so-called important intelligence is merely a trick played by the military. Chu Xiao waved the intelligence document in his hand and continued, since this is fabricated news by the military, how could it possibly reach us? There must be someone using their privileges to lure us to this location. Who would do such a thing? Rogers asked, seeming to lose the desire to analyze the problem with Chu Xiao present. However, it couldn't all be blamed on Rogers. After all, Chu Xiao had been orchestrating everything, and there was really no need for Rogers to think for himself. Hydra. Chu Xiao casually tore the intelligence document, saying nothing further, and swiftly made his way to the military camp. Rogers initially thought Chu Xiao would not head towards the secret base indicated by the intelligence. However, unexpectedly upon arriving at the military camp, Chu Xiao casually selected a few capable soldiers and headed directly towards the secret base mentioned in the intelligence. Knowing it's a trap, why still go? Rogers couldn't understand Chu Xiao's actions, yet he lacked the courage to question him, silently following Chu Xiao on the journey to the secret base. That night, Chu Xiao and the others arrived at a dense forest. Chu Xiao signaled everyone to stop, instructing Rogers and the others to wait in place while he stealthily entered the dark woods alone. Rogers and the others were unaware of Chu Xiao's intentions. The moment he stepped into the forest, Chu Xiao sensed the presence of several soldiers concealed within. Chu Xiao's aura sensing was an essential ability for everyone in the later stages of Dragon Pearl. It functioned like radar, allowing him to detect nearby life forms and determine their location and combat power. Usually the aura sensing was turned off, and only when Chu Xiao actively activated it could it be effective, as this ability consumed a significant amount of qi. He couldn't maintain it 24 hours a day, but would activate it whenever he arrived at a new place to scout. While speaking, Chu Xiao slowly approached a nearby soldier. Through the gaps in the forest, he discerned the soldier's identity. A Hydra soldier. Thus, Chu Xiao was able to confirm that they were nearing the secret base mentioned in the intelligence. He did not alert the soldier and quietly retreated. There are many centuries ahead. If we proceed further, we will enter Hydra's sphere of influence. The group tensed, realizing that the most crucial moment of the mission was about to begin. With just a few of them, how could they infiltrate Hydra and destroy the secret base? Everyone waited for Chu Xiao's orders. Rogers, there's a convoy 10 meters ahead. You lead the team to take them down, then disguise yourselves as Hydra soldiers to secretly infiltrate the secret base. Rogers nodded. This was indeed a plan. As long as they acted discreetly and disguised themselves perfectly, they could infiltrate the secret base. After all, Rogers knew that this so-called secret base was merely a ploy by Hydra to lure Chu Xiao and the others inside. Its defenses were not robust. Disguising themselves as Hydra soldiers would indeed make it easier to blend into the base. But what would happen afterward? Rogers looked at Chu Xiao, realizing that since Chu Xiao had him lead the team, what about Chu Xiao himself? Brother Chu, what about you? Rogers asked. Me. Chu Xiao looked at Rogers, paused for a moment, and said, since Hydra has woven this great net to capture prey, how could I, the prey, not show them some respect? Rogers and the others exchanged glances, unsure of what Chu Xiao meant. Could it be that Chu Xiao planned to charge boldly into Hydra's encirclement alone? That seemed too domineering. Rogers, don't ask too much. After you lead everyone to infiltrate the secret base, wait for my signal inside. At that time, we will coordinate and jointly destroy everything here. The outline of the plan had emerged, and everyone began to act according to Chu Xiao's directives. Not long after Rogers led the team away, Chu Xiao confirmed through his aura sensing that Rogers and the others had taken down Hydra's convoy and were driving deeper into the secret base. Chu Xiao transformed into a fleeting shadow, disappearing into the depths of the forest. The butcher, hidden deep within him, was about to wield the knife in his hand. In the forest, a Hydra soldier concealed himself in the branches of a large tree. With his superb stealth skills, even the top warriors would find it difficult to detect his presence. 618 reporting, everything is normal. The soldier spoke softly into his signal device, relaying information to the headquarters within the secret base, where the Red Skull was leisurely enjoying red wine and steak awaiting Chu Xiao's arrival. Continue to remain vigilant. I'll report immediately upon discovering any anomalies. 618 acknowledged. Just as the soldier finished speaking and closed the signal device, securing it back at his waist, he felt a chill down his back, followed by a surge of pain from his chest. A cold, gleaming sword had pierced through his heart, and as he tried to shout, he found his mouth firmly held shut by a powerful hand. In despair, the soldier attempted to press the signal device at his waist, but no matter how he struggled, he couldn't reach it, helplessly watching the endless darkness as he felt his life slowly ebb away. What? Chu Xiao looked at the corpse on the ground and lightly uttered before transforming into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from the spot. The slaughter had just begun. The 29th slaughter. The gloom-laden forest conceals more than mere darkness. It is also the most fertile soil for death. A faint metallic tang of blood lingers in the air. Chu Zhao's vibranium greatsword has flashed countless times, and the soldiers felled beneath its edge are beyond count. Chu Zhao's assassination sequence is exquisitely precise. He always strikes only after a soldier completes his report, and through careful observation, he has determined that patrols relay status updates every 10 minutes. Yet within those fleeting 10 minutes, Chu Zhao, possessing speed and strength far surpassing mortal limits, has already eliminated the majority of hidden sentinels entrenched deep within the forest. Soldier, report your status. The temporary command center transmitted a signal, but no reply came. Perplexed, the operator at the control console contacts another nearby soldier, only to receive the same silence once more. Something's wrong. The soldier grasps the severity of the situation and immediately alerts Red Skull, by which time Red Skull, still savoring an unfinished steak, has already lost dozens of troops. Red Skull sets down his knife and fork with elegant composure, wipes the grease from his lips, and says calmly, "So, you finally arrived. Chu Zhao, let me see the measure of your power. Do not disappoint me." With those words, Red Skull issues a rapid succession of orders. Full combat alert is declared, and every soldier begins converging upon the forest. Red Skull assumes their enemy now lies concealed somewhere deep within the forest's shadowed heart. Unbeknownst to him, Roger's squad has already infiltrated the secret base. Though hastily established, the facility was originally a cathedral, vast in scale, brimming with armored tanks and patrolled relentlessly by armed guards, all testifying to Hydra's terrifying might. It also reveals Red Skull's profound wariness of Chu Zhao's capabilities, prompting him to deploy overwhelming military force against a single adversary. Scarcely after Roger's team breaches the base, they receive the order for all personnel to regroup in the forest, confirming that Chu Zhao's presence has been exposed. At that moment, the mass exodus of soldiers toward the forest naturally eases the pressure on Roger's team, granting them greater freedom to advance deeper into the compound. Follow me. We push further inward. We must seize the opportunity Chu Brother forged for us. Disable their heavy weaponry and communication systems first. Render them blind, deaf, and crippled. Rogers executes Chu Zhao's plan without deviation, heading straight for Hydra's armory and supply depot. Red Skull stands at the forest's edge, flanked by a sea of Hydra soldiers, each wielding Zola's energy weapons. A single hit from anyone would be fatal to Chu Zhao. Red Skull's face is glacial, the darkness in his eyes rivals the abyssal gloom of the forest itself. With a flick of his wrist, he commands, "Advance, capture Chu Zhao alive. All others, kill." Hydra soldiers surge forward at the order, storming into the forest in 5-man squads to conduct methodical grid-like sweeps. Within the forest, Chu Zhao senses every movement through spiritual resonance. Facing Hydra's encirclement, he feels no fear, only a feral, bloodthirsty smile. In the Dragon Ball world, Chu Zhao had never indulged in wholesale slaughter. He harmed none who left him undisturbed. Now, however, he shatters his own restraints. For the first time, he prepares to unleash unbridled carnage. Firstly, nearly every Hydra soldier bears the blood of innocent victims upon his hands, leaving Chu Zhao utterly unburdened by conscience. Secondly, to crystallize a petal of the reincarnation Black Lotus, he must inevitably become Hydra's sworn enemy. So now he fully surrenders to the shadows, baring his fangs against them. Screams pierce the forest as a 5-man squad collides with Chu Zhao. Before they can even draw their weapons, they lie slaughtered, their blood staining the earth crimson. When reinforcements arrive moments later, they find only corpses and not a trace of Chu Zhao. Just as a nearby soldier assumes Chu Zhao has fled, screams erupt again from deeper within the woods. A second squad meets the same fate, decapitated by Chu Zhao's vibranium greatsword. "Damn it!" One soldier roars furiously, a coward who only ambushes from the dark. His curses grow louder, cruder, intended to provoke Chu Zhao into revealing himself. Even Chu Zhao, cloaked in darkness, acknowledges this soldier's innate, almost prodigious talent for vitriolic invective. Yet it stirs no emotion in him, only quiet gratitude. That torrent of profanity creates the perfect conditions for his next strike. After all, many soldiers, distracted by the barrage of insults, fail to notice the subtle rustle of leaves or the whisper of approaching death. Chu Zhao selects another squad and strikes anew. His vibranium greatsword slices cleanly across throats. Blood scarcely spurts before he vanishes from sight. He attacked again. I saw him. I saw only a shadow flash past, and then our men were headless. A nearby soldier cries into his comlink. He's too fast, just a blur. Is he even human? Another scream tears through the air. Death continues its relentless performance within the forest. More slain, and still we haven't glimpsed our foe. He's a demon, a devil risen from hell. After repeated merciless deaths, the soldiers dare no longer pursue the hunt. Frozen in place, they stand rigid with terror, straining every sense against the unseen horror that could strike at any instant. Their vigilance is futile. Chu Zhao's slaughter rages on, unceasing, unrelenting. The forest wails of agony pierce the soldiers' souls like serrated blades. What is true fear? Ignorance breeds the deepest dread, and anticipation of death the most exquisite torment. As time drags on, at last one soldier cracks beneath the weight of impending doom. Where are you? A soldier raises his energy rifle and fires wildly in all directions. Blue beams of searing light lancing outward, reducing anything they touch to wisps of white smoke. That soldier's frenzy becomes the spark igniting Hydra's collective breaking point. Their terror surges beyond containment. More soldiers join the chaos, firing blindly, indiscriminately, until the forest's blackness is shattered by blinding electric blue illumination. Such dense, uncontrolled barges ravage the forest flora, and even Hydra's own troops suffer. A stray blue beam strikes a soldier already unhinged by panic, vaporizing him instantly into a mound of ash. Death, madness, terror. These spread like a contagion through the forest, consuming Hydra's soldiers until nothing remains but hollow dread. Commander, the losses among our troops are catastrophic. When Red Skull receives this report, the forest battle is already drawing to its grim conclusion. Red Skull's arrogance, or rather his utter disregard for his soldiers, has cost them their lives. Useless fools. A fully armed, battle-hardened unit defeated by a ragtag ad hoc squad. What use are you to me? With a single contemptuous shot, Red Skull executes the messenger, then barks anew. Deploy the tank battalion immediately. Flatten that forest. Level it to dust. The Red Skull burned with fury, barking orders with eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty malice. His earlier intent to capture Chu Zhao alive now utterly abandoned, consumed instead by a single savage desire to reduce Chu Zhao and his companions to crimson ruin. Yet after issuing the command to mobilize the tank battalion, not a single armored vehicle arrived to reinforce him. Just as the Red Skull's rage threatened to erupt anew, a colossal explosion rocked the cathedral. Blinding firelight erupted from the tank hangar, flooding the vaulted ceiling with searing brilliance, turning night into day. Commander, it's catastrophic. The temporary base has been detonated. A soldier tumbled breathlessly to the Red Skull's side, voice trembling with dread. Impossible. Who triggered it? The Red Skull demanded, his voice a whipcrack of disbelief. He had rigged the cathedral with explosives precisely to ensure that should he prove outmatched in direct confrontation with Chu Zhao, he could still obliterate his foe and erase this threat forever. Yet now he hadn't even laid eyes on Chu Zhao, only to suffer devastating losses. Elite troops decimated the temporary base, reduced to smoldering rubble before its intended use. A man clad in star-spangled attire, bearing a star-shaped shield, accompanied by enemy special forces operatives, the soldier reported, factual and unflinching. Captain America, Steve Rogers, enhanced by the super soldier serum. How did he infiltrate the base? The Red Skull recoiled in shock. No, wait. If Rogers is inside the base, then who was in the forest? Chu Zhao. A cold sweat broke across the Red Skull's brow. Only Chu Zhao had stood alone in that dense, shadowed forest, and yet with solitary resolve he had shattered the Red Skull's most formidable unit. Chu Zhao's power far surpassed intelligence estimates, vastly, terrifyingly greater. Only now did the Red Skull grasp the depth of his own fatal arrogance. From the outset, even when entertaining the notion that Chu Zhao might be an extraterrestrial god, the Red Skull had never truly regarded him as a credible threat. Certainly not against the overwhelming technological supremacy and military might at his command. What he had failed to fathom was that Chu Zhao's combat prowess transcended all frameworks of human comprehension. Damn it! Gazing upon the inferno consuming his irretrievable base, and beyond into the brooding, impenetrable darkness of the forest, the Red Skull's fury warred with cold calculation. His world-conquering ambition remained unfinished. A retreat, however bitter, became inevitable. As the ancient adage warns, so long as the Green Mountains stand, firewood will never run scarce. Though outmatched by Chu Zhao and his elite forces crushed beneath that singular will, the Red Skull still held a trump card. The Tesseract, the cosmic cube, rested in his possession. Once its boundless energies were fully harnessed, even 10 Chu Zhaos would fall before him in his unwavering conviction. That thought deepened his resolve to withdraw. All units, engage and eliminate every enemy within the forest and the ruined base. He issued the final command, watching his soldiers surge into battle, while slipping silently toward the periphery where a magnificently imposing vintage supercar rested, his personal vehicle legendary in its own right. We must evacuate immediately. Once Dr. Zola completes his next generation of weaponry, I shall have my vengeance. As he slid the key into the ignition and turned it, sending the engine into a resonant throaty hum. The Red Skull froze. A voice calm and unmistakable echoed from behind him. "Where are you off to? Care for a lift?" The Red Skull stiffened, then glanced into the rearview mirror, to find without warning a young, strikingly handsome man seated calmly in the back seat. Chu Xiao. The name tore from his lips. Though only grainy black and white photographs existed in his files, instinct screamed the truth. This was him. Unmistakably, irrevocably. Boom. One heartbeat of silence, and then the Red Skull struck. Whirling violently, he drove his fist forward with such force that it punched clean through the supple leather of the driver's seat, aimed straight at Chu Xiao's face. A sharp, crisp snap, and the devastating blow halted midair, effortlessly arrested by Chu Xiao's open palm. With just 2 fingers curled around the Red Skull's wrist, Chu Xiao frowned, mildly displeased. "You still haven't answered my question. How terribly impolite." The Red Skull strained muscles, coiling, desperate to wrench free, but his arm remained locked in place. Inside he raged, "Impolite. This is my car. You barging in uninvited. That's courtesy. If not for your strength, I'd have ended you already." Yet outwardly he remained ice calm. "Dr. Chu," he replied smoothly. "You seem unusually curious about my destination. Perhaps you'd consider joining Hydra. With your abilities, I offer you the rank of Deputy Commander. Unite with me, and this entire world shall bow to the 2 of us alone." Even as he spoke, his other hand slid unseen behind the seatback, reaching slowly, deliberately for the pistol holstered at his waist. "Join Hydra." Chu Xiao let out a quiet, chilling laugh. "I confess, I did consider it." Upon arriving in the Captain America universe, he had weighed the proposition seriously, before meticulously weighing risks and rewards, and ultimately choosing irrevocable separation from Hydra. The Red Skull was too treacherous, too morally bankrupt. Collaboration with him was unthinkable. Moreover, to fulfill the lotus petal condensation of the reincarnation Black Lotus alignment with Hydra was fundamentally incompatible. On the contrary, only by personally dismantling Hydra could Chu Xiao maximize his strategic advantage. In that single suspended moment of contemplation, the Red Skull drew his pistol and fired, a searing bolt of flame lancing toward Chu Xiao's face. A wet crack, blood bloomed midair. Crack, crack, crack. The Red Skull emptied the magazine, bullets tearing through skin, shredding muscle, scorching organs. Each impact a brutal percussive testament to his fury. Blood drenched the rear seat. "Huh, Chu Xiao. What good is your strength now, dying by my hand? You were simply too young." The Red Skull sneered down at the lifeless form. "A pity. You carried revolutionary maglev technology, the super soldier serum formula, and your medical genius. I recall the dossier you saved Dr. Erskine with a miraculous green bean. That elixir must still be on you." He lunged forward, frantically searching the corpse, yet found no trace of the fabled green bean. Instead, his fingers closed around a small, blood-smeared capsule case. Trembling, he cradled it in both hands, ecstasy surging through his veins. Could this be spatial folding technology? His breath hitched. As a world conqueror whose ambitions knew no bounds, he instantly grasped its staggering potential. Master spatial folding, and dominion over the entire planet would be his absolute and unassailable. Imagine any nation resisting his rule. Dispatch a handful of spies, each carrying thousands of explosive microcapsules. No armies needed. No battles fought. Just silent total annihilation. Huh. My march toward global sovereignty has taken another decisive step. As he reached to stow the case, suddenly a bloodied hand seized his wrist. "Red Skull, what's got you so giddy? Tell me. Let me share in your joy." "What? How are you still alive?" Red Skull stared in disbelief at Chu Xiao's corpse, once mangled and lifeless, now pulsing with renewed vitality. Wounds across his body knitted themselves together before Red Skull's very eyes, sealing completely in the blink of one. Such an occurrence, utterly beyond human comprehension, sent shockwaves through Red Skull's mind. "You truly are a god, a deity from the cosmos." Chu Xiao did not deign to reply. To him, Red Skull, whose tongue was ever laced with delusions of divinity, had become an object of seething, unmitigated hatred. "My lifespan just plummeted by 5 years." The feedback from his super-generative ability ignited white-hot fury within Chu Xiao. Through the super soldier serum, he had extended his natural lifespan to 280 years. Yet Red Skull's gunfire had just stripped away 5 of them. No one under such circumstances could suppress that rage. Red Skull would pay dearly. Chu Xiao's face turned as cold and unyielding as glacial ice. With a subtle twist of his grip, he snapped Red Skull's arm, bone piercing violently through muscle stark white against torn flesh. "Wait, Chu Xiao, spare me. I'll give you anything." Red Skull cried out desperately. The man who once slaughtered without hesitation, whose aura reeked of ruthless efficiency, now crumbled beneath the raw primal terror of imminent death. As a great thinker once observed, those who routinely mete out death feel its horror more acutely than others when it finally looms before them. Red Skull embodied that truth. His pitiful groveling plea stripped him of every shred of the Hydra Supreme's terrifying majesty. Ha ha, a joke. I kill you, and claim everything you possess. Why spare your life? To burden myself with regret. A cruel smile curled Chu Zhao's lips as he slowly raised his right hand, extending a single finger beneath Red Skull's widening, terrified gaze. A blinding white ki blast erupted from his fingertip, piercing Red Skull's forehead clean through. Crimson blood sprayed from the back of his skull, splattering vividly across the steering wheel, in stark contrast with pale brain matter. Chu Zhao stepped out of the car, cast a contemptuous glance at the corpse, and silently vowed never again to show mercy like this. Against enemies like Red Skull, one must strike with absolute decisiveness, leaving no opening, no chance for counterattack. Having grown complacent in the Dragon Ball world, and encountering little resistance upon entering the Captain America universe, Chu Zhao's confidence had swelled dangerously, leaving him vulnerable to Red Skull's ambush. 5 years of lifespan. That's the price of learning decisive action. Not a bad bargain. Chu Zhao quickly recalibrated his mindset. With 274 years and 11 months remaining, sacrificing 5 years to internalize this lesson was a prudent investment, one that would help him avoid future losses born of arrogance. Viewed across the arc of a lifetime, it was hardly a loss. At that very moment following Red Skull's death, the wheel-returning Black Lotus within Chu Zhao's dantian stirred anew, coalescing a fourth petal, this one shimmering with 7-fold iridescence. 3 more petals would complete the lotus, granting him permission to traverse another cycle world. Brother Chu. Steve Rogers' voice rang out from behind. He approached with his squad emerging from their temporary base, each bearing wounds, yet none fallen. Clearly, the legendary Captain America lived up to his reputation, a master tactician and leader of rare instinctive brilliance. Rogers, drawing nearer, immediately noticed Chu Zhao's blood-soaked uniform and the unmistakable bullet holes stitched across it. His brow furrowed. Brother Chu, were you shot? I'm fine, just a minor injury. A little rest is all I need. Rogers and his team exchanged grim looks, scanning Chu Zhao anew. Inwardly, they marveled. This isn't a minor injury. It's catastrophic blood loss, dozens of penetrating wounds. Any ordinary person would be long dead. Yet here stood Chu Zhao, calm, upright, speaking as if nothing had happened. Their confusion was understandable. Chu Zhao had never revealed his super-generative capacity to anyone in the Marvel Universe. Only Dr. Erskine knew the full extent of his extraordinary resilience. Given that their reaction was perfectly logical, seeing Chu Zhao truly unharmed, they let the matter drop. After all, his enigmatic power had already taken deep root in their minds. So deeply, in fact, that if he declared himself divine, few would doubt him. Brother Chu, we've destroyed Hydra's temporary base, but we didn't encounter their leader, Red Skull. Rogers slung his vibranium shield onto his back. Red Skull? Isn't he right there? Chu Zhao pointed toward the sports car. Following his gesture, the team saw a figure lying supine inside, the corpse of Red Skull. Red Skull is dead. They rushed forward, peering down. There he lay, eyes wide and fixed, face contorted in a final snarl, slumped grotesquely within the vehicle, a crimson wound gaping at his temple. So this is Hydra's Supreme. What an undignified end. Indeed, I'd imagined he'd resemble Hitler. Yet look at this face. Notice the wound at his temple. It doesn't look like a gunshot. It appears to have been punched straight through. It does. I've served over a decade, and never seen a weapon leave such a mark. The squad murmured among themselves, dissecting the corpse with quiet fascination. Let's set aside the wound for now. Why Red Skull? Perhaps because Hydra's emblem is a skull. That's plausible. Rogers studied the wound closely, his instincts whispering that Chu Zhao wielded a weapon far beyond known science. This fatal injury bore its unmistakable signature. Reaching out, Rogers touched the wound and sensed something unnatural beneath the skin. He's wearing a mask, he murmured, then gently peeled away a thin, lifelike dermal layer from Red Skull's face. There, revealed at last, was Red Skull's true visage, a bare exposed skull, its bone surface veined with pulsating crimson muscle, radiating an aura of profound, unsettling malevolence. Red Skull. No wonder he bears that name. This is why. Is he even human? How could anyone deform like this? Chu Zhao drew near as the discussion intensified, gazing upon the ghastly countenance with detached disapproval. No admiration, only clinical distaste. Red Skull mutated after augmenting Dr. Erskine's super soldier serum. The serum does this. All eyes snapped to Rogers, faces tight with grim concern, as if silently declaring, you're doomed. Rogers paled, instantly turning to Chu Zhao with wide, pleading eyes. Brother Chu, will I turn into something like this? You? Chu Zhao shook his head, offering reassurance. Not only will you not become a skull, you'll grow ever more handsome. Truly, hope flickered in Roger's eyes. Rogers, have I ever lied to you? Chu Xiao led Rogers and others to destroy the temporary base of Hydra and successfully killed the leader of the Hydra Red Skull. This mission can be considered a resounding success. Before Chu Xiao and the others returned to our base, the news of their triumph had spread throughout the entire base. At the same time, this news also reached the rear headquarters. For the soldiers on the front lines, Chu Xiao and the others were tasked with a mission and returned triumphantly after completing it perfectly. Not only did Chu Xiao complete the mission, but he did so without any casualties. This fact was like a shot of adrenaline for the soldiers who eagerly sharpened their wits to join Chu Xiao's Special Forces team. What is the most important thing on the battlefield? Surely it is to follow a powerful leader. Chu Xiao obviously met these requirements, and this battle made him famous overnight. However, the military was utterly confused. They had never assigned any mission to Chu Xiao. The mission to destroy Hydra's secret base was secretly assigned to Chu Xiao and others by Hydra spies, abusing their authority completely unbeknownst to the military headquarters. As for the secret base of Hydra, they knew almost nothing. How could it be that just a few days later Chu Xiao and others successfully destroyed Hydra's secret base and killed the Hydra leader Red Skull? This surprise that fell upon them made the military bigwigs extremely excited, as they knew the importance of Hydra to Hitler. The death of Red Skull would certainly greatly diminish the enemy's combat strength. At this moment, it was clearly the right time to launch a full-scale attack and annihilate the enemy in one go. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao's performance received unanimous recognition from the military bigwigs, who all voted in favor of supporting his subsequent actions. Thus, after a brief adjustment at the base, Chu Xiao and the others set off again. During the rest period, Chu Xiao heard some rumors that a fire had broken out at the Stark Industries laboratory in Dr. Erskine had unfortunately died in the incident. This news sounded quite credible, but Chu Xiao believed that a fire could not possibly occur at the Stark Industries laboratory, let alone that someone as important as Dr. Erskine would die so easily. Naturally, he didn't take it to heart. Their current mission was to systematically destroy Hydra's secret bases and dismantle their weapon production facilities. As discovered in the original storyline, under Chu Xiao's leadership, the Hydra bases were systematically destroyed, the morale of the enemy troops plummeted, and the battle situation tilted overwhelmingly in their favor with victory in sight. In the Alps, Hydra's last secret base, Chu Xiao and others drove their maglev vehicles slowly towards Hydra's final base. We will soon arrive at the destination. Prepare to land, as we need to walk to infiltrate the base. Chu Xiao issued orders to the soldiers beside him. Looking at his comrades who fought alongside him, all of whom admired and revered him, the cohesion of the team was evident. Chu Xiao parked the maglev vehicle in a hidden corner, transformed it into a capsule, and everyone changed into snow camouflage suits, beginning their walk into enemy territory. A few hours later, with the experience from previous missions, Chu Xiao and the others easily infiltrated the secret base. However, what made Chu Xiao and the others feel uneasy was that the base was completely deserted, leaving only the equipment for producing energy weapons and unfinished products that could not be taken. This is an empty base. Chu Xiao realized the situation was dire and immediately ordered Rogers, tossing him the capsule containing the maglev vehicle, saying, "Rogers, lead the team to withdraw from the base immediately. Start the timer. If I am not out in an hour, you all drive away." Rogers took the capsule from Chu Xiao's hands, nodded firmly, and without questioning Chu Xiao's orders, led the team to evacuate the base quickly. Only Chu Xiao remained in the base. This is Hydra's last base. The cosmic cube must be here, but now it has become a deserted city. Chu Xiao furrowed his brow, expanded his form, and began to search quickly through the various rooms in the base, soon finding Red Skull's former laboratory. As soon as he entered the laboratory, Chu Xiao saw specialized equipment for storing the cosmic cube, but at that moment the equipment was empty and there was no trace of the cosmic cube. Chu Xiao carefully searched the surroundings, soon noticing several corpses. They were high-ranking officers dressed in German uniforms, all of whom had died from gunshot wounds, seemingly all at the hands of the same person. It seems the person who killed them took the cosmic cube. Who could it be? Chu Xiao's mind flashed with possible candidates who might target the cosmic cube. First, eliminate Odin and Thor, as they wouldn't use guns to kill enemies. Then it couldn't be Hitler's people. These corpses should belong to those he sent to take over Hydra. Then, a name flashed through Chu Xiao's mind: Dr. Zola. Chu Xiao found it hard to believe. In the original storyline, Dr. Zola was a cowardly scientist who looked terrified when Red Skull was killing people. How could such a timid person have the courage to kill several officers? The cosmic cube. Chu Xiao immediately thought of the reason: Dr. Zola must have killed Hitler's people for the cosmic cube. To Dr. Zola, the cosmic cube was a godly gem containing boundless energy. But as a transmigrator, Chu Xiao naturally knew that the cosmic cube was actually the space stone among the 6 infinity stones. Mastering the Space Stone would give one the ability to traverse the infinite universe at will. For instance, Thanos, who gathered all 6 Infinity Stones, could open a portal to travel freely across the universe with just a thought. Such tempting power was hard for even Chu Xiao to refuse, let alone Dr. Zola, who was in constant contact with the Cosmic Cube. Power can change a person's heart, making them go to any lengths to obtain it. Dr. Zola was indeed changed by the power of the Cosmic Cube. Where would Dr. Zola take the Cosmic Cube? Chu Xiao smiled wryly. If he hadn't killed Red Skull in advance, Dr. Zola would never have had the chance to monopolize the Cosmic Cube. Now with Dr. Zola disappearing along with the Cosmic Cube and leaving no clues behind, Chu Xiao felt quite disappointed. To Chu Xiao, the Cosmic Cube represented not only the immense power of the Space Stone, but also the opportunity to condense the 5th petal of the reincarnation Black Lotus within him. However, given the current situation, the Cosmic Cube was still far out of reach for Chu Xiao. In despair, Chu Xiao could only temporarily abandon the idea of obtaining the Cosmic Cube and planned to send intelligence personnel to search for Dr. Zola's whereabouts as soon as he returned. Determined, Chu Xiao went to the main control room of the secret base, activated the self-destruction function, and turned to leave the base. Chu Xiao reunited with Rogers and the others, driving the maglev vehicle away from the base, watching the secret base behind them engulfed in flames and smoke. Chu Xiao did not feel particularly happy. After all, he had not obtained the Cosmic Cube, and what made him even more dissatisfied was that since killing Red Skull and obtaining a petal of the Lotus, he had not gained any more petals. Even now, after destroying Hydra's last secret base, the reincarnation Black Lotus showed no reaction. In the actions following the killing of Red Skull, the greatest benefit he gained was his rising popularity among the American public. Because the battlefield needed heroes to inspire the enthusiasm of ordinary soldiers and civilians, the military promoted Chu Xiao, embellishing his achievements with exaggerated tales. Chu Xiao transformed into a great war hero in the hearts of the American people. Additionally, his identity as a major shareholder of Stark Industries was revealed by insiders. His popularity even surpassed that of Captain America in the original story. Even Stark Industries' stock surged wildly, becoming a mythical stock on Wall Street. At the frontline base, the war is about to end. Our squad will soon disband. It has been an honor to fight alongside you all. Chu Xiao looked at Rogers and the others, saying his final farewell, and boarded the plane back to New York with Rogers. Chu Xiao and Rogers stepped off the aircraft only to be instantly surrounded by swarms of media upon exiting the terminal, blinding flashes erupting everywhere interspersed with shrill shrieks from adoring women. The spectacle dwarfed even the arrival of a global A-list superstar. Rogers had never witnessed such overwhelming frenzy. He tensed his muscles to appear taller and more imposing, yet deep within his nerves trembled uncontrollably. Chu Xiao watched the battlefield legend Rogers fumble so comically and chuckled. Rogers, I have urgent business and must return to Stark Industries immediately. Please accept the military's press briefing and the White House Hero Award on my behalf. Brother Chu, wait. Surely it's inappropriate for me to attend alone. Rogers began to protest. But before the words fully left his lips, Chu Xiao vanished in a blur, already melting into the crowd and disappearing from the airport. Before Rogers could even sigh in protest, reporters surged forward. Captain Rogers, as a member of the elite tactical unit, how would you describe your commanding officer Chu Xiao? Captain Rogers, beyond his exceptional leadership, extraordinary intellect, and striking charisma, what hidden facets does Commander Chu Xiao possess? Captain Rogers, Commander Chu Xiao helped us in the war ahead of schedule and has become our national hero. May we ask, does Commander Chu Xiao have a romantic interest? Rogers awkwardly evaded the journalists' relentless questions. Most were directed solely at Chu Xiao, and he knew better than to speak publicly on his commander's private matters. Only when a military liaison arrived and ushered Rogers into an armored vehicle did the barrage finally cease. Settling into the back seat, Rogers exhaled in relief, believing for a fleeting moment that he had escaped unscathed. Across from him sat Agent Carter, her form clad in sleek black tactical stockings and a tailored uniform, her golden hair flowing effortlessly as she appraised Rogers with cool, piercing eyes. Captain Rogers, where is your commanding officer Chu Xiao? Oh gosh, I'm utterly exhausted. Rogers feigned distraction, blinking rapidly as if he'd heard nothing at all, then rushed his reply. I need rest. Click-clack. A sharp metallic sound pierced the air, the unmistakable ratcheting of a pistol being cocked. Rogers jolted upright, heart hammering, as Carter leveled a gleaming black barrel directly at his temple. Agent Carter, please remain calm. Brother Chu said he had urgent matters and returned to Stark Industries immediately. Oomph. Carter snorted, then turned to the driver. Driver, take Captain Rogers to the White House. Drop me off at the intersection ahead. Agent Carter, are you heading to the White House to collect the award for Brother Chu? He specifically asked me to accept it on his behalf. Rogers ventured cautiously. You talk far too much. Carter shot him a dismissive glance and fell silent, until she stepped out at the intersection where Rogers opened his mouth once more. She cut him off with quiet authority. Either learn how to read a woman, or simply close your mouth. Rogers shook his head sheepishly. Inwardly, he admitted he truly understood little about women. Had it not been for Chu Zhao's enhancement of the super soldier serum, he doubted he'd ever muster the courage to even initiate conversation with one. Watching Carter's silhouette fade from the rear window, Rogers stared silently at his own hands. Meanwhile, at Stark Industries, Chu Zhao had barely settled into his office when Howard Stark arrived, summoned by urgent news. Chu Zhao, my brother, you're finally back. I've missed you terribly these past weeks. Howard lunged forward for a hearty American embrace, only for Chu Zhao to vanish midair, reappearing an instant later in Howard's supple leather chair, cradling a glass of deep crimson wine. Chu Zhao took a delicate sip, then asked calmly, Howard, what critical developments occurred at Stark Industries during my absence? Hey, relax. You've just returned from the front lines. Take a few days to unwind first. Tell you what, I'll arrange some delightful company and charter you a private jet. How about an impromptu Nostradamus journey? Howard painted vivid images of sun-drenched beaches and luxurious escapes, but failed entirely to notice Chu Zhao's utter indifference. Howard, would you like to test my dong-dong beam? Chu Zhao smiled faintly, raising a single finger. Red Skull perished beneath this very digit. Care to experience it firsthand? Howard paled. Having witnessed the dong-dong beam's devastating power firsthand, he dared not waste another breath on banter. Chu Zhao, have you already heard the rumors? Chu Zhao's brow furrowed. A chilling suspicion crystallized. The whispers he'd caught on the battlefield might indeed be true. Fury ignited within him. Days earlier, amid the thunder of frontline combat, he'd learned of a catastrophic fire at Stark Industries' laboratory, and of Dr. Erskine's tragic death in the blaze. He'd refused to believe it at first. After all, he knew Stark's labs well. Their safety protocols were legendary. How could such a disaster possibly occur? Moreover, Dr. Erskine was irreplaceable, a man whose life held incalculable strategic value. His death in an accident defied logic. Yet Howard's palpable unease confirmed the grim truth behind the rumor. Dr. Erskine is dead. Chu Zhao's voice dropped to a low, resonant timbre, so chilling that Howard instinctively recoiled, spine prickling with dread. Yes, in that fire, Dr. Erskine and most of the lab's researchers perished. Howard tried to continue, but under Chu Zhao's razor-sharp gaze he faltered, shook his head, and sighed heavily instead. This was no accident, Chu Zhao. It was a meticulously orchestrated assassination. Howard spoke slowly, gravely. The wineglass in Chu Zhao's hand shattered without warning. A wave of oppressive aura rippled outward, stirring the air around him though no wind stirred. Dr. Erskine slain in a petty military power struggle. Do these politicians harbor nothing but filth in their skulls? For after Chu Zhao eliminated Red Skull, victories cascaded across the front lines. Victory itself now seemed inevitable, merely a matter of time. Immediately, senior military brass began jockeying for influence, desperate to claim credit, hoard glory, and secure maximum advantage in the war's final lucrative hours. Unable to challenge Chu Zhao directly, they fixed their ambitions on Dr. Erskine and on the super soldier serum he guarded. Factions clashed in covert, escalating skirmishes, each vying for control of the formula, thrusting Erskine violently into the eye of the storm. What they failed to anticipate was Erskine's unyielding integrity and profound moral conviction. He would never surrender his life's work to any faction, no matter how powerful. Not even the highest-ranking generals could sway him, and so his defiance sealed his fate. In collusion, several top military officials murdered Dr. Erskine, seized his research notes, and staged the scene to mimic a tragic accident. Thus Dr. Erskine perished, nameless, unsung, his sacrifice buried beneath layers of deceit. They will pay for every drop of his blood. Chu Zhao's gaze swept over Howard. And you were complicit in this, weren't you? Chu Zhao, my brother, this has nothing to do with me. They bribed a Stark Industries lab technician. I'm a victim here, just the poor wretch cleaning up their mess. You know my bond with Dr. Erskine, and with you. How could I possibly commit such an abomination? Chu Zhao paused, reflecting. Had Howard truly been involved, the crime would never have occurred on Stark soil. Clearly Howard was merely coerced into damage control, forced to serve the military's cover-up. Then let the military see precisely what I am capable of. Howard blanched. Chu Zhao, don't act rashly. We cannot fight them. They wield overwhelming power. We're just a corporation after all. So what? All of America knows Dr. Erskine was snatched from death's grasp by my hand, and knows the depth of our bond. Anyone who dares harm those under my protection must be prepared to die. Without hesitation, Howard broke into cold sweat, speechless, his mind utterly blank. Carter hailed a taxi and headed straight for Stark Industries. Inside the vehicle, her expression was grim, weighed down by deep concern. I have a terrible feeling, she murmured silently, resolving that Howard must keep Chu Xiao calm. Everything would wait until she arrived. Under no circumstances could Chu Xiao learn that Dr. Erskine's death was murder. Even if the worst came to pass, if he somehow uncovered the truth, every effort must be made to prevent him from acting recklessly. The war was nearing its end, and at this critical juncture, any major scandal within the military ranks would trigger catastrophic consequences. Carter dared not imagine Chu Xiao enraged. She only prayed things would not spiral beyond control. With that thought, she urgently urged the driver. Driver, speed up. I'm in a hurry. Right away, ma'am. Hold on tight. I'm accelerating. The driver glanced briefly at Carter's sleek black stockings before flooring the accelerator. When Carter arrived at Stark Industries and rushed breathlessly into Chu Xiao's office, she found it completely empty. Her heart lurched. Something was terribly wrong. She immediately turned to Howard's secretary for answers. Mr. Chu Xiao just left Stark Industries. Mr. Howard is on the rooftop preparing to depart via private aircraft for a business trip. The secretary replied. Business trip? More like fleeing the storm. Carter snarled, sprinting toward the rooftop, and yanked Howard bodily from the aircraft just as it was about to take off. Howard, where is Captain Chu Xiao now? Carter, hear me out. I told him nothing. Chu Xiao is brilliant and nothing escapes his notice. He discovered it all on his own. Now isn't the time for explanations. I asked you, where is Captain Chu Xiao? Captain, he may no longer hold that rank. Howard whispered low. By my calculations, he's already reached the military base, possibly even now surrounded by armed personnel. A chill ran down both Carter's and Howard's spines. Though Howard left the sentence unfinished, his meaning was unmistakable to any sharp mind. This is about to explode. Without hesitation, Carter shoved Howard into the aircraft, then vaulted inside herself. Take off, now, for the military base. Carter, I have a vital project requiring travel. Perhaps I could arrange another aircraft for you. Crack. A searing bolt of fire erupted from Carter's pistol, grazing Howard's ear and punching a charred hole through the seat behind him. Still planning that trip? The barrel of her gun pressed coldly against Howard's temple. No, I mean, upon reflection, it's not that urgent. My secretary can handle it. Lift off, now. Carter pocketed her phone and commanded. The aircraft rose steadily, veering sharply toward the military base. Howard stole a glance at Carter's unyielding profile and silently marveled. How eerily similar she was to Chu Xiao, both favoring blunt, uncompromising methods of persuasion. Truly astonishingly unconventional. Gathering his courage, Howard stammered, Carter, have you ever considered finding a boyfriend? My. Her hand instinctively dropped to the holstered pistol at her waist. Howard stiffened instantly. Just kidding. A joke. Forget I said anything. The helicopter sliced through the sky, carrying Carter and Howard toward the military base. Meanwhile, the military base blared with sirens, locked down under Level 1 emergency protocol. Armed soldiers swarmed every corridor. Reinforcements had rushed in from nearby garrisons. Intruder breach. Shrill alarms shrieked over radio channels, plunging the entire base into razor-edged tension. Target has eliminated a general. Engage without hesitation. Neutralize on sight. Repeat, neutralize on sight. Target is advancing toward the central conference room. Generals are still inside, unable to evacuate. Intercept immediately. An elite squad, fully armed and armored, took position along the sole corridor leading to the conference room. Breath-held senses, sharpened fingers poised over triggers. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed closer, each step tightening the soldiers' throats. Then at the turn of the corner, a figure flashed into view. Nearly every soldier froze, fingers slack on their weapons, stunned, speechless, not by threat, but by recognition. The so-called spy they'd been ordered to kill was none other than Captain Chu Xiao, America's celebrated war hero. How could their revered hero become the architect of this crisis and slay a general? That's Captain Chu Xiao? How could he be the target? One soldier lowered his rifle in disbelief. There's been a mistake. Someone else must be the real target. Yes, must be. He's here to help. Target hasn't arrived yet. Captain Chu Xiao, come over quickly. Don't get caught in the crossfire. Refusing to accept the unthinkable, the soldiers beckoned Chu Xiao forward, desperate to shield him from friendly fire. After all, Chu Xiao stood atop their pantheon, a major shareholder of Stark Industries, genius inventor of magnetic levitation technology, lead researcher of the super soldier serum, and the legendary commander who annihilated Hydra's nine-headed serpent with a single strike, architect of victory itself. Every American could recite his heroic chronicle by heart, as U.S. soldiers. Their reverence ran deeper still. Could a hero truly be an assassin spy? Chu Xiao offered no reply, only a quiet, unhurried stride toward the conference room. Then the radio crackled again. Open fire. You fools. Chu Xiao is the target. Shoot him now. What a... Chu Xiao is the target. Stunned silence fell. Soldiers exchanged disbelieving glances. Some even fumbled to recheck their radios, certain they'd misheard. No need to verify. I am the target, and yes, I killed that general. Chu Xiao kept walking steady and serene, closing the distance. Tap, tap, tap. At those words, rifles snapped up, aimed squarely at Chu Xiao. Captain Chu Xiao, halt immediately, or we will open fire. His smile deepened, not a flicker of hesitation in his step nor in his pace. He drew nearer, yet not a single soldier dared pull the trigger. As if bound by silent consensus, they waited for someone else to break the spell. The radio screamed anew, "You worthless cowards, shoot Chu Xiao now. Let him reach that room, and you'll join that general in the grave." Still no finger tightened on a trigger. Instead, they parted like a tide, clearing a path for him. Chu Xiao mused inwardly, could the voice on that radio be on my side? Each word he spoke did not incite violence, but instead forged quiet allegiance. Captain Chu Xiao, we don't know what's transpired, but we trust you. You act for reasons greater than we see. You are America's hero. Your deeds serve our nation. And as soldiers, our loyalty belongs solely to our country, not to whoever barks orders over that radio. Tell them, we send our regards. Chu Xiao gave a subtle nod, acknowledging their quiet courage. Along his journey, he'd met many like them, ordinary men anchored by extraordinary conviction. Though their strength was modest in matters of conscience, they were true power. The conference room door swung open, and a hailstorm of bullets erupted toward him. With a fluid motion, Chu Xiao unsheathed his vibranium greatsword, stopping every round midair. Impossible. Generals trembled, guns shaking in their hands, eyes wide with terror and disbelief. They'd never imagined he'd dare storm their sanctum. Even with Dr. Erskine dead, how could a mere captain dare retaliate against them? Captain Chu Xiao, calm yourself. Dr. Erskine's death was a tragic misunderstanding. Spare us, and we'll grant any demand you make. Chu Xiao's laugh was ice cold. Demands? What bargain could resurrect Dr. Erskine? And tell me, did you truly believe I came here for revenge? The generals stared blankly, exchanging bewildered glances. If not vengeance, then why had he stormed the base? Chu Xiao raised his blade, voice glacial. Today, I make one truth known to the world, that I, Chu Xiao, am not merely a hero, but a god of slaughter whom no man dares provoke. Thwip. Blood sprayed. Screams tore through the chamber. Generals collapsed in crimson pools. Survivors recoiled, staring at Chu Xiao's retreating back, as if beholding a demon risen from hell. They shuddered with profound relief, thankful they'd resisted the temptation to join the plot against Dr. Erskine, thus sparing their lives. Chu Xiao, he is utterly terrifying. Stark Industries. Chu Xiao performed push-ups under a 200-kilogram load. His sweat had long since soaked the floor, and his powerful muscles trembled rhythmically with each motion. 995, 996, 997, 1000. With a sigh of profound relief, Chu Xiao curled his body upward and shrugged off the weight. The heavy load struck the ground with a deep, muffled thud. Gasping greedily for air, he lay sprawled on his back, limbs splayed wide. Chu Xiao, my good brother, are you finished training? Howard's voice rang from the doorway, followed closely by Agent Carter, her expression stern and unyielding. Chu Xiao did not reply to Howard. He merely flicked a glance at the two figures from the corner of his eye, and then slowly rose to his feet and strode toward his next exercise, barbell squats, this time with even greater weight. Ha ha. Chu Xiao always trains with such unwavering focus, Howard awkwardly explained to Agent Carter. Well then, I'll leave you here. You may speak with him directly. After Howard departed, only Agent Carter remained. Watching Chu Xiao's infernal regimen, she silently wondered, was this even human training? Weights ordinary men could barely lift, he wielded as routine resistance. Unbidden, Carter recalled the scene from 1 week prior, when she and Howard had rushed to the military base. The conference room drenched in rivers of blood. Generals slumped lifeless in crimson pools, and Chu Xiao, standing amid it all, radiating an aura of death itself. Even now the memory sent shivers down her spine. Such a man possessed an irresistible magnetism for every woman. Carter knew with quiet certainty that a man like this was precisely the kind no woman should ever entrust with her life. Yet somewhere along the way, she could no longer say when, she had found herself helplessly drawn to Chu Xiao. Captain Chu Xiao, regarding your unlawful intrusion into the base 1 week ago, and the killing of several generals, the military tribunal has issued its official disposition. Chu Xiao bore the weight across his shoulders, executing full-range squats. Under tension, the striations of his leg muscles stood out with stark clarity. Speak. His words were terse, stripped bare of ornament. Officially, we will declare this an internal military operation, uncovering Hydra agents within the ranks. You are acting under classified orders. As for the slain generals, they will be reported as casualties of Hydra infiltration. Agent Carter watched Chu Zhao's formidable physique and instinctively swallowed. A press conference honoring you will be held at the White House tomorrow at noon. You must attend. Chu Zhao continued, squatting the weight still upon his shoulders. Spare me such formalities. Let Rogers represent me instead. Anything else? Carter gently bit her full crimson lips, then paused silent for a long moment, before asking, Are you free this Sunday? Moi. Chu Zhao instinctively turned his gaze toward her. Flustered beyond measure, Carter quickly averted her eyes, unable to meet his steady, penetrating stare. Clang. Chu Zhao lowered the weight from his trapezius, snatched a towel from beside him, and wiped the sweat from his face. Then, unhurried and deliberate, he walked toward Carter. Carter felt her heart hammering wildly, racing faster with every step he took, as if threatening to burst from her chest. You wish to ask me out? No, not at all. Merely work-related matters. She hastily clarified, wishing in that mortifying instant she could draw the pistol holstered at her waist and grant herself swift mercy. Work matters can be addressed through Howard. There is no need to involve me. Chu Zhao gazed upon Carter's flawless figure and added quietly, indeed. Not entirely work-related. I heard from Howard that you have quite the appetite for meat. As it happens, I know an excellent restaurant. If you're amenable, I'd be honored to take you there. Chu Zhao gave a slight nod as he passed her, then lifted a water bucket from the corner and drank deeply. Lately, he had trained with obsessive intensity. The meals delivered daily, enough to feed over a dozen men, were devoured entirely by him alone. Meat dominated his diet. On more than one occasion, he had complained to Howard that Stark Industries chefs prepared meat poorly. Yet Carter, having learned of this detail from Howard, had taken it upon herself to locate a truly exceptional restaurant for him. A woman with intention, Chu Zhao mused inwardly, and strikingly beautiful at that. He thought briefly of Bulma, comparing her to Carter. Where Bulma was brilliant, yet impulsive, Carter embodied mature allure and intuitive empathy, qualities far surpassing Bulma's. But did Chu Zhao feel anything for Carter? Truth be told, he harbored no genuine affection. If pressed, he might concede a flicker of primal attraction. Yet as a man of unwavering responsibility, he would never sacrifice Carter's lifelong happiness for fleeting physical gratification, especially knowing he could remain in the Captain America universe for only 2 years. Once those 2 years elapsed, he would return to the Dragon Ball world. Whether he would ever revisit this universe, or whether Carter would even still be alive upon any possible return, remained wholly uncertain. Thus, though he sensed her burgeoning feelings, he chose to feign ignorance. If it's about the restaurant, inform Howard to make the reservation on my behalf. If there's nothing further, Miss Carter, please excuse me. I've yet to complete my training. Carter clenched her jaw, her crimson lips bitten, hard fists tightly coiled. She stared at his retreating back, her heart heavy with unspoken sorrow. She, Peggy Carter, was peerless in beauty, capability, and character. Suitors lined up around Manhattan hand in hand. So why did Chu Zhao remain utterly unmoved? Worse, he seemed fully aware of her feelings, yet deliberately kept his distance. Was he homosexual? Or had the super soldier serum left some hidden physiological consequence, robbing him of normal masculine function? Frustration mounting, Carter stormed forward, 3 quick strides, and lunged toward Chu Zhao mid-squat, her hand reaching out with mischievous intent. Agent Carter, what do you think you're doing? Burdened by weight, Chu Zhao couldn't evade in time, watching helplessly as her hand closed in. Carter, cease. He shifted to shed the load, but before he could move, she launched herself into his arms. A jolt shot through Chu Zhao's entire frame. Fearing what might follow, he vanished, leaving only empty air where he'd stood. Moments later, he plunged into the icy waters of a nearby lake, submerging himself to clear his head. Phew, nearly lost composure. From now on, I must keep my distance from Agent Carter. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. This day marked Chu Zhao's departure from the Captain America universe. Chu Zhao rose early, dressed as usual, and made his way to Howard's office. Chu Zhao, my good brother, what brings you here today? Skipping training. Chu Zhao shook his head. Howard, I've come to say farewell. It's time I left. Leave? Ah, yes. Since returning from the front lines, you've stayed sequestered at Stark Industries, hardly stepping outside for 2 years. Time for a change of scenery, perhaps. As Howard spoke, his gaze lingered on Chu Zhao, and something in his friend's demeanor struck him as profoundly wrong. Howard, I'm leaving now, and I don't know if, or when, I'll return. Perhaps this is goodbye forever. Chu Zhao's tone was calm, yet the words struck Howard like a physical blow. What? Chu Zhao, my good brother, where are you going? Howard meant to press further, until he recalled Chu Zhao's relentless 2-year training regimen. In that instant, a long unanswered question snapped into place. What force compelled a man already so formidable to train with such ferocious urgency? Howard finally understood. Chu Zhao carried a secret, deep, dangerous, and unknown to him. A peril so grave, even Chu Xiao dared not underestimate it. Chu Xiao, what can I do to help? Howard asked gravely. Nothing, Chu Xiao replied, shaking his head. Howard's astonishment deepened. If even he, Howard Stark, could offer no aid, then the threat must be unimaginably dire. Chu Xiao, my good brother, Stark Industries will always be your home. No matter what lies ahead, you are always welcome to return. Chu Xiao nodded. Please convey my regards to Rogers. He's been overseeing elite soldier training. Far too busy to see me off. I will, Howard affirmed. And Agent Carter, shall I inform her? No need. Spare her unnecessary sorrow. After parting ways with Howard, Chu Xiao waited in quiet stillness until the appointed hour arrived. At the stroke of 2 years, the wheel of reincarnation lotus within him spun once, its petals unfurling, and radiant 7-colored auspicious clouds enveloped his form. In the next breath, Chu Xiao vanished from the Captain America universe and reappeared in the Dragon Ball world. Chu Xiao opened his eyes, greeted by the very woods he had left 2 years ago when departing from the Dragon Ball. Returning home, Chu Xiao felt an overwhelming surge of emotions akin to a traveler returning to his hometown after a prolonged absence, experiencing an indescribable sense of relief and freedom in his heart. Closing his eyes, Chu Xiao spread his aura, strengthening himself with the super soldier serum, complemented by 2 years of intense training. Chu Xiao's energy was vastly different from before, allowing him to easily sense UPA and others beneath the Korin Tower, while far above the Cat Sage and Sun Wukong were also within his perception. UPA hasn't changed at all. Chu Xiao mused. Wukong's strength has significantly increased, stronger than when I left the Dragon Ball world 2 years ago, truly deserving of being the main character. Following Upa's aura, Chu Xiao quickly arrived at the wooden house he had built himself. Looking at the unchanged structure, he remembered that although he had spent 2 years in the Captain America world, only 2 days had passed in the Dragon Ball world. This time discrepancy felt as though Wukong was still fighting monsters in the newbie village while Chu Xiao had already returned from completing a small quest. Brother Chu, you're back so soon. UPA emerged from Chu Xiao's wooden house, holding a piece of cloth, clearly just finished cleaning Chu Xiao's room. Yes, I'm back. Chu Xiao nodded in response to UPA. UPA stared at Chu Xiao with wide dark eyes, somewhat surprised, as just 2 days ago Chu Xiao had mentioned he would be leaving for a while. UPA had thought that Chu Xiao would be gone for a long time and didn't know when he would return, so he decided to tidy up Chu Xiao's room every day. Little did he expect that Chu Xiao would return after only 2 days. The more UPA looked at Chu Xiao, the more he felt that something was different. Not only had Chu Xiao grown taller, but he was also much stronger, and his demeanor had changed dramatically. Brother Chu, why do I feel like you've become a different person? Have you experienced a lot in these 2 days? UPA asked curiously. Indeed, I have gone through many experiences. Chu Xiao recalled the series of events he had faced in the Captain America world almost like a dream. Had it not been for the tangible strength within his body, Chu Xiao might have doubted his own life. UPA sensed that there were many stories behind Chu Xiao's words. Ever since his father passed away, UPA had indeed grown rapidly. Thank you so much, Brother Chu. You and Wukong have been working hard to help me revive my father and our people, and I really don't know how to express my gratitude to you and Wukong. Chu Xiao was taken aback by Yupa's reaction. This hardly sounded like something a 7 or 80-year-old child would say. It seemed that his father's death had profoundly impacted him. UPA, you don't need to carry too much of a burden. Wukong and I help you not just for you, for us, it is also a form of cultivation. What I seek in collecting the Dragon Balls is not merely for UPA, or fundamentally, it is for myself. To make myself stronger, to gain more lifespan, to gather lotus petals for the chance to traverse the cycle of reincarnation. It all stems from self-interest. Agreeing to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect those killed by Teopapai was Chu Xiao's way of ensuring that his mindset would not be affected by such matters. Chu Xiao had gradually developed a sense of pride and arrogance befitting a strong individual. Days later, beneath the Korin Tower, Chu Xiao finally awaited Wukong's arrival. Previously suggesting that Wukong climb the Korin Tower to increase his strength and then join him against the Red Ribbon Army stemmed from his own inadequate power. Now with Chu Xiao's strength, he was confident that he could single-handedly annihilate the Red Ribbon Army. Brother Chu, my strength has increased significantly. Let's have a spar. Wukong, seeing Chu Xiao, was entirely oblivious to the changes in him, only eager to fight with Chu Xiao. Oh, you're quite spirited. Chu Xiao chuckled lightly, feeling playful. There was no need to think. He knew Wukong would definitely not be his match. However, every time he thought about how he could easily defeat the main character of Dragon Ball Sun, Wukong, a sense of pride as a transmigrator welled up within him. Wukong, I'll let you use one hand. If you can force me to use my other hand, I'll consider it a win for you. Chu Xiao placed one hand behind his back, the other poised ready to receive Wukong's attack. Wukong was eager to try and didn't feel that Chu Xiao was going easy on him. In Wukong's heart, Chu Xiao had always been slightly stronger than him. Brother Chu, I won't hold back. Wukong channeled his energy, clenched his fists, and with a powerful push leapt forward like a leopard. What incredible speed! UPA, watching from the side, exclaimed, feeling as though Wukong had transformed into a phantom disappearing from sight. In the next moment, Wukong's figure appeared before Chu Xiao, one arm aimed at his chest. At this moment, Chu Xiao remained calm and composed, feeling no tension as he looked at Wukong's approaching fist. Wukong, you're too slow. With a swift counter, Chu Xiao made a single-handed palm strike, intercepting Wukong's lightning-fast attack with ease. Yeah, huh. After his initial strike failed, Wukong, still in midair, twisted his body, his thigh, striking at Chu Xiao's lower body like a snake. Bang! Chu Xiao lightly tapped the ground, his body floated like a feather, moving out of the attack range before Wukong's strike could land, causing Wukong's attack to miss once again. Wukong landed and gathered his energy, realizing that simple attacks were ineffective, and quickly repositioned himself. Buzz. Suddenly, Chu Xiao's surroundings changed, and dozens of Wukong's phantoms appeared, each making various silly expressions, some sticking out their tongues, some puffing their bottoms, and others striking poses. These phantoms surrounded Chu Xiao, leaving him no room to evade. A smile crept across Chu Xiao's lips as he thought to himself that Wukong's afterimage fist was indeed formidable, capable of creating dozens of phantoms. Chu Xiao could do this technique as well. During his time training under the Cat Sage at the Korin Tower, he had naturally learned the afterimage fist. However, he could only create up to 8 afterimages, which was his limit. From this, it was evident that Wukong's talent in martial arts was indeed far superior to Chu Xiao's. But so what? Now Chu Xiao had long surpassed Wukong on the path of cultivation. No matter how powerful your afterimage fist is, your speed still appears as slow as a snail in Chu Xiao's eyes. With an expression as calm as water, Chu Xiao pointed out with one arm, seemingly casually tapping one of the phantoms. A scream pierced the air as Wukong clutched his head, wincing in pain and sitting down on the ground. Oh, that hurts. Brother Chu, you actually saw through my moves. You've become so much stronger. Chu Xiao smiled slightly and replied to Wukong, no one ever stands still. As long as you keep working hard, you will be rewarded in due time. Wukong, don't lose heart. As long as you keep striving, one day you will surpass me. Wukong rubbed the swelling on his head, then rose resolutely from the ground. Brother Chu, I understand your meaning. Thank you for your encouragement. I will follow closely in your footsteps, and one day I shall surely surpass you. He spoke with unwavering confidence, his eyes gleaming with unshakable resolve. Chu Xiao inwardly winced. Had he perhaps overdone it with the motivational rhetoric? After all, if Wukong truly devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivation, his protagonist's innate aura of destiny might indeed allow him to one day eclipse Chu Xiao. Yet Chu Xiao felt no anxiety. Rather, he welcomed the pressure exerted by such a prodigious rival trailing closely behind him, knowing it would drive him to greater effort and unlock deeper reserves of potential. Brother Chu, do you still have any senzu beans? Could you spare me one? Wukong, weary from the recent bout, and especially sore from the lump still throbbing on his forehead, asked earnestly. The cat hermit said he gave you all his senzu beans, Wukong added, gazing at Chu Xiao with wide, guileless eyes, and told me to come down and ask you for 70 or 80. Chu Xiao remained outwardly impassive, though inwardly he had already cursed the cat hermit over 100 times. All his senzu beans. 70 or 80, just like that. He distinctly recalled bargaining relentlessly before finally wresting only 2 pouches, no more than 40 beans, from the cat hermit. How then had those become all his beans? And how could anyone possibly hand over 70 or 80 to Wukong so casually? That conniving, bloated feline. Far away atop Korin Tower, the cat hermit suddenly sneezed twice. As he pondered who might be cursing him, he recalled Wukong's recent descent and immediately deduced he'd just met Chu Xiao. A sly, triumphant grin crept across his face. Chu Xiao had carefully tallied his remaining senzu beans, one consumed in the Captain America world for Dr. Erskine 08, more used intermittently during intense cultivation, necessary to heal deep muscular trauma sustained under extreme physical strain. Now only 31 beans remained. Even Chu Xiao himself needed to ration them strictly. How could he possibly spare many for Wukong? Yet seeing Wukong gaze at him so pitifully, calling him Brother Chu with such innocent sincerity, and remembering their imminent mission to the Red Ribbon Army to seize 3 Dragon Balls, he knew Wukong might well need those beans along the way. Reluctantly, Chu Xiao drew forth a small portion. Wukong, my supply is nearly exhausted. I've used many recently. I can only spare you a few. As he spoke, he counted out 6 senzu beans from his pouch and handed them to Wukong. Use these sparingly, only in direst need. Chu Xiao had not finished speaking when Wukong plucked one bean between his fingers, popped it into his mouth, and crunched it down with cheerful rhythmic chomps. Instantly, the swelling on his forehead vanished, and his depleted stamina surged back to full vitality. Beaming with simple childlike satisfaction, he grinned foolishly at Chu Xiao. Thank you, Brother Chu. I feel absolutely fantastic. Let's go get the Dragon Balls from the Red Ribbon Army right now. Chu Xiao sighed and shook his head. Wukong's mind was pure and linear. Once set upon a thought, it followed straight to its end. With prolonged companionship, Chu Xiao had long grown accustomed to it. Still, the time had come to confront the Red Ribbon Army. 3 Dragon Balls awaited there, and it was high time to settle accounts with their envoys Tao Pai Pai and Master Roshi, who had been dispatched to harass him. Having resolved to depart, Chu Xiao retrieved his magnetic levitation car, only to find Wukong summoning the flying Nimbus cloud, plopping himself onto it with a silly grin and urging Chu Xiao to lead the way. Chu Xiao reflected inwardly his spiritual cultivation was insufficient to command the Nimbus cloud, and his flight technique, though capable of brief aerial hovering, lacked endurance for long-distance travel. The levitation car remained his only practical option. Let's go, Wukong. After locking onto the Red Ribbon Army's coordinates via the Dragon Ball radar, Chu Xiao accelerated the vehicle racing toward their stronghold alongside Wukong. Hours later, they arrived at the Red Ribbon Army's fortified base. From afar, its imposing modern military architecture loomed, more colossal and awe-inspiring than Hydra's stronghold in the Captain America world, bristling with heavier armaments. Chu Xiao signaled Wukong to slow down. As they neared a dense forest, he extended his key sense and swiftly detected numerous Red Ribbon soldiers concealed among the trees, along with heavy anti-aircraft weaponry, including surface-to-air cannons. We'll land here, Wukong. The rest is on foot. Chu Xiao's levitation car was too conspicuous and too sluggish to evade the Red Ribbon Army's defensive artillery. Though vastly stronger than before, Chu Xiao still could not withstand concentrated heavy fire assaults. Forced to land nearby, he would have to infiltrate the headquarters on foot. As you say, Brother Chu. Though Wukong sensed no hidden threats in the woods, his absolute trust in Chu Xiao required no further justification. He simply nodded and descended beside him. Once Chu Xiao stowed the levitation car, he unsheathed his vibranium greatsword, while Wukong unfurled his golden staff. In a blur of motion, the two streaked forward, toward the heart of the Red Ribbon Army. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chu Xiao advanced with deliberate precision, evading patrols wherever possible. Wukong trailed closely behind, slightly slower, yet astonishingly swift. Chu Xiao refrained from indiscriminate slaughter, not because he lacked the will, but because his sole objective was securing the Dragon Balls. Toppling the Red Ribbon Army was merely a consequential afterthought. He had no intention of massacring every soldier. Eliminating their leadership would suffice. Moreover, he held such cannon fodder troops in utter contempt. Engaging them would be a wasteful expenditure of energy. So long as they did not recklessly bar his path, he would not strike first. Yet one figure intrigued him deeply: Dr. Gero, a man capable of engineering artificial warriors surpassing even a Super Saiyan 1. Dr. Gero's genius and brilliance were self-evident. To recruit him would be the ideal outcome. Thus, Chu Xiao's mission was threefold: secure the 3 Dragon Balls, decapitate the Red Ribbon Army's leadership, forcing its dissolution, and locate Dr. Gero, persuading or compelling him to serve. If Dr. Gero had crafted androids for the Red Ribbon Army, he could certainly do so for Chu Xiao. And should he refuse, unyieldingly, irrevocably, then Chu Xiao would have no choice but to eliminate this genius without mercy. For rare as true genius may be living under the shadow of one who vowed 7 years hence to grind your bones to dust and scatter your ashes. That was no fate to endure. Genius was precious, but being perpetually hunted by one was anything but desirable. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted behind Chu Xiao. Wukong had inadvertently stepped on a buried landmine. Fortunately, Wukong's speed was extraordinary. He cleared the blast radius moments before detonation. Yet the explosion had irrevocably exposed their position. On the surveillance monitors inside the Red Ribbon Army's command center, Chu Xiao's and Wukong's figures now filled the screen. Black General, the diminutive commander, cigar clutched between his teeth, barked orders. Dare anyone invade the sovereign territory of the Red Ribbon Army? Identify them immediately. Hey, Marshal Commander of the Red Ribbon Army puffed on a cigar, his gaze fierce and unblinking as he stared at Chu Xiao and Wukong on the surveillance feed. Moments later, his subordinates delivered their dossiers. Reporting Marshal, the handsome young man in the footage is named Chu Xiao. He is the boyfriend of Miss Bulma, heir to East City's Capsule Corporation. His combat prowess is unremarkable. The shorter youth with a tail resembles the target of Tao Bai Mai's assassination mission. He placed second in the previous Tenkaichi Budokai, most likely the one who killed Tao Bai Mai. Hey, Marshal exhaled a slow smoke ring and mused, the good-looking one is clearly a pretty boy, mere ornamentation. As for the child, no matter how formidable he remains, just a child. That Tao Bai Mai perished at such hands. Humph, a waste of every credit I invested in him. Hey Marshal snorted coldly, eyes glinting with lethal intent as he addressed his soldiers. No matter their origins, anyone daring to trespass upon Red Ribbon Army territory must die. Watching his troops surge forward toward Chu Xiao and Wukong, Hey Marshal drew deeply on his cigar and ordered, "Unleash full force. Kill them both. Failure means immediate execution." His words dripped with venom. This was the Red Ribbon Army's terror. Even its own soldiers faced death for failure, forging an army of desperate, fearless killers. Such an organization deserved annihilation. Meanwhile, having been discovered, Chu Xiao and Wukong halted their sprint. Reinforcements had already closed in. Soldiers raised rifles without warning and opened fire. A torrent of searing gunfire lashed out. To Wukong, ordinary bullets could not pierce his defenses, only stinging like sharp slaps against his skin. Chu Xiao, though enhanced by the super soldier serum, still lacked sufficient resistance to bullet penetration. Wukong endured the barrage, crouching low and grimacing in pain. Chu Xiao, meanwhile, spun his vibranium greatsword in blinding arcs, deflecting every round aimed at him. The rifleman froze mid-stance, staring in disbelief. How could these two stand unscathed beneath such relentless hail? Impossible. No human should survive intact under such fire. Their enemies would normally be riddled with holes, yet here they stood untouched. Back at headquarters, Hey Marshal's cigar hung, suspended midair. His eyes widened in shock, breath momentarily stolen. There exist people who can withstand bullets barehanded, he exclaimed in disbelief. His ranks included those who dodged bullets, and even the psychic general slain by Tao Bai Mai could catch rounds with his powers. But none had ever blocked bullets purely through flesh and bone, as Wukong did. Cursed brat, clearly no ordinary child. And that Chu Xiao, his greatsword is undoubtedly a priceless treasure. Kill him, seize it. Marshal, they are exceptional martial artists. Shall we recall our own elite generals, or dispatch cyborg warriors from Dr. Gero? Hey Marshal scoffed. Exceptional. We hold 10,000 soldiers within this base alone. I refuse to believe they can outlast us. Issue full mobilization, arm all units with heavy weaponry, and deploy the armored division. Eliminate them, by any means necessary. Yes, Marshal. The new orders surged across the ranks. Soldiers swapped rifles for heavier ordnance. Armored divisions joined the hunt for Chu Xiao and Wukong. The Red Ribbon Army's armored corps ranked among the world's finest, piloting exoskeletons reminiscent of Iron Man's armor, equipped with devastating firepower. Yet unlike Iron Man's sleek form-fitting suit, theirs bore the stark, utilitarian lines of the machines seen in the Matrix. Chu Xiao had faced such mechs before, during his battle with Egg-Fried Rice King, and knew their battlefield dominance, though they proved woefully inadequate against elite martial artists. This time, however, the Red Ribbon Army deployed its entire armored fleet, 50 war machines advancing in dense thunderous formation. Individually manageable, their sheer number pressed Chu Xiao and Wukong to their limits. Chu Xiao and Wukong, having weathered the first assault, finally struck back. Wukong roared, lunging into the ranks, his staff whirling like oars, churning turbulent river currents, felling soldiers in sweeping arcs. Chu Xiao's expression remained ice-cold. He held no contempt for killing foot soldiers, yet now obstructed on his path, his resolve hardened into lethal intent. His vibranium greatsword cleaved the air, cold light, flashing off steel armor, blood staining rifle barrels. Soldiers glimpsed only a blur before falling lifeless into crimson pools. Each had committed unspeakable atrocities, their hands stained with innocent blood. They believed themselves long desensitized to death. Yet when death loomed before them, raw terror seized them, screaming, writhing, drowning in the visceral awareness of life slipping away. Chu Xiao vibrated his greatsword, once not glancing down at the fallen. With swift, silent steps, he advanced toward the Red Ribbon Army stronghold. Those who bar my path shall perish. His voice echoed like a primordial beast roaring from deep within ancient forests, carrying across the entire woodland herd by approaching soldiers. They paid no heed, only quickened their pace, drawing ever closer to their own demise. To these ignorant soldiers, no one, not in all the world, could survive the Red Ribbon Army's encirclement. Chu Xiao and Wukong would surely fall by their hands. His cry was merely the final wail of a doomed man. They're firing over here. A second wave clashed with Chu Xiao and Wukong, now armed with far deadlier ordnance, enhanced rounds boasting superior penetration. This time, even Wukong's body might fail to withstand the onslaught, but for Chu Xiao it meant nothing. No weapon mattered unless it struck its mark, and these soldiers could not hope to track Chu Xiao's speed. Before their rifles even rose, Chu Xiao blurred into motion. 5 afterimages materialized before the soldiers' eyes, leaving them paralyzed, unable to discern which was real. In that instant of confusion, his vibranium greatsword slit their throats. Blood gushed forth the moment the blade withdrew, staining the pale green earth scarlet. Those who bar my path shall perish. His voice thundered again through the woods, Yet every soldier who'd met his gaze lay dead, leaving no witness to warn the rest. Undaunted and oblivious, more soldiers surged forward. Slaughter unfolded without pause. The vibranium greatsword remained spotless, yet the ground beneath it burned crimson. Damn fools. You cannot even hold Chu Xiao at bay. A mere pretty boy wielding a legendary sword, and you crumble like rotten timber. Hey, Marshal bellowed. Where is my armored division? Why have they not arrived? I will make them taste the Red Ribbon Army's most terrifying power. Let the armor grind their bodies into pulp inch by inch, then feed the mangled remains to dogs. General Hay raged, flicking his cigar so violently that sparks danced and ash rained onto the floor. His soldiers, long accustomed to his volatile temper, stood frozen in silence. In the surveillance feed, even soldiers armed with superior weaponry proved utterly no match for Chu Xiao and Wukong. It was akin to swapping a child brandishing a wooden stick for one wielding a knife, then pitting him against a seasoned adult battle-hardened through countless real-world clashes, a chasm of disparity, not merely a difference in degree. Watching his men fall one by one, General Hay's face darkened further. The Red Ribbon Army had reigned unchallenged across the globe. Always the aggressor, never the target, no force had dared provoke them outright. Now not only had enemies stormed their stronghold, but his elite troops were being effortlessly crushed. Engage immediately. Grind them both into pulp. General Hay bellowed, elated. Eyes gleaming with anticipation, he stared intently at the screen, already envisioning the awe-inspiring might of his armored division, the world-renowned force he had forged at staggering cost. A thunderous roar echoed across the battlefield. Chu Xiao and Wukong instantly sensed the deep mechanical hum, and moments later over 50 exoskeletal combat robots loomed before them. A suffocating wave of dread rolled forth from that dense black mass of armored machinery. The very air seemed to thicken heavy with foreboding. Whoa, so many ironclad warriors. Wukong exclaimed, jaw agape, as he hefted his golden staff. Last time I fought just one, it took everything I had. Now there are this many. How thrilling. Far from faltering, Wukong's fighting spirit blazed ever brighter. Chu Xiao watched him with a faint knowing smile, and raised his vibranium greatsword high. Wukong, let's race. First to shatter the most iron shells wins 2 sins of beans. Agreed. 2 sins of beans. I only have 5 left. Wukong hesitated, but only for a heartbeat. Master Roshi always warned me gambling breeds addiction. Yet how could I refuse Brother Chu's wager? 2 beans it is. No sooner had Wukong spoken than Chu Xiao lunged forward. Brother Chu, you cheated. You struck before saying go. Even as he protested, Wukong exploded forward, feet a blur beneath him. Open fire. They're charging. The armored unit commander barked the order. 50 machines unleashed torrents of ordnance. A spectacle of devastating scale, even reinforced armored vehicles would be shredded into sieves within seconds. Yet reality proved less catastrophic. Though formidable in firepower, these exoskeletons remained piloted by ordinary humans. Unlike Iron Man's suit guided by J.R.V.I.S. artificial intellect. They lacked autonomous cognition. Every maneuver depended solely on the flesh and blood operator sealed inside. So when the soldiers squeezed their triggers and aimed, Chu Xiao and Wukong blurred from sight. Bullets struck their bodies like pebbles dropped upon still water, rippling outward in shimmering waves, yet leaving no blood, no wound. They vanished. Where are they? A soldier inside the armor gasped, only for a phantom silhouette to reappear startlingly close. They're right there. Fire now. A torrent of lead slammed down, obliterating the afterimage in an instant. Scorching rounds punched craters into the earth, sending plumes of dust skyward. When the haze settled, only a field of gaping bullet holes remained. No corpses of Chu Xiao or Wukong. Too fast. We can't lock on. The commander, battle-scarred and sharp-minded, instantly grasped the core problem. All units, form 10-man circles. Each man fixes his aim on one cardinal direction. Spot them. Shoot without hesitation. Indeed, this commander earned his rank. Facing an unprecedented threat, he devised a countermeasure in a single breath. Though the new formation complicated Chu Xiao and Wukong's assault, it merely added friction, not insurmountable resistance. Tactics, Chu Xiao murmured, are meaningless before absolute power. With a soft shink, Chu Xiao materialized beside a squad of armored troopers. He's here, open fire. A soldier roared, twisting his chassis toward Chu Xiao, only to see a blade gleaming with lethal frost descend. With a searing shriek, the supposedly indestructible exoskeleton parted like parchment beneath the vibranium greatsword. Stunned disbelief flooded the soldier's eyes as the sword sliced cleanly through his armor, cleaving downward from crown to crotch, cold metal brushing skin with chilling precision. He never even drew breath to scream. Man and machine split asunder, then detonated in a secondary blast, sparking wires, gouting blood, and fire swallowing all. 1. Chu Xiao whispered, swung his greatsword left, and slashed sideways again, bisecting the next armored unit. 2. As the second unit fell, concentrated fire finally converged upon Chu Xiao, flames roaring, engulfing both him and the shattered wreckage. Target acquired. Fire. Soldiers screamed, fingers locked on triggers, firing with desperate fury. Just as they believed Chu Xiao reduced to pulp, a vibranium greatsword flashed anew. He stood among another squad, repeating the same ruthless pattern. Another kill secured. 3, 4. And so the tally rose. Chu Xiao harvested armored soldiers without pause. No tactic, however refined, could withstand his uncanny perception and flawless execution. By contrast, Wukong moved slower. His golden staff, though legendary, lacked the sheer cutting lethality of vibranium, and his cultivation level lagged far behind Chu Xiao's. While Chu Xiao dismantled 30 armored units, Wukong had only just surpassed 20. In under 10 minutes, the world's most feared armored division lay broken. Only a few crippled husks sputtered weakly, their annihilation inevitable. Impossible. How can that youth possess such overwhelming strengths? What divine artifact is that greatsword, slicing through hardened alloy armor as effortlessly as cabbage? General He slammed his fist onto the table, his cigar abandoned and forgotten. No thought remained for indulgence. At that moment, he contemplated suicide itself. Trembling with fury, he glared at the 3 Dragon Balls before him. He dreamed of gathering all 7 to wish for greater height. Instead, acquiring just 3 had summoned these death incarnate, threatening to obliterate his life's work, the Red Ribbon Army. General He, the armored division is annihilated. What do we do next? Crack. General He drew his sidearm and shot the speaker dead on the spot. Then, voice dripping venom, alert all Red Ribbon marshals. Issue an absolute kill order on Chu Xiao and Sun Wukong. Whoever slays them shall be promoted to deputy commander of the Red Ribbon Army. After a pause, he added, contact Dr. Gero immediately. Accelerate development of advanced androids or cyborgs, using these 2 as the prototype standard. If I command 5, no 10 warriors of this caliber, the entire world shall bow to General He. Lost in grandiose fantasy, he laughed aloud, utterly unmoved by the corpse cooling at his feet. He seized the 3 Dragon Balls and placed them carefully into a protective case, preparing for strategic withdrawal from headquarters. Who was General He? A world-conquering warlord. So long as he lived, he could rise again, anywhere, anytime. Survival demanded retreat. Evading this cataclysm was paramount. You hold the line. I'm leaving. As he turned to depart, gunfire erupted behind him, a searing agony blooming in his chest. What a... Who fired? He collapsed into a widening pool of crimson, his gaze locking onto a black general face twisted in savage triumph. Foolish swine, you doomed the Red Ribbon Army with your arrogance. You should have died long ago. Now, I command the Red Ribbon Army. The Black Commander was none other than Black, the vice officer who had slain the Black Marshal in the original storyline. Initially, he was reluctant to kill the Black Marshal, but when the Marshal promised that whoever eliminated Chu Xiao and Wukong would become the vice leader and take his place, his resolve changed. Black finally could not contain his urge to take action against the Black Marshal. For Black, who had devoted himself to the Red Ribbon Army dreaming of unifying the world, it was disheartening that his aspiration remained unfulfilled, and now the Black Marshal had turned against him, showing no mercy. He deserved to die. Black approached the corpse of the Black Marshal, picked up 3 Dragon Balls that had rolled onto the ground, and stored them away, pulling out a universal capsule from his waist and tossing it casually. A piece of exoskeleton armor appeared before him, and compared to the armor of the armored division, Black's armor was even more formidable. Not only was it made from the hardest metals, but it was also equipped with energy weapons that could emit energy blasts similar to the Kamehameha wave, making it significantly more agile and powerful than standard armor. Black skillfully entered the armor and addressed the soldiers. What you need is a leader to guide you in conquering the world, and I am that leader you have longed for. Let me first eliminate Chu Xiao and Sun Wukong, and then I will lead you to dominate the world. With that, Black roared, breaking through the ceiling of the headquarters in his armor, heading straight for Chu Xiao and Wukong. Chu Xiao drew the vibranium sword from the last piece of armor. 32. He looked at Wukong. Wukong looked somewhat dejected as he was 10 suits behind Chu Xiao, indicating that he had lost this bet. In fact, from the moment Wukong agreed to the bet with Chu Xiao, he had already lost. It was never a fair wager. Although Wukong felt down, he still took out the Senzu beans, preparing to hand them to Chu Xiao. Brother Chu, a bet is a bet. Here are 2 Senzu beans for you. Chu Xiao smiled and shook his head, not extending his hand to accept the Senzu beans, not because he didn't want them, but he was unwilling to obtain Senzu beans in this manner. The bet with Wukong was merely to hasten the elimination of the armored division in front of them, adding a bit of combat fun for the 2 of them. Take them, Wukong. Why would I want your things? The previous bet was just a joke. Wukong shook his head, not only refusing to retract his hand, but instead jogging a few steps forward to stuff the 2 sins of beans into Chu Xiao's hand. Brother Chu, a bet is a bet, it was agreed upon. 2 beans for 2 battles. Chu Xiao looked at the stubborn Wukong and the sins of beans in his hand, chuckled, and accepted them without further objection. Just as Chu Xiao and Wukong were preparing to charge towards the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, a gigantic exoskeleton armor suddenly flew above them. You two will soon be dead. Ooh, what are you still pushing around for? Black's mocking voice came from the armor, and before Chu Xiao could respond, he raised his mechanical arm and shot an energy wave towards him. Puff! A white energy blast thicker than a Kamehameha wave shot towards Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao's gaze sharpened and his instinctive sense of danger allowed him to evade the strike, but the scorching shockwave left him shaken. The exoskeleton armor's energy weapons possessed such tremendous power that Chu Xiao immediately recalled the energy weapons developed by the Red Skull using the Cosmic Cube in Captain America's world. If the Red Skull's energy weapons were installed on this exoskeleton armor, even Chu Xiao would have knelt before it. Chu Xiao couldn't help but feel regret for not finding the Cosmic Cube, only bringing back a few energy weapons to the Dragon Ball world. Without the Cosmic Cube as an energy reservoir, the energy weapons were merely consumables lacking any significant research value. Once used, they could not be replenished, making them unworthy of in-depth research. Had he known this earlier, Chu Xiao would have devoted his 2 years in Captain America to searching for Dr. Zola and the Cosmic Cube. But those were already established facts, and Chu Xiao felt powerless to change anything. For now, he had to confront the super exoskeleton armor before him. You two die? Let me show you the might of the Red Ribbon Army. Black cackled, and the flames erupted from the rear of the exoskeleton armor, propelling him into the air as another energy column was launched aimed at Chu Xiao. In Black's eyes, Chu Xiao was the core target. If he eliminated Chu Xiao first, dealing with the remaining child would merely be a matter of time. Chu Xiao expanded his form. This time, he was better prepared, moving faster as the energy column approached. He evaded it with some difficulty, but did not seem overly strained. Looking at Black in the sky, neither Chu Xiao nor Wukong could approach him. Although Chu Xiao could perform the sky dance technique, its effectiveness was not suited for combat. Wukong's flying nimbus could assist, but Wukong's attack power would likely struggle to breach Black's armor. Just a couple of little mice dodging around. Where's all your bravado from earlier? Submit and die. Black noticed the two were helpless against him, shouting arrogantly while continuously launching attacks. Chu Xiao relied on his footwork to keep himself in rapid motion, evading Black's attacks, but he indeed looked quite flustered. Don't get cocky. Watch my Kamehameha wave. Wukong finally spoke up, seizing an opening. While Black targeted Chu Xiao, he struck a pose, gathering a white energy sphere between his palms. Though the Kamehameha wave was powerful, the gathering time was too lengthy. Black noticed Wukong was preparing a big move and would not give him any time. An energy blast shot straight towards Wukong, immediately interrupting his charging time, and the Kamehameha wave was dispersed before it could take shape. I won't give you the chance to attack. No matter how powerful your moves are, they are no match for the speed of my attacks. Black sneered just as he was about to continue targeting Chu Xiao. Suddenly, a white light flashed before him, and the specialized glass hatch of the armor shook violently. Chu Xiao seized the opportunity, pointing a finger, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts, each the size of a fist. Puff! A series of energy blasts could not breach the armor's defenses, but 2 consecutive hits on the same spot caused even the hardest specialized glass to develop visible cracks. Not could they both have ranged attack skills. We must finish this quickly. Black realized the situation was dire and immediately pressed the red button inside the armor, cranking up its power to the maximum. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, Black, who suddenly accelerated, charged towards Chu Xiao, his icy metallic arm reaching for Chu Xiao's neck, a force capable of easily crushing bones. Die. Puffed. Black's mechanical arm reached through the glass hatch, but found no purchase on Chu Xiao, instead plunging into the ground as he attempted to withdraw. A shining great sword swept through the armor, producing a sound of metal clashing. The vibranium sword struck, but it did not cleave through the armor, merely leaving a white scratch on its surface, showcasing the armor's impressive durability. Haha, you can't break my defenses. Black taunted his full-power armor, now moving as fast as Wukong. Whoosh. The armor's arm lunged towards Chu Xiao again, but once more it missed entirely. You're too slow. Chu Xiao said coldly, relying on external aids may grant you great power, but you will never grasp the essence of that power. Chu Xiao wielded the vibranium sword, no longer attempting to hack at the armor, but instead targeting the joints where the armor connected. With each slicing sound of metal tearing, in just a few breaths Black's armor was reduced to only the metal pod that carried him, with all 4 limbs severed by Chu Xiao. Even the thrusters had been dismantled, transforming it into a mere metal sphere. Now who lives and who dies? Chu Xiao asked, thrusting the vibranium sword downward, and before Black could respond it pierced through the cracks in the glass hatch. Blood gushed forth and Black's screams echoed as he perished within the glass hatch. 3 Dragon Balls rolled out from Black's torn suit landing before Chu Xiao, gathering 6 Dragon Balls. Just one more, and he could summon the dragon to resurrect those killed by Tao Bai Bai. The once mighty Red Ribbon army was obliterated under the combined onslaught of Chu Xiao and Wukong. With Black's death, the Red Ribbon army became a headless fly, and they would start to collapse from within without Chuxio's intervention. After obtaining the Dragon Balls, Chu Xiao did not stop. He searched the entire headquarters for the whereabouts of Dr. Gallo but could not find him. Chu Xiao captured a small leader and under interrogation learned that Dr. Gallo's laboratory was not located at the headquarters. Only Black Marshal and Deputy Black knew its exact location. Chu Xiao felt quite helpless, frowning as he looked at the already deceased Black and Black Marshal. In the world of Captain America, he had prematurely killed Red Skull, missing out on the Cosmic Cube. Now with both Black Marshal and Black dead, no one in the world knew the location of Dr. Gallo. However, Chu Xiao would not give up easily. Recalling the incident with the Cosmic Cube, he was determined to find Dr. Gallo this time, either to bring him under his command or to kill him personally. He could not let a tiger remain, as it might lead to great trouble in the future. Brother Chu Xiao, we have 6 Dragon Balls now, but where is the last one? The Dragon Ball radar did not show anything. Goku stared at the Dragon Ball radar in confusion, struggling to understand why the last Dragon Ball had disappeared. Chu Xiao recalled the plot from his memory. It seemed the last Dragon Ball was hidden by the Fried Rice King using technology. As long as they found the Fried Rice King, they could naturally locate the Dragon Ball. Wait! Chu Xiao suddenly realized he had overlooked a very important person. That was the sister of Master Roshi, the fortune teller. In the original plot, Goku and the others did not know the whereabouts of the last Dragon Ball, and sought the fortune teller under Master Roshi's guidance, during which several battles occurred, and even Goku's grandfather's son Wufan was summoned back from the underworld. Now due to Chuxio's intervention, they knew in advance that the Dragon Ball was in the hands of the Fried Rice King, but they still needed to find the fortune teller to inquire about his location, otherwise searching in such a vast world of Dragon Balls would indeed be troublesome. Moreover, with Dr. Gallo currently missing, Chu Xiao also had to consult the fortune teller about Dr. Gallo's whereabouts. Therefore, it seemed that Chu Xiao needed to find Master Roshi first, and then go to find the fortune teller. Goku, let's go. I know where the last Dragon Ball is, but we must find someone first. Chu Xiao drove the hover car, while Goku rode on the Nimbus cloud, and the two headed straight to Master Roshi's house. After several hours, the two arrived at Master Roshi's house and met him. At the same time, Chu Xiao also saw Bulma Oolong and a bald little monk. Everyone was naturally very happy to reunite after a long time. The reason Bulma was at Master Roshi's house was that after Chu Xiao left to cultivate, she couldn't control her desire to find him and secretly ran out to search for him. Bulma didn't know where Chu Xiao had gone, so she came to Master Roshi's house. Naturally, she didn't find him and had to stay at Master Roshi's house for the time being. As for the bald little monk, he was the future strongest Earthling Krillin. Krillin looked like a teenager, now still innocent, but it was also noticeable that he was much smarter than Goku. Chu Xiao, you finally came. I've missed you so much. As soon as Bulma saw Chu Xiao, she rushed into his arms crying happily. You've been gone for over a year. Do you know how I have spent this past year? Boo-hoo. Bulma pouted like a child, pounding on Chuxio's chest. Master Roshi, Krillin, and Oolong looked at Chu Xiao with envy, while Goku, with a silly expression, didn't understand what they were envious of. Ahem. Bulma, let's talk later tonight. Chu Xiao gently patted Bulma's shoulder and whispered, everyone is watching the joke. Who dares to laugh at me? Bulma exclaimed angrily. I don't care, I just want to hug you and cry. Not only did Bulma not let go of Chu Xiao, but she also held him even tighter. Bulma's embrace revealed something unusual. Chu Xiao, why do I feel like you've changed? You've grown. Bulma noticed that Chu Xiao was not only taller than before, but his muscles were also stronger, and even his aura had changed significantly from before. It was as if he had become a different person. Indeed, a year had passed since Chu Xiao left Bulma, and after spending 2 years in the Captain America world, 3 whole years had gone by. Chu Xiao had naturally changed a lot compared to Bulma. I've experienced a lot during this time, so it's only natural that I've changed quite a bit, Chu Xiao explained with a smile, without going into detail about his experiences. As a martial artist, Master Roshi immediately sensed the truth of Chuxio's condition. Chu Xiao now exuded a powerful aura, and even Master Roshi could not guarantee that he could defeat him. What kind of training has this kid undergone? And I don't sense any of the evil aura he had before. Could it be that Master Cat has already resolved his evil aura? Master Roshi marveled, while speculating about Chuxio's changes. Chuxio's previous evil aura came from the reincarnation Black Lotus within him. Now that the reincarnation Black Lotus had awakened, Master Roshi naturally could not detect its presence. The origin of the reincarnation Black Lotus had always been a mystery. Even Chu Xiao couldn't figure it out, and Master Roshi in the Dragon Ball world certainly couldn't uncover it. Since the reincarnation Black Lotus awakened, Chu Xiao completed his first traversal of the reincarnation world and had fully merged with the reincarnation Black Lotus. Even a saint in the world would find it difficult to discover the reincarnation Black Lotus within Chu Xiao. Krillin, who was seeing Chu Xiao for the first time, stared at him seriously, observing him up and down, and thought to himself, "So this is the brother Chu Xiao that Goku often talks about. He really does look strong. Seeing how good his relationship with Bulma is, I must get along with him. Perhaps he can teach me a few powerful moves." Krillin thought to himself, not wasting any time, and directly introduced himself. "Brother Chu Xiao, hello. My name is Krillin. I am Master Roshi's top disciple. I've always heard Goku say he has a powerful brother, and now it seems you are not only strong, but also handsome and charismatic." Chu Xiao felt a bit bewildered by Krillin's flattery. Why was he so enthusiastic towards him? He hasn't done anything at all. Could this be the charm of a strong person? Krillin stopped praising Chu Xiao. "If you keep it up, he's going to fly up to the sky," Bulma said, pouting at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao smiled and waved his hand, taking out 2 senzu beans from the pouch at his waist and tossing them to Krillin. "Since it's our first meeting and I didn't prepare anything, these 2 senzu beans will serve as a meeting gift." Krillin accepted the senzu beans, looking at the 2 green beans, unsure of their purpose. Upon hearing about the senzu beans, Master Roshi immediately perked up. "Krillin, don't underestimate these treasures. These are senzu beans. As long as you have even a single breath left, eating 1 senzu bean can bring you back to life and restore you to full health." "Really?" Krillin exclaimed with joy, quickly thanking him and putting the 2 senzu beans away. The group continued to chat for a while, and Chu Xiao explained his intentions. Master Roshi naturally agreed to help Chu Xiao and the others seek out his sister, the fortune teller. The group set off grandly towards the fortune teller's house. In the world of Dragon Ball, the fortune-telling granny is a rather special person. At first, Chu Xiao thought she was just a greedy old woman making money through fortune-telling. However, the fortune-telling granny can summon Goku's grandfather's son Wufan from the underworld and seems quite familiar with the King of Hell, freely entering and exiting the underworld. Chu Xiao realized that this fortune-telling granny was not ordinary. Her true identity is that of a greedy old woman with unique abilities, traversing between the human world and the underworld. Such a formidable old woman indeed deserves Chu Xiao's attention. A person with such abilities will surely be of great use at some point in the future. Therefore, on the way to the fortune-telling granny's house, Chu Xiao asked Master Roshi about her preferences. "She loves money. If there's anything in this world that captivates her, it must be money," Master Roshi said with indignation, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. "Money?" Chu Xiao chuckled. In his past life, he had a great desire for money, constantly striving for it at every moment. Now money for Chu Xiao was nothing more than a meaningless string of numbers, a pile of useless metal. Did Chu Xiao have money? Of course, he was very wealthy. As the boyfriend of Bulma, the heiress of the Capsule Corporation, how could Chu Xiao possibly lack money? To put it bluntly, the entire Capsule Corporation belonged to him, so why would he worry about money? Chu Xiao smiled at Bulma and said, "Bulma, do you have the card? We might need to swipe the card later. Let's go all out." Bulma nodded and pulled out a few golden cards from her wallet. "Of course I brought it. Not only did I bring my own card, but I also brought yours." "However," Bulma asked with some confusion, "Chu Xiao, didn't you forget that our cards have no limit? It's impossible to overspend." Master Roshi and the others fell silent, wondering if these two were just showing off their wealth. They knew they were rich, or did they really need to say it in front of them? With a sense of envy towards the rich, everyone watched Chu Xiao and Bulma until they arrived at the fortune-telling granny's house. Under Master Roshi's guidance, they finally found the fortune-telling granny, everything just as discovered in the original plot. The fortune-telling granny agreed to help them find the location of the Fried Rice King, but the condition was a payment of 50 million. What does 50 million mean? For example, an ordinary family's annual income is about 100,000, so it would take a family 500 years of non-stop work without eating or drinking to save up 50 million. It is evident that the fortune-telling granny's asking price is extremely high. But so what? Without a second thought, Chu Xiao took out his golden card and displayed it in front of the fortune-telling granny. "Can I use the card?" "Yes." The fortune-telling granny's assistant took out a POS machine and directly charged 50 million from Chu Xiao's card. Seeing the transaction succeed, the fortune-telling granny's wrinkled face was filled with smiles. She rarely encountered clients like Chu Xiao who had plenty of money and low demands. The key was that Chu Xiao didn't bargain, which was truly refreshing. The fortune-telling granny took out her fortune-telling ball and recited a series of complex and difficult spells while everyone stared at the transparent crystal ball. Soon an image gradually emerged in the crystal ball. Chu Xiao looked closely. Oh, was that not the Fried Rice King in the image? He saw the Fried Rice King holding a black metal box, which likely contained the Dragon Balls, using this black box to block the signals of the Dragon Balls. Chu Xiao, the person you're looking for is right there, said the fortune-telling granny, waving her hand to restore the crystal ball to its original state. You can now go find him and retrieve your Dragon Balls. As Chu Xiao was about to take out his hover car to head to the Fried Rice King's location, Goku suddenly spoke up. Brother Chu, let me go instead. I have the flying Nimbus, and if I fly over at full speed, it will be much faster than your car. Chu Xiao thought for a moment that was indeed the case. Moreover, since Goku offered, he had no reason to refuse. Goku had the strength to take down the Fried Rice King himself, so Chu Xiao nodded in agreement. Everyone waited at the fortune-telling granny's house for Goku to return. During a break in their meal, Chu Xiao found the fortune-telling granny alone. Fortune-telling granny, I need your help with something else, Chu Xiao said. Oh, what else do you need? Just say it. As long as the money is in place, I will agree to anything, the fortune-telling granny replied. The fortune-telling granny seemed to envision piles of money before her eyes gleaming. I need to find someone. Chu Xiao informed the fortune-telling granny about Dr. Gero's basic information. Dr. Gero, I've heard of him. The fortune-telling granny asked, what do you want with this madman? He's always tinkering with robots and androids. He's a complete evil scientist. Chu Xiao was not surprised that the fortune-telling granny knew about Dr. Gero and did not hide his intentions from her. Goku and I destroyed the infamous Red Ribbon Army to collect the Dragon Balls, and we have made enemies with Dr. Gero, so I must find him before he can create terrifying androids and try to stop him. Stop him. The fortune-telling granny's gaze sharpened, as if seeing through Chu Xiao's heart. It's not just about stopping him, is it? You have a grander scheme to recruit him, don't you? Yes, I think it would be a shame for such an outstanding scientist to die without any achievements. Therefore, I will try to recruit him. If he refuses, I will have to kill him. The fortune-telling granny stared at Chu Xiao for a long time and shook her head. I'm afraid you'll only end up with a corpse. That perverted scientist is not so easily recruited. Without asking more, the fortune-telling granny performed a secret technique and quickly located Dr. Gero through the crystal ball. It was on an island where Dr. Gero was deeply engrossed in studying complex design blueprints, his eyes blazing with vengeance, which Chu Xiao could easily sense even through the crystal ball. See, he's right there, but judging by his appearance, he truly hates you and Goku. Chu Xiao shook his head helplessly, not responding, and noted Dr. Gero's location, then walked towards the dining room to join everyone for a meal. After a few more hours, Goku finally returned holding a Dragon Ball in his hand, while the flying Nimbus also carried UPA. I'm back. I brought UPA along the way so he can also see the Dragon God, Goku shouted as he handed the last Dragon Ball to Chu Xiao. The 7 Dragon Balls were placed on the ground by Chu Xiao, shining with dazzling golden light. Chu Xiao stepped forward and called out to the Dragon Balls, come forth. Dragon God. The sky began to darken, thick clouds gathered accompanied by lightning and fierce winds. A golden streak of light flashed, and the Dragon God finally appeared before everyone. Did you summon me? State your wish. Chu Xiao looked up at the Dragon God, unable to help but recall the scene of his last wish, and it had been so long ago. The others who had never seen the Dragon God looked at its massive form in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. Dragon God, help me revive the people killed by Tao Bai under Karen Tower. That wish is very simple. The Dragon God's might radiated and his blood-red eyes glowed with a crimson light, just a blink of an eye. Your wish has been granted. The Dragon God said, then transformed back into 7 Dragon Balls, scattering once again across the world. The reincarnation Black Lotus within Chu Xiao underwent another transformation, forming the 6th petal of the lotus flower, and with just one more petal, he could traverse the reincarnation world once more. Chu Xiao nodded in satisfaction and said to Goku, Upa's wish has been fulfilled, you can take him back now. Thank you, Brother Chu. Goku nodded heavily, and UPA also gratefully bowed to Chu Xiao. Watching Goku and UPA leave, Chu Xiao decided to head to the island to find Dr. Gero. Chu Xiao drove the maglev car towards the island where Dr. Gero resided, while Bulma, seated in the passenger seat, blissfully slept against her seat. Chu Xiao turned his head to glance at Bulma and shook his head helplessly. Upon learning that Chu Xiao would not accompany her back to East City, this little girl clung to him, declaring that wherever Chu Xiao went, she would follow regardless of the dangers that lay ahead. Bulma simply wanted to be with Chu Xiao. After all, it had been over a year since he had left her, and now that they had reunited, it felt like a newlywed couple's reunion. Yet Chu Xiao surprisingly suggested he needed to meet Dr. Gero alone. For Bulma, how could she possibly tolerate that? After much insistence, Chu Xiao had no choice but to bring her along. The island where Dr. Gero was located was quite far from the fortune teller's home, and it took them 2 days to reach their destination. Chu Xiao landed the maglev car in a small town on the island. The town was not large, but it was surprisingly modern, nearly on par with East City. Even Bulma was astonished at the sight of the countless maglev cars flying around, realizing that such a remote place could be so affluent. The two did not rush to find Dr. Gero, but instead looked for a hotel in the town to rest for the night before heading to Dr. Gero's secret base. No wonder this place is so wealthy. It turns out to be a famous resort, and the nearby waters are abundant with sardines. The islanders have made their fortunes from these fish. Upon entering the hotel, Bulma used the computer to check information about the town. Dr. Gero certainly made a well-considered choice in selecting this island as his secret base. This place is indeed suitable as a secret base, as almost all the experimental materials can be purchased in town. The human materials needed for creating artificial humans are even more readily available, and the annual disappearances of tourists perfectly conceal Dr. Gero's activities. Chu Xiao, you keep mentioning artificial humans. Can the technology truly create terrifying monsters? Bulma, being a genius scientist, had a natural curiosity about this. Artificial humans are far stronger than you imagine. Chu Xiao couldn't help but recall the artificial beings No. 17 and No. 18 who could easily overpower Super Saiyan 1, and the fully formed cell that appeared later was even more formidable. Bulma noticed the seriousness on Chu Xiao's face, and after a long silence developed a profound interest in the technology of artificial humans. Watching Chu Xiao standing by the window, quietly observing the traffic on the street, Bulma suddenly felt that he bore many secrets she was unaware of on his shoulders. The man she loved was more mysterious and captivating than she had imagined. Bulma gracefully approached Chu Xiao from behind, gently wrapping her arms around him and resting against his solid back, enjoying the passage of time together. After a wild night, Chu Xiao and Bulma only emerged from the hotel near noon. They confirmed their direction and headed straight for Dr. Gero's secret base. 10 kilometers away from the town, at a rocky peak, Chu Xiao found the entrance to Dr. Gero's secret base behind a massive stone wall. Looking at the heavy steel door, Chu Xiao was at a loss. How could he get inside? Should he knock and ask Dr. Gero to open the door? Bulma noticed Chu Xiao's predicament and quickly found a hidden password lock around the door. Bulma took out professional equipment from the universal capsule, connected it to the password lock, and after a series of operations, the steel door suddenly opened. A cold, sinister aura mixed with a scent of blood wafted from the base. Chu Xiao frowned. Having experienced the battlefield in the world of the Avengers, he could discern that the blood scent had not lingered for long. This indicated that there had recently been a bloody incident in the base. Did Dr. Gero just conduct a human transformation experiment? Chu Xiao dared not be careless and immediately released his aura to sense the situation inside the laboratory, but what troubled him was that there was not a single life force within. This meant that there was no one in the laboratory. Had Dr. Gero already fled? Or was the laboratory left with only artificial humans? Chu Xiao knew that artificial humans lacked a life force. He shielded Bulma behind him, saying, "When we go and stick close behind me. If any danger arises, just run back without worrying about me." Bulma nodded, pressing against Chu Xiao's back. The two cautiously entered Dr. Gero's laboratory. After a thorough search, they found no trace of Dr. Gero. It seems that Dr. Gero discovered our arrival and fled in advance. Chu Xiao and Bulma looked at the disordered laboratory and the scattered confidential documents. Clearly the owner had left in a rush, not even managing to take many important materials with him. Bulma bent down to pick up some documents. After glancing through them, she immediately exclaimed, "Dr. Gero actually combined mechanical technology with human cell technology, performing mechanical modifications on humans to create powerful artificial warrior humans." The more Bulma read, the more she admired Dr. Gero's intellect. He truly is a genius. What a pity that he has taken a wrong turn. This experiment is too inhumane. Using living humans for experiments, can the modified individuals still be called humans? Bulma did not delve further into the matter, as it touched upon ethical issues. If viewed solely from the perspective of creating powerful warriors, Dr. Gero could indeed be regarded as an extraordinarily talented genius. Chu Xiao, help me pack these documents, while I want to thoroughly study the technology of artificial humans. Bulma said earnestly, having sensed the burden on Chu Xiao's shoulders the previous day. It was as if she had matured overnight. Now she simply wanted to use her talents to help Chu Xiao share the responsibilities on his shoulders and alleviate his pressures. The two busily packed all the documents regarding artificial human technology into the universal capsule. They entered another laboratory where there was an experimental table smeared with blood. The blood had not yet dried, clearly indicating that the last experiment had not occurred long ago. Did Dr. Gero still conduct human experiments before fleeing? Bulma covered her nose, looking at the blood and flesh, feeling nauseated. No, Chu Xiao shook his head. If he was conducting human experiments, then where are the test subjects? He looked around and found no sign of any subjects, not even failed ones. If there are no test subjects, then whose blood and flesh are these? Bulma asked. A terrifying thought flashed through Chu Xiao's mind as he touched the cold, experimental table. Unless the test subject left the secret base on its own. Left on its own? How is that possible? How could Dr. Gero let the test subject leave? Bulma immediately understood and exclaimed, Dr. Gero transformed himself into an artificial human. Chu Xiao nodded heavily. The plot was continuously shifting in unpredictable directions due to his small butterfly effect. Dr. Gero unexpectedly transformed himself into an artificial human in advance. Currently, his technology for artificial humans had not yet reached the levels of No. 15 and No. 16 is still lingering at the level of No. 8, which was a basic model. Yet to evade Chu Xiao, Dr. Gero recklessly transformed himself into a basic form of artificial human overnight. It seems that Dr. Gero discovered our arrival on the island yesterday and transformed himself into an artificial human overnight to escape us. Chu Xiao's expression was grave. Our relationship with Dr. Gero is bound to result in a deadly confrontation. Chu Xiao's gaze turned icy. Deep within his heart, a resolve to kill Dr. Gero had taken root. He had to eliminate the doctor before Gero could engineer even more formidable warriors. Let us return to the fortune-telling granny and ask her to perform another divination to locate Dr. Gero once more, Bulma suggested, having sensed Chu Xiao's lethal intent. Chu Xiao nodded, silent acknowledgement of Bulma's proposal. Then his eyes swept methodically across the entire laboratory as if searching for something concealed. Chu Xiao, what are you looking for? Bulma began, only to freeze mid-sentence as Chu Xiao discovered tucked away in a corner of the lab a cache of high-yield explosives clearly designed for self-destructing the facility. We must leave, now, Bulma cried out in alarm. A single detonation from that corner alone would be fatal to both of them. The full-scale explosion of the entire laboratory was unthinkable. No need to rush. These bombs have neither been triggered nor set to auto-detonate, Chu Xiao remarked calmly. Phew. That's a relief. I nearly jumped out of my skin thinking they'd explode any second. Bulma patted her chest, steadying her breath. And that's precisely the point. Why did Dr. Gero not trigger the lab's destruction? Chu Xiao asked. Perhaps he fled in such haste that he simply didn't have time. Bulma shook her head, immediately dismissing the idea herself. Activating the charges required mere seconds, a single press of the detonation switch. Then what is it? Chu Xiao drew a slow, deliberate breath. Unless there remains here something Dr. Gero values deeply, yet cannot take with him. Their eyes met, and without another word they launched into action, scouring the laboratory anew. Soon beneath a metal workbench, Chu Xiao uncovered a concealed hatch leading downward. Chu Xiao, whatever lies beneath must be of utmost importance to Dr. Gero. With a firm push, Chu Xiao forced the hidden door open, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. Chu Xiao probed the space below with his key. No life signs detected. Yet he dared not lower his guard. He instructed Bulma to wait above while he descended alone to investigate. He descended the steps swiftly and entered a subterranean chamber. Along the wall he spotted a switch. Click. The switch activated, illuminating a colossal, intricately wired supercomputer. Only after confirming the area was secure did Chu Xiao call Bulma down. What is this? Bulma stood transfixed. The machine before her was a pinnacle of supercomputing technology. At its center rested a bioreactor chamber, filled with pale green nutrient fluid, within which floated a tiny, motionless embryo. Cell. Chu Xiao recognized the embryo instantly. The genesis mirrored his memories of Cell's creation with uncanny fidelity. He murmured inwardly, I found Cell's embryo this early. Before even King Piccolo has emerged, the ultimate antagonist has fallen into my hands. A dizzying euphoria surged through him, like holding a winning lottery ticket. Imagine possessing Cell, an unstoppable force. What adversary could possibly stand against him in the early stages? Yet rationality reasserted itself. Once calm, Chu Xiao forced himself to consider the matter soberly. First, Cell was still only an embryo, devoid of Saiyan blood, Namekian lineage, or Frieza's genetic essence. He was at present nothing more than a fragile, nascent life. To cultivate him into a true powerhouse would demand immense time, resources, and energy, far beyond what Chu Xiao deemed worthwhile. Why invest effort in forging another strength when that same energy channeled into his own cultivation would yield far greater returns? Chu Xiao steadied his mind. His earlier fervor dissipated. Meanwhile, as he regained composure, Bulma had already spent considerable time interfacing with the supercomputer. Chu Xiao waited patiently, offering no interruption. After a long silence, Bulma shook her head in disappointment. I'm sorry, Chu Xiao. I can't override the system's core programming. This supercomputer exists solely to harvest cells from elite warriors and synthesize artificial soldiers. Its sole directive is to annihilate you and Goku. I tried every method imaginable to rewrite its mission from kill to aid. Bulma's voice trembled with frustration. But it's impossible. The directive to destroy you is hard-coded as the absolute priority, immutable, unalterable. Chu Xiao gently embraced Bulma, who looked on the verge of tears. It's all right, Bulma. I know you gave it everything. If we cannot change it, we shall erase it entirely. A thunderous boom. A searing blast of energy pierced straight through the supercomputer's core. Instantly it went dark. Simultaneously the embryo within the bioreactor faded. Life extinguished in the blink of an eye. With Cell's demise, the Black Lotus of reincarnation within Chu Xiao stirred. Its seventh petal unfurled at last. 7 luminous petals now revolved ceaselessly around the central lotus, granting Chu Xiao access to his next journey across the cycle realms. Chu Xiao suppressed the urge to depart immediately. Without lingering, he initiated the lab's self-destruct sequence and departed with Bulma, heading toward the fortune-telling granny's abode. Moments after their departure, a shadow detached itself from the surrounding gloom. A gaunt aged figure draped in blood-stained bandages, face etched with deep wrinkles. Staring at the smoldering ruins, his expression twisted into grotesque fury. Chu Xiao, I will kill you, Dr. Gero vows it. 2 days later, Chu Xiao and Bulma returned to the fortune-telling granny's home. After recounting the events and learning Chu Xiao had failed to locate Dr. Gero, the old woman agreed, free of charge, to perform one final divination. She retrieved her crystal orb, chanted softly, and watched as the sphere shimmered, then blanked into pure, featureless white light. Unlike previous attempts, no image formed. Astonishment creased the granny's weathered face. She waved her hand and repeated the incantation, but again the orb remained stubbornly, utterly white. Could the orb be broken? Chu Xiao ventured instinctively. Refusing to concede defeat, the granny cast the spell once more, and this time the orb flared with an image. Master Roshi, bald and gleaming, sat entranced in his turtle schoolhouse, drooling over a late-night broadcast. Blissfully unaware he was being observed. The granny hastily dispelled the vision, her cheeks flushing crimson, muttering that she certainly had no brother named Roshi. Chu Xiao cleared his throat twice, tactfully diffusing the awkwardness. Chu Xiao, my divination fails only in one circumstance. That person is dead. I shall descend to the netherworld myself to inquire whether Dr. Gero's soul has arrived. After an unusually long absence, the granny finally reappeared, shaking her head in bewilderment. Strange, most strange indeed. The crystal orb detects no trace of Dr. Gero, nor does the netherworld record his soul's arrival. Where then has he gone? Could it be that Dr. Gero transformed himself into a cyborg, neither fully human nor fully machine? That would explain why neither the orb nor the netherworld registers him. He is neither truly alive nor truly dead. Chu Xiao's hypothesis held weight. Lacking a better explanation, even the granny reluctantly accepted it. If Dr. Gero cannot be found, then we must let him go. Chu Xiao sighed, abandoning the pursuit. So long as my power continues to ascend, what does it matter if Gero engineers ever more fearsome androids? Releasing that burden, Chu Xiao escorted Bulma back to East City. After such relentless exertion, he deserved, and needed, a true respite. It was also time to prepare for his next descent into the cycle realms. 1 year from now, the World Martial Arts Tournament would conclude, and King Piccolo would rise. Chu Xiao returned to East City with Bulma, and the two began a blissful life together, enjoying movies, shopping, and indulging in various delicacies. This could be considered a form of compensation for Bulma after Chu Xiao's long absence. A week later, without Chu Xiao saying anything, Bulma took the initiative to propose studying Dr. Gallo's artificial human technology, leaving Chu Xiao alone. Chu Xiao watched Bulma busy in the laboratory, realizing that she had indeed matured significantly compared to before. A sense of pride welled up within Chu Xiao. After all, Bulma's transformation was closely related to his efforts. Watching the naive little girl turn into such a mature and sensible young woman was truly a joy beyond words. During this time, Chu Xiao took the opportunity to give Bulma the energy weapon he had brought from the Captain America world, hoping she could study its properties to see if it would be of any use. As for the super soldier serum, it had reached a point where it could no longer provide significant enhancement, so Chu Xiao did not present it to Bulma. After all, one's energy is limited, and even a genius like Bulma is no exception. With everything settled, Chu Xiao prepared for his second reincarnation world crossing. Chu Xiao excused himself to practice for 2 days, leaving East City for a secluded cave. He activated the reincarnation Black Lotus within him, and 7 lotus petals spun rapidly, transforming into a colorful cloud, which he infused into the reincarnation Black Lotus. In the next moment, Chu Xiao vanished from the Dragon Ball world and arrived in the second reincarnation world. Chu Xiao opened his eyes to find himself on the side of a mountain. Looking around, he saw lush green trees and fragrant grass, while a gentle breeze carried the earthy scent, making one feel refreshed. Unsure of which world he had entered, Chu Xiao followed a narrow path down the mountain. As he neared the foot of the mountain, he heard the sounds of combat ahead, indicating that someone was there. Chu Xiao quickened his pace. Where there were people, he could naturally inquire about the year and month, and thus deduce which world he had arrived in. As Chu Xiao approached, he saw a frail young man in a green robe dressed like a scholar pulling a young girl in a pink silk dress, facing a group of menacing individuals wielding long swords. From the young girl's expression, it was clear she had sustained some injuries, while the scholar appeared utterly defenseless, showing no signs of being able to protect her. Chu Xiao initially did not want to intervene, but noticing the attire of the individuals, he realized he might have arrived in ancient China. To further ascertain his location, he stepped forward to inquire. "Gentlemen, please cease hostilities for a moment. May I ask what place this is, and what year it currently is?" Chu Xiao mimicked the ancient etiquette from dramas, bowing with clasped hands. The previously tense atmosphere between the two groups shifted upon seeing Chu Xiao's strange attire and his oddly accented speech, leaving them momentarily confused. Compared to the sword wielders, the scholar in the green robe was much more astute. Realizing Chu Xiao was merely asking for directions, he hurriedly replied, "Brother, no need for such formality. You are at the foot of Mount Wuliang, and the current year is the 12th year of the Dali era." Chu Xiao frowned, thinking to himself how familiar the name Wuliang Mountain and the 12th year of Dali sounded. He looked at the scholar again and pressed, "May I ask your name, scholar?" "I am Duan Yu, a resident of Dali," the scholar answered honestly. "Duan Yu." At this point, Chu Xiao understood why it felt so familiar. He was clearly in the world of Tianlong, and the scholar before him was Duan Yu, the son of the king of Dali, while the girl beside him was Zhongling from the Valley of Evil. No wonder she was so charming. Those pursuing them were most likely disciples of the Wuliang sword sect. Chu Xiao nodded, immediately recalling the hidden paradise beneath the Wuliang Mountain's jade wall, where the manuals for the Biming divine art and the Lingbo Weibu were located. Considering all the martial arts worlds, the Biming divine art is undoubtedly one of the most advanced martial arts, capable of harnessing the inner power of others for oneself. Just thinking about it was thrilling. Moreover, the Lingbo Weibu is an exceptional movement technique. Even Duan Yu, who had never learned martial arts, mastered it, making it challenging for even renowned martial arts experts to keep up with his speed, showcasing the power of Lingbo Weibu. Although Chu Xiao had learned the Wukong technique, he could only float for a short distance, hardly qualifying as flying. With the Lingbo Weibu, however, his speed would be dramatically enhanced. Chu Xiao was currently cultivating the energy from Dragon Ball. Although he was unsure if he could cultivate inner power to master Biming divine art and Lingbo Weibu, he felt it was worth trying. If successful, his strength would increase significantly. Imagining himself using Lingbo Weibu while launching a Kamehameha, such a combination would surely double his combat power. With this thought, Chu Xiao decided to head to the hidden paradise beneath Wuliang Mountain to explore further. Just as he planned to leave, he was called back by Duan Yu. "Brother, please wait. We are currently in a perilous situation, and we would be grateful for any assistance you can provide," Duan Yu pleaded, looking at Chu Xiao with a pitiful expression. Chu Xiao paused, realizing he had almost forgotten about Duan Yu. As one of the three main characters in Tianlong, Duan Yu had experienced countless adventures surrounded by beauty. Such a character was undoubtedly an ideal candidate for Chu Xiao's reincarnation Black Lotus to gather lotus petals. "Kid, we are from the Wuliang sword sect. This is our internal matter, and you better not interfere, or we'll kill you too." One of the speakers was indeed the current leader of the Wuliang sword sect, Zuizimo. "Oh, the Wuliang sword sect sure has a lot of nerve," Chu Xiao sneered. He had always been one to take advantage of softness rather than hardness. Since his own interests were at stake, he would naturally help Duan Yu out of trouble. Now that Zuizimo had directly threatened him, Chu Xiao had no choice but to respond. "They'll give you 1 minute to disappear from my sight or die." Chu Xiao's eyes glinted sharply, his killing intent erupting, sending chills down the spines of the Wuliang sword sect members. "What do you mean by 1 minute?" Although Zuizimo didn't understand what 1 minute meant, he certainly grasped the implication of, "If you don't leave, you will die." Zuizimo let out a cold snort, swinging his sword arm to unleash the Wuliang sword technique, without any further ado, directly aiming at Chu Xiao's vital points. "You're too slow." Chu Xiao, who had cultivated his energy, possessed a physical strength far beyond that of anyone in the Tianlong world. Although their moves were exquisite to Chu Xiao, they appeared as if they were played back in slow motion, lacking any combat effectiveness. After all, Zuizimo barely managed to squeeze into the ranks of first-class experts in the martial arts world, so this level of strength was understandable. Chu Xiao sneered, extended 2 fingers, and easily pinched Zuizimo's long sword. With a twist of his wrist, Zuizimo felt as if his sword had pierced through metal and stone, unable to move, followed by a surge of immense force, and the masterfully crafted sword snapped. With a swift motion, Chu Xiao appeared behind Zhuzimu. Just as Zhuzimu turned around, he felt a warmth at his neck and his consciousness began to blur as he collapsed powerless. Duan Yu, Zhongling, and all the disciples of the Wuliang sword sect were stunned by the scene before them. Everything happened so quickly. One moment Zhuzimu was threatening to kill, and the next he lay cold as a corpse. How is this possible? The disciples of the Wuliang sword sect could no longer hold on to their swords, abandoning them in fear. They had no courage to face Chu Xiao. After all, their master had paid the price for his foolishness, and they did not want to repeat the same mistake. Incredible. Zhongling's face turned slightly pale, but her eyes revealed a deep admiration. As the saying goes, an expert can see the subtleties. Though Zhongling's martial skills were weak, her discernment was exceptional, and she could see that Chu Xiao's strength was formidable. Even the top experts in the martial arts world could hardly compare. Thank you for saving us. May I ask your name? Duan Yu, seeing the crisis averted, promptly bowed and asked. He had never been keen on martial arts, and although he recognized Chu Xiao's outstanding skills, he felt no envy. Just call me Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao introduced himself, and sure enough, the reincarnation Black Lotus within him began to change as the first lotus petal was condensed. Chu Xiao saved Duan Yu and Zhonglinger from the hands of the Wuliang sword sect, and the two expressed their immense gratitude, with Zhonglinger particularly captivated by Chu Xiao's handsome and exceptional appearance. Upon closer comparison, Chu Xiao's powerful strength and striking looks far surpassed Duan Yu by many times. It's a well-known fact that beautiful women love heroes, and Zhonglinger's reaction was not unwarranted. However, Chu Xiao's mind was not on Zhonglinger at all. Though he noticed her feelings, he pretended to be unaware. He excused himself, claiming to have urgent matters, and left Duan Yu and Zhonglinger to head toward the Wuliang sword sect. According to Chu Xiao's memory, the Longhuan Blessed Land was located near a cliff beneath the Jade Wall at the back mountain of the Wuliang sword sect. Chu Xiao increased his speed, moving smoothly without any obstacles, and entered the forbidden area of the Wuliang sword sect. When a pure white stone wall appeared before him, he realized he had reached his destination. Chu Xiao's gaze followed the Jade Wall downward, the bottomless cliff, shrouded in layers of mist, making it impossible to discern reality from illusion. He thought to himself that in the original story, Duan Yu fell from this very spot, such a high cliff, and yet he emerged unscathed. Truly a case of extraordinary luck. Chu Xiao did not believe he possessed such luck. He gathered his qi and slowly descended using the sky dance technique. After about a stick of incense had burned, Chu Xiao finally landed at the bottom of the cliff, searching around, but finding no hidden paradise. Chu Xiao had no choice but to continue along the path until he arrived at a waterfall cascading downwards. Before him lay a deep shadowy lake, and through the waterfall he vaguely saw the outline of some buildings. This must be the place. Chu Xiao was filled with joy, stepping lightly and leaping into the space behind the waterfall. Chu Xiao wiped the water droplets from his body, only to be obstructed by a stone door. Looking closely, he saw 4 elegant characters inscribed on the door: Longhuan Blessed Land. Indeed, this is the place. Chu Xiao pushed open the stone door and naturally entered the cave, where he found a jade statue exquisitely carved to appear ethereal and lifelike. Even Chu Xiao couldn't help but praise the sculptor's skill. However, Chu Xiao's mind was not on the jade statue, but rather on the futon beneath it. Ignoring the inscription beneath the statue that read, "Knock your head 100 times to serve my commands," Chu Xiao directly retrieved a scroll from the futon, which contained the Northern Darkness divine skill and the Lingbo Weibo techniques. As Chu Xiao slowly opened the scroll, a series of images of naked women appeared before his eyes, each striking various poses, with red lines depicting the paths of energy flow across their bodies, marking each major acupoint. Lesser Yin Sanjiao meridians. Wuwang. Shiguan. Tai. Chu Xiao looked bewildered. Though he knew that the human body had various acupoints, he had no idea how many there were or where they were located. Chu Xiao was completely unaware and had never studied this before. Now, holding the manuals for the Northern Darkness divine skill and Lingbo Weibo, felt like possessing a treasure mountain, but not knowing how to utilize it. What should I do? Chu Xiao realized that the stories and novels where protagonists fall off cliffs and find supreme martial arts manuals only to become top experts in the blink of an eye were all just lies. For someone like Chu Xiao, who had no foundation in martial arts, even finding an extraordinary martial arts manual would make it difficult to master the techniques within. It seems I need to consult someone for help. Chu Xiao immediately thought of Duan Yu, recalling that when he parted ways with him, Duan Yu mentioned he was taking Zhonglinger back to the Valley of Evil to heal her injuries. However, Chu Xiao had not inquired about the location of the Valley of Evil, and searching for Duan Yu seemed futile. After pondering for a while, he raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself why he was so fixated on asking someone. Both the Northern Darkness divine skill and Lingbo Weibo belong to the Xiaoyao sect's secret manuals, so naturally the best way to learn them would be to seek out someone from the Xiaoyao sect. Currently, according to Chu Xiao's memory, the leader of the Xiaoyao sect, Wu Yazi, had been pushed off a cliff by his disciple Ding Chuanxiu and was paralyzed. Fortunately, he was still alive thanks to 70 years of northern darkness, true qi, sustaining him. Why shouldn't Chu Xiao go directly to Wu Yazi to learn the northern darkness divine skill and Lingbo Weibu? That would be the most suitable course of action. Determined, Chu Xiao left the Longhuan blessed land resolved to find the Xiaoyao sect and learn the northern darkness divine skill and Lingbo Weibu from Wu Yazi. However, Chu Xiao only remembered that Wu Yazi had set up a rare chess game to find a suitable apprentice, inviting young heroes from all over the world. Whoever could solve the chess game would be able to inherit his teachings. He couldn't recall where Wu Yazi had held the chess game and had no knowledge of the Xiaoyao sect's location in the mountains. At this point, the plot of Tianlong Babu had just begun, and there was still a long time before Wu Yazi set up the rare chess game. This meant that if Chu Xiao wanted to find Wu Yazi, he would either have to put in a lot of effort to search or wait until the rare chess game was officially opened. With no other option, Chu Xiao stored the scroll away, unfurled his form, and descended from Wuyang Mountain. Days later, he found himself at a simple tea house by the roadside. A handsome young man dressed in a white robe approached gracefully and seated himself alone at a table. Unlike the dusty travelers around him, the young man exuded an extraordinary charm, appearing delicate yet powerful. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the young man's vitality was vigorous, moving with the wind, and the muscles beneath his robe were well-defined, exuding a sense of strength and beauty. This exceptional young man was none other than Chu Xiao, who had just come down from Wuyang Mountain. To facilitate his journey, he had changed into this scholarly robe at a clothing store, which indeed spared him from many odd stares along the way. Yet no matter how plain the clothing, it could not conceal Chu Xiao's intrinsic aura. Thus, everywhere he went, he became the focus of attention, sparking discussions among the onlookers. As Chu Xiao sipped the tea served by the waiter, washing away the dust of his journey, he paid no mind to the gazes of the wandering martial artists around him. He had long grown accustomed to it. He had also dealt with a few unruly martial artists personally, and there was nothing significant to trouble him. Just as Chu Xiao finished his tea, paid the bill, and prepared to leave, a hearty laugh resonated from behind. Turning around, Chu Xiao saw a burly man with a bold demeanor striding into the tea house. The giant sat down with ease, beckoning the waiter and ordering 2 pounds of liquor and a plate of cooked meat. "Sir, this establishment only serves tea and simple fare for travelers. For the liquor and meat you seek, you must travel 10 more miles to the market where there are taverns." The giant raised an eyebrow, looking around the tea house, only then noticing the sign that indicated it was a tea house. He thought to himself how careless he had been to mistake the tea house for a tavern. Just as the burly man was about to get up and leave, he was called back by Chu Xiao. "Brother, if you wish to drink, I happen to have some. Would you care to join me?" Chu Xiao took out a universal capsule, conjuring a box of fine wine, as if by magic. Such a miraculous act immediately widened the eyes of the surrounding martial artists, who gazed at him in shock. Even the composed giant showed a hint of surprise, marveling at Chu Xiao's ability to produce fine wine out of thin air. But upon further observation, the giant saw that Chu Xiao bore no ill intent. After inspecting the box of fine wine, he burst into laughter at his own previous behavior, saying, "Brother, what an impressive skill you have. Since there's wine to drink, I shall gladly accept." The giant got up and sat down opposite Chu Xiao with a vigorous stride, reaching into the box to take out a bottle of fine wine. As he held the wine bottle, the giant was once again astonished. The cool touch, and the crystal-clear bottle contained a nectar-like exquisite brew. The giant inwardly praised the use of glass to hold wine, recognizing that this person was indeed extraordinary. Given his age and demeanor, he thought that in the current martial world, only one person could be worthy of such distinction. Be it Bei Xiaofeng or Nan Murong, this person must be Murong Fu from the Murong family. The giant was none other than Xiaofeng, the leader of the beggars sect, who had traveled a long way and stopped here temporarily. Xiaofeng tilted his head back and drank deeply. The fiery liquor entered his belly like a flood, bursting through a dam, invigorating his spirit and unblocking his acupoints. He could not help but exclaim, "Good wine, good wine, good wine. If only there were meat to go with it." Chu Xiao smiled, faintly flipping his wrist to reveal another universal capsule. With good wine, how could there be no meat? As the smoke cleared, a large box appeared before Xiaofeng, and when it opened, an enticing aroma wafted out, revealing a dazzling array of delicacies. "Good, good, good," Xiaofeng exclaimed thrice, raising his cup and toasting with Chu Xiao, drinking heartily and feasting on the meat. In that moment, the two of them indulged in joy, forgetting everything else, with their eyes only for the exquisite wine and food, celebrating the rare bond of friendship. After several rounds of drinking and tasting various dishes, Xiaofeng, known for his ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, began to show a hint of a blush on his face, and his gaze became increasingly hazy. The wine that Chu Xiao brought out was far superior to the low-alcohol beverages found in the Tianlong world. Except for the red wine, each bottle was a strong spirit. Having been accustomed to low-alcohol drinks, Qiao Feng, unaware of the effects of alcohol, drank heavily and soon found himself drunk. In contrast, Chu Xiao, drinking alongside Qiao Feng, consumed copious amounts of strong liquor without any signs of intoxication. Instead, he felt more invigorated. Chu Xiao had enhanced his body with super soldier serum, which allowed his metabolism to be several times that of an ordinary person, making it impossible for him to get drunk. Qiao Feng shook his head, realizing he was indeed drunk. Looking at Chu Xiao, he thought this person's capacity for alcohol is astonishing. I am already tipsy, yet he seems as if he hasn't drunk at all. Nan Murong is indeed not just a name. Qiao Feng laughed heartily, saying, "It's a pleasure to drink with you today, a truly delightful. After we finish our meal, how about a contest of leg strength between us?" Chu Xiao was also intrigued. He had already guessed this person's identity from his words and actions, and naturally wanted to witness the prowess of Bei Qiao Feng. All right. Chu Xiao stowed away 2 boxes into his all-purpose capsule, and together with Qiao Feng chose a direction. The two then took off into the air. Qiao Feng utilized a top-tier lightness skill, while Chu Xiao, lacking martial arts knowledge, relied solely on his physical strength, each time explosively propelling himself from the ground like a dragon rising from the sea. As Qiao Feng observed Chu Xiao's movements, though they were crude like that of a novice, his speed was surprisingly capable of keeping up with Qiao Feng, showing signs of even surpassing him. Qiao Feng's heart was once again filled with shock. It was astonishing that there was someone in the world with such formidable physical strength capable of unleashing such speed solely through physical prowess. Thinking of this, Qiao Feng activated his inner strength, pushing his lightness skill to the limit, increasing his speed once more. Yet Chu Xiao remained unfazed, following closely behind without any hint of fatigue. The two traveled several dozen miles, and Qiao Feng finally could not hold on any longer, landing on the ground. Chu Xiao also noticed Qiao Feng's condition and landed closely behind. As expected of the Morong family, I am Qiao Feng. Today I truly admire you. Qiao Feng bowed in praise, thinking to himself that this person in terms of state of mind, strength, and means was extraordinary. He was far inferior and should bow in respect. Nan Morong. Chu Xiao looked bewildered, as it seemed Qiao Feng mistook him for Morong Fu. He chuckled lightly, assisting the bowing Qiao Feng back up. Brother Qiao has mistaken me for someone else. I am not Nan Morong, Chu Xiao explained. I am Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao. Qiao Feng paused, rapidly recalling the names of notable figures in the current martial world, but had never heard of a hero named Chu Xiao. Logically speaking, a person like Chu Xiao should not be an unknown figure. Could he be a top genius recently emerged from a major sect? Chu Xiao sensed Qiao Feng's thoughts and clarified, I have just entered the martial world without a sect or faction. This is the first time I have met a top expert like you, Brother Qiao. Qiao Feng understood, no longer daring to call anyone a top expert in front of Chu Xiao. After all, in the previous 2 contests, Qiao Feng's drinking capacity was inferior to Chu Xiao's, and his physical prowess was even further behind. Faced with such an outstanding Chu Xiao, Qiao Feng could only feel admiration and praise, yet he couldn't bring himself to propose a brotherhood. After all, Chu Xiao appeared to be significantly younger, but his strength was undoubtedly superior to Qiao Feng's. To hastily propose a brotherhood, if he were to call him elder brother, Qiao Feng felt he was unworthy of such a title. However, to position himself as the younger brother felt inappropriate, as well, since Qiao Feng was older than Chu Xiao. For a while, Qiao Feng fell into silence, lamenting that he had encountered such a kindred spirit, yet it was difficult to forge a true friendship. Chu Xiao noticed Qiao Feng's hesitation, but was unsure of where the difficulty lay. Brother Qiao, I see you seem to be in a hurry. Do you have important matters to attend to? Only then did Qiao Feng come back to his senses, realizing he almost missed an important matter. This journey was to meet with enemies in the Apricot Grove. The disciples of the Beggars sect had likely gathered there and were probably waiting for him. Brother Chu, I do have important matters to attend to, as I am scheduled to meet with enemies in the Apricot Grove. We haven't finished our drinks yet, so let's have a proper drink next time. Chu Xiao thought to himself the plot had already progressed to the incident at the Apricot Grove. Brother Qiao, I travel across the land to broaden my horizons. May I accompany you to the Apricot Grove to witness the heroes of the world? Qiao Feng looked at Chu Xiao with a meaningful gaze and laughed. Good. Since Brother Chu is willing to accompany me, I certainly want refuse. After they finished speaking, the two headed towards the direction of the Apricot Grove, arriving just around noon. The Apricot Grove was named for the abundance of apricot trees within, and it was currently the season for ripe apricots with golden fruits hanging all over the trees, exuding an enticing fragrance. As Chu Xiao and Qiao Feng ventured deeper into the grove, they quickly spotted disciples from the Beggars sect. After a brief exchange with them, Qiao Feng led Chu Xiao to the gathering place of the Beggars sect. There was already a large number of beggars' sect disciples gathered with more than half of the elders present. Chu Xiao glanced around and even recognized a few familiar faces in the crowd. A scholar in a green robe was none other than Duan Yu. Brother Chu. Duan Yu spotted Chu Xiao and quickly waved to him. Standing next to Duan Yu was an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a fairy who resembled the jade statue Chu Xiao had seen in the Longhuan Blessed Land. She was likely Wang Yuyan. It seems Duan Yu has indeed encountered Wang Yuyan. Chu Xiao thought, nodding in response to Duan Yu, then glancing at Wang Yuyan, beside him followed by a rough-looking middle-aged man who must be Bao Budong. Next, Xiao Feng arranged for Chu Xiao to sit in the guest of honor seat, and then stepped away to organize the Beggars Sect conference. Today we the Beggars Sect have gathered here to find out who killed Deputy Sect Master Ma. Just as Xiao Feng was speaking, a chaotic sound of footsteps approached from outside the grove, and another group of Beggars Sect disciples, led by Quan Guanxing, rushed in, their expressions hostile. Even Chu Xiao, an outsider, could tell they had ill intentions. Xiao Feng's gaze fell solely on Quan Guanxing, who, although surprised by his demeanor, he remained silent for the sake of the larger picture. During this time of reflection, I believe that the one who killed Deputy Sect Master Ma is definitely not of the Suzhou Morong clan. The real culprit must be someone else. As soon as Xiao Feng spoke, the disciples of the Beggars Sect began to stir. After all, Deputy Sect Master Ma died at the hands of his own signature technique, which was strikingly similar to the Morong clan's practice of using their own methods against others. What makes it impossible for it to be the Suzhou Morong clan? What the Sect Master said is quite right. My young master was still at Yanzi Wu when Deputy Sect Master Ma was killed. How could he have traveled 100 miles to commit murder? This matter must be a trap set for my young master. Bao Budong echoed in agreement. Indeed, there must be more to this. Xiao Feng nodded, wanting to continue speaking, when he was once again interrupted by Quan Guanxing. Is the Sect Master trying to exonerate him on purpose? This remark directly challenged Xiao Feng's authority as the sect leader. Quan Guanxing, upon arrival, openly ignored his dignity in front of the disciples of the Beggars Sect, and now, with such disrespectful words, Xiao Feng could no longer bear it. Where are the two elders of transmission and enforcement? Xiao Feng finally noticed that two of the most important elders of the Beggars Sect were missing. Quan Guanxing sneered, thinking himself exceptionally clever, having already imprisoned the transmission and enforcement elders. Now Xiao Feng was isolated and helpless. With one more move, he could force Xiao Feng out. The position of the Beggars Sect leader must belong to him, Quan Guanxing. The atmosphere on site had already changed. Xiao Feng scanned the crowd and found that the way they looked at him had grown unfamiliar, losing the previous warmth. Xiao Feng shot a cold glance at Quan Guanxing and turned to the four elders. Elders, what exactly is happening here? The elders remained silent, as if they had not heard Xiao Feng's words. Chu Xiao understood the entire conspiracy behind the Apricot Grove incident. Duan Yu and Wang Yuyan also sensed that divisions had formed within the Beggars Sect, and they had been drawn into an internal conflict of the sect. Xiao Feng let out a cold snort, his inner force surging as he unleashed the long-lost dragon-grasping art, so swiftly and silently that the beggars of the Beggars Sect remained utterly unaware, yet Quan Guanxing's knees buckled instantly, forcing him to kneel. Chu Zhao's gaze burned with piercing clarity. He instantly discerned Xiao Feng's technique. Inwardly, he mused the dragon-grasping art was indeed an unparalleled martial art, capable of projecting inner force beyond the body with flawless precision and control. More versatile and refined than mere chi manipulation, it embodied both subtlety and restraint. As in the original tale, Xiao Feng formally confronted Quan Guanxing, methodically recounting each elder's meritorious deeds while exposing his crimes. In Chu Zhao's eyes, Xiao Feng's methods, moral fortitude, and sheer audacity marked him as a peerless prodigy. That the Beggars Sect possessed such a leader was nothing short of celestial fortune. Yet alas, the elders of the sect remained unyielding, insisting with one voice that Xiao Feng, being of Khitan blood, could never rightfully assume the mantle of sect leader. One by one they turned against him, resenting, blaming, and raging at him. No matter how extraordinary Xiao Feng proved himself, he remained invisible to their narrow vision. Soon Tan Gong and Tan Pezhao, Qian Sun Li, and Kong Min, the widow of Deputy Sect Master Ma Deyuan, arrived in swift succession. Thus, under the shadow of Ma Deyuan's death, a sinister conspiracy surrounding Xiao Feng's origins began to coalesce. You seek to seize my position as sect master. I care not a whit for it. But why do you slander me as Ma Deyuan's murderer? Xiao Feng's words sprang from the depths of his soul. A man of unwavering integrity, he could not abide false accusation. Haha, sect master Xiao, spare us your feigned innocence. Quan Guanxing sneered, producing a sealed letter, the personal handwriting of Wang Jiantong, former sect master of the Beggars Sect. Kong Min, pray tell the assembly what this letter contains. All eyes turned toward Kong Min, a woman whose beauty shimmered like poisoned silk, her heart as venomous as a scorpion's sting. Woe is me. This humble widow dares not deceive the assembled heroes and valiant warriors. Within this letter lies a secret so grave it shakes the very foundations of our sect. Thus I, a mere woman, dare not speak of it lightly. Quan Guanxing laughed coldly. Deputy Sect Master Ma was brutally slain. This is precisely the moment to identify the true culprit. Kongmin, speak plainly of all you know. Rest assured, you shall have protection. With perfect synchrony, Quan Guanxing and Kongmin wove their performance, drawing every gaze and every thought to that single fragile sheet of paper. At that instant, Xiao Feng's fate as sect master became irrevocably bound to its contents. Kongmin reached for the envelope from Quan Guanxing's hand, preparing to open it, and read aloud. A gentle breeze swept past, yet in that breath the envelope vanished from her grasp. Head swiveled in shock. How could something held plainly before dozens of eyes simply disappear? Who among them possessed such mastery, stealing it in full view? Such footwork had ascended to the pinnacle of human artistry. There it is, cried a beggar disciple, pointing directly toward Chu Xiao. There stood Chu Xiao, slowly unfolding the envelope, reading its contents with serene indifference. Halt, villain. Lay no hand upon our sect's classified correspondence. The four elders of the beggar sect launched themselves forward in unison. Antor-headed staves, gray-tring sabers, tempered steel swords, and enforcement rods cleaving the air aimed unerringly at Chu Xiao's vital points. Fall back. Chu Xiao barked, his bare hand slashing forth, not with elegance or artifice, but raw direct force, colliding head-on with their weapons. His formidable physique, amplified by Qi, magnified his defensive might to astonishing heights. The four elders' weapons shattered on impact, yet Chu Xiao's fist emerged unscathed. Oh! The four elders recoiled in horror, staring at their broken arms. How could any mortal possess such terrifying hard-body cultivation? Barehanded, he had shattered steel. With a single blow, Chu Xiao had cowed every petty schemer present. Chu Xiao swept the assembly with a look of utter disdain, then lowered his gaze to the letter. Its contents confirmed his suspicions, a confidential missive from former sect master Wang Jiantong to deputy sect master Ma Deyuan, intended solely to guard against potential harm to the great Song dynasty should Xiao Feng, a Khitan, ever act against its interests. It had been a precautionary measure, nothing more. Now Quan Guanxing wielded it as a weapon to depose Xiao Feng and install himself in power. Absurd. Pathetic. Chu Xiao shook his head in contempt. A hero of legend, Xiao Feng had his entire life upended by a single letter. Though his destiny had always been fraught with hardship, it was no business of these ignorant, brutish fools to dictate his path. With a burst of Qi, the letter dissolved into fine ash, drifting softly downward. He believes destroying this letter will absolve Xiao Feng of his guilt. Quan Guanxing mocked again, cold laughter trailing his words. A blur. Chu Xiao's form flickered, then reappeared beside Quan Guanxing. With one palm pressed down, he drove Quan Guanxing flat onto the earth, prostrate, as if in worship. Stop! Kongmin cried out, panic sharpening her voice. Her grand scheme to destroy Xiao Feng was nearly complete. She could not bear to watch it crumble before her eyes. Oh, does your heart ache for your lover? Chu Xiao's lips curled upward in icy amusement as he fixed his gaze upon her. You, how dare you speak such nonsense? What lover? Chilled to the marrow by his stare, Kongmin instinctively averted her eyes. Esteemed sirs, plead justice for this widow. This man has not only torn our sect's confidential letter, he has assaulted an elder and now defames my honor. Defame you? You who were discarded by Duan Zhongchuan, married Ma Deyuan only to murder him, then consorted with Quan Guanxing and Bai Shijing, using Wang Jiantong's letter to plot Quan Guanxing's ascension to sect master. You viperous harpy, you are beneath even the effort of slander. HSSSH. A collective gasp froze the assembly. Chu Xiao's single sentence had detonated a cascade of revelations, each word a dagger, each clause a verdict. Kongmin murdered deputy sect master Ma. She engaged in illicit affairs with elders Quan Guanxing and Bai Shijing. Was this entire conspiracy orchestrated solely to elevate Quan Guanxing to sect master? Murmurs erupted across the crowd. Chu Xiao's overwhelming power and the chilling certainty of his accusations forced every listener to weigh their truth with solemn gravity. You lie. At the mere mention of Duan Jingchuan's name, Kongmin's composure shattered, her delicate facade crumbling into raw, unhinged fury. Refusing further entanglement, Chu Xiao turned his gaze upon Elder Bai Shijing and thundered as chief enforcer of the beggar sect, knowing the law yet violating it. What penalty does your sect prescribe for such betrayal? All eyes snapped to Elder Bai Shijing. His evasive glance confirmed Chu Xiao's charge beyond doubt. Xiao Feng's brow furrowed deeply as he demanded, Elder Bai, does Chu brother's accusation hold truth? Bai Shijing looked first at Xiao Feng, then at Kongmin, then at Quan Guanxing groveling on the ground, before sinking to his knees in surrender. Sect Master Qiao, I confess my folly. I alone bear blame for this catastrophe. Punish me as you see fit. A wave of stunned silence crashed over the disciples. By Shijing's capitulation was confession itself. Did Deputy Sect Master Ma truly perish by Kong Min's hand? Xiao Feng's voice roared with volcanic fury as he demanded the truth. Yes, he died by her hand. This venomous serpent used my weakness to compel me into forcing you from office. A thunderclap of rage exploded within Xiao Feng. Deputy Sect Master Ma and former Master Wang Jiantong had watched him grow, from boy to man, and bestowed upon him immeasurable kindness and trust. To learn now that Ma had fallen to Kong Min's treachery ignited a firestorm of wrath. Viperous hag, die! Xiao Feng raised his palm to strike her down, when a resonant Buddhist chant halted his blow. A bald elder monk strode forward, urgently interposing himself between Xiao Feng and Kong Min, granting her a reprieve from death. Master Zhiguang. The elders recognized him instantly. The venerable Master Zhiguang revered across the Jianghu. Master Zhiguang, why do you bar me from purging my own sect? Xiao Feng demanded, voice trembling with fury. Master Qiao Kong Min's sins merit death, but judgment belongs solely to the beggar sect. You no longer hold authority to intervene. Why not? Xiao Feng pressed. Because you are not Han, you are Chiton. A fresh wave of shock rippled through the disciples. Master Zhiguang had just unveiled another seismic revelation. I am Chiton. Xiao Feng stared disbelief, etching deep lines across his face. Indeed, Master Qiao, you are of Chiton lineage. Many here can attest to it. Should you doubt it, examine the wolf head tattoo upon your chest. That emblem marks you as royalty of the Chiton imperial house. Dazed Xiao Feng tore open his robe. There, stark and savage upon his chest, loomed the snarling visage of a wolf. I am Chiton. His mind went blank, struck dumb as if by lightning. At present, the Great Song and Liao dynasties waged perpetual war. The enmity between Han and Chiton ran too deep, too ancient to be erased. If Xiao Feng were truly Chiton, not only would he forfeit his title as sect master, he would find no sanctuary anywhere in the Central Plains martial world. Just as foretold in the original chronicle, Xiao Feng's fate remained immutable. He would become Xiao Feng. No intervention, however bold, could bend that iron truth. Yet Chu Xiao could bear it no longer. As a transmigrator, his worldview diverged profoundly from that of the Tianlong realm. So Xiao Feng is Chiton. What of it? Does that transform him from a paragon of chivalry into a despised, hunted outcast overnight? You shallow-minded pretenders, brandishing banners of Jianghu righteousness while harboring hearts narrower than a needle's eye. Your sanctimonious masks are truly revolting. Amitabha, this layman's malevolence runs deep. He requires the Buddha's teachings to cleanse his spirit. Come accompany me to the temple to study sutras and dharma. Unaware of Chu Zhao's true depth, Master Zhiguang bristled inwardly at his words, chastising him in silent rebuke. You monk, 30 years ago outside Yanmen Pass, you and your brethren were deceived by Murong Bo into slaughtering Xiao Yuanshan's beloved wife, shattering their family forever. And now you emerge once more to sow chaos. Is this the work of a Buddhist monk? Master Zhiguang's face darkened. He intoned solemnly, Amitabha. That battle was indeed a calamity wrought by our gullibility. We were manipulated by a deceiver. If Master Qiao seeks vengeance, let him strike now, without hesitation. Xiao Feng stood stunned, again and again shaken by Chu Zhao's words. Now faced with Master Zhiguang's invitation to vengeance, he could not lift a hand. It was merely a monk's convenient ploy to evade accountability. A masterful gambit, monk. Well aware Qiao brother would never strike, yet goading him thus. Clever indeed. But what Qiao brother cannot do, I shall perform in his stead. The 49th, sorrowful pure breeze. Chu Xiao's words were like the cold ice of December, sending a chill down Master Zhiguang's spine. Having navigated the martial world for many years, he had always managed to escape similar situations by thickening his face and provoking his opponents to strike him. The other party, bound by the rules of the martial world, would find it inconvenient to act, and thus he had often used this as an excuse, proving effective time and again. However, now with Chu Xiao's words, "I'll take care of it," Master Zhiguang was greatly alarmed. Just as he was about to explain, he felt a blur before his eyes, a chill in his chest, and a gaping wound appeared, soaking his monk's robe in blood. How could this be? Master Zhiguang looked incredulously at his chest, then at Chu Xiao, who had raised a single finger. He thought, where did this reckless young man come from, disregarding the rules of the martial world, allowing himself to perish at his hands? Master Zhiguang's face contorted in rage, completely losing his earlier composure, and after struggling for a moment, he ceased to breathe. Bold thief, how dare you kill the esteemed Master Zhiguang? The elder of the beggars sect scolded Chu Xiao angrily, yet none dared to step forward to confront him. Chu Xiao's displayed strength was formidable, having just unleashed a blast of white energy from his fingertips that pierced Master Zhiguang's chest. Everyone was astonished by this pinnacle martial skill that released internal energy outward. Could this thief be a disciple of the Dali Duan family, using the Dali Duan family's ultimate technique, the Six Meridians Divine Sword? Everyone looked towards Duan Yu, who had just introduced himself as a disciple of the Dali Duan family, and recalling their previous acquaintance naturally turned to him. Duan Yu, feeling uncomfortable under their gazes, awkwardly replied, "Brother Chu is not a disciple of the Duan family, nor is he using our family's martial arts. And as for what martial art it is, I've never had a heart for martial arts since childhood, so I'm not very knowledgeable." Everyone was even more astonished. Was there really a martial skill in the martial world that could rival the Six Meridians Divine Sword? This person's background must be extraordinary. For a time, silence fell around them. The members of the Beggars sect dared not confront Chu Xiao, but those involved in the past Yinmen Pass incident, Tan Gong and Tan Pazhao, Qian Sun Li, looked at Master Ziguang's corpse and had no choice but to draw their swords against Chu Xiao. They knew they were no match for Chu Xiao, yet they had the courage to stand against him, showing more backbone compared to Master Ziguang. Just as Chu Xiao was about to engage with them, he was stopped by Xiao Feng. "Brother Xiao, do not act further." Xiao Feng's voice carried a sense of helplessness and sorrow, and his demeanor was markedly different from before. Xiao Feng looked gratefully at Chu Xiao. "Thank you, brother, for your assistance. I, Xiao Feng, have recognized you as my brother. From today on, I will relinquish my position as the leader of the Beggars sect, and from now on, I shall have no further ties with it." Xiao Feng then turned towards Tan Gong and Tan Pa. "Though you were used by Murong Bo back at Yinmen Pass, my parents ultimately died by your hands. The blood feud of my parents must be avenged. Do I apologize to you both." After speaking, Xiao Feng unleashed a palm strike akin to a dragon, using not the Beggars sect's ultimate technique, the 18 dragon subduing palms, but rather a common move from the martial world. It seemed Xiao Feng had not lost his reason, but recognized that employing the Beggars sect's ultimate technique against Tan Gong and others was clearly inappropriate. Yet even with ordinary martial moves, his martial arts realm allowed him to transform the mundane into the extraordinary, showcasing terrifying combat power. In just a few exchanges, Tan Gong and the others were knocked to the ground. While everyone assumed Xiao Feng would deliver a fatal blow, he refrained and instead struck their dantian, crippling their martial arts. "Thank you, sect leader Xiao, the grace of not killing." Tan Gong clutched his chest, weakly supporting Tan Pa, feeling grateful. "You may leave." Xiao Feng waved his arm and no longer looked at them, instead turning his gaze to Kong Min and Quan Guanqing. "I am no longer the leader of the Beggars sect, I will no longer concern myself with its affairs, but since Boss Wang is my mentor and deputy leader, Ma watched me grow up, they have been used and murdered. I must take revenge for them." Xiao Feng then acted again, using the very Beggars sect's ultimate technique, the 18 dragon subduing palms, launching a strike of the dragon swords with regret, bursting with killing intent. Kong Min, having shallow martial arts skills, could not withstand Xiao Feng's fierce palm, and before he could even scream, was struck dead on the spot. Quan Guanqing, witnessing Kong Min's tragic death, was drenched in beads of sweat, and facing imminent death, he could no longer maintain his composure. He crawled up from the ground, desperately begging Xiao Feng to spare his wretched life. Yet Xiao Feng remained unmoved. Chu Xiao's strike that killed Master Ziguang had greatly impacted him. For someone who used the rules and ethics of the martial world to evade responsibility, they deserve to die. With a whoosh, Xiao Feng struck out, and Quan Guanqing fell bleeding from his 7 orifices. Chu Xiao's lips curled into a smile, greatly approving of Xiao Feng's actions. A man must repay grievances, distinguishing between public and private affairs, and he was indeed worthy of being a dragon among men. As everyone was captivated by Xiao Feng, an unfamiliar faint fragrance wafted through the air, almost unnoticed by anyone, even Chu Xiao. Yet as this fragrance entered their bodies, everyone felt a sudden weakness, as if their internal energy was stagnating and could not be summoned. "This is bad, the fragrance is poisonous." Realizing this, it was already too late. They had been poisoned and lay on the ground like puddles of mud. Even Xiao Feng, with his deep internal strength, knelt on the ground, unable to muster any energy. The entire apricot grove was filled with fallen people, while Chu Xiao stood there unharmed, showing no signs of being poisoned. The super soldier serum had not only accelerated Chu Xiao's metabolism, but greatly enhanced his resistance to toxins, thus he remained unaffected. Sad and fragrant breeze. Haha. Not long after everyone fell, a group of armored soldiers had surrounded them. They were none other than the people from the western Xia Yipentang. Among them was a soldier disguised as Li Yinzong, who was none other than Murong Fu. "This group of brash Beggars sect members has fallen into my hands, and even their leader Xiao Feng has been captured alive. This is truly a resounding victory." The Western Xia general laughed heartily, yet noticed Chu Xiao, who was the only one unharmed. "Capture him." "Yes." A group of soldiers armed with steel blades charged towards Chu Xiao with great momentum. Bang, bang, bang. With several cries of agony before the soldiers could approach Chu Xiao, they staggered and collapsed as if struck by something. What was that? The general was astounded, having not seen clearly how Chu Xiao attacked, only witnessing his soldiers fall in droves. Brother Chu, please fend off these Western Xia soldiers. I am currently poisoned and cannot unleash my internal strength. Though the beggar's sect has no ties with me, I cannot stand by and watch them be persecuted. Xiao Feng, forcing himself to remain upright, could not allow himself to fall, and could only place his hopes on Chu Xiao. A group of beggar's sect disciples along with Duan Yu and Wang Yuyan looked at Chu Xiao with hope. He was the only one who could save them. Brother Chu, save Miss Wang first. If she falls into the hands of the Western Xia soldiers, I fear. Duan Yu lay slumped on the ground, clearly unable to resist the effects of the sad, fragrant breeze, due to Chu Xiao's intervention, having missed the chance to learn the Beiming divine skill and the Lingbo Weibo. We implore you, Hero Chu, to assist us. We cannot let our foolishness lead to the destruction of the beggar's sect. The elder of the beggar's sect also recognized the gravity of the situation. If they were captured by the Western Xia soldiers, it would truly be a slaughter. With the high-ranking members of the beggar's sect gathered here, it could almost be considered the destruction of the sect. Since everyone is requesting my assistance, I will reluctantly lend a hand. Chu Xiao clenched his fists, his entire aura surging, resembling a celestial being descending, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. The Western Xia general gazed at Chu Xiao, his expression grave, yet seeing the benefits before him, he was unwilling to withdraw. He waved his hand and shouted, "All of you attack. Whoever can kill this person, this general will reward handsomely." With a single command from the Western Xia general, his soldiers surged forth to attack Chu Xiao, demonstrating their prowess and strict obedience to their leader's orders. However, regardless of how numerous the soldiers were, facing an enemy of an entirely different caliber could not alter the outcome of the battle. Chu Xiao moved like lightning, charging forward instead of retreating, plunging into the midst of the enemy. His fists changed form without any hint of technique, relying solely on speed and strength, with each blow sending soldiers flying, silencing them instantly. Each punch and each strike was capable of taking a life. What terrifying physical strength! What kind of martial art has this person cultivated? Clearly, he possesses no internal energy, yet his physical form is honed to such a frightening degree. As they watched Chu Xiao move effortlessly among the soldiers, easily reaping their lives, everyone marveled at his power, secretly relieved that a confrontation with Chu Xiao had not escalated earlier, otherwise they would have been the ones to perish. Oh! The sounds of wailing rose and fell like waves. In the blink of an eye, the soldiers around the Western Xia general had dwindled to almost none. Even Murong Fu, who was masquerading as a Western Xia warrior, retreated silently upon witnessing Chu Xiao's strength, daring not to take a step forward. After all, with Murong Fu's deep family background, how could he not recognize Chu Xiao's terror? He could barely catch a glimpse of Chu Xiao's figure, let alone have the qualification to confront him. Chu Xiao's expression was as calm as water, with countless soldiers' corpses strewn about him. An invisible aura of killing intent rose from him, causing even battle-hardened generals who had witnessed great life and death to feel compelled to retreat, as if they were staring into a sea of blood and mountains of bones rushing towards them. Retreat! 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 The Western Xia general felt as if he had been plunged into an ice house. When Chu Xiao's gaze swept over him, his fighting spirit immediately collapsing, and he could only think of fleeing this place as quickly as possible. "Want to run? Did I allow you to escape?" Chu Xiao's speed surged, and the sound of air being torn apart filled the air. In the next moment, he appeared beside the Western Xia general, his powerful leg muscles exploding with force as he smashed down on the horse beneath the general. The horse let out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground, struggling a few times before falling silent. "Li Yinzong, hurry. Quickly help me." The Western Xia general pleaded desperately, trying to crawl away. Murong Fu, disguised as Li Yinzong, felt the pressure of being called out. Realizing the danger, he immediately prepared to use his lightness skill to escape. But how could Murong Fu's speed compare to Chu Xiao's? As soon as he moved, Chu Xiao's fist was already on its way. "Not good. I'm going to die." Murong Fu, aware of the terrifying force behind Chu Xiao's punch, dared not be the slightest bit negligent. Driven by his instinct for survival, he desperately activated the Murong family's ultimate skill, the Star Shift. Chu Xiao felt as if his punch had struck a mound of cotton, lacking any point of impact. Even under Murong Fu's full control, it traced a circular path, the force rushing towards his face. What kind of martial art is this? Chu Xiao couldn't help but feel intrigued. It was the first time someone had been able to take a punch from him since arriving in the Tianlong world. The sensation was akin to a high-level character entering a novice village only to suddenly find a newbie who could withstand damage. How could Chu Xiao not be curious? This is the Murong family's Star Shift. Although Chu Xiao couldn't discern its truth or falsehood, Wang Yuyan was all too familiar with this move. The The star shift was undoubtedly the Murong family's secret technique, and she recognized it immediately. Star shift. Chu Xiao was taken aback, recalling that in the original plot Murong Fu had pretended to be a Western Xiao warrior. You are Murong Fu. Murong Fu was startled, realizing his identity had been exposed and fearing that the reputation of the Southern Murong would be tarnished. It seemed that Murong Fu, hidden within the Western Xiao army, had a significant connection to this ambush against the Beggars sect. One could even say that this plot was orchestrated by Murong Fu himself. If this matter were to leak out, Murong Fu's reputation would be tarnished throughout the martial world. Murong Fu dared not be careless. His thoughts raced as he seized the opportunity, while Chu Xiao had yet to strike, drawing his blade. However, his target was not Chu Xiao but the Western Xia general. With a swift slash, the steel blade cut through the Western Xia general's throat. The general stared at Murong Fu in disbelief, trying to say something, but no words came out as blood gushed from his mouth. Murong Fu did not stop there. He continued to strike down the remaining Western Xia soldiers. This action left Chu Xiao and the others utterly dumbfounded. Was this an attempt to redeem himself? This method truly suited Murong Fu's character. Seeing that he had wiped out the Western Xia soldiers, Murong Fu retrieved a porcelain bottle from his waist and tossed it to Chu Xiao, saying, "This contains the antidote for the bitter wind. Just let them smell it, and they will be cured." Murong Fu put on a righteous demeanor, tearing off the human skin mask on his face to reveal his true self. He explained, "On my way here, I saw a group of Western Xia soldiers gathering outside the apricot forest. Suspecting they would pose a threat to the Beggars sect, I killed one of their leaders, donned the human skin mask, and infiltrated as an enemy. Little did I expect that things would unfold as I predicted. There was indeed a grand conspiracy. Fortunately, with the help of Hero Chu, we were able to rescue the heroes of the Beggars sect so quickly." Murong Fu, true to his Southern Murong identity, thoroughly explained why he appeared among the Western Xia troops in just a few words, and he had certainly earned a significant favor from the Beggars sect. Chu Xiao snorted coldly, intending to expose Murong Fu's hypocritical facade, but was stopped by the recovering Xiao Feng, who exchanged glances with Chu Xiao before the two vanished from the crowd. It turned out that Xiao Feng had learned of his origins, as well as that his father and Murong Bo were still alive on the mortal plane. He decided to leave the Beggars sect to search for his long-lost biological father and his true enemy Murong Bo. Unwilling to entangle himself further with the elders of the Beggars sect, Xiao Feng used Chu Xiao's presence to leave the apricot forest. After bidding farewell, he vanished outside the forest. As soon as Xiao Feng left, the reincarnation Black Lotus within Chu Xiao finally underwent a transformation, condensing a second petal of the lotus. It seemed that being with the protagonist was indeed the most efficient way to condense lotus petals. After watching Xiao Feng's figure disappear, Chu Xiao lost interest in returning to the apricot forest and chose a direction to leave. His target remained to find the location of the Xiaoyao sect or await Su Xing's wide-ranging hero summons to gather various heroes to crack the Xinding chessboard. After Chu Xiao and Xiao Feng departed, the Beggars sect members waited in vain for the two, eventually dispersing. Duan Yu had intended to follow Wang Yuyan, but was obstructed by Murong Fu and had no choice but to leave in disappointment. Following the battle at the apricot forest, the disciples of the Beggars sect spread the news vigorously, and soon the entire martial world was informed of the events of that day. In no time, Chu Xiao's name soared to great heights, and with some embellishments from certain individuals, his strength was described as if he were a deity descended from the heavens. Before long, the storytellers in tea houses and taverns also seized upon this topic, and after adding a touch of artistry, they began to promote it vigorously. Do you know that Chu Xiao is the manifestation of the star of the greedy wolf from the heavens? The people of the martial world respectfully refer to him as the god of slaughter. Do you know why? In the battle at the apricot forest, the god of slaughter Chu Xiao single-handedly annihilated the top experts of the Western Xia Yipentang, saving the former leader of the Beggars sect Xiao Feng and the disciples. Moreover, he was prescient enough to uncover the murderer behind Deputy Leader Ma's assassination. He even revealed the truth behind the 30-year battle at Yinmen Pass. It turns out that the Beggars sect leader Xiao Feng is a Khitan whose mother was plotted against and killed by the Murong family head Murong Bo, while his father is missing. You ask where Xiao Feng is now. Of course, he has gone to seek revenge against the seemingly dead Murong Bo for the murder of his mother. Where is the god of slaughter Chu Xiao? It is said that the god of slaughter Chu Xiao enjoys roaming through the majestic mountains and has often been spotted in various famous mountains and rivers, truly like an immortal transcending the mundane. After the battle at Xingzi Grove, Chu Xiao continued his quest across famed mountains and great rivers, searching for traces of the Xiaoyao sect. Since Weianzi had been pushed off a cliff by Ding Chuanxiu, the sect had vanished from the martial world, its whereabouts unknown to all but a handful. Thus, despite Chu Zhao's relentless efforts, he failed to locate the Xiaoyao sect even after an entire month. Though the divine absorption cultivation art and the Lingbo microstep had long been in his possession, his martial prowess remained rudimentary, little more than peasant-level techniques, relying solely on overwhelming physical strength to overpower refined arts. The cultivation of qi inherently pursued supreme power. Rapid growth in raw force rendered technical finesse comparatively secondary. Yet in Chu Zhao's eyes, against opponents of equal cultivation level, combat skill became decisive when brute strength was evenly matched, much like the early arcs of Dragon Ball, where mastery of technique and acute battle awareness determined victory. In contrast, the mid to late arcs relied entirely on overwhelming power, crushing adversaries through sheer volume and refinement of qi. As the ancient saying goes, 1 measure of strength subdues 10 schools of technique, 4 ounces deflect 1,000 jin. To Chu Xiao, both principles were indispensable, each a vital path to ascendant strength. What he lacked now was guidance from a true master. One day Chu Xiao ascended Lega Mountain, a famed peak, and climbed its winding paths alone, encountering no one until he reached the mountainside, where he met a woodcutter. Chu Zhao's gaze swept over the man and instantly sharpened. During his mountain wanderings, he had seen many woodcutters, but all were ordinary folk utterly devoid of inner energy. This woodcutter, however, was no commoner. His inner cultivation ran deep, his breath steady and profound, an unmistakable sign of rigorous training under an accomplished master. "Might I ask, sir, is this the Xiaoyao sect?" Chu Xiao demanded, voice firm and unwavering. The woodcutter paused mid-swing, eyeing him warily. "There is no such sect in this world. I am but an ordinary woodcutter. Even if such a place existed, I would know nothing of it." Chu Xiao chuckled softly. The woodcutter's words were telling, claiming ordinariness while radiating cultivated qi, denying the sect's existence while feigning ignorance of its very name. Clearly this mountain was the Xiaoyao sect's abode. "Fear not, I bear no ill intent. I come on urgent business. Is Master Su Xinghe present upon this mountain?" Chu Xiao pressed further to confirm his suspicion. "You know my master," the woodcutter blurted, almost involuntarily. Chu Xiao inwardly affirmed this was the Xiaoyao sect, and the woodcutter a disciple of Su Xinghe. "I have never met him," Chu Xiao replied calmly. "Simply tell Master Su that I hail from Langya Fudi beneath Wuliang Mountain. He will understand." The woodcutter hesitated, then lowered his bundle of firewood. "What is your name?" "Wait here. I shall inform my master at once." "I am Chu Xiao, the slaughter god, Chu Xiao." The woodcutter recoiled in shock, astonishment flashing across his face, and hastened his steps down the mountain. Watching the woodcutter vanish into the mist, Chu Xiao exhaled in quiet triumph. His search had ended. He would soon meet Weianzi. Yet one question lingered: what did slaughter god truly mean? Having spent weeks wandering remote mountains, Chu Xiao remained largely unaware of martial world reputations. Such titles held no weight for him, mere echoes in the wind. Soon the woodcutter reappeared, descending swiftly with a white-bearded elder whose furrowed face belied eyes sharp and luminous fixed intently upon Chu Xiao. "So, you are the famed slaughter god Chu Xiao who has stirred the martial world." "Indeed I am Chu Xiao," he replied, shrugging lightly. "Slaughter god is but a title bestowed by others." Su Xing has studied him with undisguised admiration. "Such courage, such power, and such extraordinary bearing. My master will surely take great delight in you." Ahem. Realizing he'd spoken too freely, Su Xing coughed twice to mask his slip. But Chu Xiao caught every word, and understood Weianzi was already preparing the Jinlong Go puzzle to select his successor. His arrival could not have been more timely, like receiving a pillow just as one drifted into slumber. "Brother Chu, follow me." "Brother Chu." Both Chu Xiao and the woodcutter blinked in surprise, the appellation absurd on its face. Su Xinghe, ancient in years, could scarcely be his peer in seniority. Yet the title carried meaning. Su Xinghe had already accepted him as Weianzi's chosen heir, and thus within the sect's lineage they stood as brothers. Within a secluded valley, Chu Xiao passed through concealed doors, following Su Xinghe into a stone chamber, where a figure hovered midair, suspended by chains. Weianzi himself, paralyzed, yet radiant with indomitable spirit. Junior disciple Chu Xiao pays homage to Elder Weianzi. It was the first time since entering the demigod world that Chu Xiao addressed another as junior. This gesture rooted not in humility, but in purpose. He sought instruction in the divine absorption cultivation art, and the Lingbo microstep and propriety demanded respect. Truly handsome and noble, graceful beyond compare, Weianzi murmured, his voice rich and resonant despite his century-long life. "Elder's praise is too generous," Chu Xiao replied modestly. "No need for false modesty before me. Su Xinghe tells me you visited Langya Fudi. How fares it there?" Weianzi's tone softened, drifting into memory, then darkening with quiet sorrow. "Elder, when I arrived, Langya Fudi stood empty, save for a jade statue. Has Chioshui truly left that place?" Wei Yanzi whispered, his expression unreadable, neither grief nor relief betraying his heart. Chu Xiao hesitated. Li Qiushui was likely serving as Western Xia's royal consort. Better to withhold the truth, lest Wei Yanzi's last breath catch in his throat. Ah, let it be. Those days are dust upon the wind. My life nears its end and earthly attachments should fade, but my greatest regret remains, taking Ding Chuanxiu as my disciple. These past days I tasked Su Xinghe with issuing heroic invitations far and wide, to find one worthy of inheriting my legacy. And yet, you came of your own accord. Then kneel, 9 kowtows, and from this day forth you shall be my disciple. Chu Xiao remained calm, and gently shook his head. Elder, you misunderstand. I did not come to become your disciple. What a, not to become my disciple. Wei Yanzi recoiled. Then why seek me out? Forgive me, Elder. I seek only to study the divine absorption cultivation art and the Lingbo microstep. Only one who has mastered both may guide me properly. Bowing deeply, he added, our relationship shall be that of teacher and student, not by formal discipleship, but by order of instruction. Huh, order of instruction, a brilliant phrase. Wei Yanzi laughed, a rare, unrestrained sound, as his fascination with Chu Xiao deepened. The Xiaoyao sect's supreme arts have fallen to you. That is your destiny. If you refuse discipleship, I shall still instruct you. On one condition, you must swear to slay Ding Chuanxiu, that vile traitor. Chu Xiao shook his head again. I thank you, Elder, for your generosity, but Ding Chuanxiu's life belongs to you. Strike him down yourself. Myself. Wei Yanzi scoffed, glancing down at his motionless limbs, then sighing bitterly. With this broken body. Elder, I can heal you. Chu Xiao spoke calmly. What a, you can heal me. Wei Yanzi nearly shouted, rattling his iron chains violently, before steadying himself with a wry smile. Impossible. My muscles have withered after decades of paralysis. Even if restored, I'd remain a cripple, incapable of avenging myself. And my lifespan dwindles, only sustained by the divine absorption qi. Alas, Chu Xiao offered no further explanation. From his satchel, he withdrew a celestial bean and held it out. Elder, take your medicine. Wu Yazi gazed at the immortal bean resting in Chu Xiao's palm, skepticism flickering across his face. Could this seemingly ordinary Hmong bean truly cure his decades-long high-level paraplegia? Could it even restore his atrophied muscles? Wu Yazi found it hard to believe. Had Chu Xiao produced a refined pill, he might have trusted it, but a single Hmong bean held little persuasive power. Senior cultivator, please open your mouth. Chu Xiao extended the immortal bean. Though reluctant to ingest it, Wu Yazi yielded. Chu Xiao had insisted repeatedly, and he trusted that Chu Xiao bore him no ill intent. At last, Wu Yazi relented. With his Bei Ming true qi, he gently lifted the bean from Chu Xiao's hand and swallowed it whole. As he lightly bit down, a faint earthy aroma of Hmong beans filled his senses, indistinguishable from an ordinary one. Wu Yazi crushed the bean between his teeth and swallowed it. Instantly, a surge of warmth ignited deep within his lower abdomen, jolting him with shock. For over 30 years, his lower abdomen had been utterly numb, yet now, unmistakably, he felt heat and swelling there. Could this truly heal my chronic ailment? Before Wu Yazi could dwell on his doubt, the warmth fractured into countless streams coursing through his limbs and meridians, reviving damaged nerves and plumping his withered muscles. His body, numb for 70 years, had awakened once more beneath his own awareness. My body. Wu Yazi stared in disbelief at his own form, tentatively flexing his arms and twisting his torso. With a thunderous roar, Wu Yazi's 70-year accumulation of Bei Ming true qi erupted, shattering the iron chains that bound him, and he descended from midair like a celestial being, serene and weightless. Many thanks, Brother Chu, for healing my lifelong affliction with this immortal medicine. Wu Yazi looked upon Chu Xiao with profound gratitude and addressed him as brother without hesitation. As Chu Xiao had said, mastery arrives at different times and expertise lies in distinct domains. Their bond was not that of master and disciple, but of peers distinguished only by seniority in cultivation. Wu Yazi served merely as Chu Xiao's guide onto the path of martial cultivation. Chu Xiao too rejoiced for Wu Yazi. His full recovery not only enabled him to instruct Chu Xiao in the Bei Ming divine art and Lingbo micro steps, but also stirred profound changes within Chu Xiao's reincarnation Black Lotus, causing a third petal to coalesce. This marked the first time Chu Xiao had acquired a lotus petal from someone other than the protagonist, suggesting that altering the fate of pivotal figures might indeed allow him to seize their fortune and crystallize new petals. Thereafter, Chu Xiao's study of the Bei Ming divine art and Lingbo micro steps proceeded naturally. With Wu Yazi as his guide, Chu Xiao felt confident he would soon master both divine arts. Yet fate played a cruel jest upon Chu Xiao. When Wu Yazi began instructing him in the Bei Ming divine art, they encountered an obstacle so formidable it seemed insurmountable. To cultivate the Bei Ming Divine Art, one must first sever all prior martial foundations, erasing every trace of inner energy and beginning anew from absolute emptiness. Logically, since Chu Xiao possessed no inner energy whatsoever, he should have been exempt from such self-annihilation. Yet though his body harbored no inner energy, it thrummed with an immense primordial qi, the essence distilled from every cell through relentless physical refinement, forged by the Dragon Pearl. Though its cultivation method differed vastly from inner energy, this qi remained fundamentally a form of vital energy residing within the human body. Brother Chu Wu Yazi sighed, shaking his head helplessly. That overwhelming force within you impedes your cultivation of inner energy. Unless you sever your current foundation, you cannot truly master the Bei Ming Divine Art. Chu Xiao furrowed his brow, sinking into deep contemplation. Before him lay two stark choices: first, abandon the Bei Ming Divine Art, and Ling Bo micro steps entirely, continuing instead to refine his primal qi. Second, sever his existing cultivation and reforge his inner energy under Wu Yazi's guidance, embarking fully upon the martial path. Neither choice came easily. The Dragon Pearl's qi was undeniably formidable, yet it could not extend his lifespan. Inner energy, though less devastating in raw destructive power, offered the vital gift of longevity, filling the very void his qi could not. Chu Xiao found himself paralyzed by indecision, unable to discern which path promised greater fulfillment. Brother Chu, do not rush your decision. I shall first impart to you the complete cultivation methods of the Bei Ming Divine Art and Ling Bo micro steps, as well as all my personal insights and realizations. Choose according to your heart. Chu Xiao nodded solemnly, casting aside all distractions to immerse himself wholly in Wu Yazi's teachings, absorbing martial theory, cultivation principles, and the subtlest techniques of both divine arts. Day by day passed. Chu Xiao mastered the theoretical foundations of both arts completely, yet without inner energy, he remained unable to manifest them in practice. One morning, Chu Xiao sat in stillness atop Legu Peak, refining his body with qi and gradually strengthening his physical vessel. Unnoticed, Wu Yazi alighted beside him, watching silently, neither speaking nor disturbing, simply waiting patiently until Chu Xiao's cultivation concluded. Only when Chu Xiao opened his eyes did Wu Yazi finally speak. Brother Chu, my lifespan draws near its end. In a few days I shall descend the mountain to cleanse the sect's ancestral grounds at Xingxiu Si. Wu Yazi's voice carried the weight of ancient sorrow. This parting may well be our last. I bid you farewell here and wish you enduring peace. Wu Yazi bowed deeply to Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao rose immediately and returned the bow with equal reverence. All gatherings must end, yet to have met a kindred soul in this life is my greatest fortune. They stood in silence, gazing at one another, no words needed. Then Wu Yazi stepped forth, gliding down the mountain with Ling Bo micro steps. By the time he reached the mid-slope, tears had soaked his robes, whether shed for himself or for another none could say. Chu Xiao watched his retreating figure, a tide of unspoken emotion rising within him. If his own life one day neared its twilight, would he too face it with such quiet resignation? This world was so vast, so radiant. So much remained unseen, unexplored. How could he bear to depart with regrets unfinished? Lost in reverie, Chu Xiao gazed sorrowfully at the dawn sun ascending serenely above the horizon. Where then did his path truly lie? The night passed in silence. At first light, Chu Xiao packed his belongings and prepared to leave Legu Peak, bound for the lands beyond the mountain. With Wu Yazi gone, remaining on Legu Peak held no purpose. He resolved instead to wander freely. Perhaps revelation awaited him along the way. Chu Xiao journeyed northward. How long, how far, he did not count. Along the way, whenever he passed a martial sect, he sought out its master for sparring, never once tasting defeat. After each bout, he shared his profound martial wisdom, guiding masters and disciples alike, exchanging insights on cultivation technique and the deeper principles of the Tao. Rumors soon spread across the Jianghu the slaughter god. Chu Xiao visited sects without regard for lineage or tradition, teaching all who sought knowledge, dedicating himself to the flourishing of Central Plains martial arts. Masters he defeated ascended to higher realms of cultivation, their strength surging dramatically. Their disciples too gained immeasurably, each stepping onto a clear, unobstructed path toward martial enlightenment. Once more the name Slaughter God Chu Xiao resounded throughout the martial world. Nearly every sect fervently hoped he would visit, not to challenge, but to illuminate their path. One day Chu Xiao arrived in the Songshan region and swiftly ascended the long stone staircase leading to Shaolin Temple. The slaughter god Chu Xiao approaches Shaolin. Ding, ding, ding. The great bell of Shaolin Temple tolled deafeningly. The abbot, the heads of all major halls, and elite disciples gathered en masse outside the temple gates, awaiting the arrival of the slaughter god. Amitabha Master Chu, your esteemed presence at our Shaolin Temple is warmly welcomed by this humble monk on behalf of Shaolin. The abbot of Shaolin spoke with compassion, admiring Master Chu Xiao, who had gained immense renown in the martial world during this time. He appreciated Chu Xiao's disregard for sectarian biases and his earnest pursuit of martial arts. It is said that all martial arts originate from Shaolin, so it is entirely reasonable for Chu Xiao to arrive at the Shaolin Temple. The abbot had long anticipated that one day Chu Xiao would ascend to Shaolin. Master Abbot, please do not be so modest. I came to visit Shaolin today, and I did not have the opportunity to present a greeting in advance. I hope you will not take offense. Chu Xiao bowed in return. During this time, he had gained some understanding of the etiquette in the Tianlong world. Since he was here, he naturally followed the local customs. Shaolin is already very accommodating. Master Chu need not concern himself with these minor details. Though the abbot said this, he held even greater admiration for Chu Xiao. With such strength and humility, it was indeed rare. Chu Xiao smiled slightly and nodded in response. Once the formalities were over, he immediately got to the point. Master Abbot, I have come to Shaolin today for 2 reasons: to pay my respects to the Buddha, and to study the Buddhist scriptures in the Shaolin Scripture Pavilion, and to spar with the esteemed monks of Shaolin, exchanging martial arts in a limited manner. As he spoke, Chu Xiao raised his fists and began to demonstrate a set of boxing techniques. It was as if a fierce wind had risen, the momentum akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, exuding a formidable presence. His punches surged forth, stirring up the fallen leaves on the ground, and creating a whirlwind of leaves that danced with his powerful strikes. Hiss! The Shaolin monks gasped in astonishment. They recognized the set of punches Chu Xiao executed, and nearly everyone present was familiar with it. Is it the Taizu long fist that Master Chu is practicing? Master Xuanan, standing behind the abbot, inquired. Indeed. Chu Xiao nodded. A basic set of Taizu long fist, yet Master Chu has executed it with such mastery. Your level of martial arts is truly extraordinary. The abbot praised him, recognizing that although he was well-versed in various Shaolin martial arts, he could not surpass Chu Xiao in the execution of the Taizu long fist. You are too humble, Master Abbot. After reciting a mantra, Master Xian'an stepped forward and said, Master Chu, since we are exchanging martial arts, please observe this set of boxing techniques. Master Xian'an held the prayer beads, his inner strength flowing calm and restrained. He too formed his fists and demonstrated a set of boxing techniques characterized by streamlined movements, the flow of punches being both direct and harmonious, showcasing the Luohan fist, one of Shaolin's introductory boxing styles. Chu Xiao focused intently, immersing himself in the comprehension of the Luohan fist. After a moment, Xian'an completed his set of Luohan fist and stood still, looking at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao was seen closing his eyes in deep contemplation, seemingly still absorbed in Xuan'an's boxing principles. Oh. As a gentle breeze blew, everyone refrained from disturbing Chu Xiao until he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clear and transparent, sensing the changes in his aura before unleashing his fists once more. Is this the Luohan fist? Xian'an watched in disbelief as Chu Xiao completed a set of Luohan fist. His technique was even more exquisite than Xuan'an's, with subtle modifications that enhanced the power of the strikes. Master Chu only needed to observe the Luohan fist once to master it, and he even identified the flaws in my technique, making improvements. Master Xian'an felt a surge of admiration within. He joined his hands in prayer, silently reciting a mantra, noting down the Luohan fist that Chu Xiao had demonstrated, gaining insights in his heart. Seeing Xian'an reflecting on the flaws in his Luohan fist, Chu Xiao remained patient, quietly waiting for Xian'an. Although this was his first time learning the Luohan fist, with over 70 years of martial arts experience from Weiyazi and his continuous sparring and insights during this time, it was not difficult for Chu Xiao to identify Xuan'an's flaws and provide guidance. It was akin to a university student who has mastered advanced mathematics attempting basic arithmetic. It was naturally quite simple. Bach. Thank you, Master Chu, for your guidance. This humble monk has learned greatly. Xuan'an's understanding deepened, and for a martial artist of his level, even the slightest comprehension of martial arts represents significant progress. He was truly grateful for Chu Xiao's enlightening guidance today. Master Xian'an need not be so polite, Chu Xiao replied. Master Chu's martial arts attainments are profound, and your talent is exceptional. You are truly a person of this era. The abbot of Shaolin praised him once more, and another senior monk, Master Xuanku, also stepped forward without any unnecessary pleasantries. Master Xuanku raised his palms, unleashing a formidable force from his hands directed at a large triangular incense burner that could be embraced by a single person. Boom! The iron incense burner emitted a deafening sound with a clear palm print etched onto it, yet the incense ash inside remained undisturbed, not a trace of smoke rising. What a palm technique that combines strength and gentleness! Chu Xiao exclaimed in admiration. Is this the Dali Diamond Palm, one of Shaolin's 72 ultimate skills? Indeed, it is the Dali Diamond Palm. Master Xuanku confirmed with a nod, continuing, Has Master Chu identified any shortcomings in my Dolly Diamond palm? Chu Xiao furrowed his brows, closing his eyes again, contemplating the palm technique that Master Xuanku had just demonstrated. After a long while, he helplessly shook his head and smiled wryly. I am ashamed, truly ashamed. The intricacies of the Master's Dolly Diamond palm are profound and varied. At my current level, it is indeed difficult to grasp all its essence. As he spoke, Chu Xiao raised a single palm and executed the same technique. Although it was far less refined than Master Xuanku's Dolly Diamond palm, its power exceeded it by a third. As Chu Xiao unleashed this palm strike, Shaolin Abbot Master Xuanzi furrowed his brows, seemingly noticing an issue with Chu Xiao's technique. The Taizu Long Fist and Luohan Fist that Chu Xiao had demonstrated earlier required little to no internal power, so no one had paid attention to his internal cultivation. However, the Dolly Diamond palm required a deep foundation of Shaolin internal strength to perform. Chu Xiao's recent palm strike had only the variation of the technique, but lacked any internal power, resembling an empty show of technique. Yet oddly enough, this palm strike devoid of any internal power was still more powerful than Master Xuanku's years of practice. The Shaolin Abbot Master Xuanzi, puzzled, inquired, Master Chu, I observe that your comprehension is extraordinarily high and you execute martial techniques with apparent ease, yet I have not seen you employ any internal cultivation techniques. Why is that? Chu Xiao helplessly shook his head, as this was his greatest dilemma. He simply did not have any internal power within him, and thus could not unleash any internal techniques. The energy from the Dragon Pearl, while a form of energy, could not flow through his meridians to enhance the power of his techniques. During this time, Chu Xiao had been understanding the intricacies of various martial arts techniques without utilizing internal power, which had led to a disadvantage. Fortunately, his physical strength was exceedingly formidable, and even without internal power, his force was terrifying. However, martial arts that lacked the support of internal power naturally had their might severely diminished, and their potential for enhancement was greatly affected. To be honest with you, Master Abbot, I am unable to cultivate internal power, so naturally I cannot unleash it, Chu Xiao replied honestly. The martial arts I have demonstrated are all executed with my physical strength, and I am ashamed. I am ashamed. The Shaolin monks collectively gasped in astonishment. The infamous killer Chu Xiao had no internal power whatsoever. Yet relying solely on his physical strength, he possessed a terrifying force comparable to that of an internal power master. The Shaolin Abbot thought to himself, could it be that Chu Xiao is truly a person of extraordinary strength descended from the Sirius star? If he is already this strong without internal power, what would happen if he were to cultivate it? Master Xuanzi of Shaolin could not help but recall the Shaolin secret technique, the Yijin Jing, which could transform decay into wonder. The Yijin Jing washes the tendons and bones, and for someone like Chu Xiao who cannot cultivate internal power, as long as he practiced the Yijin Jing, it would improve his meridians, wash his marrow, and naturally enable him to cultivate internal power. At that time, Chu Xiao's path in martial arts would become even smoother. However, Master Xuanzi did not know that the reason Chu Xiao could not cultivate internal power was due to the influence of the energy within him. Nevertheless, it remained uncertain whether the Yijin Jing could alter Chu Xiao's constitution, allowing him to retain the energy while enhancing his entire meridian system to cultivate internal power. It truly was an unknown variable. The monks were deeply shocked to learn that Chu Xiao possessed no internal power. However, this did not impede his communication with them regarding martial arts. Following that, everyone engaged in mutual exchanges of martial knowledge, and the sparring concluded with a polite finish. As Chu Xiao had stated after sparring with the monks, he expressed his desire to study the ancient texts of Shaolin, hoping to comprehend the path of martial arts through Buddhist teachings. Master Xianxi, the abbot of Shaolin, naturally would not refuse allowing Chu Xiao to observe all the scriptures on the first floor of the scripture repository, while the second floor, containing Shaolin's unique skills, was off-limits to him. Days later, in the Shaolin scripture repository, surrounded by dim lights and the scent of incense, Chu Xiao sat cross-legged on the first floor, holding a copy of the Sutra of Avalokiteshvara, engrossed in his studies. Although the scriptures were difficult to understand classical Chinese, and Chu Xiao could not grasp their meaning, reading them nonetheless brought him clarity and vigor. At that moment, an elderly monk, slender and seemingly frail, quietly entered holding a bamboo broom. Had it not been for Chu Xiao's sensitivity to energy, he would have been difficult to detect. Chu Xiao held the Buddhist scripture respectfully and bowed to the old monk, saying, "Master, I pay my respects." The old monk remained calm, neither sad nor joyful, and responded, "There is no need for such formality. I have observed that you have been here in the scripture repository for several days. Have you gained anything?" Chu Xiao shook his head, then nodded in reply, "To be honest, Master, I entered the scripture repository intending to borrow Shaolin martial arts, seeking a solution for my inability to cultivate internal power. Yet after days of studying the scriptures I have gained nothing. However, during these days of diligent study my heart has become enlightened and my spirit invigorated, which is indeed a gain. The old monk rarely smiled. You speak honestly. The scriptures do not contain a solution to your problem. Please, master, guide me. Chu Shao humbly requested, for the old monk had been aware of his identity since Chu Shao first arrived at the scripture repository. The nameless sweeping monk, the strongest in the Tianlong world, had reached an extraordinary level of martial prowess. In the original story, he single-handedly defeated Jiao Moji during the Shaolin incident, awakening Mu Rongbo and Xiao Yuanshan, nearly bringing about a grand conclusion. The old monk truly deserved Chu Shao's humble inquiries, and Chu Shao's purpose in visiting the scripture repository was twofold: to test his luck, hoping to encounter a fortuitous opportunity in a scripture like the protagonist, and to seek out the nameless sweeping monk. Chu Shao believed that as long as the nameless old monk was willing to guide him, his inability to cultivate internal power could surely be resolved. The nameless sweeping monk had observed Chu Shao for several days, assessing his character and perseverance. He was quite satisfied with Chu Shao's humble demeanor, which is why he was willing to offer guidance today. I see that your vital energy is vigorous and your breath is profound. With such a physique, internal power should naturally arise, and your skills should be considerable, the nameless sweeping monk continued. Yet contrary to this, you possess no internal power whatsoever. Truly, this is unprecedented. The nameless sweeping monk was unaware that Chu Shao came from the Dragon Ball world, nor did he know that Chu Shao's strong vital energy was a result of his energy cultivation. Extend your left hand. The nameless sweeping monk gently placed 3 fingers on Chu Shao's wrist, and a stream of pure and righteous Shaolin internal power flowed from his fingertips into Chu Shao's body. Boom. The nameless sweeping monk felt as if his internal power had entered an ocean, instantly overwhelmed and vanished without a trace by a colossal wave. Hiss! The nameless sweeping monk gasped, frowning as he summoned all his internal energy, directing it through his 3 fingers straight into Chu Shao. Buzz! The monk's robe billowed without wind, making a rustling sound as his gentle and righteous internal power abruptly transformed, surging into Chu Shao's body with unstoppable force. Chu Shao felt a surge of warmth within him continuously coursing through his body. The energy overwhelmed him, leaving him unable to resist. The heat flowed through all of Chu Shao's meridians, allowing him to clearly sense their locations for the first time, while also nurturing his meridians effectively. After about a cup of tea's time, the nameless sweeping monk withdrew his internal power, his complexion pale as an elderly man. He slowly sat down, his expression unreadable as he silently recited Buddhist chants, beginning to meditate and recover. Chu Shao dared not disturb the nameless sweeping monk, quietly waiting nearby until the monk's complexion regained some color and his energy returned, at which point he opened his eyes and looked at Chu Shao. Chu Shao, you are truly a remarkable individual, the nameless sweeping monk sincerely praised. Though there is no trace of internal power within you, your muscles and tendons harbor an incredibly powerful force. This force is not internal power, yet bears resemblance to it. The nameless sweeping monk pondered for a moment, trying to find a way to explain Chu Shao's condition in simple terms. The strength of your muscles can grant you immense physical power, but if you only cultivate muscles without focusing on your meridians, your overly strong muscles will compress your meridians, making it difficult to condense internal power. If this continues, while your strength may be formidable, without internal power nourishing your muscles, your lifespan cannot be prolonged, and with the slightest misstep, it could even shorten your life. This method of cultivation is indeed an unconventional path pursuing ultimate physical strength. The one who created this method is truly a genius. The nameless sweeping monk continued to express his admiration, causing Chu Shao to feel awed as well. This man was indeed someone who nearly brought about the conclusion of Tianlong. With his level of mastery, simply investigating a bit revealed the flaws in the Dragon Ball cultivation system. Master, is there a way to resolve this? This was indeed the question of greatest concern to Chu Shao. Whether it was the energy from Dragon Ball or the internal power from Tianlong, both represented the potential to make him stronger. Now that he had the opportunity to learn from both, he certainly would not give up easily. Chu Shao believed that if the energy from Dragon Ball and the internal power from Tianlong could be harmonized and complemented each other, it would not simply be a matter of 1 + 1 = 2, but would unleash an unimaginable, terrifying potential. Who? The nameless sweeping monk took a deep breath and retrieved a yellowed scripture from his robe, handing it to Chu Shao. This I Ching Jing is the supreme method for washing tendons and strengthening meridians. Given that your meridians are weak and suppressed by the force within your muscles, the solution is to find ways to strengthen your meridians. Chu Shao was overjoyed, seriously receiving the I Ching Jing from the nameless sweeping monk, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, master. Do not be too hasty in your thanks. While the I Ching Jing can indeed strengthen your meridians, whether they can withstand the pressure from your muscles and condense internal power is uncertain. It ultimately depends on your comprehension and fortune. The nameless sweeping monk brought his palms together, reciting a Buddhist chant, lowering his gaze with a kind expression. Ba sentient beings are said to act according to their fates. After speaking, the nameless sweeping monk's figure became ethereal and suddenly vanished, leaving Chu Xiao alone in the scripture repository. Truly worthy of being an enlightened monk. Chu Xiao bowed in the direction the nameless sweeping monk had departed, sincerely lamenting in his heart. The nameless sweeping monk was the second person he admired in the Tianlong world. Weizi of the Xiaoyao school and the nameless sweeping monk of the Shaolin scripture repository, both masters of martial arts, were indeed a great boon to Chu Xiao, subtly guiding him towards the path of martial arts mastery. In the Shaolin Sutra repository, Chu Xiao's expression was one of pain as he assumed a strange posture resembling an upside-down frog, continuously gulping and exhaling, his face flushed with vitality red as cinnabar. Following the techniques recorded in the I Ching Jing, Chu Xiao diligently refined the fragile meridians within his body. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Chu Xiao let out a long breath of turbid air, and a white aura serpentine burst forth from his mouth, striking the ground and creating a small hole. Huff. Today's training ends here. As the saying goes, moderation is key. Chu Xiao understood this principle well. Thus, every time he trained, he progressed gradually, consciously resting after reaching the limits of his meridians. Chu Xiao mobilized the qi within his body, sensing the changes in his meridians, and discovered that they were now more resilient and thicker than before. If this continued, he believed, Chu Xiao was confident that one day he would be able to cultivate internal strength. Contemplating the almost rusted Bei Ming Shin Gong and Lingbo Wei Bu tucked in his bosom, he felt a significant relief. As time flowed like water, a month had passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Chu Xiao had been meticulously refining the I Ching Jing, and through continuous strengthening and communication with the nameless monk, he decided to attempt cultivating the Bei Ming Shin Gong today. Holding the Shaolin I Ching Jing, Chu Xiao carefully read through it again. Although the characters were in Sanskrit with the nameless monk's annotations and personal guidance, he had mastered all of its content. With such ordinary movements combined with a special breathing technique, it surprisingly has such miraculous effects on the meridians. The person who created the I Ching Jing is undoubtedly a prodigious talent. Chu Xiao exclaimed in admiration, calming his mind, mobilizing all his strength, and before cultivating the Bei Ming Shin Gong, he practiced the I Ching Jing once more. Once his spirit was full and his limbs were unblocked, he took out the manual for the Bei Ming Shin Gong. In the North Sea, there are fish known as kuan. Its size is unfathomable, and it transforms into a bird called peng. The back of the peng is also immeasurable. Chu Xiao read through the core mantra of the Bei Ming Shin Gong again. With the guidance of a master like Wu Yizi and his own months of research, learning the difficult and profound Bei Ming Shin Gong felt like navigating a stream, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Chu Xiao opened the first illustration of the training manual, following what was recorded in the picture, stimulating his entire meridians and starting to condense his internal strength. Huff. Breathe. Chu Xiao's breath was long, like a giant koan hidden in the North Sea, each breath carrying an invisible force that made the surroundings rustle. Chu Xiao's mind settled deeply, diving into his body, sensing the changes in his meridians following the route of the Bei Ming Shin Gong. He noticed that within the previously empty meridians, subtle sensations of qi began to emerge with each breath and surge of strength. If he progressed further, he could cultivate internal strength. The sensation of qi has arisen, condensing internal strength is within reach. Chu Xiao dared not be careless. At such a critical moment, he focused entirely on grasping those hard-won sensations of qi, exerting all his efforts to transform them into internal strength. Puff, puff. Unfortunately, just when the qi sensation was about to condense into internal strength, a wave surged within Chu Xiao's body. The qi within his muscles seemed to sense the imminent birth of internal strength erupting from his muscles and rushing toward a strand of qi sensation in his meridians. In an instant, the sensation he had painstakingly found vanished without a trace. I failed. Chu Xiao frowned, his face darkening. However, I can already sense the qi. I am just one step away from condensing internal strength. Using the I Ching Jing method is indeed feasible, but a strand of internal strength is far too weak compared to the massive qi in my body. Feeling somewhat disappointed, Chu Xiao noted that the nascent internal strength in his body was simply insufficient to withstand the impact of the qi. It was already difficult to cultivate internal strength, but to have both internal strength and qi coexist within his body was even more challenging. Just as Chu Xiao prepared to give up and try again after further hard training, a voice resonated from behind him, piercing to the core of his being. Calm your mind, do not easily give up. The path of martial arts lies in rowing against the current. If you do not advance, you will retreat. As a martial artist, one must possess the courage to forge ahead. The nameless monk's demeanor changed drastically. Gone was the kind and gentle figure, replaced by the lofty and proud youth just entering the martial world. Chu Xiao was awakened by the nameless monk's words. He was too fond of preparing for everything before making an attempt. While this method could naturally reduce the failure rate, not everything in life can be controlled, nor does every situation allow you time to prepare. As a martial artist, one must possess the spirit to charge forward like a lone warrior, holding back the tide. The nameless monk spoke these words to awaken Chu Xiao's youthful fighting spirit. His current mindset was already tired of martial conflicts and had retreated from the martial world. But Chu Xiao was different. The nameless monk saw his potential and did not want this vibrant youth to lose his youthful vigor and become dull in the company of an old man like him. Chu Xiao nodded heavily, once again calming his mind and compressing the qi within his muscles, operating the first layer of the Bei Ming Shingong's core technique, mobilizing the power of his meridians. I will assist you. The nameless monk raised both palms, and the warm, centered Shaolin internal power surged into Chu Xiao's meridians like a flood, inflating his meridians immensely. The monk's palm strength twisted, guiding the internal power to begin transforming within Chu Xiao's meridians, forming streams of internal strength like membranes. Chu Xiao's brow twitched as he immediately understood the nameless monk's intention. His inability to cultivate internal strength was due to the influence of the qi. As long as he isolated that influence, given his current meridian strength, he could naturally cultivate internal strength. With the nameless monk's internal strength as support to counteract the impact of his own qi, Chu Xiao knew that his chances of success this time would be greatly increased. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiao's eyes sparkled with determination, as if standing on the edge of a cliff, seeing the only path to survival. He poured all his strength into it, fueled by an unwavering belief in victory, and began to cultivate internal strength for the second time. Huff. Breathe. Chu Xiao's breath was even longer and heavier than before. With the experience of sensing qi from the first attempt, he quickly grasped a new sensation of qi again. A faint sensation of qi appeared in Chu Xiao's meridians. Begin condensing internal strength. Chu Xiao's meridians surged, guiding that strand of qi sensation along the path of the first layer of the Bei Ming Shingong. Chu Xiao felt that the strand of qi sensation was becoming thicker and clearer. The qi within his muscles surged wildly from every cell, trying to break through the nameless monk's internal power and eliminate the internal strength within Chu Xiao's body. However, the monk's internal power was extremely robust. Even Chu Xiao's qi could hardly breach its resilience. The sensation of qi has arisen, condensing qi into strength. Chu Xiao recited the core mantra. His meridians surged like a dragon entering the sea, rolling endlessly. Under the stimulation, the qi sensation became increasingly concentrated and substantial, and a faint blue internal strength gradually formed within Chu Xiao's meridians. Internal strength has been born. Chu Xiao did not dare to be careless and immediately controlled that strand of internal strength, guiding it through the nameless monk's internal power, continuously circulating within his meridians. After completing 42 circuits, that faint blue Bei Ming true qi condensed into something tangible. Only then did Chu Xiao store it within his dantian, gathering it into threads. The first layer of Bei Ming Shingong has been completed. With the help of the nameless sweeping monk, Chu Xiao finally mastered the first layer of the Beiming divine art, obtaining the first trace of Beiming true energy. From then on, Chu Xiao's cultivation proceeded remarkably smoothly. While fully suppressing his energy, Chu Xiao relied on that trace of Beiming true energy to continually strengthen his internal power, and within just a few days, he had cultivated the Beiming divine art to great success. With the Beiming divine art at great success, Chu Xiao turned his attention to the Lingbo Weibo. Thanks to the teachings from Wu Yazi, he quickly mastered it as well. Now relying solely on his martial arts cultivation, Chu Xiao could easily join the ranks of first-class martial artists. However, for the top experts, he still lacked the ultimate martial arts suitable for the Beiming divine art. Although Chu Xiao had learned various martial arts from numerous sects during his adventures in the martial world, those arts only enriched his foundational knowledge, most of which were second-rate, with very few first-rate techniques that could fully unleash the power of Beiming true energy. With two divine arts at great success, Chu Xiao naturally did not wish to linger at the Shaolin Temple any longer. Instead, he sought to find an ultimate martial art to compensate for his shortcomings. To fully unleash Beiming true energy, he naturally needed to learn the martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect. Immediately, Chu Xiao thought of a specific technique, Tianshan Jimei Shou. This set of palm techniques, which Chu Xiao had heard from Wu Yazi, is one of the ultimate skills of the Xiaoyao sect. Although it consists of only 3 sets of techniques and 3 sets of grappling methods, it contains the profound essence of Xiaoyao Sect's martial arts, encompassing various weapons and techniques, such as swordplay, knife techniques, whip techniques, spear techniques, claw techniques, and axe techniques, with complex variations. According to Wu Yazi, this set of techniques can never be fully mastered. As one's martial arts and internal power increase in the future, any martial arts techniques from the world can be incorporated into these 6 sets of palm techniques. With such high praise from Wu Yazi, Chu Xiao naturally understood its value. Currently, the only one who knows the Tianshan Jimei Shou is the Tianshan Tonglao. It seems I must make a trip to Tianshan. Determined, Chu Xiao bid farewell to the nameless sweeping monk, left the Shaolin Temple, and headed towards Tianshan. As Chu Xiao descended the mountain, the abbot Xuanzi and others came out of the temple to see him off. After all, Chu Xiao had previously helped them with martial arts, resolving problems they had encountered during years of cultivation, thus deserving such treatment. However, the nameless sweeping monk who had spent much time with Chu Xiao did not see him off. Instead, he quietly swept the fallen leaves with a bamboo broom alone. Ba, everything has its rise and fall, togetherness and separation as it is. The nameless sweeping monk chanted the Buddha's name, revealing no joy or sorrow, forgotten once again in a corner. The wind stirred, causing leaves to flutter. The nameless sweeping monk looked at the area he had just swept, which was now covered in dry leaves, and remarked, as the wind blows the leaves fall, and the martial world is bound to face a fierce storm. Silently, the nameless sweeping monk continued to wield the bamboo broom, clearing the fallen leaves without a trace of emotion. Days later, Chu Xiao traveled northwest, not delaying along the way, heading straight for Tianshan. On this day, he entered the realm of Piaomiao Peak. Piaomiao Peak is the foremost of the 72 peaks of Taihu, renowned for its ethereal beauty. Gazing at the celestial mountains and the sea of clouds, the meandering streams in the mountains resemble the jade belt, leaving one enchanted and at ease. It is said that someone once encountered an immortal playing chess on Piaomiao Mountain, leading to the legend, a day spent with an immortal is worth 100 years in the mortal realm. Dressed as a scholar, Chu Xiao stood elegantly, his aura expanding as he sensed the presence on Piaomiao Peak. Chu Xiao felt puzzled. Under his perception, although there were many presences on Piaomiao Peak, none resembled the ultimate experts like Wu Yazi or the nameless sweeping monk. Most were merely second or first-rate martial artists. Could it be that Tianshan Tonglao is not on Piaomiao Peak? Chu Xiao shook his head. Having arrived in the Tianlong world for over a month, he could not predict how the plot had developed. In fact, due to Chu Xiao's intervention, the original plot had already changed. At the very least, Wu Yazi did not recruit heroes from across the world to participate in the Jinlong chessboard, and thus the scene of Wu Yazi passing on skills to Su Zhu would not occur. Unable to find a presence similar to Wu Yazi's, Chu Xiao had no choice but to move and search for it personally. Without further ado, Chu Xiao executed the Lingbo Weibo, his figure ethereal, like an immortal, leaving behind phantom after phantom as he rushed towards the area where the crowd gathered most at Piaomiao Peak. Ever since Chu Xiao mastered the Biming divine art and achieved great success with the Lingbo Weibo, he had enhanced his speed several times, with the Biming true energy powering the technique. Not only had his speed increased, but Chu Xiao's agility had also greatly improved, contrasting sharply with his previous reliance on brute strength to force his way through. At this moment, Chu Xiao's nimbleness was worlds apart from before. He could guarantee that if only the intricacies of Lingbo Weibo were considered in the Dragon Ball world, almost no one could keep up with his speed, let alone touch the hem of his garment. After a few breaths, Chu Xiao entered a grove, and soon a group of oddly dressed individuals caught his eye. What kind of people are these? This was the first time Chu Xiao had seen such peculiar individuals in the Tianlong world. Their clothing, even in modern times, seemed extraordinarily unconventional, exuding an aura of non-mainstream style. Chu Xiao's arrival naturally drew their attention. A rough-looking man whose face resembled the moon's surface stepped forward with a finely crafted, curved knife, shouting, "This brother, this place is where our 72 cave masters and 36 island masters gather. If you have no business here, please leave. 72 caves, 36 islands." Chu Xiao exclaimed softly, finally realizing their identities. These individuals were indeed the minions of Tianshan Tonglao, the 72 caves and 36 islands. No wonder they looked so strange. The person speaking to Chu Xiao was none other than Wu Laoda, who was used by Tianshan Tonglao in the original plot. Thus, Chu Xiao understood why he could not sense Tianshan Tonglao's powerful presence. According to Wu Yazi, Tianshan Tonglao practiced the 8 directions and 6 harmonies supremacy technique, aging backward every 30 years. Each time she returned to her youth, she would lose all her martial arts. It now appeared that Tianshan Tonglao was indeed in her youthful state, having lost all her martial arts power, which explained why Chu Xiao could not sense her presence. Chu Xiao focused his attention on the burlap sack behind Wu Laodao, thinking that it must contain Tianshan Tonglao, who had returned to youth. Indeed, searching for her for 1,000 miles, and suddenly turning back, it turned out to be effortless. I mean, no offense to the gathering of all cave masters and island masters here. I simply wish to take the person in the burlap sack behind you, as we have a connection. Chu Xiao pointed at the sack behind Wu Laodao, causing the crowd to grow wary. They all knew that the sack behind Wu Laodao contained someone from the Lingzhou Palace. If this person claimed to have a connection to someone from the Lingzhou Palace, it meant he was declaring enmity. Today they had gathered here to plot an attack on the Lingzhou Palace, aiming to eliminate that old witch Tianshan Tonglao. Who are you, and how do you know who is in my sack? How could you possibly have a connection with them? Wu Laodao questioned. I am Chu Xiao. The crowd was taken aback, instinctively pausing. Wu Laodao's brows furrowed tightly as he exclaimed, Chu Xiao. Are you not the infamous killing god Chu Xiao in the martial world recently? Chu Xiao nodded slightly. Indeed, that is I. But weren't you in Shaolin practicing Buddhism? Wu Laodao asked. Chu Xiao found it amusing that Wu Laodao was asking him. The news in the martial world seemed to spread quickly. Even those living far overseas were aware of his deep study of Buddhism in the Sutra Collection Pavilion. He was genuinely curious about who was spreading such news in the martial world. Without further ado, please hand over the person in the burlap sack to me, Chu Xiao commanded. Upon hearing Chu Xiao's command, old Wu felt quite troubled. He knew his own strength and was certain he could not match Chu Xiao. After all, a person's reputation is as substantial as a tree's shadow. Chu Xiao's high standing in the martial world was certainly not a mere empty boast. Even the Shaolin Temple, an esteemed sect for hundreds of years, treated Chu Xiao with great respect, willing to lend him their scripture pavilion for his cultivation. How could old Wu muster the courage to draw his sword against Chu Xiao in front of the leaders of the various caves and islands? However, to hand over the person behind him so easily was something old Wu simply could not bear. After all, the leaders of the 72 caves and 36 islands were all watching. Just as old Wu was in a dilemma, a group of people emerged from the woods. As everyone focused their gaze, they saw an elegant-looking man accompanied by 2 servants along with a stunning beauty that seemed ethereal. Morong Fu, Wang Yuyan. Chu Xiao recognized the identities of the newcomers. Morong Fu also spotted Chu Xiao in the crowd immediately and stepped forward to engage in conversation. Brother Chu, it's been a long time. How I've missed you. Though Morong Fu greeted Chu Xiao with a smile, his 2 servants completely ignored Chu Xiao, even casting him disdainful glances. Chu Xiao understood this well. He had publicly revealed Xiao Feng's mysterious background in Xingzi Forest, naturally mentioning that Murong Bo was the mastermind behind it and had faked his death to hide in the martial world. To point out Murong Bo's conspiracy in front of the entire beggars sect would undoubtedly lead to enmity with the Murong family. As for Murong Fu's overly familiar attitude towards Chu Xiao, it was evident that given Murong Fu's character, he must have seen something in Chu Xiao that he could exploit, otherwise he wouldn't be so enthusiastic towards him. Faced with such a shameless person as Morong Fu, Chu Xiao felt no inclination to converse further, merely nodding in response, already holding a low opinion of Morong Fu. Seeing Chu Xiao show him such disregard, Morong Fu's expression turned ugly, but he knew he was no match for Chu Xiao. If he could borrow Chu Xiao's strength to restore the great Yin, it would far surpass the might of 1,000,000 troops. Thus, enduring a bit of humiliation was nothing. Once he restored the great Yin and became its emperor, he could then smile. Morong Fu secretly harbored ambitions and tactfully stepped back. Old Wu, do I need to repeat myself? Chu Xiao's voice was icy, causing old Wu to feel an invisible pressure that threatened to crush him. Brother Chu, we naturally do not dare to oppose you if you wish for the person old Wu has. However, this person is crucial to our plans today, and once we learn the whereabouts of Tianshan Tonglao from her, we will gladly hand her over to you, Brother Chu. The speaker had a finely crafted steel sword on his back, exuding a formidable aura, clearly a master of the sword, none other than Zhou Bufan, who called himself the Sword God. Indeed, as long as she reveals Tianshan Tonglao's whereabouts, we will certainly hand her over to you, Hero Chu. Old Wu, skilled in taking advantage of the situation, opened the burlap bag on his back, revealing a delicate little girl with a terrified expression, glancing around at everyone. What an adorable little girl. Most people thought so in their hearts, but Chu Xiao knew well that the girl before him was an ancient monster who had lived for nearly 100 years, a figure from the same era as Weazi. Just as old Wu was about to press the girl for information about Tianshan Tonglao's whereabouts, Chu Xiao cupped his hands and said, I am Chu Xiao, and I have met Tianshan Tonglao. Hiss. Upon hearing Chu Xiao's words, old Wu and the others immediately gasped in shock, retreating several steps, their eyes wide with fear as they stared at the girl. Ing. The girl continued to feign innocence. After all, Tianshan Tonglao had lost all her internal strength at this moment and had fallen into the hands of these notorious villains. She would never easily reveal her identity. Even if Chu Xiao pointed it out, she would not admit it. Tong Lao need not worry. I am acquainted with Senior Weyazi. I have come to pay my respects this time. So you are acquainted with Weyazi. No wonder you could recognize me at a glance. Tianshan. Tong Lao finally relaxed her guard and replied, as for my junior brother Weyazi, how is he? I have treated Senior Weyazi's ailment. He felt his lifespan nearing its end and parted ways with me at Lega Mountain to clear the way at the Starry Sea. As for how he is now, I have not heard any news. What a... Tianshan. Tong Lao was taken aback and asked, Weyazi has been ill for so many years and is completely paralyzed. No wonder I have never heard of him traveling the martial world. That detestable Ding Chuanxiu has wasted my junior brother's precious years. With my junior brother's 70 years of pure, beaming true energy, he could definitely kill him. As for nearing the end of his lifespan, as long as my junior brother's internal strength is not dispersed. Tianshan. Tong Lao paused, feeling a wave of sadness as she locked eyes with Chu Xiao, immediately coming to an understanding. Did he bid you farewell? Yes, a permanent farewell. Tianshan. Tong Lao's eyes welled with tears as she realized why her junior brother had said his lifespan was nearing its end. In truth, Weyazi was not nearing the end of his life, but he had lost all desire for rebirth. If he killed Ding Chuanxiu, Weyazi would find a desolate place to disperse his beaming true energy, and from that moment on there would be no more Weyazi in this world. Chu Xiao, take me away from here. I want to be alone for a while. Tianshan. Tong Lao's voice was hoarse, as if she had aged several decades. All right. Without caring about the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chu Xiao calmly approached Tianshan. Tong Lao. Stop. Brother Chu, this person is the notorious Tianshan. Tong Lao. Please ensure she is handed over to us for justice. Today we must detain Tianshan. Tong Lao and force her to lift the death curse, or else we will. The leaders of the 72 caves and 36 islands drew their weapons ready to confront Chu Xiao. But Chu Xiao paid no heed to their threats and continued to walk towards the weeping Tianshan. Tong Lao. Stop him. Someone yelled from the crowd, and a few rushed forward, weapons drawn, attacking Chu Xiao. Whoosh. The crowd only felt a flash of Chu Xiao's figure before he vanished from their sight. Several people felt a gust of wind pass by their bodies, going limp as they lost consciousness. How dare you? Sword God Zhuobufan drew his sword and executed an incredibly intricate sword technique aimed at Chu Xiao's vital points. The strength and momentum truly lived up to the title of Sword God, but even so, Zhuobufan's strength was still insufficient in Chu Xiao's eyes. Indeed, the sword technique is exquisite, but the one wielding the sword is simply too lacking. Chu Xiao's voice echoed in Zhuobufan's ears as he extended his fingers with lightning speed, effortlessly trapping Zhuobufan's sword. Disarm. As Chu Xiao uttered these two words, he applied force with his fingers, and Zhuobufan felt an immense power surge through him. His wrist went weak, and he was forced to release the sword he held. Hiss! Everyone present widened their eyes in shock. They all knew Zhuobufan's strength. Even in the original work, Zhuobufan could exchange blows with a virtual Zhu who possessed 70 years of skill for dozens of exchanges. Yet such a formidable Zhuobufan had not even been given a chance to exchange a single blow with Chu Xiao before being disarmed. How could a sword god be so easily disarmed? His strength has become even more unfathomable. Having witnessed Chu Xiao's power in Xingzi Forest, both Murong Fu and Wang Yuyan were secretly astonished. They never expected Chu Xiao had elevated his strength to a new level in just a few months, making it impossible for others to catch up, leaving them to look up to his height. Let's go. Chu Xiao approached Tianshan. Tong Lao, channeling his internal energy to lift her with one hand, and took her away from the scene. The ethereal peak Lingzhou Palace. Tianshan. Tong Lao sat quietly in a corner of the hall. The tear tracks on her face had dried, yet her eyes remained reddened. Chu Xiao had never imagined that Tianshan. Tong Lao, over 100 years old, could weep like a child. After all, in the original tale, upon learning of Weyanzi's death, she merely raged and cursed him as deserving of his fate. Who could have foreseen that meeting her in person, he would witness precisely such a scene? What is love that it commands life and death with such unyielding devotion? Chu Xiao, come here. After a long silence, Tianshan. Tong Lao summoned him. You've just seen me in an undignified light. Chu Xiao offered no reply, maintaining solemn silence. You've come all the way to my ethereal peak. Surely you have a purpose. Noting his silence, Tianshan. Tong Lao cut straight to the heart of the matter. I learned the Beiming divine art and the Lingbo microstep from Weyanzi, yet I still lack a formidable offensive technique. Tianshan. Tong Lao nodded thoughtfully and smiled. You've come to the right person. The martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect are vast and profound. My junior brother Weyanzi cultivated the Beiming divine art. My younger sister Li Qiushui mastered the minor non-phenomenal divine art, and I myself practiced the 8 directions and 6 realms supreme solitary art. As for the sect's supreme technique, the Tianshan plum blossom hand, it is known only to me. She gazed at Chu Xiao with a gentle smile. You rescued me from the clutches of the 72 Caves Masters and the 36 Islands Lords. I shall impart one of our sex techniques to you quite fairly. Chu Xiao furrowed his brow, sensing that her words carried an unspoken caveat. Yet my 8 directions and 6 realms supreme solitary art compels me to regress to childhood once every 30 years, leaving me utterly devoid of inner force. I must now recultivate for 90 days before my power returns. I have a sworn enemy who has calculated this very weakness and plans to slay me during this vulnerable period. Protect me faithfully for these 90 days, and I shall teach you the Tianshan Plum Blossom Hand. A quiet realization dawned in Chu Xiao's mind. She intended him to serve as her personal guardian and weapon. Her younger sister Li Qiushui, now the Western Xia imperial consort, had indeed engaged her in a fatal, unrelenting duel in the original chronicle ending in mutual annihilation, a tragedy both grim and sorrowful. Tianshan Tonglau's request was not unreasonable. Chu Xiao possessed the strength to contend with Li Qiushui, yet waiting 90 days to master the Tianshan Plum Blossom Hand, that he simply could not afford. He had but 2 years within the heavenly dragon world, and nearly half that time had already slipped away. Chu Xiao spoke at last. Elder Granny, guarding you poses no difficulty, but your elder sister's martial prowess is peerless. I fear my techniques may fall short against hers. Tianshan Tonglao smiled knowingly. The Tianshan Plum Blossom Hand comprises 6 distinct sequences. I shall teach you 2 sequences each month. By the end of 90 days you shall have mastered them all. Agreed. Chu Xiao nodded, each party conceding ground, forging a mutual accord. That night, before cultivating the 8 directions and 6 realms supreme solitary art, Tianshan Tonglao required the vital essence of animal blood. In the original account, Wu Laoda had hunted mountain deer for her. Now confined within Lingzhou Palace, she needed no such aid. The palace attendants had already prepared the requisite blood offering. Though Chu Xiao found the 8 directions and 6 realms supreme solitary art astonishing, he held it in little esteem. Its grave flaw rendered it for him valuable only as a reference, not as a cultivation path. Tianshan Tonglao drained the vital blood of a mountain deer, then settled into cross-legged meditation. Chu Xiao stood vigil nearby, undisturbing her, while silently rehearsing the 2 sequences of the Tianshan Plum Blossom Hand she had just imparted. This palm art is truly exquisite, he mused inwardly. Nurtured by Wu Yanzi's wisdom and the sweeping monk's profound insight, and enriched by his own exhaustive study of myriad martial lineages, he found the technique growing ever more profound the deeper he refined it. No wonder Wu Yanzi declared it inexhaustible. It possesses no fixed forms. Its variations arise spontaneously, shaped by the cultivator's martial attainment and the opponent's own technical sophistication. The higher one's martial realm, the more refined the foe's techniques, the more devastating the Tianshan Plum Blossom Hand becomes in response. The world's supreme technique is in truth techniqueless. The Tianshan Plum Blossom Hand stands as the perfect embodiment of that truth. Deeply immersed in mastering its first 2 sequences, Chu Xiao lost himself in time's quiet passage. Deep into the night, Tianshan Tonglao continued her arduous cultivation, restoring her inner force, when a voice rich with seductive malevolence pierced the palace doors. Senior sister, how comfortably you dwell within Lingzhou Palace. Your junior sister has come especially to visit you this evening. Chu Xiao's brows lifted slightly, withdrawing from meditation. Tianshan Tonglao's expression remained unchanged. This was the most critical juncture of her cultivation. Any distraction could prove catastrophic. Chu Xiao murmured inwardly, so this must be Li Qiushui, Tonglao's younger sister. I must prevent her from disturbing Tonglao's cultivation, or forfeit the remaining 4 sequences of the Tianshan Plum Blossom Hand. Without hesitation he moved, swift, silent, and decisive, bursting through the doorway to confront Li Qiushui face-to-face. Li Qiushui had arrived seeking vengeance. Finding no trace of Tianshan Tonglao, yet confronted instead by a strikingly handsome young man, she paused in momentary astonishment, then spoke again. How delightful your tastes must be, senior sister. No wonder you choose to remain sequestered in Lingzhou Palace, such a paragon by your side. Truly your junior sister can only envy and covet. Li Qiushui smirked, already mistaking Chu Xiao for Tianshan Tonglao's paramour. A flush rose to Chu Xiao's cheeks. Though far from naive, he remained singularly earnest and devoted in matters of the heart, and to be thus teased by a woman well over a century old, who insinuated an illicit bond between himself and the centenarian Tianshan Tonglao, was profoundly unsettling. He felt genuinely insulted, as though Li Qiushui regarded him as some foolish waddling duck eager to latch onto Tianshan Tonglao's wealth and status. Li Qiushui, watch your tongue. Oh, has the little brother grown cross? Come nestle in elder sister's arms. Let us play together. Chu Xiao's expression darkened. He understood her barbs were meant to provoke Tianshan Tonglao, to shatter her concentration and sabotage her cultivation. Yet to be so brazenly mocked by a woman older than time itself. It was intolerable. Umph. Demoness. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed the Lingbo microstep to its utmost, blurring into ethereal afterimages as he surged toward Li Qiushui. The Lingbo microstep. How do you know it? Who is Wu Yanzi to you? Recognizing the technique, Li Qiushui instantly abandoned her mockery and fired rapid, urgent questions. But Chu Xiao offered no explanation. Instead, he unfurled the Tianshan plum blossom hand, graceful, elegant, yet ruthlessly aimed at her vital points. Little brother, answer me. Where is Wu Yanzi now? She pressed again, only to meet not words but his fist. A sharp crack echoed, the impact of flesh and bone, followed by a soft, startled gasp escaping Li Qiushui's lips. Already outmatched, her divided focus left her utterly defenseless. Struck full force, Li Qiushui spat crimson blood. Her inner force, violently disrupted, surged chaotically through her meridians, uncontrollable, unmoored. Her face paled in shock. She had never imagined Chu Xiao possessed such mastery. Gritting her teeth, she forcibly suppressed her rampaging inner force and channeled the minor non-phenomenal art to meet his assault. There beneath the moonlit eaves of Lingzhou Palace, youth and age clashed in furious combat. Chu Xiao could have ended the fight instantly, but having just begun mastering the Tianshan plum blossom hand, he craved real-world application. Rather than hasten victory, he seized the opportunity, using Li Qiushui as his living crucible to test, refine, and embody his newfound art. Li Qiushui, a venerable master who had lived nearly a century, swiftly discerned that Chu Xiao was using her as a sparring partner. She mused inwardly that his Tianshan plum blossom hand had grown ever more refined, clear proof of his profound martial foundation and extraordinary talent. After exchanging nearly 100 techniques, Li Qiushui surged her inner energy. Her Xiao Wu Xiang Gong forced Chu Xiao back, widening the distance between them. Young brother, your Tianshan plum blossom hand grows ever more masterful. Yet you still haven't answered elder sister's question. Where did you learn the Ling Bo microstep and the Bei Ming divine skill? Chu Xiao's lips twitched faintly. He thought grimly that Li Qiushui truly was a sorceress, daring to call herself elder sister despite nearing her century, yet mercifully refraining this time from addressing him as little brother. Had she done so, he would have erupted once more in fury and slain her on the spot, ridding the Jianghu of this blight. Haha. Your Xiao Wu Xiang divine skill is no less remarkable, drawing freely upon the techniques of 100 schools. Sparring with you has truly enriched my cultivation. Chu Xiao continued, both my Bei Ming divine skill and Ling Bo microstep were learned directly from Wu Yazi. Wu Yazi. Li Qiushui immediately pressed, where is senior brother now? Chu Xiao shook his head with a wry smile, thinking inwardly how recklessly charismatic Wu Yazi had been in his youth, and how unbearably tangled the emotional bonds among the 3 disciples of the Xiaoyao sect truly were. Pa, you wretched witch! How dare you inquire after your junior brother's whereabouts? Chu Xiao say nothing to her. A furious curse echoed from within the Lingzhou Palace. The Tianshan Tonglao had evidently just concluded her daily cultivation, and upon hearing Li Qiushui's inquiry about Wu Yazi, erupted in wrath. Elder sister, you finally deigned to appear. Li Qiushui snarled. Do you recall how senior brother and I cherished each other deeply beneath the Langya blessed land? How we dwelled together in blissful seclusion? How could a girl child like you possibly comprehend such transcendent joy? Even Chu Xiao, a mere bystander, felt a deep unease at Li Qiushui's venomous barbs, for the Tianshan Tonglao, the target of those words, the sting cut far deeper. You vile witch! Had you not sabotaged my cultivation and driven me into spiritual deviation, would I be trapped in this wretched form? The Tianshan Tonglao flushed crimson as she cursed. Had you not seduced senior brother, why would he ever favor a viperous harridan like you? Chu Xiao, strike her down at once. In return, I shall impart the complete Tianshan plum blossom hand to you, without reservation. Hearing the Tianshan Tonglao urge Chu Xiao to slay her, Li Qiushui, who knew full well his formidable prowess, felt her heart sink. With a chilling mocking laugh, she hastily declared, young brother, pay no heed to this demon child. If you seek supreme martial arts, elder sister possesses the Xiao Wu Xiang divine skill, a technique vastly superior to her Tianshan plum blossom hand. Aid me in eliminating this fiendish girl, and I shall transmit the Xiao Wu Xiang divine skill to you in its entirety. Pa, shameless hag, your Xiao Wu Xiang divine skill merely mimics others' forms. How could it ever rival my Tianshan plum blossom hand, which synthesizes the essence of all martial arts under heaven? Demon child, you boast your Tianshan plum blossom hand is peerless. Then step forth. I challenge you to 300 rounds of combat. Let us see whether I crush you utterly. Chu Xiao stood besieged by their relentless mutual invective, each word dredging up decades of grudges. Once sisters in cultivation, how had they fallen to such bitter enmity? He sighed inwardly at Xiao Yaozi, the sect's founder, a master who taught only martial skill, never moral cultivation, truly a failure in the art of mentorship. Chu Xiao exhaled a soft sigh for Xiao Yaozi. Yet both the Tianshan Tong Lao and Li Qiushui heard it clearly. What sigh is this? What sigh is this? The Tianshan Tong Lao and Li Qiushui spoke in near unison, then glared fiercely at one another upon realizing their identical question. Chu Xiao, answer not this witch. Young brother, heed not this demon child. Seeing the flames of conflict threatening to engulf him, Chu Xiao's mind flashed with inspiration. If you wish to test whose skill reigns supreme, why not transmit your arts to me? I shall judge their merits firsthand. No sooner had Chu Xiao spoken than both women stared at him as though he were a simpleton. Chu Xiao, do you truly believe Granny is so easily deceived? Young brother, you are indeed green and guileless. Such an idea is astonishingly naive. Realizing neither would fall for his ploy, and instead mocked him outright, Chu Xiao sighed inwardly. He was plainly no protagonist. These two refused to follow any narrative convention. In the wuxia novels of his past life, protagonists encountering such a dilemma were invariably compelled by two grandmasters to master peerless arts. Yet here he was dismissed as a fool. Just as Chu Xiao shrugged helplessly to ease the tension, a resonant voice boomed from beyond the Lingzhou Palace gates. May I ask if the Tianshan Tong Lao resides herein? This junior disciple Su Zhu, guided by Elder Wu Yazi, has come especially to pay homage. The thunderous transmission of voice, charged with immense inner energy, startled all three within the palace. Chu Xiao marveled inwardly how had Su Zhu crossed paths with Wu Yazi once again. Judging by Su Zhu's profound inner energy, Wu Yazi had clearly bestowed upon him 70 years of cultivation. The altered plotline, once bent by Chu Xiao, now appeared to be realigning itself under some unseen force. The Tianshan Tong Lao, however, felt a surge of elation. From Chu Xiao, she had learned Wu Yazi likely perished, but now someone arrived claiming direct commission from him. Clearly, even in death, Wu Yazi's final thoughts had turned to her, not to her junior sister Li Qiushui. Inin, junior sister, did you hear clearly? This man was sent by senior brother Wu Yazi himself to seek me. Tell me, why did senior brother not send him to you? Because you're a forgotten crone. Li Qiushui burned with rage, her face darkening, but found no retort. Let us pause our quarrel for now. Shall we admit the visitor? Chu Xiao proposed. Let the one outside enter. When the outsider entered, Chu Xiao scrutinized him closely. Indeed, it was Su Zhu, wide-eyed, stiff-limbed, and crowned with a gleaming bald pate. A young monk. How ugly this monk is. Both the Tianshan Tong Lao and Li Qiushui expressed disbelief. The Xiaoyao sect had always accepted only paragons of beauty, never anyone of ordinary countenance. Chu Xiao, with his striking noble bearing, perfectly embodied the sect's standards for discipleship, whereas this homely monk, what claim could he possibly hold to join the Xiaoyao sect? Though reluctant to accept it, the emerald green sect master's jade ring adorning Su Zhu's thumb struck them like a slap. Undeniable proof that he was indeed Wu Yazi's chosen successor. The Tianshan Tong Lao glanced between Su Zhu and Chu Xiao, then pinched Chu Xiao's lower back and whispered, Chu Xiao, tell me true, have you joined the Xiaoyao sect? Why did senior brother Wu Yazi bestow the mantle upon this ugly monk rather than upon you? Chu Xiao shook his head and replied, I share no formal master-disciple bond with Elder Wu Yazi. Our relationship is one of mutual learning, neither senior nor junior in lineage. SSSHH. Both women recoiled inwardly. They had assumed Chu Xiao was Wu Yazi's designated disciple, yet he had mastered the sect's ultimate arts without formal affiliation, standing as Wu Yazi's peer in cultivation and wisdom. Stunned, they exchanged glances, while Su Zhu too leaned forward, curiously studying Chu Xiao intently. If this youth, his age mate, stood as Wu Yazi's equal, then Su Zhu himself must address him as senior cultivator. In that moment, the Tianshan Tong Lao, Li Qiushui, and Su Zhu stood speechless, silence hanging thick as mist. Chu Xiao and the others calmed their minds, waiting patiently, as Su Zhu recounted in full how he had encountered Wu Yazi, and how he had inherited the elder's profound legacy. Chu Xiao and the others marveled aloud at Su Zhu's extraordinary fortune. It turned out that after Chu Xiao had cured Wu Yazi's chronic ailment, the elder journeyed to Xingxiu to purge his sect and confront Ding Chuanxiu. With Wu Yazi's peerless cultivation, upon arriving at Xingxiu and encountering Ding Chuanxiu, he struck him down with but a few decisive blows, ending his life with a single palm strike. Thus, the Xingxiu sect dissolved into oblivion, and Ding Chuanxiu vanished forever from the martial world. Having fulfilled his final vow, Wu Yazi felt no lingering attachment to the mortal realm. he wandered aimlessly across the land, seeking a fitting place to conclude his earthly journey. Coincidentally, at that very time, Su Zhu, guided by his master Xian'an, was undergoing martial trials across the Jianghu when he chanced upon remnants of the Xingqiu sect committing atrocities throughout the realm. As a venerable Buddhist monk, Xian'an naturally intervened to protect the innocent. Alas, though Xuannan's martial prowess was formidable, he could not withstand the Xingqiu sect's insidious poison arts and perished under its lethal toxins. Just as the sect's remnants prepared to slay Su Zhu, Weazi happened to pass by, and with a single gesture eradicated the remnants and rescued Su Zhu. Witnessing Su Zhu weep bitterly over his master Xuannan's corpse, Weazi was profoundly moved by the young monk's filial devotion. Though unimpressed by Su Zhu's plain appearance, he recognized his upright character, and thus bestowed upon him the mantle of sect master of the Xiaoyao sect. Su Zhu, a third-generation disciple of Shaolin, thus miraculously inherited 70 years of Weazi's Bei Ming true qi, ascending as the Xiaoyao sect's current sect master. I absorbed Elder Weazi's inner energy, and per his wish laid his remains to rest within a secluded stone forest, Su Zhu murmured woodenly. Then why have you come to my Lingzhou palace? Tianshan Tong Lao pressed. Elder Weazi said he had no intention of teaching me martial arts, so he instructed me to seek you out on Tianshan Mountain, saying you would recognize this jade ring and willingly impart your techniques. Su Zhu replied blankly, utterly unaware of discretion. Now that I bear the Xiaoyao sect's arts, I have been expelled from Shaolin. With nowhere left to go in all the world, I had no choice but to seek you out. A straightforward little monk, Li Qiushui chuckled. It seems my senior brother did not recall you in his final moments, not out of fondness, but because your Lingzhou palace was simply easier to find. He sent you along to deliver our new sect master. Tianshan Tong Lao's expression darkened. As previously suspected, she had believed her younger brother cherished her in his last thoughts, only to learn he had merely tasked her with mentoring this novice monk. Sister, cease your idle chatter. At least I am still worthy of mention, unlike you whom he could not even be bothered to name. Demon child, say that again. Enough, you two cease this quarrel. Chu Xiao refused to endure further bickering. Since he is Weazi's chosen heir, we shall guide him accordingly. Tong Lao and I long ago forged a pact. Until her cultivation recovers fully, I shall safeguard her. Li Qiushui, if you possess any wisdom, withdraw now. Young master. Li Qiushui began to protest, then wisely fell silent. After a pause, she declared, since you two are bound by agreement, I shall honor it. Yet this demon child and I must settle our feud once and for all. When her inner strength returns, we shall duel to the death. Pray do not interfere. Chu Zhao's gaze lingered upon Li Qiushui, observing the woman in quiet stillness, and inwardly mused however formidable her martial skill, her heart remained narrow and petty. Very well, let us fight. Do you truly believe Tianshan Tong Lao fears you? But our battle will surely claim lives, and the Xiaoyao sect's peerless legacy must not perish through private grudges. Until my inner force recovers, let each of us select a successor to inherit our arts. Then we shall meet in final combat. Giggle. Li Qiushui nodded approvingly. Agreed. And as for a successor, I take an instant liking to this young master. He shall be mine. You vile witch. Chu Xiao is clearly my disciple, not yours. Seek another pupil. Demon child. Did the young master not earlier express interest in learning my Xiao Wu Xiang divine art? Why the sudden reluctance? The two resumed their squabbling, yet this time Chu Xiao remained silent. He realized from their words they intended to transmit their supreme arts to him before their fatal duel. This development delighted Chu Xiao. Li Qiushui's Xiao Wu Xiang divine art could mimic any martial technique under heaven. Tianshan Tong Lao's Tianshan Zhimei hand could assimilate and refine every known form, and her Sheng Si Fu, the seal of life and death, was a peerless art of domination binding the 72 caves and 36 islands under absolute control. Mastering these would undoubtedly elevate Chu Zhao's power to unprecedented heights. No need to argue further. I shall humbly accept instruction in both of your supreme arts. After all, the Xiaoyao sect's sacred arts must not fade into oblivion. Chu Xiao assumed an air of solemn righteousness, as if bearing a grievous burden. So be it. So be it. In unison, Tianshan Tong Lao and Li Qiushui affirmed, each eager to slay the other, yet knowing Chu Zhao's presence would inevitably hinder their decisive confrontation. By entrusting their arts to Chu Xiao, they ensured the sect's legacy endured, and simultaneously removed him as an obstacle. Once their duel commenced, he would be bound by neutrality, leaving victory or death to fate alone. Thus the three sealed their accord. As they prepared to part, Chu Xiao suddenly recalled Su Zhu still standing silently nearby. Masters. Su Zhu faltered, uncertain how to proceed. Though now sect master of the Xiaoyao sect, he stood before Chu Xiao and the two elders utterly devoid of authority. Little monk, no sect master, Fear not. While instructing Chu Xiao, I shall naturally impart some teachings to you, as well Tian Shan Tong Lao reassured him. As an afterthought, Su Zhu looked crestfallen, yet dared not object. Little monk, no sect master, do not fret. Li Qiushui added soothingly while instructing Chu Xiao, you may simply observe from the side, and absorb 7 or 8/10 of the essence. Observe. Su Zhu sighed helplessly, still unable to voice dissent. Chu Xiao placed a reassuring hand upon Su Zhu's shoulder. Do not lose heart. With diligence you shall become a truly exemplary sect master. The future of the Xiaoyao sect rests in your hands. Su Zhu nodded resignedly. The once simple, worldly ignorant monk had finally glimpsed the darkness and corruption that festered beneath the surface of this world. 90 days passed like a fleeting breath. At last the day arrived, the moment of Tian Shan Tong Lao and Li Qiushui's final fatal duel. During this time, guided by both elders, Chu Zhao's martial cultivation ascended to a new pinnacle. He mastered the Tian Shan Zhimei Han, the Sheng Si Fu, and Li Qiushui's Xiao Wu Xiang divine art. These arts not only compensated for his prior deficiency in offensive power, but the Sheng Si Fu granted him a potent means of subjugating others. Upon Miao Miao Peak, Tian Shan Tong Lao and Li Qiushui faced each other across a vast expanse. Vile witch, die! Demon child, your life is forfeit. With thunderous roars they clashed in furious combat. Having trained under the same master, each knew the other's techniques intimately, rendering their battle a breathtaking stalemate, neither gaining nor yielding an inch. Senior Master Chu, shall we truly stand aside and offer no aid? Since learning Chu Xiao stood as Weiyazi's peer, Su Zhu had adopted the respectful title, and Chu Xiao, indifferent to such formalities, made no objection. We need only watch. Their conflict belongs to them alone. Chu Xiao watched in silence, already foreseeing the outcome. Both would exhaust their inner energy entirely, dragging each other down until death claimed them both. As predicted, they fought through day and night, until at last, their inner energy spent, they collapsed together upon Miao Miao Peak, continuing to wound one another even as their final breaths faded. Long afterward, Chu Xiao gazed upon their stiff, lifeless forms and sighed. Su Zhu, prepare their remains. Bury them together. May their next lives know no such bitterness. 2 years slipped away like mist. Upon Miao Miao Peak, Chu Xiao stood motionless, gazing upon the mountain's ethereal fairyland-like serenity. Time has come. I must depart. The moment the words left his lips, his figure dissolved into countless shimmering starlight and vanished from the world of demigods and semi-devils. 2 years in the Tianlong world passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Chu Xiao found himself in the Dragon Ball universe in a secluded cave he had discovered before leaving. Chu Xiao sensed the qi within his body and the internal energy flowing through his meridians, secretly pleased with the substantial gains he had acquired this time. He had nearly mastered all the martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect. The simultaneous cultivation of internal energy and qi not only endowed him with a powerful physique, but also greatly benefited the finesse of his techniques and the extension of his lifespan. By perceiving his super healing ability, Chu Xiao discovered that his lifespan had remained around 270 years during this period. Originally, when Chu Xiao entered the Tianlong world, his lifespan was about 271 years, but now after 2 years his lifespan had only decreased by 1 year. Such effects were entirely due to his cultivation of internal energy, which continuously nourished him unconsciously, greatly extending his lifespan. Chu Xiao took a deep breath, calming his mind. Now that he had returned to the Dragon Ball universe, the petals of the reincarnation Black Lotus within him had condensed into 3 lotus petals. With only 1 year left until the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, Chu Xiao believed that this event would undoubtedly yield plenty of lotus petals for the reincarnation Black Lotus. Therefore, Chu Xiao decided to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament next year, both to acquire lotus petals and to witness the level of strength Son Goku would achieve in a year. After all, as the main character of Dragon Ball, Son Goku was someone Chu Xiao regarded highly, and it was possible that on that day a sudden breakthrough could leave him far behind. This constant feeling of pressure drove Chu Xiao to relentlessly seek ways to grow stronger. At the same time, according to the original plot, after the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, it would be the time for the arrival of Demon King Piccolo. As a major antagonist in the early stages of the Dragon Ball universe, Demon King Piccolo's reputation was quite formidable. Chu Xiao was unaware of the true extent of Demon King Piccolo's power and thus uncertain if he could defeat him. This year would be perfectly used for intensive training, merging the 2 forces of qi and internal energy, preparing to face Demon King Piccolo after the World Martial Arts Tournament. As for why Chu Xiao did not stop the Fried Rice King earlier from unleashing Demon King Piccolo, it was because the reincarnation Black Lotus within him needed to seize the fortune of others to condense lotus petals. Otherwise, Chu Xiao would have long since been strategizing from afar, ready to win decisively. On another note, in the Tianlong world influenced by the nameless monk Chu Xiao had developed a warrior's heart to forge ahead. Even if Demon King Piccolo was strong, he was merely a thorn on his path, so what was there to fear? A warrior, when one stands firm, could defy thousands. One must have the courage to move forward. If one is overly cautious, worried about being surpassed by others, then how can they find the energy and time to improve themselves? Chu Xiao was clear-headed, stepping forward with confidence, skillfully using the light steps of the Lingbo to head towards Bulma's home in East City. In East City, at the Capsule Corporation Bulma's residence. Although Chu Xiao had spent 2 years in the Tianlong world, only 2 days had passed in the Dragon Ball universe. Chu Xiao's brief disappearance would not concern Bulma, who was immersed in her laboratory all day long. Even when Chu Xiao returned home to visit Bulma in the lab, she remained focused on cracking and researching Dr. Gero's android technology, completely ignoring him. In light of this, Chu Xiao knew to be discreet, not disturbing Bulma. He quietly retreated from the lab and returned home to rest alone. The next day, influenced by Bulma, Chu Xiao did not take a few days off to indulge himself, but instead entered the training grounds specially prepared by Bulma for himself, beginning his cultivation. Everything was being prepared for the World Martial Arts Tournament and the impending arrival of Demon King Piccolo. Time flowed like water, reminiscent of a beautiful person. 1 year later at Papaya Island. The plane from East City to Papaya Island is about to land. Please all passengers take your belongings and prepare to disembark. On the airplane, Chu Xiao slowly opened his eyes, stretching comfortably and nudging the sleeping Bulma beside him. Bulma, we've arrived. At this moment, although Bulma's appearance had not changed much compared to a year ago, her entire demeanor seemed transformed, as the youthful innocence had not completely faded, but had begun to reveal the unique aura of a brilliant scientist from the Dragon Ball world. Have we arrived so soon? Bulma rubbed her eyes, opening her light blue eyes to curiously survey the view outside the plane. Blue skies, white clouds, sandy beaches, and surf. Truly a vacation paradise. The choice to hold the World Martial Arts Tournament at Papaya Island was also due to its reputation as a famous tourist destination. Awesome. This place definitely doesn't disappoint. Bulma exclaimed excitedly, pulling on Chu Xiao's arm and saying, "Hurry, let's go play at the beach. I want to wear a bikini, eat ice cream, and surf." Chu Xiao smiled gently and nodded. "Don't rush. Oh, let's first go to the registration point for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Master Roshi and Goku should be arriving soon, and then we can all go together." That's fine. Your matter is more important. After all, you've worked so hard training this past year. You must want everyone to know the results of your efforts. Bulma made a face, pulling Chu Xiao off the plane towards the registration point for the World Martial Arts Tournament. When they arrived, they only saw a long line winding and coiling like a dragon. Outstanding martial artists from all over the country had gathered here to participate in the 4-yearly World Martial Arts Tournament. Chu Xiao expanded his aura, enveloping the surroundings. The ordinary martial artists in the crowd were completely oblivious, but those who had cultivated Qi immediately sensed him and turned to look. Among the gazes directed at Chu Xiao, there were indeed many familiar faces he recognized. Master Roshi was leading Krillin and Yamcha, and they all sensed Chu Xiao's presence through his aura. "Chu Xiao." Master Roshi called out his name, astonished. Judging from Chu Xiao's aura, it was clear that his strength had far surpassed his own, and there was likely no one present whose aura could match Chu Xiao's. Master Roshi thought to himself, how on earth did this kid cultivate? How could his strength improve so rapidly? Master Roshi and the others stepped out of line and approached Chu Xiao. "Chu Xiao, how did you end up at Papaya Island? You're not planning to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, are you?" Master Roshi asked. "Yes. Just like you, I'm here to register for the World Martial Arts Tournament, wanting to see the results of my training during this time." Master Roshi's mouth twitched as he lowered his voice, saying to Chu Xiao, "Ahem. Chu Xiao, we're all sensible people here. With your strength and level, registering for the World Martial Arts Tournament is simply lacking in challenge. You need to give the younger generation more chances. Goku and Krillin still need to be trained." Chu Xiao smiled, thinking that being a mentor truly required effort. "Don't worry, Master Roshi, I understand your meaning. If I encounter Goku or Krillin during the tournament, I will help train them well." Ahem. Master Roshi felt even more awkward, shaking his head and sighing. Well, this is a matter for you young people. An old bone like mine should stop interfering. You please take care of it." Master Roshi silently mourned for Goku and Krillin for 3 seconds, hoping they would run into Chu Xiao later. Otherwise, if they were eliminated early on, his reputation would be ruined. While the group was conversing, 2 more figures emerged from the crowd, and Chu Xiao focused his eyes. Tenshinhan. Kayat. Tenshinhan, with his 3 eyes, exuded a powerful aura, his muscular body radiating strength. Floating beside Tenshinhan was a pale child with a rosy face, undoubtedly Kayatsu. "Chu Xiao, you've gotten stronger, but I'm not afraid. I will definitely defeat you. I'll avenge my master and Shifu." Ten Shinhan clenched his fists tightly, staring intently at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao gazed at Tian Shinhan, whose aura bristled with murderous intent, not with anger, but with quiet satisfaction. Years ago beneath Karen Tower, Chu Xiao had sealed Master Roshi inside the purple gold spirit gourd. He could easily have slain Tian Shinhan then. Yet he chose not to, instead granting him mercy. Now standing before Chu Xiao, Tian Shinhan was no longer the man he once was. Through relentless, ceaseless cultivation over the years, his martial prowess had surged beyond even his canonical peak. Tian Shinhan, you have not disappointed me. You have grown far stronger than before, Chu Xiao remarked calmly. He felt no concern whatsoever. His own power had expanded at a rate far more terrifying than Tian Shinhan could imagine. Far from closing the gap between them, the chasm had widened dramatically. This was the unshakable confidence Chu Xiao held back then. I knew you would grow mighty, but what of it? I shall surpass you by an even greater margin. Chu Xiao, I will slay you myself on the martial arts arena. Mark my words. With a furious roar, Tian Shinhan spun on his heel and melted back into the line, silently taking his place in queue. Master Roshi, witnessing the entire exchange, stared in stunned disbelief. Chu Xiao, is he Master Roshi's disciple? Yes. Then, you killed Master Roshi. You didn't know. Chu Xiao frowned faintly. The event had occurred years earlier. With Son Goku present, surely Master Roshi must have heard. To his surprise, Master Roshi remained utterly unaware. Yet upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Son Goku by nature never indulged in idle gossip. You possessed the strength to defeat Master Roshi years ago. Master Roshi stared at Chu Xiao awestruck, and quietly stowed away his dragon head suitcase, resolving inwardly this year's Tenkaichi Budokai would be his final appearance. He would most certainly not disguise himself as Jackie Chun again. Should he face Chu Xiao in the ring, his undefeated legend would shatter irrevocably. It is time to step aside. My era has ended. The future belongs to the younger generation now. After this brief interlude with Tian Shinhan, all participants completed registration. One day remained until the tournament began. Chu Xiao, have you contacted Goku this past year? Master Roshi asked. No. Goku never carries a phone. Finding him remains difficult. Chu Xiao shook his head. Still, we need not worry. He will arrive in time to register. Bulma nodded in agreement. Indeed, we needn't fret over Goku. His strength is unquestionable. With one day still remaining before the tournament begins, shall we all head to the beach for some surfing? Master Roshi's eyes lit up. This time I'm barred from the arena, so why not enjoy the beach? Wait, surfing. Yes, that truly is an excellent idea. I agree. Let's all relax thoroughly before the tournament. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged helpless glances. Though reluctant, they dared not oppose their master's decree. Since no one objects, then it's settled. Bulma cheered, already tugging Chu Xiao toward the shore. The group frolicked on the sands with unrestrained joy, utterly unlike elite martial artists preparing for the Tenkaichi Budokai, more like carefree vacationers. Just as merriment reached its zenith, a vile, overwhelming aura erupted from the distant horizon, beyond the sea's edge. Though fleeting, that malevolent energy did not escape Chu Xiao's perception. King Piccolo finally unleashed. Within his heart, Chu Xiao murmured softly that aura surpassed his own by more than double. King Piccolo proved far more formidable than Chu Xiao had anticipated, even in his aged, weakened state, freshly freed from confinement. What monstrous power might he wield should he restore his youth with the Dragon Balls? Chu Xiao dared not fathom such a possibility. The gravity of the situation far exceeded his original estimation. Yet he felt no fear. As the ancient adage goes, floods meet earth, armies meet generals. What mattered if King Piccolo's aura dwarfed his by twofold? Over the past year, Chu Xiao's rigorous training had focused precisely on harmonizing ki and inner force. His true strength could no longer be measured merely by ki alone. It is time for this world to witness true power. Meanwhile, Master Roshi, the undisputed pillar of the martial arts world, also sensed that sinister aura. His lecherous gaze fixed upon bikini-clad women vanished, instantly replaced by grim solemnity. Noting Chu Xiao's alertness, he approached swiftly. Chu Xiao, did you sense it? Merely a remnant of a bygone age. Chu Xiao spoke with serene nonchalance. Yet Master Roshi's heart tightened with unease. Do not underestimate him. He is far more terrifying than you imagine, Master Roshi warned. Master Roshi, I am likewise far more terrifying than you imagine. A faint smile played upon Chu Xiao's lips, as though the heavens themselves collapsing would stir no ripple within him. Master Roshi paused, struck by the authenticity of that confidence. A resonance he last felt in his own master, the legendary martial sage Magneto. Such unwavering self-assurance lies at the core of every true martial artist. Though thorns choke the path ahead, we raise our blades, not in defiance, but in resolve. Chu Xiao, you grow ever more like a grandmaster. Yet may your strength match your bearing. Master Roshi muttered under his breath, hunched and frail. Should you fail to defeat that foe, I shall end this relic of the old world, for the sake of your generation's brighter future. His silhouette grew even more stooped, now indistinguishable from any ordinary lustful old man. The next day at the Tenkaichi Budokai registration site, Chu Xiao and the others inquired with the staff. Still no trace of Son Goku's name. Where's Goku? Today is the final day. He must be on his way. Let's wait a little longer. Yamcha suggested. If necessary, I can ask Puar to transform into Goku and register on his behalf. Seeing their lingering anxiety, Chu Xiao extended his ki outward, scanning the surrounding expanse, until Goku's presence flared clearly within his awareness. No need to worry. He arrives imminently. Chu Xiao perceived Goku's ki surging rapidly across the ocean, swimming toward Papaya Island with breathtaking speed. As foretold in the original chronicle, Goku swam directly from Earth's antipode to Papaya Island, a feat of endurance conceivable only within the Dragon Ball universe. All were astonished. How could Chu Xiao know Goku's arrival was imminent? Only Master Roshi possessed the ability to sense ki. Krillin and the others had yet to master this art, rendering the phenomenon utterly incomprehensible to them. True to Chu Xiao's word, after a short wait, Goku arrived. His appearance had changed little, save for a subtle increase in height. Under Chu Xiao's perception, Goku's unrestrained ki blazed openly. Impressive, his ki rivals mine in intensity. Clearly he too trained with extraordinary rigor this past year. Chu Xiao reflected inwardly. How eagerly I anticipate our clash upon the tournament stage. Once Goku completed registration, the group headed to a nearby restaurant for dinner. With Saiyan-level appetites, and the others' consumption rates several times that of ordinary humans, their single table devoured the restaurant's entire month-long food reserve. Master Roshi stared at his hollowed-out wallet, vowing inwardly, never again will I treat this group. One meal emptied my savings. Another few like this, and even the treasures of Kame House will vanish. Sunset bled into moonrise, moonlight faded beneath dawn's first light. At last, the Tenkaichi Budokai had begun. The preliminary selection for the world's largest martial arts competition officially begins. Chu Xiao and the others collect their badges and wait in the contestant area. This year's martial arts competition has twice as many participants as in previous years, so the preliminary selection will naturally take quite some time. After 2 days of intense preliminary rounds, the list of contestants who have advanced to the semifinals has been announced. The results of the preliminary selection are quite evident. With Chu Xiao and others present, those who could emerge from the selection must possess considerable strength. The value of this semifinal round is exceptionally high, with the advancing contestants being Chu Xiao, Sun Wukong, Clin Yamcha, Tien Shinin, and Jiaozi. Additionally, from the original storyline, the celebrity black player Puff, who is unable to transform due to the destruction of the moon by Master Roshi, is also among the top 8. With the top 8 determined, the group matches for the semifinals officially begin. While drawing lots in the waiting area, Chu Xiao keenly noticed that Tien Shinhan had tampered with Jiaozi's badge, privately deciding the group placements. Chu Xiao was indifferent to this. After all, the outcome of this match had already been determined. The main reason he continued to participate was to gather lotus petals for the reincarnation Black Lotus. The top 8 group matches are divided into 4 groups. Group 1 has Chu Xiao facing Tien Shinin. Group 2 has Yamcha against Puff. Group 3 has Sun Wukong facing Clin, and Group 4 has Jiaozi against the werewolf. This grouping exudes malice towards Chu Xiao from every angle. Is Tien Shinhan unable to hold back already? Chu Xiao shook his head and smiled. The youth is still too young, too impatient. The first group match begins with Chu Xiao facing Tien Shinhan, and as the host shouts, it officially starts. Chu Xiao flies into the air, landing on the stage, prompting gasps from the audience below. Wow, did you see that? The contestant named Chu Xiao just flew up, a man exclaimed. I really saw him fly. Someone echoed. My goodness, how could he fly without wings? A dinosaur-like earthling touched his own wings, starting to question his life. Seeing Chu Xiao's actions, Tien Shinhan's anger surged. Wasn't the technique Chu Xiao just displayed the signature move of their crane school, the sky dance technique? Tien Shinhan knew without a doubt that Chu Xiao must have learned the sky dance technique from his Master Roshi. Not only did you kill my master, but you also learned our crane school's ultimate technique. Today it will either be your death or mine. With a roar, Tien Shinhan leaped onto the stage, also using the sky dance technique. Hiss! The three-eyed contestant Tien Shinhan also flew onto the stage. They can both fly. The man was even more shocked, starting to wonder if he could also fly. They both can fly. My goodness, how can he fly without wings? The dinosaur-like earthling touched his wings, his worldview beginning to collapse. Chu Xiao, die! Tien Shinhan gathered his energy, his massive fist aimed directly at Chu Xiao, the intensity and momentum suggesting a life-or-death struggle. Facing Tien Shinhan's onslaught, Chu Xiao showed no change in expression. Calmly, he stepped forward, deploying the wave step technique, his figure instantly becoming ethereal, resembling countless graceful warriors dancing on the stage. What profound footwork! Master Roshi shouted from the audience as he eagerly removed his sunglasses, fixating on Chu Xiao's footwork technique. Is there truly such exquisite and profound footwork in this world? Each step of Chu Xiao seemed to encapsulate unfathomable principles, and before he realized it, beads of sweat began to form on Master Roshi's forehead. He found it hard to imagine who possessed such talent and skill to create such an ultimate art. Master Roshi could not help but want to pull Chu Xiao down from the stage, immediately questioning the origin of this footwork. After decades of being buried in dust, his long-dormant desire for learning was reignited. His previously despondent demeanor had vanished, replaced by a fervent desire to live another 500 years to pursue martial arts. Despite Tien Shinhan's powerful strikes, he could never touch the hem of Chu Xiao's clothes. Even when he exerted all his strength to increase his speed in front of Chu Xiao's wave step, he resembled a child who could only charge forward, unable to match Chu Xiao's agility. Why, I can clearly feel you brushing past me. Why can't I reach you? Tien Shinhan raged, glaring intensely at Chu Xiao. Buzz. Chu Xiao stood with his palms up, calmly replying, "You are too slow. I am faster than you." Tien Shinhan's face turned red with anger, the eye on his forehead wide open to enhance his vision, refusing to accept defeat as he charged at Chu Xiao again. Oomph. Chu Xiao executed the wave step technique again, vanishing from sight. Tien Shinhan, using his third eye, continuously tracked Chu Xiao and faintly began to see through Chu Xiao's movements. He found you. Tien Shinhan threw a punch, and although he could clearly see Chu Xiao's movements, he only saw Chu Xiao stepping out with the profound footwork just as his fist was about to strike. Chu Xiao's figure passed by his punch at an unimaginable angle. Damn it! What kind of footwork is this? Wave step. Chu Xiao replied calmly. Wave step. Both Tien Shinhan and Master Roshi were taken aback. This footwork indeed resembled walking on water, allowing one to amplify speed and agility several times, with minimal foot movements, truly a pinnacle footwork technique. Realizing that his speed could not keep up with Chu Xiao, Tien Shinhan clenched his fists, his expression heavy. Taking a deep breath, he distanced himself from Chu Xiao and assumed a strange stance. Tien Shinhan raised both fists above his head, his entire body brimming with energy, as if countless energies were surging through his muscles. As the energy accelerated, Tien Shinhan's face displayed an extremely painful expression. Chu Xiao's gaze was keen as he focused on Tien Shinhan's movements, activating the minor invisibility technique to memorize Tien Shinhan's next moves. After all, any technique Tien Shinhan decided to use after realizing he was not a match for Chu Xiao would definitely not be an ordinary move. Tien Shinhan's expression grew increasingly agonized, and Chu Xiao and the audience below could even hear the cracking sounds of his bones. Is Tien Shinhan about to self-destruct? Chu Xiao furrowed his brows, but felt that it did not seem like it. After all, Tien Shinhan's energy showed no signs of self-destruction. Then what is this technique of his? Just as Chu Xiao was puzzled, Tien Shinhan finally completed his technique. To everyone's surprise, Tien Shinhan, who originally had only 2 arms, sprouted 2 more arms from his shoulder blades, instantly transforming into a 4-armed being. 4 demon fists. Chu Xiao finally recognized the name of this move. It was indeed the 4 demon fists that Tien Shinhan used against Sun Wukong in the original storyline. Prepare to die, Tien Shinhan said confidently. Yet in Chu Xiao's eyes, Tien Shinhan's speed could not keep up with him. Even if he grew 2 more arms and became a 6-armed being, what difference would it make in essence? But why did Tien Shinhan have such confidence that he could defeat him with the 4 demon fists? Tianjin Fan unleashed the 4 demon fists, his momentum surging. Yet in Chu Xiao's eyes, it was completely unclear how Tianjin Fan could defeat him with this technique. To Chu Xiao, a technique like the 4 demon fists was rather useless. What good was it to grow 2 more arms if he couldn't defeat his opponent? Without fundamentally enhancing his abilities, relying on quantity to win was already a failure. Tianjin Fan waved his 4 arms, not rushing to attack Chu Xiao, but instead assumed a stance once again. Tianjin Fan is about to unleash that move. The audience member Jiaozi looked tense, worried for Tianjin Fan's safety, knowing that the technique he was about to use not only had tremendous power, but also inflicted great harm on himself. Chu Xiao activated his minor formless divine art, beginning to simulate Tianjin Fan's moves. He saw Tianjin Fan raise his 4 arms, propping them beside his head, fingers spread wide, veins bulging on his face as he roared. Solar Fist. With a hum, Tianjin Fan's body emitted a dazzling light, with his shout akin to the sun in the sky, blinding everyone who could only close their eyes. All the spectators focused on Tianjin Fan, and now with the Solar Fist, It could be said that everyone had been turned blind. Chu Xiao was no exception. Though his strength was formidable, his eyes had not been enhanced, and he too became blinded by the solar fist. With a stinging pain in his eyes, unable to see, he immediately spread his senses to perceive Tianjin Fan's position. However, to Chu Xiao's astonishment, the qi that he had always sensed was now completely absent. He could only feel himself enveloped by Tianjin Fan's aura, surrounded by it. An upgraded version of the solar fist. Chu Xiao thought to himself the original solar fist merely caused temporary blindness, but it was difficult to affect the perception of qi, while this upgraded version not only blinded the eyes, but also interfered with the opponent's perception of qi. Tianjin Fan surprisingly created an upgraded version of the solar fist due to Chu Xiao's influence, which truly caught Chu Xiao off guard. Chu Xiao felt a sharp pain in his eyes, but his Bodhi's super healing ability activated, and a warm current flowed through his eyes, instantly alleviating the pain and quickly restoring his vision. Chu Xiao focused his gaze, searching for Tianjin Fan on the stage. He murmured softly, realizing there was no sign of Tianjin Fan on the stage, and there was not a single person around him. Could it be that after using the solar fist, Tianjin Fan employed some sort of invisibility technique? Chu Xiao didn't recall any such techniques from Dragon Ball. The audience below gradually regained their sight, but as they looked toward the stage, they encountered the same problem as Chu Xiao. Where is the contestant Tianjin Fan? Why has he disappeared? Yeah, just now I saw Tianjin Fan glowing all over, and now he has vanished. Did he ascend to the heavens? Ascend? Then how is this match counted? Did Chu Xiao just win like that? How boring. We want to see a fight. This is clearly a fixed match. There's something fishy. Not only did the contestant take the spotlight on stage, but now he has also fled without a fight. I want a refund. The audience below grew rowdy, their curses filling the air as they all shouted that the match was uninteresting and demanded their money back. Chu Xiao calmed down. He and Tianjin Fan had a grudge, and Tianjin Fan would definitely not flee without a fight. Moreover, Tianjin Fan had already unleashed both the 4 demon fists and the solar fist, and he would not hide his whereabouts to escape the match. Chu Xiao once again spread his senses, and the influence of the solar fist on qi had dissipated. At this moment, within Chu Xiao's perception, all the auras of the people around him fell within his grasp. But where was Tianjin Fan? Here. Chu Xiao suddenly looked up, locking onto the sky, where he saw 4 black dots quietly floating in the air. The spectators below were also puzzled as to why Chu Xiao suddenly looked up. Following his gaze, they too discovered Tianjin Fan's figure. Tianjin Fan did not escape. He is in the sky. He really ascended after glowing. Ascended my foot. He could fly from the beginning. He has flown up into the sky. Wait, am I seeing things? Why do I see 4 Tianjin Fans? I also see 4 Tianjin Fans flying in the sky. The audience below did not stop their noisy discussions. Rather, they grew more intense, as what they were witnessing was beyond their understanding. 4 Tianjin Fans. Under Chu Xiao's perception of qi, the 4 Tianjin Fans in the sky were all real bodies, each bearing the same aura. 4-body fist. In the original story, Tianjin Fan created 3 clones, each clone possessing the same strength as the original, but these 4 Tianjin Fans divided his power, leaving each with only a quarter of it. He executed the 4 demon fists, then used the solar fist to blind Chu Xiao's vision, and now he unleashed the 4-body fist, transforming into 4 Tianjin Fans. The 4 Tianjin Fans with 4 arms quietly flew in the sky, and Chu Xiao did not believe that Tianjin Fan's moves were finished. Tianjin Fan definitely had an even greater killing move yet to be unleashed. Die? Chu Xiao. Tianjin Fan bellowed from the sky, and each Tianjin Fan raised 4 arms, extending a single finger pointing towards Chu Xiao on the stage. Puff, puff, puff. 4 times 4 is 16. 16 white energy waves surged from Tianjin Fan's fingers, which were precisely the signature technique of the Crane School, the Dodon wave. The 16 Dodon waves shot towards Chu Xiao at incredible speed, almost completely sealing off his movements, leaving him with no space to evade. Chu Xiao felt like a trapped bird surrounded by enemies, completely ensnared by the attacks of the Dodon waves. What a clever strategy. Chu Xiao did not feel fear. Instead, he praised Tianjin Fan's combination of techniques. First, he used the 4 demon fists to increase the number of Dodon waves, then the solar fist to numb his perception and vision, and finally executed the 4-body fist, creating 4 clones to further increase the number. In the end, all 4 four-armed clones unleashed the Dodon waves simultaneously, placing Chu Xiao in a near-death situation. This arrangement of techniques truly impressed Chu Xiao. He was indeed formidable Tianjin Fan. But would Chu Xiao just die under Tianjin Fan's Dodon waves? A smile spread across Chu Xiao's face as he faced the flawless assault, activating the Beiming divine art to the utmost limit, his internal energy surging madly into his legs. Chu Xiao's figure became ethereal like mist in a deep mountain, making him difficult to grasp. just when everyone thought he could only rely on speed to evade Tianjin Fan's attacks. The rapidly moving Chu Xiao raised his arm, extending a finger in kind. From within the celestial, mist waves of white energy shot out, heading straight for Tianjin Fan's Dodon waves. What is this? Dodon wave. Jiazi's pale face showed surprise. He never expected that Chu Xiao not only mastered the Crane School's aerial technique, but also the Dodon wave. Just how ruthless of a method did Chu Xiao employ to force his Master Roshi to fully disclose the school's ultimate techniques? Jiazi felt increasingly heavy-hearted, wondering if Tianjin Fan could still defeat Chu Xiao, who mastered the Crane School's techniques. Boom, boom, boom. Several Dodon waves collided together, producing deafening roars, and white blossoms appeared in the sky, dazzling like fireworks during a festive celebration. The audience below held their breath. Those who had been clamoring for a refund just moments ago were now left speechless in shock. Wow, so beautiful. Incredible. I couldn't see Chu Xiao make a move at all. All I see are explosions. Various explosions. It's simply art. This battle is simply magnificent. Chu Xiao's martial skills are truly extraordinary. Tianjin Fan's martial skills are also impressive, with so many amazing techniques. The roaring gradually subsided, and the 4 Tianjin Fans in the sky were gasping for breath, clearly having exhausted too much chi from their recent attack. In contrast, Chu Xiao appeared calm and unhurried, as if the recent attack had not come from him at all. Damn it! Why is this happening? Tianjin Fan displayed an expression of disbelief, questioning why Chu Xiao emerged unscathed from such a lethal predicament. Is this all your strength? Chu Xiao smiled at Tianjin Fan, making the Tianjin Fan in the sky shudder. 4 four-armed Tianjin Fan descended slowly from the sky. Upon landing, 3 of his clones dissolved into translucent phantoms and vanished, while Tianjin Fan released the 4-body fist technique and gasped deeply. Exhaustion etched plainly upon his face. Yet his fighting spirit remained unbroken. Seizing this fleeting respite, he focused intently on restoring his waning energy. Chu Xiao did not strike immediately during Tianjin Fan's fatigue, instead granting him time to recover. Chu Xiao's restraint was not born of arrogance or disdain, but rather profound curiosity toward Tianjin Fan's martial techniques. The 4-demon fist held little allure for Chu Xiao. Indeed, sprouting 2 additional arms struck him as distinctly uncanny. The solar fist, however, possessed genuine appeal. The solar fist could temporarily blind an opponent while simultaneously masking their spiritual aura, making it equally formidable in combat and retreat. In rare circumstances, wielded with finesse, it could even yield extraordinary results. And the 4-body fist, astonishingly, it generated 3 flawless tangible duplicates, though each clone diluted the original strength and shattered instantly upon being struck. This quasi-cloning art remained remarkably practical. If Chu Xiao recalled correctly, the artificial human cell had once employed a refined variant of the 4-body fist, retaining its capacity to manifest true-bodied clones while eliminating the drawback of power dispersion, each duplicate possessing full strength equal to the original. 3 clones matching Chu Xiao's own might would undoubtedly prove devastating. Thus, the 4-body fist held immense fascination for him. Solar fist, 4-body fist. Chu Xiao murmured inwardly, simultaneously channeling the Zio Wuxiang divine art to its absolute peak. When Tianjin Fan had earlier unleashed the 4-demon fist, Chu Xiao had already simulated its chi circulation method using the Zio Wuxiang divine art, giving him quiet confidence in replicating both the solar fist and 4-body fist. His simulation of the solar fist, however, had been incomplete. Caught off guard, he'd only grasped fragments of the technique. He was certain if Tianjin Fan performed it once more, the Zio Wuxiang divine art's peerless mimicry would allow him to fully reconstruct both techniques. His next move was clear: to prompt Tianjin Fan to reenact those very techniques, relying entirely on the Zio Wuxiang divine art's transcendent replication to master them both. Tianjin Fan labored to restore his strength while remaining vigilantly wary of Chu Xiao's potential assault. Just as his nerves tightened, Chu Xiao suddenly relaxed. His entire body sat cross-legged atop the arena and closed his eyes in serene meditation. What? Tianjin Fan stared, incredulous, utterly at a loss. Spectators below exchanged bewildered glances, baffled by Chu Xiao's enigmatic conduct. Gazing upon Chu Xiao's unruffled composure, Tianjin Fan discerned the truth within mere breaths. He thought inwardly, Chu Xiao, you are deliberately granting me time to recover. Just who are you? Last time you could have slain me, but chose to spare me. This time victory would have been effortless, yet still you grant me reprieve. Shaking his head, Tianjin Fan abandoned further speculation, sat cross-legged, and devoted himself wholly to replenishing his depleted chi. What on earth is happening? Tianjin Fan has sat down too. Will they even fight? Are they practicing some stillness begets stillness strategy? You understand nothing. Clearly, Chu Xiao sees Tianjin Fan's exhaustion compromising his performance. and thus grants him time to recuperate. By this measure alone, Chu Xiao embodies the noblest spirit of the martial path. Now that you mention it, he truly is exceptional. Not only formidable in strength, but sublime in cultivation. We must all strive to emulate Chu Xiao. Below the arena, acclaim for Chu Xiao swelled. Unanimous praise hailed him as the very paragon of martial virtue. Master Roshi observed Chu Xiao seated in tranquil stillness and felt both deep admiration and quiet regret. He recalled their first meeting when Chu Xiao had been but an ordinary man of modest strength. At that time, Roshi had sensed the dormant cycle Black Lotus within him and misjudged Chu Xiao as harboring sinister energy, refusing outright to take him as a disciple. Now, however, that malevolent force had long since vanished, replaced by an indomitable aura of righteous integrity. Every action he took earned universal acclaim. Every decision reflected consummate wisdom, truly a pillar of the martial world. Roshi shook his head, helplessly lamenting inwardly, how could I have been so blinded? Such a prodigy slipped right beneath my very eyes. Regret, though poignant, offered no remedy. The world held no elixir of remorse. Roshi acknowledged with sober clarity that Chu Xiao's current strength far surpassed his own. Any hope of forging a master-disciple bond was now irrevocably lost. All Roshi could now wish was that Chu Xiao would forever preserve along his martial journey that same unwavering heart of a true grandmaster. Moments later, Tien Henfin rose slowly from the ground. His condition markedly improved. Though not yet restored to his prime, he had regained over 70% of his full power. This rapid recovery stemmed largely from the Dragon Ball's ki, formidable not only in destructive force, but also in its extraordinary capacity to accelerate ki regeneration. Chu Xiao, come. Tien Henfin declared, his voice low and resonant. The venom of hatred had faded, replaced by a palpable undercurrent of respect. Chu Xiao opened his eyes, slowly rose gracefully to his feet, and smiled gently at Tien Henfin. Tien Henfin, he said, please perform those techniques once more. I am deeply intrigued by your solar fist and your four-body fist. Tien Henfin fixed his gaze upon Chu Xiao, reflecting inwardly, though his earlier assault had sealed off Chu Xiao's movement. Chu Xiao, who could effortlessly deflect even the Dodon ray, would surely withstand it without difficulty. Such an attack repeated tenfold would still fail to defeat him. Then, I must resort to that technique. A fierce resolve hardened in Tien Henfin's heart as he clenched his jaw. Below the arena, Master Shenron sensed Tien Henfin's intent and transmitted urgently, Jin Fan, don't do it. Don't use that move. There is no choice. Shenron, Chu Xiao is simply too strong. Even with that technique, I cannot guarantee victory, but to abandon the fight now, I would carry that regret for the rest of my life. With that, Tien Henfin surged his ki, first unleashing the four-body fist. 3 solid duplicates emerged seamlessly from his form, and 4 identical Tien Henfins stood in perfect alignment before Chu Xiao. So that is how it flows. Using the Zio Wuxiang divine art, Chu Xiao instantly replicated the four-body fist's chi circulation, memorizing its core mechanism flawlessly, leaving only the final execution to simulate. Scatter. The 4 Tien Henfins dispersed instantly, taking positions at each corner of the arena, encircling Chu Xiao at its center. They assumed the solar fist stance, roared in unison, and unleashed 4 blinding white flashes, plunging all witnesses once more into momentary blindness. A low hum resonated. Chu Xiao's supreme, self-healing ability activated instantly, dispelling ocular discomfort. Glancing around, he saw no trace of Tien Henfin, then looked upward. There he was, suspended high in the sky. The same technique again. Chu Xiao felt a flicker of disappointment, yet profound satisfaction. Disappointment because Tien Henfin appeared to have exhausted his repertoire. No further marvels remained. Satisfaction because he had already imprinted both the solar fist and four-body fist's chi pathways into memory. With just one more round of simulation and refinement, mastery of both arts was virtually assured. Chu Xiao, perish. Tien Henfin bellowed, palms pressed together as an immense torrent of ki erupted from his entire being. Chu Xiao instantly sensed the anomaly in that energy. Centering his mind, he channeled the beaming true chi to its zenith. His ki surged violently from muscle and sinew, coiling like serpents around his body. Boom. For crushing pressures, each heavier than Mount Tai, descended from the heavens in relentless succession, converging with brutal force upon Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao felt gravity intensify violently around him. His limbs grew leaden, his bones groaned under multiplied stress. His internal chi flared outward, locking in furious opposition against the oppressive weight. Within his meridians, the beaming true chi, rather than faltering, surged with renewed vigor, racing through vital acupoints and scouring his channels anew. Under that titanic pressure, every fiber of his musculature tightened. Latent potential ruthlessly compressed, then explosively transmuted into raw, surging power. His expression remained placid as still water, but his eyes burned with an unquenchable, indomitable will. Crack! He stepped forward. Marble beneath his foot shattered, instantly crumbling into fine dust beneath the overwhelming weight. Crack! Another step. Muscles coiled like steel springs, tendons standing stark against his skin, his entire frame launching skyward like a panther unleashed. Come down. His voice had not yet reached its target, yet he was already midair. A fist charged with devastating force slammed into one of Tien Shenfan's clones. Pop! The clone dissolved into mist. Whoosh! A sweeping kick felled another. Thud! The final duplicate shattered under impact. Tien Shenfan's sole remaining true form plummeted downward, head tilted back, breathing faint and shallow, utterly unconscious from total depletion. Danger! He'll die on impact. Roshi cried out, instantly perceiving the peril. Chu Zhao's brow furrowed. His feet danced across empty air via the lingbo microstep, his body twisting mid-flight to catch Tien Shenfan securely in his arms. Quarterfinal match Group 1. Chu Zhao wins. Chu Zhao faced off against Tien Fan, who suffered a devastating defeat. Looking down at the faintly breathing Tien Fan in his arms, Chu Zhao shook his head with resignation. The power of that Kiko cannon was truly terrifying. Had it not been for the arduous training and accumulation over the past year which erupted at the moment of crisis, his bones would have been crushed under the tremendous pressure. Although he would not die, his super healing ability would be activated, inevitably consuming his lifespan. Chu Zhao felt no regret about this, for in that fierce battle, he gained far more than he lost. In terms of skills, Chu Zhao had already memorized the techniques of the Solar Fist and the Four-Body Fist, just waiting for a moment of calm to simulate them and master these two extraordinary techniques. From a power perspective, Tien Fan's Kiko cannon not only failed to injure Chu Zhao, but instead ignited the potential he had cultivated over the past year, allowing his strength to advance further. Furthermore, just as the host of the World Martial Arts Tournament announced Chu Zhao's victory in this battle, the rebirth Black Lotus within him underwent a transformation, culminating in the emergence of the fifth rebirth Black Lotus. The battle with Tien Fan brought Chu Zhao 3 benefits. How could he not be happy? He cradled the unconscious Tien Fan and approached Jiaozi, who was filled with both vigilance and concern, and handed Tien Fan over to him. Tien Fan is not in life-threatening danger. He just can't use Ki for a while. Otherwise, he will surely perish. Chu Zhao turned away, saying no more, for further words would serve no purpose. Naturally, Jiaozi would take good care of Tien Fan, but why didn't Chu Zhao give him a senzu bean? That's a joke. Chu Zhao only had 24 senzu beans left, which he treasured dearly. How could he easily part with them for someone else? The first match of the quarterfinals concluded, and the next match featured Yamcha against the Black Fighter, putting with Yamcha emerging victorious. In the third match, Son Goku faced Krillin. As they were both from the same school, it was a contest of peers, and Son Goku defeated Krillin without any surprise. In this match, Chu Zhao paid special attention to the strength displayed by Goku, silently noting that after visiting various renowned masters in the Dragon World and training hard for over a year, upon his return his current strength was only 2 or 3 times stronger than Goku. This made Chu Zhao sigh. The Saiyan bloodline truly was 1,000 times more powerful than that of Earthlings. A thought crossed Chu Zhao's mind. Was it necessary for him to use the power of Shenlong to obtain the Saiyan bloodline? Chu Zhao shook his head, bitterly smiling. The Saiyan bloodline was indeed strong, but its drawbacks were quite evident. The Super Saiyan Goku could die from a heart disease, and his physical resistance to magic was nearly 0. He possessed the rebirth Black Lotus, which allowed him to traverse the cycle of worlds. Although the Saiyan bloodline had infinite potential, its adaptability was weak. While the idea of using Shenlong to obtain the Saiyan bloodline was appealing, it could only be reconsidered after finding a way to compensate for the weaknesses of the Saiyan bloodline in the future. After all, Chu Zhao was unwilling to laboriously strengthen the Saiyan bloodline only to enter a magic-oriented reincarnation world and be defeated by a mere weakening spell. That would be a death too unjust. In contrast, while the progress of Earthlings' bloodline was slow, their overall qualities were balanced, and their adaptability was extremely strong, with potential to be tapped in every aspect. This was much more grounded for Chu Zhao than the elusive Super Saiyan forms. After Goku's victory, the last match of the quarterfinals saw Jiaozi face off against the Wolfman, which was a complete no contest, as Jiaozi easily defeated the Wolfman contestant. With the quarterfinals concluded, the top 4 had been determined: Chu Zhao, Son Goku, Yamcha, and Jiaozi. The semifinals would take place tomorrow, with Chu Zhao facing Son Goku and Jiaozi battling Yamcha to decide the 2 finalists. In the waiting area, the unconscious Tien Fan slowly regained consciousness. He silently looked at the worried Jiaozi beside him, smiled faintly, and comforted him. "Jiaozi, I'm fine, don't worry," Tien Fan said, looking at the now empty arena. "Has the quarterfinals ended? Did you make it to the top 4? Yes. The next match is Chu Xiao against Son Goku, and I will be facing Yamcha. Hearing Chu Xiao's name, Tianjin Fan paused for a moment, remaining silent for a long time. Zhaozi, did Chu Xiao save me? Tianjin. Zhaozi, though reluctant to admit that their master's murderer had saved Tianjin Fan, knew that the facts spoke louder than words. Yes, at that time you were unconscious in midair, and only Chu Xiao had the ability to save you. Tianjin Fan slowly stood up, looking quite weary. He raised his head to gaze into the distance, as if speaking to Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao, I owe you a life. Tianjin, are you not going to take revenge for our master? Zhaozi asked anxiously. The enmity of killing my master cannot be settled lightly. One day, I will defeat Chu Xiao and avenge my master, Tianjin Fan said. But I am not an ungrateful person, nor do I wish to owe Chu Xiao any favors. I will repay this life to him. Tianjin Fan, dragging his weakened body, slowly left the martial arena. Zhaozi watched Tianjin Fan's figure and silently followed behind. The two walked one after the other, disappearing into the setting sun. The next day, the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced as scheduled. In the waiting area, Chu Xiao, Son Goku, Yamcha, and Zhaozi quietly awaited the start of the matches. Zhaozi slowly approached Chu Xiao and, under the puzzled gazes of the others, deeply bowed to him. Thank you for saving Tianjin Fan's life yesterday. Zhaozi said little, and before Chu Xiao could respond, he continued. Tianjin Fan has already left Papaya Island to continue his training. He asked me to tell you that he will repay the life he owes you, but he will also take revenge for our master. After saying this, Zhaozi fell silent, quietly sitting in a corner by himself. Chu Xiao shook his head helplessly, thinking that the fact that Tianjin Fan and Zhaozi could speak such words in front of him showed that their nature was not bad. It was just a pity that they had not followed a good master. Yesterday's match was exceptionally exciting, leaving us in awe. Today the semifinals are about to begin, and now please welcome our first pair of contestants. Chu Xiao, Son Goku. The arena erupted with warm applause and cheers. As the host's words fell, Chu Xiao and Son Goku stepped directly from the waiting area onto the stage. The match begins. With that, Son Goku clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shining with determination, taking on the unique offensive stance of the turtle school, ready to launch an attack at any moment. In contrast, Chu Xiao remained calm, quietly standing on the stage without assuming any stance. Son Goku furrowed his brow. Chu Xiao's behavior seemed passive, yet it put enormous pressure on him. As the saying goes, the strongest technique is to have no technique at all. Chu Xiao's current state was the most natural state, thus there were no flaws to be found. Son Goku wanted to make the first move, but it was hard to discern any openings in Chu Xiao's stance. The two remained locked in a stalemate, their pressure radiating out as they awaited the other to reveal a flaw. The battle could erupt at any moment. On the arena, Chu Xiao stood face to face with Sun Wukong. Below the arena, the audience held their breath, fully engrossed. Whoosh! A gentle breeze swept through, stirring up dust between Chu Xiao and Sun Wukong, the thin layer of sand barely obscuring their vision. Now is the time. Sun Wukong let out a low roar, explosively launching forward before the sound had even reached the audience. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished from his original position and appeared right in front of Chu Xiao. Phantom Fist. Chu Xiao raised his hand, executing the Tianshan folding plum technique, colliding with Wukong's fist. Thud. Wukong's fist trembled clearly, just another illusion. Whoosh. Before he could catch his breath, a gust of wind attacked Chu Xiao from behind, aiming for his waist. If it struck, it would surely inflict severe damage. Wukong's steel leg swept in, hitting Chu Xiao's waist, but feeling completely insubstantial, like a reflection in water transformed into nothingness. Phantom Fist. Wukong's heart trembled. A sense of danger from the side urged him to instinctively roll away. Boom. A loud crash echoed as Chu Xiao's fist struck the marble arena, shattering the hard stone beneath. Chu Xiao smiled slightly at Wukong and said, "Good dodge." The two transformed into streaks of illusions, again vanishing from the arena. The endless phantoms on the arena dazzled the audience. The ordinary people could hardly keep up with the speed of the two, only hearing the deafening sounds of metal clashing. Did these two start off with their full strength right away? Master Roshi was taken aback. Usually two fighters would first test each other. But looking at the battle between Chu Xiao and Wukong, it was clear from the very start that they were going all out, showing no signs of testing each other's limits. In fact, Chu Xiao and Wukong were already familiar with each other, knowing each other's strengths and weaknesses, hence no need for probing. Wukong's full effort from the beginning was a natural consideration. For Chu Xiao, this level of combat was not his strongest capability. Presently, he relied not only on Qi for fighting, but also on the beaming true Qi within his Dantian. While battling Wukong, he was able to suppress him firmly using only Qi, and if he added the beaming true Qi, he could absolutely crush Wukong in a short time. However, Chu Xiao was not eager to end the fight so quickly. He had yet to fully simulate the solar fist and the four-body fist he learned from Tianjin Fan. Just moments ago on the sidelines, Chu Xiao meticulously studied the techniques of the solar fist and the four-body fist. Wasn't now the perfect time to apply them in battle? Thinking without action leads to failure. Chu Xiao energized his chi, creating distance from Wukong, changing his stance to display the initiation of the solar fist. Moi. Wukong let out a light gasp, unsure of what Chu Xiao was doing, but upon closer inspection, he felt he had seen this movement before. Is that move? Master Roshi's gaze sharpened on Chu Xiao, realizing that the stance he was adopting was precisely the solar fist used by Tianjin Fan yesterday. That's Tianjin Fan's solar fist. Jiaozi exclaimed in surprise. Unlike Master Roshi, he was very familiar with the solar fist. While Master Roshi was focused on the technique itself, Jiaozi was observing the method of chi operation used by Chu Xiao. Upon closer examination, it was identical to the method of chi operation Tianjin Fan used to execute the solar fist, as if it was carved from the same mold. How is that possible? How could Chu Xiao execute the solar fist? He only watched Tianjin Fan use it twice, and could learn this ultimate technique. Jiaozi murmured in disbelief, looking at Chu Xiao as if he were a monster. After all, he knew better than anyone the difficulty of mastering the solar fist. If he could learn it just by watching Tianjin Fan twice, how extraordinary must Chu Xiao's comprehension be? Wukong also heard Jiaozi's words and curiously examined Chu Xiao, halting his attack. In Wukong's eyes, the victory or defeat of the match was secondary. He enjoyed the process of battling more, relishing the thrill of fighting and experiencing various unique techniques. The Saiyan blood flowing within Wukong fueled an irresistible desire for battle. Jiaozi's shock was easily understood, as he was unaware that Chu Xiao possessed the miraculous Xiaowuxiang technique. The Xiaowuxiang technique allowed him to imitate the martial arts of others. Thus, through Chu Xiao's unique approach, it became quite easy to apply it to the imitation of qi. With a surge of energy, the qi within Chu Xiao's muscles began to converge at his head, transforming the originally turbulent qi into an exceptionally unique energy, light. Buzz. Chu Xiao felt a buzzing in his head. Following Tianjin Fan's method of qi operation, he fully activated the qi within him. To others, his head began to radiate dazzling white light resembling a sun hanging high in the sky, blinding everyone. This is the solar fist. Chu Xiao shouted, enveloping everyone in his sunlight. His energy spread out further, disrupting Wukong's ability to sense qi. So this is how the solar fist feels. Chu Xiao thought, observing the crowd temporarily blinded by the intense light, and Wukong standing still and bewildered. Chu Xiao finally understood the feeling of executing the solar fist, answering the doubts that had lingered in his heart. The solar fist was suited for escaping or attacking enemies from a distance, but was not ideal for close combat. When Tianjin Fan executed the solar fist, he could have taken advantage of Chu Xiao's blindness to defeat him directly, but instead he complicated matters by using the four-body fist followed by the Dodon wave to attack. It wasn't that Tianjin Fan didn't want to go straight for Chu Xiao, it was simply that this method was not feasible. Although the solar fist temporarily blinded opponents and masked their perception, a martial artist like Chu Xiao had exceptional hearing, so merely blinding sight and perception had its limitations. As long as Chu Xiao approached Wukong, he would absolutely be detected by Wukong's acute hearing. Thus, the significance of executing the solar fist would be rendered moot. No wonder Tianjin Fan went to such lengths. At that moment, Chu Xiao chose not to attack Wukong, but continued to circulate the qi within his muscles, beginning to execute the four-body fist. The four-body fist, an incomprehensible ultimate technique, was vividly displayed in Chu Xiao's mind thanks to the imitative power of the Xiaowuxiang technique. Chu Xiao didn't need to understand the principles behind the four-body fist. He only needed to comprehend that, by circulating qi in this manner, he could create 3 clones. With the experience of executing the solar fist, Chu Xiao found it much easier to simulate the four-body fist using the Xiaowuxiang technique. In the blink of an eye, 4 identical Chu Xiaos appeared on the arena, indistinguishable in temperament and perception, making it incredibly difficult to discern which was the real body and which were the clones. Moments later, people gradually regained their sight. "Look, there are 4 Chu Xiaos on the arena," someone in the crowd shouted, immediately causing an uproar as the spectators buzzed with excitement. Just now, Chu Xiao used the solar fist of Tianjin Fan, and now he has executed the four-body fist, creating 3 clones. Chu Xiao's comprehension is astonishingly high. After just one exchange, he can master techniques that others have painstakingly honed over many years. This has truly opened my eyes. I finally understand why my strength has been advancing so slowly. It must be because I haven't sparred with real masters. Perhaps if I faced Tianjin Fan once, I could also grasp an ultimate technique. You can save that thought. Tianjin Fan wouldn't even need to use his ultimate techniques against you. A single finger could take you out. To be continued. Below the arena, he actually learned the four-body fist. The dumpling-faced man's face was pale, showing no expression, but his eyes were filled with admiration and fear. Is there really a martial arts genius in this world? The dumpling-faced man felt a mix of emotions. The stronger Chu Xiao became, the higher his talent, making it increasingly difficult for him and Tian Fan to avenge their master. How could he feel good about that? Moreover, at this moment, the dumpling-faced man's mind was still immature, making it truly hard to bear such immense pressure. What would Tian Fan do if he were here right now? The dumpling-faced man asked himself, his childish mind gradually beginning to mature. In stark contrast to his worries, the crowd on Chu Xiao's side was indeed cheering loudly. Chu Xiao's future is limitless. The turtle hermit was regretting immensely at this moment, wishing he could slap himself hard. How did he not see Chu Xiao's talent back then? Bulma listened to the praises for Chu Xiao from the crowd below, feeling delighted. After all, having her boyfriend complimented is something any woman would be pleased about. On the arena, wow, there are actually 4 Chu to go. Wukong exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the 4 identical Chu Xiaos, although he had seen Tian Fan's 4-body fist before. But at this moment, seeing Chu Xiao perform it still gave Wukong a great shock. I really look forward to competing with the 4 Chu to go. Wukong rubbed his fists, eager to try. Just as he was about to attack Chu Xiao, he saw 3 Chu Xiaos flicker and then disappear, leaving only the real Chu Xiao standing on the stage. Why did Chu Dig Good disperse 3 of his clones? Wukong was confused, unable to comprehend why Chu Xiao did that. Wukong didn't understand, but Chu Xiao was very clear. The 4-body fist seemed powerful, operating on the principle of winning with more against less. However, in this unrefined version, each clone would only possess a fraction of Chu Xiao's strength. 3 clones, each with only a quarter of Chu Xiao's power. This quarter was not just a matter of the amount of Qi and Biming true Qi within, but also included reductions in speed, endurance, agility, flexibility, strength control. A comprehensive decline across multiple aspects. Chu Xiao and Wukong's strengths were already closely matched. If he further diluted his power, it was highly likely that Wukong would discover the flaws of the 4-body fist in the ensuing battle and then defeat Chu Xiao. Rather than taking such a risk, Chu Xiao might as well actively dispel the 4-body fist and consolidate his dispersed strength. Though his state would be affected, the consumption of power would naturally be minimized. Having simulated both the solar fist and the 4-body fist, Chu Xiao found it unnecessary to continue entangling with Wukong on the arena. He could feel the qi in his muscles surging forth as the internal power in his meridians rapidly circulated. The 2 forces complemented each other, instantly elevating Chu Xiao's strength exponentially. With feet dancing like a gentle breeze, he moved as ethereal as an immortal. Employing the Tianshan plum blossom palm, the energy infused in his palms was as fierce as a dragon. Such power was naturally difficult for Wukong, relying solely on his qi to contend with. After exchanging blows several times, Wukong ultimately fell short against Chu Xiao and was knocked off the arena. This battle, Chu Xiao wins. The host excitedly announced contestant Chu Xiao will advance to the finals to compete for the championship title of this world's first martial arts competition. As soon as the host announced the result, a petal of the reincarnation Black Lotus condensed within Chu Xiao. Again, 6 petals surrounding the Black Lotus. Just one more petal, and Chu Xiao could traverse the reincarnation world once more. In the next match, the dumpling-faced man would face Yamcha. Although Yamcha was strong, he still held an advantage over the dumpling-faced man. Not only did the dumpling-faced man cultivate qi under the guidance of the crane hermit, but he was also a superpower wielder. In the original storyline, he used his superpower to restrict Wukong's movements. This demonstrates his exceptional talent and limitless potential. Therefore, for Yamcha to defeat the dumpling-faced man would truly be a challenging battle. The match began. Everything unfolded as Chu Xiao anticipated. At the start, Yamcha was dominated by the dumpling-faced man, struggling to retaliate. The dumpling-faced man utilized the sky dance technique to float in the air, keeping his distance from Yamcha while continuously attacking him with the dodo wave. With no long-range attack methods of his own, Yamcha could only glare helplessly, unable to touch the dumpling-faced man's body. A long defense will surely yield a loss. Yamcha was soon hit by the dodo wave, his arm weakly dropping down. Damn it, if this continues, I will definitely lose. Yamcha said helplessly, with no solutions in mind. The dumpling-faced man, on the other hand, had a pale face and showed no expression. His internal qi was abundant, and even if they continued to exhaust each other, he felt no pressure. The dodo wave continued to shoot out, and after just a moment, Yamcha was covered in injuries. Chu Xiao shook his head, realizing the outcome of this match was already determined. Yamcha would undoubtedly lose. As expected, after a brief stalemate, the injured Yamcha fell weakly. Yamcha has fainted. This match is won by the dumpling-faced man. Next, the exciting moment is about to arrive. The champion of the world's first martial arts competition is about to be born. Let's take a short break, and in the afternoon, the championship final will commence. In the afternoon during the championship final, Chu Xiao and the dumpling-faced man locked eyes. Compared to Chu Xiao's calm demeanor, the dumpling-faced man appeared quite nervous and tense. Chu Xiao looked at the boy who was only in his teens and felt a sense of emotion. He did not possess such power at that age. Yet the dumpling-faced man was able to stand alongside him on the stage of the world's first martial arts competition. Talent in some cases truly speaks for itself. Come on, dumpling-faced man, let me see your power, Chu Xiao said, lightly gesturing for him to begin his attack. The dumpling-faced man still had a pale face, showing no expression. He opened his 5 fingers and thrust both palms forward, unleashing his mental power, pressing down on Chu Xiao. Moi! Chu Xiao, with keen awareness, immediately sensed the change around him. A force entirely different from Qi enveloped him, as if he were trapped in a quagmire, unable to extricate himself. Is this the dumpling-faced man's superpower? Chu Xiao thought to himself, mental pressure, mental power. Instead of feeling scared, he was somewhat excited. This was the first time Chu Xiao encountered a superpower wielder after arriving in the Dragon Ball world. In a world where combat power is measured by Qi, superpower users seemed to have little fame and were hard to remember. Looking at the dumpling-faced man, despite possessing superpowers, his primary attack method was still based on Qi. In terms of developing superpowers, he was still using them in the most instinctual manner. He merely utilized superpowers as a special skill. Qi, while powerful, is certainly not just a special skill. It represents a new direction of strength, and its potential is absolutely not inferior to that of Qi. As a traveler, how could Chu Xiao fail to recognize the potential of mental power? If he could obtain mental power, his strength would become even more comprehensive. The physical body and mental power are indeed indispensable. From the dumpling-faced man, it was clear that superpowers and Qi could coexist within one individual. Mental powers and Qi do not conflict, both possess strong compatibility and complementarity. With this in mind, Chu Xiao made up his mind to see if he could research a cultivation method for mental power from the dumpling-faced man. To develop his power more comprehensively. Only with comprehensive development could he face the unpredictable reincarnation world. On the arena, the battle between Chu Xiao and the dumpling-faced man had entered a fevered state. Chu Xiao could easily defeat the dumpling-faced man, but in order to study his superpower, he deliberately lowered his strength, continuously entangling with him. Each time he forced the dumpling-faced man to use his superpower against him. Chu Xiao's small Wuxiang divine skill was running at its peak, trying to simulate superpowers, but the result was evident, yielding no effect whatsoever. After entangling for a while longer, Chu Xiao ultimately abandoned the idea of deciphering mental power from the dumpling-faced man. His superpower originated from innate talent, a power he was born with. It was not acquired through postnatal training, making it naturally difficult for others to learn. If Chu Xiao wanted to gain mental power, he would have to seek other methods. Huff! Chu Xiao exhaled deeply, no longer entangling with the dumpling-faced man. Utilizing the Tianshan Plum Blossom Palm, he knocked the dumpling-faced man off the arena within just a few moves. Ladies and gentlemen, the champion of this year's world's first martial arts competition has been determined. That is Chu Xiao. Surrounding the reincarnation Black Lotus rainbow clouds rose slowly, condensing the last petal of the lotus. The 7 petals circled around, reopening the authority of the reincarnation world. The World Martial Arts Tournament concluded with Chu Xiao crowned champion. Yet many martial artists in attendance lingered, gathering in small clusters to exchange insights and hone their skills. Chu Xiao's son Wukong and Master Roshi stood among the crowd. Brother Chu grows ever more formidable, exclaimed son Wukong, his voice brimming with exhilaration and a faint trace of unsated longing. Indeed, his strength has surged beyond all prior measure, affirmed Master Roshi, nodding solemnly. Chu Xiao, that footwork technique you employed on the tournament stage, the Lingbo Weibo, whose mastery did you inherit it from? Might you introduce us? We would all benefit from mutual cultivation. And that palm technique, its intricacy seems to encompass the very essence of all martial forms. Chu Xiao paused. He had long guarded the origin of his arts, for it was inextricably tied to the secret of his transcendence across cycles of reincarnation, knowledge best kept veiled. The fewer who knew, the safer it remained. Yet at the mention of Lingbo Weibo, memories surged forth the mist-shrouded pavilion of the Tianlong realm. Wu Yazi's serene gaze as he imparted the art. Their parting had been final. A quiet sorrow settled over Chu Xiao. I learned it from an elder who was both mentor and friend, though he has long since passed from this world. Master Roshi, sensing the sudden weight in Chu Xiao's tone, hastened to apologize. Forgive me. I had no knowledge the master had departed. No matter. Let the past rest, Chu Xiao replied with a wry, melancholic smile, gently steering the conversation onward. The group resumed light, casual banter, trifling matters, shared laughter. Yet Chu Xiao remained utterly vigilant. He expanded his spiritual sense, scanning the periphery with meticulous precision. For according to the original course of fate, the moment the tournament ended, the Demon King Piccolo would emerge. His henchman Drum would slaughter Krillin within the tournament grounds while seizing the roster of competitors. With Chu Zhao's intervention, however, Krillin had not yet departed alone. Drum should have found no opening. Still, certainty eluded him. Better caution than catastrophe. Master Roshi too sensed Chu Zhao's heightened alertness, though unaware of its cause. Given Chu Zhao's current prowess, no one present posed a threat. Yet Roshi too steeled himself, eyes sweeping the crowd for any sign of anomaly. Suddenly Krillin recalled something urgent. "You all carry on. I nearly forgot. The host asked me to verify my personal details." Chu Zhao's brow lifted imperceptibly. "So it begins." Krillin's departure would inevitably lead him into Drum's path, where the roster awaited seizure. In the original chronicle, Krillin had died defending that very roster from Drum's grasp. "Krillin, I'll accompany you," Chu Zhao offered smoothly. "I too must speak with the host." Though the request seemed abrupt, it drew no suspicion from the others. Only Master Roshi detected a subtle tension. Yet recalling Chu Zhao's overwhelming strength, he relaxed his concern. "Splendid. Let's go together." Unaware of the fate he narrowly escaped, Krillin followed Chu Zhao toward the tournament hall, utterly at ease. As they entered the hall, a grotesque figure loomed before them, emerald green skin pocked like a toad's leathery wings sprouting from its back, a creature of utter deformity. Chu Zhao's gaze sharpened. None other than Drum, the Demon King Piccolo's henchman, was wresting the competitor roster from the host's trembling hands. "Chu Zhao, help me. This monster seeks the roster." "Ha ha ha." Drum's throat emitted a chilling guttural cackle. "Calling for aid is futile. Once I possess this list, every name upon it shall perish." Grandiose words, Chu Zhao sneered. His Bei Ming true chi surged, Ulingbo Weibo ignited to its apex, and in the span of a single breath, he vanished from sight, reappearing directly before Drum. "Surrender the roster, else you die." Drum's threat dissolved mid-sentence as Chu Zhao materialized before him, a blur of lethal intent. "Huh." Drum recoiled in shock. Too late. His bulbous eyes reflected only a single outstretched finger. A hollow wet sound. No gore, no cry. A fist-sized wound bloomed crimson at Drum's forehead. He collapsed lifeless. Dead. The host and Krillin stared dumbfounded. First at the corpse, then at Chu Zhao. For during the tournament, Chu Zhao's displayed power, though awe-inspiring, had fallen far short of this terrifying magnitude. Krillin himself had failed to perceive even a flicker of Chu Zhao's movement. Only one truth remained undeniable. "Chu Zhao, did you hold back on the stage?" Krillin swallowed hard. "Was that your true strength?" "One could say so," Chu Zhao replied coolly. The tournament had served solely to refine his lotus petal cultivation. Tianjin Fan's Solar Fist and Four-Body Fist were mere unexpected dividends. There had been no need, nor reason, to unveil his full might against fellow martial artists. Against enemies. No restraint. No mercy. Only absolute, instantaneous annihilation. With Drum's death, Krillin's fate had irrevocably shifted. Chu Zhao turned inward, attuning to the Black Lotus of reincarnation, now fully manifesting 7 lotus petals. Having seized fresh fortune, he wondered how the lotus would respond. A soft breeze stirred. Yet his dantian remained unchanged. The 7 petals hovered serenely, showing no sign of further coalescence. Why no new petal? Must the 7 be expended before another may form? The answer, he surmised, lay precisely in having already attained the full septet. The Black Lotus imposed a limit. 7 petals was its maximum capacity. To forge anew, the existing petals must first be consumed. Chu Zhao sighed softly, gaining deeper insight into the lotus's arcane nature. Meanwhile, halfway across the globe, aboard a magnetic levitation aircraft, Demon King Piccolo, his jade-green skin etched with deep wrinkles, felt a searing lurch in his chest. Recently freed from the rice cooker seal, he remained grievously weakened. With his dwindling reserves of energy, he had birthed Drum to purge the world's martial masters, only to learn Drum had perished within days. "So, this world still harbors formidable warriors," murmured Piccolo, rising slowly. His gaze fell upon Egg-Fried Rice King and his subordinates bustling nearby. "Locate the Dragon Balls. I shall gather all 7 to restore my peak power." Malice burned in his eyes as he clenched a fist, whispering with venomous resolve, "Then the entire world shall tremble before the terror of Demon King Piccolo." Egg-Fried Rice King shuddered violently. "What abomination have I unleashed?" He had sought dominion through Piccolo's might. Now survival itself seemed a miracle. The commotion at the martial arts arena quickly attracted Wukong and the others. When they saw the corpse of Ling Gu, they were startled by its grotesque appearance. The turtle sage stared at Ling Gu's corpse for a long time, an ominous premonition growing stronger in his heart. Earlier, when they were playing on the beach, Chu Zhao and the turtle sage had sensed the presence of the Demon King Piccolo. The turtle sage knew that the Demon King of the old era had been released, but but he didn't expect that the demon's minions would appear so soon. The turtle sage searched Ling Gus's corpse and soon extracted a black-marked red-bordered token. Demon. Indeed, the Demon King Piccolo has been released. The turtle sage's thoughts returned to the past, remembering how his master Wu Tai Do had sacrificed his life to seal the Demon King Piccolo. Now that this Demon King has returned to the world, humanity is once again facing a cataclysm. Grandpa Turtle Sage, is the Demon King Piccolo really that powerful? Wukong asked foolishly. Very powerful and extremely evil. He is a demon who knows only slaughter, devoid of any compassion. Wukong clenched his fists and said, I've defeated many villains like him before, and I can defeat him this time too. The turtle sage shook his head and said, Wukong, the Demon King Piccolo is stronger than any enemy you have encountered before. Even our strongest member Chu Xiao may not be his match. Chu Xiao's heart sank. Although he sensed the presence of the Demon King Piccolo, the true strength of the Demon King was known only to the turtle sage. Now the turtle sage claimed that he could not match the Demon King Piccolo. This was certainly not an exaggeration and warranted Chu Xiao's attention. Turtle sage, how do I compare to the Demon King Piccolo of old? The turtle sage pondered for a moment and replied, with your current strength, encountering the Demon King Piccolo would be a near-death experience. Hiss. The others collectively gasped as Chu Xiao's power was already well known. Now with the turtle sage suddenly stating that there was a terrifying Demon King, even stronger than Chu Xiao, it was hard for everyone to accept. Did such a powerful existence truly exist in this world? The turtle sage and others fell into silence, unsure of what to say for a long time. Although Chu Xiao had a fearless determination within, he also needed to treat his enemies with caution. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. One may mentally belittle their enemies, but must take them seriously in action. Therefore, Chu Xiao must enhance his strength once again. The host of the world's #1 martial arts tournament felt a tumult of emotions upon hearing this news. The strength displayed by Chu Xiao and the others had already shocked him beyond measure, and now suddenly a terrifying Demon King, even stronger than Chu Xiao, had emerged. It was truly terrifying, almost unimaginable. It was akin to Chu Xiao going berserk on the stage and charging into the audience to slaughter innocent people, a true disaster. As the host of the world's #1 martial arts tournament, although he lacked extraordinary strength, his perspective on issues was far more comprehensive than that of martial artists. Though I am powerless and do not possess your immense strength, I believe there is no need to fear the Demon King Piccolo. The crowd looked towards the host. If we cannot defeat him, we need not fight. If we lack strength, we can train. It's akin to the #1 martial arts tournament. If we cannot win the championship this year, we will strive to win it next year. The host's words were straightforward, yet sensible. Indeed, if the Demon King Piccolo is stronger than Chu Xiao, so what? Now that Chu Xiao cannot defeat the Demon King Piccolo, does that mean he will never be able to defeat him? As long as Chu Xiao continues to work hard and breaks through, it is absolutely possible to defeat the Demon King Piccolo. The turtle sage and others regained their confidence, looking towards Chu Xiao. Among those present, only Chu Xiao had the strength, potential, and responsibility to take on the task of defeating the Demon King Piccolo. The duty of maintaining world peace and protecting the earth now rested on Chu Xiao's shoulders. Looking at everyone's expectant gazes, Chu Xiao smiled slightly and said, You can rest assured, I will take care of the Demon King Piccolo. Give me 2 days, and in 2 days I will eliminate the Demon King Piccolo. Chu Xiao currently had a chance to traverse the reincarnation world, which was perfect for entering the reincarnation world to enhance his strength for 2 years. However, before leaving the Dragon Ball world, Chu Xiao had to make preparations, especially regarding Wukong and others, and ensure everything was arranged. Wukong, how many Dragon Balls do you have now? As for the Dragon Balls, I currently have 2. One is Grandpa's 4-star ball, and the other is a 1-star ball. Hand over the Dragon Balls to me. The Demon King Piccolo is currently collecting them, and it is too dangerous for you to hold on to them. Wukong hesitated for a moment, but still pulled out 2 Dragon Balls from his pocket and handed them to Chu Xiao. Big brother Chu, please take good care of Grandpa's 4-star ball. Make sure not to let the Demon King Piccolo snatch it away. Chu Xiao nodded. As long as the Dragon Balls were in his hands, he could ensure that the Demon King Piccolo would not obtain them. Chu Xiao knew that the Demon King Piccolo's goal in collecting the Dragon Balls was to use them to regain his youth. In his youthful state, the Demon King Piccolo's strength would undoubtedly be terrifying. Chu Xiao must stop the Demon King Piccolo from gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, so he decided to take the Dragon Balls with him into the reincarnation world. Even if Piccolo searched the entire Earth, he should not expect to find these 2 Dragon Balls. Chu Xiao put away the Dragon Balls and reminded everyone not to have conflicts with the Demon King Piccolo before his return. Everything would wait until Chu Xiao returned in 2 days. After giving his instructions, Chu Xiao parted ways with everyone, found a secluded spot, and activated the reincarnation Black Lotus within him to begin his third traversal of the reincarnation world. With the experience from the first 2 times, Chu Xiao was quite adept at it. After a series of maneuvers, Chu Xiao had already disappeared from the Dragon Ball world. In the next moment, he found himself in an unknown new world. Upon arriving in the new environment, Chu Xiao had not even had time to survey his surroundings before instinctively checking the 2 Dragon Balls in his waist pouch. To his dismay, the Dragon Balls that had originally shimmered with a red 5-point star had now turned into a pale stone looking nothing like their original form. As expected, once I leave the Dragon Ball world, the 7 Dragon Balls are no different from stones. Chu Xiao stored the Dragon Balls away and then took a look around to see where he had ended up. Chu Xiao glanced around, and the environment was somewhat dim, resembling a large iron box. In his previous 2 traversals of the reincarnation world, he had once appeared on the bustling streets of New York and once at the Wuliang Mountain, just as the plot was beginning. This time Chu Xiao found himself in a closed space. What kind of reincarnation world was this? Chu Xiao focused again and saw that he was not alone in the closed iron box. There were several people lying on the ground in disarray. Counting carefully, he found 5 men and 2 women unconscious. At the other end of the closed space, there was a group of foreigners who looked like modern mercenaries. What kind of world is this, eh? Chu Xiao was momentarily unsure of which world he had arrived in, as there were no scenes in his memory resembling this one. He had no choice but to gather information from the people in front of him. Chu Xiao glanced at the 2 groups of people. One group consisted of 7 yellow-skinned individuals like himself, while the other group of mercenaries was unmistakably of black and white descent. Instinctively, Chu Xiao decided to wait for the unconscious individuals beneath him to awaken before inquiring about the specifics. However, Chu Xiao's gaze swept past the mercenaries and was instantly captivated by a stunning blonde beauty clad in a fiery red dress, her long, beautiful legs adorned with a pair of seductive black leather boots. Who is this person? Why does she look so familiar? Chu Xiao racked his brain, feeling an increasing sense of familiarity with the beauty, yet unable to recall where he had seen her before. I must ask her. It seems that determining which world I'm in hinges on this blonde woman. Resolute, Chu Xiao set off towards the mercenaries, but just as he took a step forward, a transparent energy barrier suddenly appeared in the previously empty space, isolating Chu Xiao from the mercenaries. What is this? Chu Xiao finally noticed that he and the 7 individuals beneath him had long been enveloped within an invisible energy barrier. The mercenaries outside the barrier could neither see the actions of those inside, nor hear their words. Everything felt so bizarre that it sent chills down one's spine, evoking a sense of dread. Just as Chu Xiao was feeling anxious, one of the unconscious individuals finally began to awaken. It was one of the 5 men with neatly trimmed black hair, looking to be in his 20s. Though he had an ordinary appearance, several grotesque scars on his face made him appear quite fearsome. You woke up even earlier than I did. The well-groomed man was slightly taken aback as he scrutinized Chu Xiao, saying, Hee, it seems the Master God has brought in a truly monstrous newcomer this time. Master God, newcomer. Chu Xiao's heart jolted. While these 2 terms weren't entirely familiar to him, they were certainly well known. In his past life, within the infinite flow on the starting point, these terms were often mentioned: Master God and newcomer. These 2 terms had long become emblematic within the infinite flow. Just from these words, Chu Xiao instantly realized which world he had entered. I actually arrived in the world of infinite horror. Chu Xiao was indeed stunned, although he had only crossed over twice before. Both instances were within the realm of films and television dramas. This time, however, he had crossed into the world of novels. How could this not astonish him? If crossing into television dramas and films held a value of 1 for Chu Xiao, then the world of novels was worth 100. Putting everything else aside, the world of infinite horror was to Chu Xiao an enormous treasure trove. Chu Xiao vaguely remembered that the Master God's reward mechanism allowed one to exchange for anything if they had enough reward points and side storylines, even for gods. Cultivation techniques, bloodlines, technology, entertainment, creating life. Each of these exchange abilities was extremely enticing to Chu Xiao. He originally intended to leverage this reincarnation world to enhance his strength, then return to the Dragon Ball world to defeat King Piccolo. Now that he was in the world of infinite horror, as long as he could acquire enough reward points, not to mention King Piccolo, even the Omni King would fall before him. Cough cough. Chu Xiao cleared his throat, realizing that his thoughts were somewhat unrealistic. At present, he had only confirmed that he was in the world of infinite horror, specifically in the first horror film Resident Evil. Other circumstances had yet to be verified, and he had already begun to fantasize about the benefits he could obtain. How excessive! How arrogant! Chu Xiao forced himself to calm down and began to carefully scrutinize the scarred, well-groomed man. If he remembered correctly, this person was an important figure in the early stages of infinite horror named Zhang Jie. He was the special existence who fused unsuccessfully with the guide, becoming a half-guide half-incarnator. He was also the strongest reincarnator in the current squad. Chu Xiao did not have a deep impression of Zhang Jie. He only knew his identity and that he was a mental power controller lacking any other specific information. Zhang Jie looked at the calm Chu Xiao and praised, "You are the most promising newcomer I have ever seen. I truly suspect you are a seasoned individual who snuck over." Huh. Zhang Jie instinctively glanced at Chu Xiao's wrist, but his entire being froze in place, as if struck by lightning, his mind blank. "Where is your reincarnator watch? This is impossible. You were clearly among us. Why don't you have a reincarnator watch? Are you not a reincarnator? Who are you?" Zhang Jie's eyes widened in disbelief, as if his soul had been shocked out of him. Chu Xiao also noticed the difference between himself and them. Each of Zhang Jie's group had a black watch on their wrists while his own wrist was empty. Although he lacked a reincarnator watch, he could clearly see their reincarnator watches. Everything felt so bizarre, leaving Chu Xiao utterly bewildered. "My name is Chu Xiao. As for why I don't have a reincarnator watch, or whether I can be considered a reincarnator, I truly do not know." Chu Xiao was momentarily dumbfounded. Fortunately, he hadn't indulged too deeply in his fantasies about collecting enough reward points to directly exchange for godhood. Now he had no chance of even entering the Master God space, let alone discussing exchanges. Upon reflection, it seemed that he had entered the world of infinite horror through the reincarnation Black Lotus, much like a nameless stowaway following the Master God's ship into the world of Resident Evil. This was akin to Chu Xiao entering a painting and then, along with the characters within, stepping into another painting within that painting. His current state was indeed extraordinary. While Chu Xiao was conversing with Zhang Jie, another reincarnator also began to awaken. He was a white-collar worker named Zheng Jia, whom Chu Xiao knew to be the protagonist of the infinite horror world and ultimately the male lead with world-destroying power. Following that, the other reincarnators gradually awoke one by one. The third to awaken was a bespectacled, demure woman named Zhan Lan, who seemed to be an extremely important female supporting character. Chu Xiao remembered that Zhan Lan, like Zhang Jie, was also a rare mental power controller. As for the remaining few, like Li Xiao, Yi, and others, Chu Xiao had completely forgotten them, as such minor supporting characters were indeed difficult to remember. Zhang Jie noticed that Chu Xiao was deliberately concealing the reason for his presence here, but also admitted that he did not know why he lacked a reincarnator watch, indicating that Chu Xiao harbored secrets unknown to others. Seeing that everyone had awakened, Zhang Jie did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he prompted everyone to introduce themselves before briefly explaining the situation regarding the Master God space. "As you all can see, we have been dragged into the Master God space. In this place, survival is the only truth." With that, as Zhang Jie's words fell, the energy barrier enveloping them vanished. The plot of infinite horror officially began. The plan of Chu Xiao begins. The train approaches the platform. The screeching sound of brakes and metal grinding against the tracks pierces the air as the train shudders slightly to a halt. The mercenaries disembark from the train, one after another, followed closely by Zhang Jie and the others. The plot can now be said to officially commence, as Zhang Jie and his companions seem to have received a mainline mission from the main god space, intentionally following closely behind the mercenary team. Clearly, the mainline mission is closely related to the mercenary team. Chu Xiao has long forgotten the detailed plot and naturally has no idea what kind of mission they have received. However, among the reincarnated team, there are still two individuals who express doubt about Zhang Jie's words. One is a chubby man with a bit of a belly, and the other is a middle-aged woman. The two believe that this is either a kidnapping or a reality show, and despite having disembarked from the train, they do not follow the main group. Chu Xiao shook his head. The danger level of the infinite terror world can be said to be extremely high, and for those like them who refuse to accept reality, there is only a dead end awaiting them. There is no need for Chu Xiao to care about their survival. After all, the moment they made their choice, they were already two corpses. Chu Xiao stepped out, planning to act alongside the others. Just as he exited the train, an unexpected situation arose. "Who are you?" The black captain of the mercenary team spotted Chu Xiao and pointed his dark gun at him. As he moved, the other team members also raised their weapons, aiming at Chu Xiao. This sudden turn of events left Chu Xiao somewhat frustrated, but after a moment of thought, he quickly understood the reason. His arrival in the infinite terror world was facilitated by the power of the reincarnation Black Lotus, and the main god naturally would not care for him, like a reincarnator arranging a suitable identity for him. Thus, in the eyes of the mercenary team, Chu Xiao is just an unnamed suspicious individual with no identity. Faced with this unexpected situation between Chu Xiao and the mercenaries, the reincarnator team looked perplexed. They awoke a step later than Chu Xiao and naturally did not know about the conversation between him and Zhang Jie, puzzled as to why the main god had not arranged an identity for Chu Xiao. Zhang Jie, aware that Chu Xiao is not a reincarnator, understands the reason behind it. He squints at Chu Xiao and the mercenary team, silently acknowledging the situation. The black captain of the mercenary team, seeing that Chu Xiao has not responded for a long time, pointed at Zheng Jia and the others, saying these people are security personnel whose information can be checked in the company system. Although most of them do not look it, compared to someone like you who has no identity at all, you are indeed too suspicious. Speak. Who exactly are you? Chu Xiao looked at the gun pointed at him and thought to himself that although he was no longer afraid of bullets, it was unnecessary to create conflict with the mercenary team at this moment. Chu Xiao's purpose for coming to the reincarnation world was to enhance his strength, so naturally, the most important thing was to do anything that could help him grow stronger. The reincarnators from the main god space beside him serve as a stepping stone for Chu Xiao to access the main god space. As long as he utilizes them, he can obtain what he desires from them. Chu Xiao has made up his mind to exchange items that can enhance his power through barter. Therefore, it is unnecessary to disrupt the progression of the plot due to his own reasons, causing the reincarnators, especially the protagonist of the Infinite Terror World, Zheng Jia, to lose the opportunity to gain massive reward points. That would be counterproductive. After all, the wealth of the reincarnators would provide the reward points needed for Chu Xiao to exchange for what he wants. I don't even know who I am. My mind is blank right now. I don't remember why I am here, nor do I recall anything I have done. I can't remember anything at all. Chu Xiao happened to recall some plot points from the Resident Evil series, and now he could use amnesia to evade the Black Captain's questioning. Due to the erroneous operations of the Hive's artificial intelligence queen, all personnel within the Hive were poisoned, and those outside the Hive also temporarily lost their memories due to the neurotoxin. Chu Xiao cleverly uses this excuse to deflect the issue of his identity. As expected, the black captain of the mercenary team, after listening to Chu Xiao's explanation, ceased further questioning, ordered his men to handcuff Chu Xiao's hands behind his back, and commanded team member Ryan to keep a close watch on him, thus concluding the matter. After all, with the Hive in turmoil, Chu Xiao is the most suspicious among those present. Since he is amnesiac, they can interrogate him and must wait for his memory to recover to extract valuable information. Until you regain your memory, you must stay close to us and cannot leave our sight. Otherwise, I will cripple you and turn you over to the company. The black captain warned Chu Xiao, continuing, we have already wasted quite a bit of time. Let's go. Enter the Hive and reboot the queen. With his freedom restricted, Chu Xiao follows the main group into the Hive. Just like in the original plot, the path to the Hive is flooded, and they can only descend via the stairs. The first physical test of the Infinite Terror has already begun. Chu Xiao's hands are cuffed behind his back. The handcuffs pose no obstacle to him. However, in the eyes of the other reincarnators, Chu Xiao, with his hands cuffed behind him, struggles to keep pace with the main group, which is significantly more difficult. Once inside the Hive, the zombies are released. The danger level surrounding Chu Xiao is simply beyond words. The others cast sympathetic glances at him. Zhang Jia notes that when Chu Xiao is cuffed, he neither resists nor says anything. Chu Xiao is indifferent to the handcuffs on his wrists. After all, with his current strength, these handcuffs are as fragile as paper, unable to restrict his movements. They merely provide the mercenary team with a bit of psychological comfort. As the group rushes down, the differences among individuals become apparent. Chu Xiao notices Zhang Jia, a seasoned individual with a deep hidden strength whose abilities are evident. Next is Zheng Jia, the protagonist of the Infinite Terror World. Although he is a white-collar worker, it is clear that he is someone who regularly works out with decent physical fitness, keeping pace with the main group. Then there is a woman named Zhang Lan. Though she lacks physical strength, she is clever and resourceful, clinging to Zhang Jia to conserve her energy. Although Zhang Jia appears to be a villain, he does not shake off Zhang Lan's hand, tacitly accepting her actions. As for the others, Chu Xiao does not pay much attention, as they are merely nameless extras. Meanwhile, within the reincarnated team, two members are still lagging behind the main group, a chubby man and a middle-aged woman, both of whom do not believe they have entered the world of Resident Evil. The group moves quickly, and before long the two have been left far behind. They are out. Zhang Jia said coldly with a sneer. As soon as Zhang Jia's words fell, Zheng Jia and the others seemed to receive a message from the main god, turning to look back at the staircase, with pale faces, terror gripping them. Chu Xiao, sensing the situation, feels the once vibrant life force of the two vanish in the next moment. Not a trace remains. It is as if they had never existed. Is this the annihilation of the main god space? This power of the main god to annihilate people out of thin air is truly terrifying. Fortunately, I am not a reincarnator and do not have the main god's restrictions. Stop. We have been locked onto by the queen. Just as Chu Xiao was contemplating this, a member of the mercenary team suddenly spoke. Your Majesty. Chu Xiao looked up at the surveillance camera hanging above, its focused lens clearly reflecting his image. In the world of Resident Evil, the most concerning matter for Chu Xiao was undoubtedly the virus. After all, the power exhibited by Alice after the enhancement of the virus is truly astonishing. Not only did she gain extraordinary reflexes and nearly perfect combat instincts, but she even developed supernatural abilities akin to telekinesis in Resident Evil 2. For Chu Xiao, this was indeed a rapid means of enhancing his own strength. Furthermore, another aspect that piqued his interest was the artificial intelligence known as the Queen within the hive. Compared to the world of Dragon Ball, the technological level of the Resident Evil universe may not be as advanced, but in the realm of artificial intelligence, it is uniquely exceptional. A Queen-level artificial intelligence possesses a high degree of technological sophistication. Aside from lacking human emotions, she is almost indistinguishable from a human. Once programmed with directives, the Queen will follow them to the letter, and there will be no instances of betrayal or devouring her master. For example, during the Hive incident, the designer had issued an absolute command to the Queen to prevent any leakage of the virus. To avoid contamination, she mercilessly killed thousands of employees within the Hive, demonstrating her terrifying execution ability. If such a loyal artificial intelligence queen could be combined with the android technology from the Dragon Ball universe, implanting her into an android body in place of the original intellect, wouldn't that grant Chu Xiao a powerful yet obedient android subordinate? For Chu Xiao, this idea indeed holds a certain feasibility. Moreover, given his current strength, accompanying others to the Queen's mainframe to obtain the Queen's core version would be almost effortless. Clearly, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks, and Chu Xiao was naturally willing to take action. As the mercenaries noticed the Queen, they naturally had their own methods to deal with her. A technical mercenary utilized his equipment to connect to the Queen's port, temporarily cutting off her control over certain devices after a series of operations. Everyone entered the Queen's mainframe without obstruction. Along the way, Chu Xiao learned from Zhang Jie and others that the mission assigned by the main god was to survive for 4 hours in the Resident Evil world. For seasoned individuals like Zhang Jie, the 4-hour survival task was naturally not difficult. Similarly, for the protagonist of this world, Zhang Jia, it was relatively easy. The challenge lay in how to obtain more reward points and side storylines in the Resident Evil world. Chu Xiao knew he did not possess a reincarnation watch, so he would not leave the Resident Evil world after 4 hours to enter the main god space. He would inevitably remain in the Resident Evil world for 2 years before returning to the Dragon Ball world. That being said, in order to acquire items, bloodlines, skills, and technology from the main god space, as previously mentioned, he could only obtain them through Zhang Jie and others, especially from the protagonist Zhang Jia. As the protagonist of the infinite horror world, Zhang Jia could rapidly enhance himself. The more reincarnators that entered various reincarnation worlds, the more they could strengthen and acquire items. Thus, from a broader perspective, Chu Xiao felt it was imperative to cooperate with Zhang Jia and others to mutually benefit from each other, trading valuable items for what he had. Just as Chu Xiao was planning, the storyline continued to unfold. The mercenaries had already cracked the Queen's defense system and were preparing to pass through the deadly laser corridor. Both Chu Xiao and the reincarnators present had vivid memories of this deadly laser corridor, as it was one of the most classic scenes in Resident Evil, leaving a lasting impression. Chu Xiao observed the reincarnators and found them eerily quiet, fully aware that the situation inside was one of certain death, yet none dared to voice a warning. They had already been cautioned by Zhang Jie not to casually alter the plot, as it could lead to unimaginable consequences, increasing the difficulty of the main god's tasks. At best, they would die, at worst it could lead to total annihilation. With Zhang Jie's warning, these newcomers were naturally cautious. Wait, don't you find it strange? How could such an advanced artificial intelligence queen be so easily breached? The speaker was none other than Zhang Jia. Chu Xiao secretly thought, as expected of the protagonist, he was aware of the terrifying consequences of altering the plot, and spoke up to remind them, unwilling to watch the mercenaries perish. Zhang Jie heard Zhang Jia's words and let out a low grunt, saying nothing more. Zhang Lan, however, pulled Zhang Jia back to prevent him from continuing, but it was already too late. I have sensed something wrong with you from the very beginning. The mercenaries' black captain fixed his gaze on Zhang Jia. Their group, as security members of the Umbrella Corporation, did not meet the company's recruitment standards in terms of identity, physique, or ability. They seemed more like temporary workers hastily assembled to infiltrate the hive. Since you think there's something wrong with this passage, why don't the two of you come with me to check it out? The mercenaries' black captain directly named Zhang Jia and Mao Gang, giving them no chance to explain, and pointed a gun at them. No, I won't go in. I refuse to go. Mao Gang's face turned pale. He was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the death corridor. Upon hearing his name called, he immediately panicked and wanted to flee the Queen's chamber. Bang! A scorching bullet raced straight towards Mao Gang's forehead. At such a close range, if it hit him, it would surely take his life. But would Mao Gang die just like that? Chu Xiao was unwilling to watch Mao Gang perish. The reason was simple. The reincarnation Black Lotus needed to gather petals, and it was essential to seize the fortune of others. At this moment, saving the doomed Mao Gang would surely allow him to gather a flower petal based on previous experience. In a flash, Chu Xiao swiftly activated the wave step to its utmost, transforming into a fleeting shadow and arriving before Mao Gang, blocking the deadly strike with a vibranium sword. What a... The mercenary team members stared at Chu Xiao in disbelief, raising their guns without hesitation and shooting at him frantically. Bang! 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 Chu Xiao remained as calm as water, wielding the vibranium sword and employing the Tianshan folding plum sword technique to establish an impregnable defense. In an instant, he withstood the mercenaries' hail of bullets with several ricochets, nearly claiming the lives of the mercenary members. So powerful. Zheng Jia stared at Chu Xiao in shock, overwhelmed by his immense strength. He turned to the equally astonished Zhang Jia and asked, Zhang Jia, how many horror films do I need to go through to become as strong as Chu Xiao? Zhang Jia frowned, not answering Zheng Jia's question, only thinking to himself, who exactly is this Chu Xiao? He is neither a reincarnator nor a character in the plot, yet possesses such strength. Cease fire! Cease fire! Cease fire! The mercenaries' black captain, witnessing his men being grazed by ricocheted bullets, immediately ordered an end to the gunfire, staring in terror at the unharmed Chu Xiao. Is this still a human? In this world, is there actually someone who can block bullets with cold weapons? If he hadn't witnessed it himself, it would be utterly unbelievable. Chu Xiao slowly lowered the vibrating gold great sword in his hand, his gaze sweeping over each member of the mercenary team. No one dared to meet his eyes. Finally, his gaze landed on the black captain, and he spoke lightly. Captain Matthew, although our identities may seem suspicious, it shouldn't warrant a death sentence, right? Even if we truly have something to do with the Hive incident, it should be up to the Umbrella Corporation to handle it. Therefore, until the facts are clarified, please keep your guns holstered. As Chu Xiao's words fell, no one dared to retort. After all, the mercenary team had no reason to put Chu Xiao and the others to death. Their purpose in coming here was to reboot the Queen and investigate the truth behind the Queen incident. All measures could be determined after the investigation results were out. Shooting and killing Mao Gang was merely due to him attempting to escape. In a battlefield, such actions were not unreasonable. Oomph! The black captain of the mercenaries let out a cold grunt. He couldn't quite grasp Chu Xiao. After so many years in the field, he had never heard of, let alone seen, a human block bullets with cold weapons. Witnessing it firsthand, now he dared not easily provoke Chu Xiao. Yet their team's mission had to continue. The Red Queen must be rebooted, and the Hive incident must be thoroughly investigated. If the investigation results truly implicated Chu Xiao and the others, the black captain had a foreboding feeling that their entire team might fall within the Hive today. I promise not to kill the innocent, but you all must be honest and wait for the investigation results. The black captain looked at Zheng Jia. And you, Zheng Jia, you must come with us into the passage. Everyone must be accountable for what they have said, even if someone is protecting you. He instinctively glanced at Chu Xiao, and seeing that Chu Xiao was indifferent, he continued, stay behind us and enter the passage together. Zheng Jia's face turned pale, but he quickly adjusted himself. Chu Xiao could clearly sense the changes in Zheng Jia, and he silently marveled at how, as the protagonist, Zheng Jia possessed exceptional self-regulation abilities. Even facing the deadly passage, he could swiftly adjust his mindset, which was indeed an essential quality for a strong individual. Mao Gang, saved by Chu Xiao, slowly got up from the ground and gratefully thanked Chu Xiao. Thank you, I owe you a life, and I will repay you. Chu Xiao paid no attention to Mao Gang, focusing instead on the changes within his body. Indeed, the reincarnation Black Lotus had condensed its first petal. Mao Gang clenched his fists tightly. The impact of Chu Xiao's power on him was immense. Initially resistant to the Master God space, he now felt a strong urge to reach the Master God space and become stronger. Just as in the original plot, the mercenary team and Zheng Jia entered the laser passage one after the other. Sure enough, the door closed, the lasers activated, and carnage ensued within the passage. Zheng Jia reacted swiftly, pushing Captain Matthew against the far end of the passage at the last moment, pressing tightly against the wall. The net-like laser beams dissipated at the last second, merely a millimeter away from them. In the blink of an eye, the number of those who entered the laser passage was reduced to just Zheng Jia and Matthew. Chu Xiao said nothing about this. When Zheng Jia emerged from the laser passage, Chu Xiao could clearly perceive the changes in him. His eyes were more spirited than before, as if his mental power had just been enhanced. In the face of life and death, Zheng Jia had indeed broken through his mental limits, which made Chu Xiao envious, silently remarking that he truly was the protagonist of the infinite terror world. Since witnessing Dumpling's psychic abilities, Chu Xiao had developed a keen interest in mental powers, and seeing Zheng Jia's transformation further fueled his desire to enhance his own mental strength. After all, for Chu Xiao, mental power had become a weakness in his strength, and addressing this shortcoming was the quickest way to enhance his overall abilities. Captain Matthew, saved by Zhang Jia, was naturally very grateful to him, and his impression of the entire reincarnation team had changed. The group entered the Queen's control room. Despite the Queen's warnings, they proceeded to reboot her just as in the original plot. Soon those in the control room heard gunfire from outside fired by team members heading to the B cafeteria. Matthew immediately realized that the situation was dire and led the remaining team members toward the B cafeteria to provide support. Meanwhile, Zhang Jia and the others decided to hold their ground in the Queen's control room using the power of the laser passage. Matthew said nothing about this, especially since Zhang Jia had just saved his life. Before leaving, Matthew gave Chu Xiao a meaningful glance. He intended to say something, but held back, realizing that he too recognized the strangeness of the hive. He wanted to ask Chu Xiao for help, but ultimately decided against it. After Matthew left, only Chu Xiao and the reincarnation team remained in the Queen's control room. Are you all just going to wait for 4 hours to pass? What else can we do? This mission is just a simple survival task. As long as we hold this place, we can easily get through the main quest. It's a very straightforward survival mission. We just need to defend this spot to smoothly pass the main storyline task, Zhang Jia said, without reservation. They had already confirmed that even if Chu Xiao wasn't a reincarnator, revealing the Master God information to him wouldn't incur any punishment, which showed that Chu Xiao's presence was enshrouded in mystery. According to the rules of the Master God you mentioned, things are definitely not as simple as you think. At the last moment, who knows what kind of trouble might arise? Chu Xiao kindly reminded them. From his standpoint, he naturally hoped the reincarnators would take risks to gain more reward points and side storylines, thus enabling them to trade with him. Zhang Jia and Zhang Jia fell silent after hearing Chu Xiao's words. They were not fools, on the contrary, they were quite intelligent and could deduce that Chu Xiao's warning was far from mere exaggeration, and the likelihood of something happening was at least 90%. But if they did not hide in the Queen's control room, did they really intend to go out and engage in hand-to-hand combat with over 1,000 zombies in the hive? Or perhaps offer their own bodies as bait for those ravenous lickers? Why don't we make a deal? Chu Xiao noticed the group's concerns and difficulties, smiling as he looked at the reincarnators. A deal? What kind of deal? Zhang Jia and Zhang Jia both focused intently on Chu Xiao. A deal that could be brought to the table was definitely not a joke, and Zhang Jia even felt a glimmer of hope. Without further explanation, Chu Xiao casually took out a universal capsule from his waist and tossed it onto a nearby empty spot. After a puff of white smoke, dissipated weapons radiating a faint blue light appeared. These were energy weapons confiscated from the Red Skull's base in the Captain America world. Chu Xiao had given a portion of them to Bulma for research, and still had plenty left kept in the universal capsule, which he now brought out as leverage for trading with the reincarnators. What is this? As the most seasoned member, Zhang Jia's sharp eyes immediately recognized the origin of the capsule Chu Xiao had thrown and the value of those weapons. A universal capsule from the Dragon Ball world. And it seems to be energy weapons made from the cosmic cube of the Captain America world. Zhang Jia thought to himself, Chu Xiao, you really aren't a reincarnator, are you? If you aren't, how could you possess these items? If I'm not mistaken, a single universal capsule is worth 3,000 reward points and a grade side storyline in the Master God world. Chu Xiao drew one of the energy weapons and aimed it at a chair in the Queen's control room, pulling the trigger. A blue light flashed, and the chair vanished into thin air. Hiss! Everyone gasped, their faces filled with disbelief. Having witnessed the power of the energy weapon, they compared it to the firearms in the mercenaries' hands, which now seemed like children's toys. Are you interested in discussing the details of this trade? Chu Xiao smiled, pulling the astonished group back from their daze. Whatever the trade is, we can definitely discuss it. Zhang Jia and Zhang Jia replied, almost in unison. Chu Xiao flicked his wrist, throwing the energy weapon to Zhang Jia, and said, firstly, my deal is only for newcomers with potential. As long as you can demonstrate potential that satisfies me, I will provide you with an energy weapon for free. Zhang Jia caught the energy weapon, stunned. Such a powerful weapon was actually being offered for free. Did he just mishear? Zhang Jia frowned at Chu Xiao's words, wanting to say something, but refraining. Instead, he stirred his spiritual power, spreading it towards Chu Xiao unnoticed by everyone. Buzz. Chu Xiao felt a buzzing in his head, an odd sensation rising from his heart. The Beiming true qi in his body actively circulated, protecting his mind, and that feeling was quickly washed away. Humph! Chu Xiao snorted coldly, raising his palm as clouds gathered within it. A thumb-sized transparent ice crystal appeared in his palm, and under the urging of Beiming true qi, the ice crystal shot towards Zhang Jia at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Uft! The ice crystal hit Zhang Jia, disappearing in the blink of an eye, entering his body. The next moment, Zhang Jia felt as if countless ants were gnawing at him, an unbearable itch stimulating his mind, each second feeling like a year. Oh, itches. Oh. Zhang Jia screamed in agony, scratching his body frantically, blood and flesh a mess. Zheng Jia and the others felt a chill down their spines, unsure why Chu Xiao attacked Zhang Jie, but seeing Zhang Jie's miserable state, they dared not utter a word. Chu Xiao flicked his wrist, and a crimson-colored pill shot into Zhang Jie's mouth. The next moment, Zhang Jie felt a wave of relief, his body going limp as he collapsed to the ground. I warn you once, do not attempt to control me with your telekinesis. Zheng Jia and the others realized, looking at Zhang Jie with vigilance. It turned out this senior had enhanced telekinesis and could control others. Zheng Jia and the others felt a surge of fear. Had they been controlled by him before? If Zhang Jie controlled them at a critical moment, wouldn't that mean certain death? Instinctively, Zheng Jia and the others distanced themselves from Zhang Jie. It was clear that Zhang Jie was envious of Chu Xiao's energy weapon and wanted to control him to obtain it. However, it seemed that not only did he fail to control Chu Xiao, but he was also discovered, leading to him being marked with the death symbol. This pill can only stop your itching for 3 days. You can go to the main god space and use reward points to clear this death symbol. Zhang Jie lay on the ground, not getting up for a long time, nor did he say a word, just quietly watching Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao met his gaze, originally intending to kill Zhang Jie directly. However, considering Zhang Jie's unique status as both a semi-guided and reincarnated individual, he refrained from striking. Chu Xiao cast a meaningful glance at Zheng Jia, deciding to leave Zhang Jie to him. As the protagonist of the infinite horror world, Chu Xiao believed Zheng Jia had the ability to step on this stepping stone to reach greater heights. If Zheng Jia couldn't handle Zhang Jie, then Chu Xiao saw no reason to discuss any transactions with him. After the episode with Zhang Jie, the reincarnators dared not question Chu Xiao's decisions, all pitifully praying that he would take a liking to them, just as he had with Zheng Jia. Chu Xiao scanned the reincarnators again, drawing out another energy weapon and tossing it to Zhanlan. Zhanlan immediately felt joy in his heart and thanked him repeatedly. Mu Gang hesitated on his face, but ultimately gathered his courage and asked Chu Xiao, "Chu, big brother, can you give me a weapon?" "Oh." Chu Xiao turned to look at Mu Gang, the man he had just saved. "I've already saved you once. Tell me, what reason do I have to help you a second time?" Mu Gang paused, gripping his fists tightly, and said, "My life is already yours. As long as I don't die, I can do anything for you." Haha. Chu Xiao was unsure whether he was mocking Mu Gang or pleased with his answer. "Then just live well and use the life I've given you." Mu Gang accepted the energy weapon, nodding heavily, determination and resolution shining in his eyes. "Can you give me one too?" Li Xiaoyi, standing quietly in a corner, weakly asked. "State your reason." I don't want to die." Li Xiaoyi's response was blunt, but hardly convincing, to Chu Xiao. Who among those present wanted to die? No one. Everyone wanted to live. Even Chu Xiao's ultimate goal was to live, and to live with dignity, which was why he worked so hard to grow stronger. "Your reason does not persuade me." Chu Xiao rejected Li Xiaoyi, but did not extinguish his hope for life. "But you can persuade me with your potential if you have the courage to do so." After all, Li Xiaoyi was young and hot-blooded. Provoked by Chu Xiao, he stepped forward, joining Zheng Jia and the others. Even without an energy weapon, he could deal with zombies using other weapons. "Since you have received my sponsorship, let's talk about what you need to offer in return." Zheng Jia and the others tightened their grips on their weapons, taking a deep breath as they awaited Chu Xiao's words. "In 3 hours you will return to the main god space. After that you will face endless main quests, experiencing countless horror worlds. I do not require you to do anything specific. Simply bring me any valuable items you obtain from the task world's special world items techniques exchanged from the main god bloodlines technologies. Anything of value can be traded with me." At this moment, Zhang Jie got up from the ground, casting a meaningful glance at Chu Xiao, secretly speculating, "Is this what they call a deal? He wants to connect with us through the main god space to obtain the main god's exchanges. Dragon Ball's universal capsules, Captain America's energy weapons, and the death symbol from the Dragon World. Are these items you acquired through trading with other reincarnators?" Zheng Jia also understood. Although Chu Xiao was not a reincarnator, he now felt somewhat like a wandering merchant in a game, or perhaps a black market dealer. "As for the items for trade, we will adopt a barter system. I will assess the value of the items you present, and you can choose to trade or not." Chu Xiao spoke while taking out a blue vial, immediately drawing everyone's attention. "This is Captain America's Super Soldier Serum, extremely essential for you. If you want it, you must bring something of equal value to trade." As the conversation neared its end, Chu Xiao added a reminder. "I have many good things here. If you need anything, come to trade quickly." Zheng Jia stared at the Super Soldier Serum with longing in his eyes, but he understood that he currently had nothing to trade with Chu Xiao. "So how should we trade with you after leaving the biohazard crisis?" Zheng Jia asked. "It's quite simple. Zhang Jie as a senior can answer your questions." Chu Xiao looked at Zhang Jie. After a moment of silence, Zhang Jie replied, "To return to the task worlds you've experienced, you just need to pay for a level side quest, as well as daily reward point exchanges at 10 o'clock. Chu Xiao nodded, smiling. Then I welcome everyone to come find me for exchanges when the time comes. Watching Zhang Jie and Zhang Jia leave the queen's control room, only Chu Xiao remained. He slowly approached the queen's motherboard, and following Matthew's method of rebooting the queen, carefully removed the motherboard. Looking at the meter-long motherboard, Chu Xiao took out an empty universal capsule from his waist and stored the queen's motherboard inside. Chu Xiao confirmed the direction and headed towards the exit of the hive. If he remembered correctly, the virus from the biohazard crisis was on the train. Having obtained the queen's motherboard, Chu Xiao naturally focused his attention on the virus. Chu Xiao strode through the hive with the Lingbo Weibo technique, retracing his path toward the platform. Unimpeded, unchallenged, no unexpected obstacles along the way. Upon reaching the platform, he spotted a lone figure in the distance, carrying a silvery metallic case, slipping swiftly into a railway carriage. Moments later, the low rumble of the train's engine began to rise. Someone has already secured the virus. Chu Xiao was stunned. Extending his spiritual sense outward, he probed the train and instantly recognized the man inside, Spencer, Alice's former boyfriend. Spencer was in fact the architect of the hive catastrophe, having stolen the virus and deliberately unleashed it upon the facility. To contain the outbreak, the Red Queen had deployed lethal neurotoxin, wiping out every soul within the hive. Now seemingly having regained fragmented memories ahead of schedule, Spencer had slipped past the mercenary squad unnoticed, fleeing the hive with the virus, intending to deliver it to his employer. Chu Xiao let out a cold snort and launched himself forward. He held men like Spencer, those who sold their morality for coin, in utter contempt. And now, driven by the cycle Black Lotus, Spencer bore a high probability of manifesting a petal upon his death. Eliminating such scum was not only expedient, it served dual purposes, securing the virus and harvesting a petal from the cycle Black Lotus. Clang! The train had barely begun to move, still easing out of the platform, when Chu Xiao vaulted aboard. With a sharp draw, his vibranium greatsword cleaved downward. The supposedly impregnable outer hull tore open as if parchment, revealing Spencer's wide-eyed shock, and the silver briefcase tumbling across the carriage floor. The sword did not pause. In an instant, it carved a wide, human-sized aperture, through which Chu Xiao dropped smoothly into the carriage, sending Spencer scrambling backward in terror, collapsing onto the floor. In the Red Queen's control room, Spencer had witnessed firsthand the terrifying power of that vibranium blade. Now faced with Chu Xiao's grim intent, dread coiled icy tight around his spine. Chu Xiao, what are you doing here? Were you frightened by those monsters too? Let's escape together. Spencer feigned innocence, plastering on a hollow practice smile, as though Chu Xiao were gullible enough to be deceived. Heh. Chu Xiao spared him no further pretense. Open the case. Hand over the virus. Spencer's false grin froze instantly. What virus? I have no idea what you're talking about. Still playing his clumsy charade, Spencer's hand crept stealthily toward the loaded pistol holstered behind his back, a weapon he'd pilfered from a mercenary during the chaos. The moment his fingers brushed the grip, a crystalline shard of ice sliced through layered air and pierced his forearm. His face blanched corpse pale, beads of sweat erupted across his brow. An unbearable crawling itch surged up his arm, spreading rapidly, driving him into frantic, self-lacerating scratches. Within seconds, he writhed on the floor, shrieking in agony. The torment of the life-and-death talisman was unbearable even for Zhang Jie, a seasoned cycle walker. For an ordinary man like Spencer, it was pure, unrelenting hell. Itched. It's killing me. I can't stand it. Chu Xiao sneered. Another once tried to draw a gun before me. He died, completely, utterly without trace. He ignored Spencer's wail, stepped over his convulsing body, and retrieved the fallen silver briefcase. A standard 4-digit lock. Though Chu Xiao possessed the strength to shatter it, outright brute force was unnecessary. Speak the code, and I'll grant you a swift end. Spencer clawed at his own flesh until skin hung in ribbons. Hearing those words, he gasped relief and spat out the digits, begging only for cessation. Chu Xiao entered the code. The case clicked open, revealing 3 pale blue spiral vials and 2 pale green ones resting silently within. The green vials contain raw virus, the blue ones its antiserum. Chu Xiao nodded, then closed the case. Though he now possessed the virus, he dared not administer it recklessly. He could not be certain whether his body, unlike Alice's, possessed innate viral immunity and the capacity for symbiotic evolution. One injection, if his constitution failed, might transform him into a shambling, ravenous revenant. That would be no mere misstep. It would be catastrophe. Thus, he must first verify the feasibility of virus enhancement, ensuring absolute safety, confirming he would not become a monster before ever considering self-administration. Gazing upon Spencer, whose breaths were shallow, ragged, fading, he raised a single finger. A focused energy beam lanced forth, striking true between the brows, and ended the man's suffering. As Spencer's life ebbed away, the cycle Black Lotus within Chu Xiao stirred, slowly coalescing its second petal. Satisfied, Chu Xiao reached to stow the briefcase, when suddenly from the hive's entrance came a cacophony of heavy, disordered footsteps and guttural, bone-chilling roars. Chu Xiao had never heard a creature emit such a sound, so deeply unnerving it set his teeth on edge. He extended his spiritual sense, instantly perceiving the hive's interior. Zhang Jie and Zheng Jia stood among them. Emerging swiftly from the hive's entrance corridor, followed closely by Zhanlan Maogang and Li Xiaoyi, the full complement of cycle walkers. Behind them trailed Alice, the film's protagonist, alongside the sole surviving mercenary team members, the Black Captain and the female operative Rain. Even Matt, the soldier infected and transformed into the vengeful nemesis, lurked in their wake. And right behind them, pouring forth like a tide of decay, were nearly 1,000 reanimated corpses, the hive's undead horde. Among them, Chu Xiao glimpsed several grotesque crawlers, twisted, sinewy, and savage. Why had Zheng Jia's group fled the hive so desperately? Given the potency of the energy weapons Chu Xiao had provided, they should have held out for 3 full hours. Within that window, deployed wisely, they could have amassed substantial reward points and completed their primary mission with ease. Yet they hadn't lasted even half that time, and worse, had led the entire undead legion, including the crawlers, out of the hive. That outcome struck Chu Xiao as profoundly unexpected. True, Zheng Jia's team could have weathered the remaining 3 hours effortlessly, had the Overseer permitted it. After clearing their first wave of enemies, they received a directive from the Overseer. Their original 4-hour survival task had been replaced, now requiring them to escort the mercenary squad safely out of the hive. Each survivor earned reward points and auxiliary storylines. The new objective seemed manageable, until moments after receiving it, the entire hive plunged into darkness. Power failed. The Red Queen went silent. Every system collapsed. Sealed doors burst open, releasing hordes of zombies and crawlers alike. Clearly, the hive's catastrophic failure stemmed directly from Chu Xiao's removal of the Red Queen's central motherboard, forcing Zheng Jia's team to bear the full weight of the hive's undead onslaught. Their escape was nothing short of miraculous. Chu Xiao noted keenly only Zheng Jia still clutched an energy weapon. The rest had lost theirs, swallowed whole by the tide of the dead. No sooner had they emerged than they spotted Chu Xiao. Zhanlan, quick-witted and poised, immediately called out, "Senior Brother Chu, help us. The monsters are seconds from breaking through. Flee the hive immediately. The monsters are closing in." Zheng Jia spotted Chu Xiao, yet having faced zombies and crawlers firsthand, he doubted Chu Xiao possessed the strength to withstand such an overwhelming tide of the undead. In most cases, individual power paled into insignificance before the terrifying onslaught of a zombie horde. No sooner had Zheng Jia finished speaking than Chu Xiao, utterly unperturbed, set down the silver briefcase he held, rose slowly to his full height, and turned to face Zheng Jia and the others. Zheng Jia stared in bewilderment, utterly baffled by Chu Xiao's composure. Did he truly grasp the horror those creatures embodied? His gaze dropped, and there sprawled on the floor lay Spence's corpse. A wave of shock froze him mid-thought as fragments of the original storyline surged unbidden into his mind. Zheng Jia's eyes snapped instantly to the silver briefcase resting beside Chu Xiao's heel. That must contain the virus. No wonder Chu Xiao had chosen to act alone. He'd come for the virus itself. Step aside. Chu Xiao's voice, though low, struck with seismic force, so resonant it compelled every onlooker to instinctively part like reeds before a gale. What on earth is Chu Xiao planning? Does he genuinely believe he can hold back that monstrous horde? Zheng Jia murmured, disbelief tinging his tone. As the crowd parted, Chu Xiao gained a clear, unobstructed view of the rotting zombies and the grotesque, snarling crawlers advancing behind them. Chu Xiao drew a deep, deliberate breath. His gaze sharpened into twin blades of lightning, his entire being thrummed with gathering energy. With palms pressed together at his chest, he thrust them forward, then drew them smoothly back to his waist. That stance. Could it possibly be? Zheng Jia's eyes widened in stunned recognition. Chu Xiao's posture was hauntingly, unmistakably familiar. Nearly every survivor had glimpsed this stance at least once. Could it be the Kamehameha wave? Zhang Jie, a veteran among them, discerned it more readily than Zheng Jia. The Kamehameha wave from the Dragon Ball universe. Zheng Jia blurted out, instinct overriding reason. Before anyone could react, a radiant pale blue sphere of energy coalesced between Chu Xiao's palms, pulsing with searing waves of raw power that pressed upon Zheng Jia and the others like suffocating gravity. It is the Kamehameha wave. How is it possible that Chu Xiao wields it? Zheng Jia gasped aloud. If Chu Xiao deflecting bullets with a vibranium greatsword could be rationalized as transcendent human prowess, then unleashing the Kamehameha wave shattered all logic. This was power drawn from animated myth, not flesh and bone. How could such a force reside within a mortal frame? Had he acquired it through some transaction with the survivors? Their questions remained unanswered. as the energy sphere swelled in Chu Xiao's hands to the size of a volleyball. With a thunderous roar, Chu Xiao thrust his palms forward. A blazing azure beam erupted, shattering every assumption, churning the air into turbulent vortices as it sliced past the stunned onlookers. Its scorching pressure stole their breath. Its apocalyptic force bore down upon the virus-infected abominations with merciless precision. Boom. Unsurprisingly, those zombies and crawlers who had pursued Zheng Zha's group so relentlessly vanished without a scream, dissolved instantly into ash. Chu Xiao's Kamehameha wave carved a near 10-meter vacuum corridor straight through the horde. Even zombies grazing its periphery lost half their bodies to instantaneous dissolution, twisted, mangled torsos writhing and howling upon the bloodstained floor. The very air inside the hive seemed to hush, time itself holding its breath, as survivors and the remaining mercenaries stood frozen, speechless with awe. The sheer destructive magnitude of Chu Xiao's Kamehameha wave dwarfed even the most devastating rocket artillery. No, rocket artillery couldn't carve a 10-meter zone of absolute annihilation, sterile of all life and matter. This was something else entirely. Is this truly power a human should wield? Zheng Zha wondered inwardly. How many rounds of brutal enhancement within the main god space would it take to attain such terrifying might? Zhang Jie too pondered silently. Chu Xiao, a black market trader, no, a free-roaming merchant, operated beyond the main god space's constraints, yet still secured most of his enhancements through deals with survivors. A profound visceral envy welled up within him. He himself had endured countless near-death trials, emerging as a fractured hybrid, half-guide, half-survivor, dragging his ravaged, scarred body through one harrowing film after another just to cling to existence. Yet his fate had long been sealed. Only one path awaited him: death. In contrast, Chu Xiao's boundless freedom left Zhang Jie with nothing but a heavy, resigned sigh. Every soul walks a different path. Some choose their own destiny, others aren't even granted the privilege of choice. Still standing there stunned. Do you expect me to hold back the entire horde alone? Chu Xiao's sharp rebuke jolted them back to reality. They hadn't escaped the threat yet. Though Chu Xiao's Kamehameha wave had decimated many zombies against a horde numbering nearly 1,000, it merely slowed their advance, buying the group precious seconds to catch their breath and regroup. Without hesitation, Chu Xiao retrieved a universal capsule containing energy weapons and armed Jian Lan and the others, each mercenary receiving a weapon as well. This wasn't benevolence. It was strategy rooted in his binding agreement with the survivors. Only if Zheng Zha and his team earned more reward points and survived more story worlds could they deliver ever rarer, more valuable treasures to Chu Xiao. If they perished here today, Chu Xiao's returns from this cycle would plummet catastrophically. 2 years hence, upon returning to the Dragon Ball world, Chu Xiao would confront King Piccolo, an adversary he refused to face unprepared. Strength was not a luxury, it was survival. As for Zhang Jie, still estranged from Chu Xiao and already wielding an infinitamo Desert Eagle, Chu Xiao deliberately excluded him from the arms distribution. Zhang Jie said nothing. The sheer scale of Chu Xiao's demonstrated power, his unassailable authority in their eyes, and the implicit weight of his presence rendered protest futile. Draw your weapons. At Chu Xiao's command, rifles snapped up, every barrel trained on the hive's entrance. Fire! Crimson-blue energy beams tore across the chamber, their incandescent trails casting eerie, cerulean reflections upon walls slick with gore. The hive's entrance was narrow by design, now transformed into an impenetrable choke point. Any zombie daring to breach it met instant disintegration upon contact with the azure light, vanishing utterly from existence. After dozens of minutes, the frenzied rush toward the entrance dwindled to mere stragglers, single digits easily neutralized. Even the armored crawlers fell in one shot to the energy weaponry eradicated without resistance. Once the last zombie lay silent, the hive's immediate threat dissolved. Chu Xiao led the survivors to a secluded corner and spoke. Your new mission is to escort the mercenaries out of the hive. Yes, the difficulty has increased significantly and the reward points have doubled accordingly. Zheng Zha nodded gratefully. Without Chu Xiao's intervention, they could never have secured such generous rewards or survived the biohazard world intact. Senior brother Chu, does that case contain the virus? Drop the honorific, call me Chu Xiao. As for this case, he opened it without hesitation. Inside rested the virus, serene and ominous. He plucked a vial and tossed it to Zheng Zha. Zheng Zha arched an eyebrow, caught the vial with delight, then froze the instant his fingers brushed its surface as if struck by revelation. A moment later, elation flooded his features, unrestrained and radiant. Tell me what you learned, Chu Xiao prompted. The main god informs me that direct injection grants virus enhancement and automatically unlocks the first-level gene lock within the coming days. Automatically unlocks the first-level gene lock. Zhang Jie exclaimed, forgetting all decorum. He himself had required fusion with a guide to achieve that breakthrough. Could a single vial truly accomplish what had taken him lifetimes of sacrifice? All survivors knew the gene lock's legendary power, and now hearing that the virus could trigger it autonomously, every gaze locked hungrily onto the vials in Chu Xiao's hand. One had gone to Zheng Jia, another rested quietly inside the case. Keep that vial, Zheng Jia. You'll repay me next time with equivalent artifacts. This one I'll retain for myself. But don't despair. I'll stock ample supplies for your future visits priced fairly and transparently. The survivors sighed inwardly, watching helplessly as Chu Xiao closed the case. His promise hung in the air, not as reassurance, but as the unmistakable rich aroma of a masterful connoisseur of commerce. Chu Xiao learned from Zheng Jia about the effects of the T-virus serum, and his mood naturally brightened. The enhancement from the T-virus not only strengthens his physical attributes, but also has a chance to awaken psychokinesis. Most importantly, after injecting the T-virus, his body will automatically unlock the first-level gene lock after a period of time. As a traverser, Chu Xiao understands better than reincarnators that the gene lock is one of the most valuable existences in the infinite terror world. The first-level gene lock can restore human combat instincts and the ability to sense danger. Even a Shuden, after unlocking the gene lock, can become a top-tier warrior. With millimeter-precise control and a prophetic reaction time in milliseconds, an ordinary person could perform intricate surgical procedures, preliminarily read others' brainwaves, and have a neural reflex capable of perceiving bullet trajectories, allowing for a concrete sense of danger and the ability to foresee and easily dodge a silenced pistol. For someone like Chu Xiao, who is already powerful and deeply rooted, unlocking the first-level gene lock would lead to a significant enhancement in his abilities. Moreover, unlocking the first-level gene lock signifies that Chu Xiao has opened the gateway to gene locks, and every subsequent level will bring him immeasurable benefits. From both a present and long-term perspective, this injection of the T-virus serum is truly invaluable for Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao watched Zheng Jia and the others board the train with the mercenary team and planned to stay in the hive for a while longer, eagerly anticipating his injection of the T-virus. After all, the enhancement from the T-virus is immediate, but unlocking the gene lock takes about 10 days, and Chu Xiao is not willing to delay that time. Chu Xiao chose a clean office, locked the door, and took out the T-virus from the silver box, preparing to inject the serum into himself. With a deep breath, the light green serum flowed through Chu Xiao's veins, sending a chilling sensation throughout his body until the T-virus serum was fully injected. A surge of violent power coursed through Chu Xiao's veins, rampaging within him like an enraged dragon, twisting and strangling everything in its path. Hiss! Even though Chu Xiao was prepared, he was still startled by the pain. Previously, when Chu Xiao injected the super soldier serum, he had endured similar suffering, but the torment from the T-virus was far more aggressive and destructive. Chu Xiao felt as if his body was on the brink of being consumed by the T-virus, teetering on the edge of collapse, ready to faint and never wake up. Fortunately, just when Chu Xiao thought he couldn't hold on any longer, the super healing ability derived from the Dragon Ball Wish helped him through this ordeal. He witnessed the activation of the super healing ability as the muscle tissues, cellular structures, and meridians damaged by the T-virus visibly began to regenerate, greatly enhancing the body's resistance and adaptability to the T-virus. Even when faced with the T-virus encroachment, he could completely withstand it. As this battle raged within him, the power of the T-virus weakened until the last trace was extinguished by Chu Xiao's enhanced muscles. He knew that his enhancement from the T-virus was complete. Chu Xiao slowly opened his eyes, feeling a powerful force surging from his limbs, and couldn't help but feel elated. After all, gaining such a significant enhancement so easily would make anyone uncontrollably happy. Looking at the time, only a little over an hour had passed, meaning it had been an hour since Zheng Jia and the others left the hive. In just 1 hour, Chu Xiao completed the enhancement from the T-virus, raising his strength to another level. Zheng Jia and the others should have returned to the main god space by now. Chu Xiao stood up, opened the door, and planned to leave the hive. Now it's time to wait for their return from the biochemical world. I hope Zheng Jia won't let me down and brings back things that satisfy me. Just as Chu Xiao was about to leave the hive, he sensed that something was amiss outside. Expanding his senses, he saw that a massive number of armed personnel had gathered outside the hive, all dressed in uniforms emblazoned with the Umbrella Corporation logo, clearly sent by Umbrella. Chu Xiao frowned. In just 1 hour, Umbrella had dispatched such a large number of armed forces, indicating the terrifying extent of their power as a top-tier company. Chu Xiao knew he would stay in the world of Resident Evil for 2 years. 2 years may not seem long, but it is not short either. At this moment, he had already developed an inseparable interest with the Umbrella Corporation, and considering his future in the next 2 years, Chu Xiao immediately devised a plan. Chu Xiao adjusted his clothes slightly, and facing the layers of armed personnel outside the hive stepped forward without any pressure, walking out boldly. Chu Xiao's actions were not due to believing that he was now powerful enough to not fear concentrated firepower, but rather from a deep-seated conviction that Umbrella would not dare to do anything to him. The reason these armed personnel were hesitant to enter the hive was undoubtedly because the mercenary team reported his information to the Umbrella Corporation. The superhuman abilities exhibited by Chu Xiao naturally caught the attention of Umbrella's higher-ups, leading them to mistakenly believe that its strength was solely derived from the enhancement of the T-virus. Chu Xiao had evidently taken on Alice's role from the original plot, becoming the central figure in Umbrella's quest to unravel the secrets of the T-virus enhancement. As Chu Xiao stepped out of the hive, the armed personnel raised their weapons in a guarded manner towards him. The atmosphere instantly became tense, as if a confrontation could erupt at any moment. "Wait!" A heavy male voice rang out from behind the armed personnel, and Chu Xiao focused his gaze to see a cold-looking white man whose aura indicated that he held a significant position within the Umbrella Corporation. The man's true identity was none other than Thomas Kretschmann, the antagonist from Resident Evil 2. "Mr. Chu Xiao, I am Thomas, in charge of this mission. It's a pleasure to meet you." Thomas greeted him politely, completely unaware that Chu Xiao was currently being aimed at by numerous guns. With such a grand reception, how could I not know what you are after?" Chu Xiao smiled. "I am not an Umbrella employee, but now I formally apply to join the Umbrella Corporation. I wonder if Supervisor Thomas welcomes me." Chu Xiao's voluntary enlistment with Umbrella Corporation astonished even Thomas, the operations overall commander. After all, the Hive incident had fully exposed Umbrella's clandestine bioweapon research. The horrifying virus could transform thousands into bloodthirsty, mindless revenants in an instant. Were Chu Xiao a person of sound moral compass, he would surely recoil from such inhuman experimentation. Yet here he stood, fully aware of Umbrella's darkest secrets, still choosing to join the corporation willingly. This raised unsettling questions. What motive could possibly drive him to such a decision? Thomas shook his head, chiding himself for overthinking. Regardless of Chu Xiao's intent, his own objective remained singular and unwavering. He would secure Chu Xiao, the virus's perfect adaptive subject, at any cost, alive or as a lifeless corpse. All Umbrella required was comprehensive data on virus-induced physiological enhancement. "A warm welcome. On behalf of Umbrella Corporation, I extend our sincerest greetings to Mr. Chu Xiao." Thomas offered a practiced, insincere smile and gestured for the armed guards to lower their weapons. "Your accommodations have been arranged at our New York headquarters. Please accompany me." Chu Xiao said nothing more. He followed Thomas onto a waiting helicopter bound for the so-called New York headquarters. As for what awaited him there, he felt no apprehension whatsoever. With his current abilities and the formidable advantage of near-instantaneous regeneration, he truly saw no threat within the biohazard world capable of endangering his life. New York City, Umbrella Corporation headquarters. Guided by Thomas, Chu Xiao passed through successive security checkpoints until descending into a covert subterranean facility beneath a high-rise. Across the entire biohazard universe, Umbrella stood as a global colossus, its influence woven deep into the fabric of every nation, its hidden laboratories concealed beneath ordinary urban architecture. The moment Chu Xiao stepped inside, a crowd of white-coat researchers, having waited eagerly, surged forward like lecherous men spotting a beauty. "Please forgive the intrusion, Mr. Chu Xiao. Given your unique physiology, a thorough diagnostic assessment is essential." Thomas explained calmly while the armed personnel behind him tightened their grips. Safety catches clicked off, and the air thickened with tension. Being scrutinized by Umbrella scientists was no mere matter of drawing blood or running routine lab tests. Recall Alice, the heroine of Resident Evil 2. Her first appearance found her strapped naked to an examination table, tubes piercing her body from every angle. Though Chu Xiao had consented to join Umbrella, whether he would submit willingly to being treated as a mere test subject remained uncertain. Thomas had already prepared for coercion, confident that his hand-picked elite squad possessed sufficient capability to subdue him. Chu Xiao responded with a faint, disdainful smile. Not only were Thomas's armed guards utterly negligible in his eyes, but even the assembled researchers in his estimation lacked the scientific depth to rival his own expertise. In the Captain America universe, he had collaborated closely with Dr. Erskine on the super soldier serum, establishing a formidable foundation in biotechnological research. Moreover, years immersed in the tutelage of Bulma, the Dragon Ball universe's peerless scientific genius, had refined his acumen to a level far surpassing that of these Umbrella researchers. "No need to trouble them. I'll conduct my own full diagnostic evaluation." Ignoring the stunned onlookers, Chu Xiao strode purposefully toward a corner of the laboratory. Under their bewildered gazes, he began analyzing his own physiology with consummate, effortless precision. "These instruments are archaic," Crude compared to what I routinely use, he murmured, speaking aloud as though alone. Still, they'll suffice for baseline assessments. The researchers' lips twitched. Had they not witnessed his extraordinary technical fluency firsthand, they would have scoffed outright. Umbrella's labs boasted cutting-edge equipment unmatched anywhere on Earth. How dare this stranger dismiss them as crude? This mysterious test subject was audaciously overconfident, utterly oblivious to the gulf between his presumption and reality. Seeing Chu Zhao's unexpected cooperation, Thomas relaxed visibly. He instructed the scientists to monitor him closely and expedite the transmission of all virus adaptation metrics, then ordered his armed detail to assume permanent assignment as Chu Zhao's personal security detail. Their mandate was not protection, but surveillance. At the first sign of deviation, they held full authority to terminate him on sight. To Thomas, a living Chu Zhao and a dead one held equal scientific value. Once Thomas departed, the researchers gathered tightly around Chu Zhao, observing his self-directed diagnostics. As the adage goes, outsiders see only surface technique, experts recognize profound mastery. Hey, this cell separator can be repurposed this way. Whoa, the skeletal muscle fiber analyzer can be recalibrated as a myotissue tensile strength spectrometer. Oh, why adjust this ultra-precision target cell tracker from 3500 to 2500 RPM and at a 38-degree threshold modulation? Adding just 3 degrees of culture medium to the biocell incubator boosts cellular proliferation by over 3-fold. How do we miss that? A chorus of gasps and exclamations rose across the lab. Each completed assay left the scientists awestruck. As if struck by sudden enlightenment, this was how research ought to be conducted. The armed guards assigned to watch Chu Zhao stood dumbfounded, watching the once unassailable researchers cluster around him like eager schoolchildren raising hands to ask questions. Was this truly the same haughty, aloof cadre they knew? Where was their famed intellectual arrogance? Their habitual air of superiority? Hours later, Chu Zhao concluded his self-assessment. A comprehensive report materialized before the assembled team. Chu Zhao scanned it briefly. His current condition aligned precisely with expectations. But to the researchers, the data struck like summer thunder, leaving them speechless. This can possibly be human physiology. Good heavens, the cellular tensile strength is 6 times that of an average human. He may even withstand low-caliber ballistic impacts. His cellular metabolism runs 5-fold faster. How does he sustain such a life? Merely maintaining baseline metabolic function would demand nearly 10 times the caloric intake of an ordinary person. And have you observed the mitotic rate? It's only 1/4 that of a normal human. Conservatively, Chu Zhao's lifespan should extend 4-fold. 4-fold? How long is that? At least 250 years. A hush fell over the room. For ordinary humans, such longevity was unimaginable. Listening to their murmurs, Chu Zhao inwardly corrected them. His lifespan exceeded 250 years. Thanks to the virus infusion, his original projected lifespan of 269 years had extended to a full 3 centuries. 300 years, however, felt scarcely remarkable to him. Given his regenerative abilities' steep longevity, cost, even 3 centuries seemed fleeting. To be continued. Time flowed like water, imperceptibly passing by. Chu Zhao had arrived at the headquarters of Umbrella Corporation in New York, and 10 days had already passed. During this time, Chu Zhao had swiftly become the core leader of the New York headquarters. Both the research department and the armed division were now under his control. Chu Zhao's methods of controlling them were simple and direct. One hand wielded a club, the other offered candy. He understood that he did not need to control everyone, but only to seize the power core of key positions. Thus, it was quite easy for Chu Zhao to utilize his research abilities to become the core of the research department. As for the control of the armed division, he naturally employed the life and death talisman to seize the power core of the New York headquarters. While using the life and death talisman to control them, making them serve him without daring to betray him, he simultaneously produced a batch of super soldier serums, granting them immense power and showing them the benefits of following him. Under these 2 hands, the New York headquarters had already become Chu Zhao's private base, without though mass awareness. Chu Zhao also took advantage of the resources at the New York headquarters to develop a batch of 12 vials of virus serum, as well as a batch of 12 super soldier serums intended for trading with Zheng Jia and other reincarnators. As 10 days passed, Chu Zhao did not feel disappointed waiting for Zheng Jia and the others, as reincarnators needed some reward points and side plots to return to worlds they had previously experienced. Considering the maximization of trading profits, Zheng Jia and the others naturally needed some time to prepare trade goods. What puzzled Chu Zhao was that it had been 10 days since he injected the virus, yet his body had shown no other changes aside from the substantial increase in strength at the beginning and a bit more strength from his cultivation during this time. Originally, in Chu Zhao's plan, he would gradually gain telekinesis and automatically unlock the first-tier genetic lock, but there were no signs of awakening or unlocking at all. It was as if the virus had not endowed Chu Xiao with these two abilities at all. This situation must surely indicate some problem. Although Chu Xiao did not know where the issue lay at the moment, he considered the information received from the main god to be absolutely accurate. Thus the problem must lie within himself. Without mentioning the telekinesis awakening that the virus was supposed to grant, the unlocking of the genetic lock was far more significant to Chu Xiao. The temptation of unlocking the first-tier genetic lock was immense, but why had Chu Xiao not unlocked it himself? Chu Xiao pondered deeply, ultimately concluding that the answer to the problem lay in the main god's space. The genetic lock was a special power possessed by reincarnators in the main god's space, and as a stowaway, whether Chu Xiao similarly had the ability to unlock the genetic lock was an issue he had never considered. But now it seemed the answer was evident. Chu Xiao as a stowaway simply did not possess the potential to unlock the genetic lock. It was like a fish in a pond, all marked by the identity of that pond, and one day a new fish was introduced that bore no mark of belonging to it. Speaking of marks, Chu Xiao believed that as long as he entered the main god's space and was marked by it, he would have a high probability of acquiring the ability to unlock the genetic lock. But did he really need to enter the main god's space to unlock the genetic lock? Chu Xiao shook his head, dismissing this thought. Infinite terror, as the name suggests, meant continuously experiencing various terrifying worlds akin to raising a goo, allowing the goo worms to battle, leaving only the strongest one. Compared to the reincarnation Black Lotus that Chu Xiao possessed to traverse the reincarnation worlds, the latter was evidently more advanced and suited to him. Naturally, Chu Xiao would not foolishly choose to give up the reincarnation Black Lotus to enter the main god space. But did that mean giving up on unlocking the genetic lock? Chu Xiao felt somewhat reluctant. After all, such easily attainable power was right in front of him. How could he easily give it up? No matter what, Chu Xiao needed to try his best to see if he could gain the ability to unlock the genetic lock. If there was truly no way, at least he would not regret having made the effort. Ding, ding, ding. The door to Chu Xiao's office was gently tapped, interrupting his train of thought and pulling him back to reality. Come in. A perfectly dressed woman holding a document gracefully entered. Mr. Chu Xiao, this is the latest report just sent from Raccoon City this morning. Please have a look. Chu Xiao took the report. A tempting fragrance wafted from the woman. He instinctively scanned her voluptuous figure and alluring waist, but his gaze did not linger and fell back onto the report in his hand. The woman seemed to notice Chu Xiao's gaze and subtly leaned closer to him, trying to present her most perfect pose to the man before her. Is there anything else? Chu Xiao asked, his eyes still fixed on the report, his tone indifferent. The woman seemed startled and a bit disappointed as she replied, Nothing else, sir. You may go. Yes. The woman lightly bit her red lips, appearing somewhat aggrieved. As she neared the door, she did not forget to add, Mr. Chu Xiao, if you need anything, feel free to find me at any time. Chu Xiao paid no further attention to the woman, focusing entirely on the report in hand, as one piece of information caught his attention. Yesterday, two unfamiliar Chinese men appeared in Raccoon City, looking extremely similar to the target individuals. Preliminary assessments indicated that they were Zheng Jia and Zhang Jie, and these two did not appear in Raccoon City at the same time. Zheng Jia arrived an hour earlier, and only then did Zhang Jie enter Raccoon City. At this moment, they were respectively staying at two hotels in the southern and northern parts of the city. In the original plot, Raccoon City had turned into a hell on earth due to the virus leak. However, due to Chu Xiao's interference, the zombies and lurkers within the hive had long been eliminated, and coupled with Umbrella Corporation's remedial efforts, the outbreak of the virus had been temporarily suppressed. It had not erupted on a large scale, affecting the entire Raccoon City, but according to Umbrella Corporation's estimates, it was only a matter of time before the virus would erupt. Have they finally arrived? Chu Xiao thought to himself, I wonder what worlds you have experienced, and what good things you will bring me this time. Zheng Jia and Zhang Jie, something must have happened between you two. Chu Xiao slowly stood up, picked up the phone beside him, and said, Prepare a plane for me to Raccoon City in 10 minutes. Chu Xiao double-checked the items he needed to bring. 12 vials of super soldier serum and 12 vials of virus enhancement liquid had long been stored in the universal capsule. With everything prepared, Chu Xiao headed to Raccoon City. Zheng Jia was waiting for him at that moment. The private plane of the Umbrella Corporation slowly landed on the helipad. Chu Xiao stepped down alone, signaling that no one should follow him, and blended into the crowd, heading towards the hotel where Zheng Jia was staying. As for why Chu Xiao didn't use the sky dance technique to fly directly here, it was mainly because his sky dance technique could not soar freely in the sky like in later stages of Dragon Ball. It could only lift him about 3 or 4 meters in advance at a speed of 20 to 30 miles per hour, making it quite unsuitable for transportation. About an hour later, Chu Xiao knocked on the door of Zheng Jia's hotel room. Who? A familiar voice came from behind the door. Who else could it be but Zheng Jia? Chu Xiao. He heard a flurry of movement inside the room, followed by the door finally opening. Zheng Jia stood there drenched in sweat, bare-chested, revealing his solid muscles with a broad smile on his face. However, upon closer inspection, Chu Xiao could clearly see that there was a significant difference between the Zheng Jia of the past and the current Zheng Jia. The latter's complexion was deathly pale, devoid of any color, exuding a certain delicate and cold beauty that would likely captivate many unsuspecting girls on the street. Upon further sensing, Chu Xiao discovered that there was actually a trace of pure and gentle internal energy within Zheng Jia residing in his dantian. In comparison to Chu Xiao's vast and all-encompassing beiming, true Qi Zheng Jia's internal energy was evidently negligible. Vampire bloodline. Internal energy. Chu Xiao clearly remembered that in the original work Zheng Jia had exchanged for the vampire bloodline and the enhancement of Huaxia internal energy. It seemed he had indeed acquired both enhancements. Zheng Jia paused in surprise, nodding and saying, "Chu Xiao, you really are impressive. You noticed my enhanced bloodline and attributes at a glance. Haha, I was planning to let you guess. Well, you just went ahead and stated the answer." Zheng Jia laughed heartily again and led Chu Xiao into the room. Stepping inside, they found the place in disarray as if it had been ransacked by thieves. The bed was collapsed, the table was broken, and the bathroom's water pipe had burst, spraying water everywhere. Haha, don't mind the mess. I was just training and had just mastered the power of the second-tier gene lock. I haven't fully grasped my strength yet, so I accidentally destroyed some furniture. Chu Xiao nodded, unable to find a single place to set foot. Let's go to my place. Oh, I've prepared a suite for our transaction in Raccoon City. As they left the hotel, Chu Xiao secretly thought, has Zheng Jia's gene lock already been unlocked to the second tier? No wonder he is the protagonist of Infinite Horror. His strength has risen too quickly. Along the way, Chu Xiao inquired about Zheng Jia's experiences. It turned out that after leaving the world of Biohazard, Zheng Jia and his companions had subsequently gone through the horror films Ju-On Alien and The Mummy, especially The Mummy, where they experienced their first team battle. During the fierce battles with the Yinzhou team, Zheng Jia and others paid a great price to annihilate all the reincarnators on the opposing side. Having witnessed the terror of team battles, Zheng Jia learned that the next horror world would be Biohazard 2, and it would still be a team battle where his squad would encounter the most terrifying demon squad from the Master God space. Therefore, Zheng Jia was willing to spend his side quest narrative and reward points to come to the Biohazard world, partly to trade items with Chu Xiao and partly to prepare in advance for the upcoming team battle. The two arrived at the trading location that Chu Xiao mentioned. It was a privately owned villa that Chu Xiao had purchased using the financial resources of Umbrella. Once seated, they got straight to the point. "Zheng Jia, let me see what good items you have brought for me." Zheng Jia did not respond with words, but raised his right hand. On his index finger was an ancient ring, and with a flick in front of Chu Xiao, a pile of dazzling items appeared on the table before them. Like an illusion, Chu Xiao truly saw items with glowing effects produced by the Master God space, indeed absolute quality. Chu Xiao's eyes lit up as he carefully scanned the items Zheng Jia had brought for trade. A minute later, the corners of Chu Xiao's mouth twitched, and his expression turned somewhat unfavorable. Zheng Jia seemed to notice Chu Xiao's dissatisfaction and hurriedly explained, "The exchanges in the Master God space are simply too expensive. The reward points and side quest narratives our squad fought so hard to obtain cannot withstand the expenditures. After experiencing the death struggle with the Yinzhou team, the only things I could bring out are this much." After finishing, Zheng Jia fell silent, looking at Chu Xiao with a pitiful expression, as the items he had brought truly did not meet expectations. A pitch-black ancient book as hard as iron bearing a skull emblem made of an unknown material. A somewhat damaged dagger that could be held in hand, notable for its exceptionally sharp blade. A ring similar in appearance to the one on Zheng Jia's index finger, seemingly another storage ring. There was even a body of a muscular man, charred black from being engulfed in flames. None of these 4 items were appealing to Chu Xiao. "This is all I can trade." Zheng Jia said helplessly, "This ancient book is the undead Bible from the Mummy. Possessing it allows one to cast many necromantic spells. This dagger is the Hellfire Blade that Zhao Yingkong eliminated. No, it was obtained expensively from the Master God space. It not only has physical attack bonuses, but also deals special damage to spiritual entities." Chu Xiao shook his head as he looked at Zheng Jia. Although he said nothing, it was clear he was extremely dissatisfied. "Don't rush. This is good. This ring is a legendary storage ring with a cubic meter of space and adds spiritual entity damage." Chu Xiao took out his box containing the universal capsules and waved it in front of Zheng Jia. Its different storage rings are much more convenient than universal capsules. Although they have significant deficiencies in space area, their flexibility and versatility are far superior to universal capsules. Think about it. Chu Xiao kept a sullen face, showing no change in expression, but deep down he indeed felt that the storage ring had certain usefulness, at least for storing frequently used items, making retrieval and storage much more convenient. His universal capsules, while able to store many items, were cumbersome when it came to retrieval and storage, far less convenient than the storage ring. And this body. Know this material. It's top-notch material. This was a first-tier gene lock powerhouse from the Injo team, whose enhanced bloodline was the infamous Yukai Hogetsu from Yu Yu Hakusho, with bloodline strength reaching 80%, capable of easily shattering boulders with a single punch. Boom. Before Zheng Jia's words fell, Chu Xiao stepped out with one foot, and the stone floor beneath him shattered with a sound. Is this how you shatter it? Zheng Jia fell silent again, unsure how to respond to Chu Xiao, but deep down he regretted immensely, saying, I should have brought Xiao Yilu. With his intelligence, he could definitely outshine Chu Xiao, sing the praises of these items to the heavens and sell them for a good price. Chu Xiao, seeing Zheng Jia's expression, understood his predicament. The Master God space was indeed fraught with dangers, and gathering these items had not been easy. However, Chu Xiao was not running a charity. He couldn't buy these items simply because he pitted Zheng Jia. As mentioned earlier, Chu Xiao needed valuable items, and among the 4 types of items in front of him, he felt only the storage ring held some value for him. The remaining undead Bible, he couldn't even read Egyptian hieroglyphs, so he had no way to learn the spells recorded within. As for the dagger, it was clearly equipment discarded by Zheng Jia and his companions. The worst was the body of the Injo team. What good was a dead person with their body stiff and devoid of any value? Wait. Chu Xiao suddenly halted, looking at the corpse on the ground, and a bold idea formed in his mind. To be continued. Chu Xiao stared at the corpse on the ground, lost in thought. If he were to reconstruct this body using android technology and then use it as a vessel combined with the Queen's artificial intelligence, then could it be that Chu Xiao would obtain an absolutely loyal subordinate, a first-tier powerhouse with the bloodline of the notorious Hu Yulaw? Chu Xiao estimated the feasibility of this plan and felt that with the current technological capabilities, it could indeed be realized. Firstly, regarding android technology, Android 8 from the Dragon Ball world was a life form pieced together from countless corpses. Using the same technology, it was certainly possible to transform the corpse of a powerful member of the Inju team into an android. Moreover, the Queen's motherboard was already in Chu Xiao's universal capsule. As long as he returned to the Dragon Ball world and handed it over to Bulma for research, with Bulma's prodigious talent, resetting its settings or creating a substitute wouldn't be too difficult. Thus it seemed that this matter was indeed feasible. Next, it was time to discuss the price with Zheng Jia. Chu Xiao focused his gaze, noticing that Zheng Jia was currently wearing a worried expression, as Chu Xiao had always been dissatisfied with the props presented. Zheng Jia wanted to pique Chu Xiao's desire to purchase, so he needed to think of a way, and the simplest and most direct method was to drastically reduce prices and hold a blood auction. Chu Xiao, this is all I can offer. I know it's not to your liking, but I really need to become stronger now, Zheng Jia said heavily. Please, help me out. Chu Xiao put on a troubled expression, critically picked up the Book of the Undead, flipped through a few pages which were filled with completely incomprehensible ancient Egyptian script, and shook his head as he set it down. It's fine if you can't understand the things in the Book of the Undead. Oh, I have a tutorial on ancient Egyptian prepared by Kaido for me, complete with phonetic illustrations, simple and easy to learn, ensuring you'll grasp it. Chu Xiao still shook his head and said to Zheng Jia, even if I could learn it, what would it matter? The magic from the Book of the Undead holds little significance for me. Chu Xiao picked up the dagger, saying, this dagger is decent, but I am not skilled in using daggers. Purchasing it would simply make it a decoration. As for the storage ring, I could use it, but the price I offer won't be too high considering I have plenty of universal capsules on hand. Zheng Jia was also helpless, speaking honestly. The items he brought out had almost zero practicality for their team. If it weren't for the upcoming horror film against the infamous demon team, Zheng Jia wouldn't have spent his reward points to return to the biochemical world. Chu Xiao, what price can you offer for this storage ring? Zheng Jia, what price do you want? You buy things few say. You sell things few say. The two exchanged smiles, and Chu Xiao took the initiative to say, for a storage ring, I can give you 3 vials of T-virus serum. Zheng Jia frowned and shook his head in refusal, saying, the demand for T-virus serum has significantly decreased for our team. It's mainly used for new recruits to unlock their first-tier gene locks now. The super soldier serum you had before is of minimal effect for me now. I wonder what else you have for trading. Chu Xiao thought carefully, realizing that the T-virus serum and super soldier serum held little allure for Zheng Jia, who was looking to unlock his second-tier gene lock. Chu Xiao then said, since you're not interested in the T-virus serum and super soldier serum, let's change the item. I see you possess pure inner strength. I have a set of Lingbo Weibo to teach you. Lingbo Weibo. Zheng Jia was overjoyed. He was well aware of this top-tier lightness skill from his time in the main god space. This technique was worth 500 reward points and a level side quest. The storage ring was merely worth a level side quest plus 200 reward points in the main god space, making the difference evident. Deal. Zheng Jia nearly blurted out, afraid Chu Xiao would suddenly change his mind. What about the Book of the Undead? Although it may not be of much use to you, it is still an A-level plot item. With the first transaction breaking the barrier between them, Zheng Jia felt much more relaxed afterward. How about this? 1 Book of the Undead in exchange for 3 vials of T-Virus Serum and 3 vials of Super Soldier Serum. Chu Xiao thought to himself Zheng Jia was quite ambitious. To think he wanted to exchange 1 Book of the Undead for 6 enhancement potions. The T-Virus Serum and Super Soldier Serum were not particularly precious to Chu Xiao, but they were not worthless either. The value of 1 Book of the Undead is far less than that of 6 enhancement potions. Chu Xiao casually took out the Reaper Dagger, saying, "If you add this dagger, I might consider it." The Reaper Dagger is a D-level magical weapon with significant practicality. How could it be treated as a mere bonus? Zheng Jia thought to himself that if Zhao Yingkong knew he had undervalued her dagger, she would definitely claw him to death. Fair point. Then let's treat this useless corpse as a gift. As for this dagger, I will add 1 vial of T-Virus Serum and 1 vial of Super Soldier Serum. Zheng Jia was taken aback. After a moment's thought, he realized that Chu Xiao's suggestion was quite reasonable and subconsciously nodded. Then it settled. The Book of the Undead, the Reaper Dagger, the storage ring, plus this corpse, no top-tier materials, Zheng Jia calculated, in exchange for a set of Lingbo Weibu, plus 4 vials of T-Virus Serum and 4 vials of Super Soldier Serum. Chu Xiao readily took out the items he promised Zheng Jia from the Universal Capsule. When Zheng Jia saw the 12 vials of T-Virus Serum and 12 vials of Super Soldier Serum lined up, he suddenly realized he had been deceived. These 2 types of enhancement potions were not particularly important to Chu Xiao. However, now that the price had been agreed upon, Zheng Jia had no choice but to accept it. Chu Xiao handed over 8 vials of the serum to Zheng Jia, then took out a meticulously prepared manual of Lingbo Weibu and handed it to Zheng Jia. Lingbo Weibu is the ultimate lightness skill of the Xiaoyao sect, originating from the I Ching's 8 trigrams. You should read through the manual first, and in the meantime, I will teach you this set of footwork. Zheng Jia nodded heavily, glancing through the heart method of Lingbo Weibu before putting the manual away. He saw Chu Xiao holding the storage ring, biting his own finger and dripping a drop of blood onto the ancient ring. As soon as Chu Xiao's blood touched the ring, it was absorbed immediately. The next second, he felt a sense of unity with the ring, and his mind delved into it, revealing a cubic meter of space in his mind. Chu Xiao picked up the Reaper Dagger. With a thought, the dagger vanished from his hand and appeared in the cubic meter of space. With another thought, the Reaper Dagger reappeared in his hand. It truly is convenient. Chu Xiao mused, then stored the Book of the Undead and Kaido's ancient Egyptian translation into the storage ring. Next, he took out an empty Universal Capsule and stored the corpse of the Inju Team Powerhouse. After finishing everything, Zheng Jia also stored his post-transaction items into the storage ring. Just as Chu Xiao was about to speak, he noticed something unusual about Zheng Jia. He saw Zheng Jia standing stiffly, eyes vacant, as if he had received information from the main god space. In the next second, Zheng Jia looked at Chu Xiao with a complex expression filled with killing intent. A sense of crisis instinctively rose within Chu Xiao. Without exchanging any words, their eyes met, and Zheng Jia's fist was already flying towards Chu Xiao. Boom! The stone floor of the living room shattered with a loud noise, debris flying everywhere, as Zheng Jia's arm suddenly swelled, veins appearing like old tree roots all over his arm, the circumference increasing from over 30 to more than 50. Just a moment ago, the two seemed like long-lost friends, and now they had become mortal enemies, locked in a life-and-death struggle. Regarding Zheng Jia's sudden attack, Chu Xiao did not consider it to be a cliched black-and-black movie trope. Judging from the moment Zheng Jia was momentarily stunned, it was clear that he had received a mission from the God Realm. As for the details of the mission, Chu Xiao found it hard to guess, but it was evident that this mission was of great significance to him. Otherwise, how could one explain Zheng Jia's sudden confrontation? Zheng Jia! Chu Xiao shouted, fiercely channeling his inner strength to vibrate through his throat, creating a penetrating force that directly assaulted Zheng Jia's eardrum. Buzz! Zheng Jia felt a buzzing in his head, followed by a shock that awakened him. Although it did not cause any harm, it snapped him back to reality from his earlier frenzied state. Chu Xiao, I'm sorry. Today we must determine life and death. Zheng Jia said heavily, his helplessness evident in his voice. Explain yourself. Oh, I have no desire for meaningless slaughter. Chu Xiao looked at Zheng Jia, pressing for the reason behind the situation. Zheng Jia paused, hesitated for a moment, and finally began to explain. At the moment we completed our transaction, the God Realm issued a forced mission, or rather a punitive mission. Zheng Jia's face turned pale. Despite his current strength, his fear of the God Realm still loomed large. The punitive mission is that the God Realm has been invaded, and Zhongzhou team member Zheng Jia must kill the invader within 7 days. If the 7 days pass and the invader is still alive, Zheng Jia will be eliminated by the God Realm. If the invader is not killed, the demon squad will descend upon the biohazard world to take over the forced mission and kill the invader. Chu Xiao pondered inwardly. No wonder Zheng Jia, who had been amicable just a moment ago, suddenly turned lethal. It turned out he had received a life-threatening punitive mission from the God Realm. From the mission issued by the God Realm, it was clear that Zheng Jia had to kill Chu Xiao within 7 days, or else once the time was up, Zheng Jia would face elimination. Moreover, what surprised Chu Xiao even more was that after Zheng Jia's elimination, the demon squad would take over the forced mission, descending upon the biohazard world, aiming to kill him alone. The God Realm intends to put me to death. Chu Xiao furrowed his brows, silently lamenting that as a stowaway he had finally drawn the attention of the God Realm. The God Realm had already laid out an unavoidable trap, watching how the reincarnator would kill him. At this moment, Zheng Jia had already unlocked the second-tier gene lock, enhancing his bloodline mutation and inner strength. Even Chu Xiao was unsure if he could contend with him. Additionally, the upcoming demon squad, based on the original plot comprised of copies of the most potential reincarnators, could essentially be described as a powerhouse concentration camp established by the God Realm. Each member possessed terrifying combat power capable of standing alone. If the demon squad truly descended upon the biohazard world, Chu Xiao would be facing certain death. However, Chu Xiao had no time to ponder the aftermath of the demon squad's arrival. At that moment, Zheng Jia was staring at him with murderous intent, ready to strike at any moment. Chu Xiao's top priority was to find a way to deal with the rampaging Zheng Jia before anything else. Due to the God Realm's forced mission, the two stood upon the arena of life and death. Today, either Chu Xiao would die or Zheng Jia would perish. Since there is no room for negotiation, if you want to fight, then let us fight. Having reached this point, they were bound for a life-and-death struggle. Chu Xiao no longer dwelled on the reasons and processes. What mattered most now was who would kill whom first. Soon it would be either Chu Xiao lying in a pool of blood or Zheng Jia being obliterated by Chu Xiao. Everything remained uncertain. Just as Chu Xiao's words fell, Zheng Jia moved. His once fit physique suddenly swelled with muscles resembling a bodybuilder who had spent years in the gym, showcasing terrifying destructive and explosive power. Second-tier gene lock. All unlocked. Zheng Jia unleashed his full strength at this moment. After a brief exchange with Chu Xiao, he realized that Chu Xiao's strength was anything but ordinary, so he dared not underestimate him. Thus he struck with all his might. Chu Xiao's gaze was as sharp as electricity, calm and unwavering. He cultivated his North Ming true qi to its peak, while his footwork, the floating steps, moved with utmost speed, the energy from his muscles surging forth, enveloping his entire body in a faint blue mist resembling an energy halo. This was the Dragon Ball world, where cultivating energy to a certain level would naturally emit protective energy, its defensive and destructive power being unparalleled. Looking at Zheng Jia's muscles were still bulging, his gaze as cold as water, seemingly unfocused, his eyes devoid of spirit, yet displaying a combat instinct that even Chu Xiao found astonishing. Bang, bang, bang. As fists and feet collided, Chu Xiao used the Tianshan folded plum hand to engage Zheng Jia. Though Zheng Jia's martial arts were nowhere near as exquisite as Chu Xiao's, he relied on the combat instincts gained from unlocking the first-tier gene lock to match Chu Xiao blow for blow. Chu Xiao executed the Tianshan folded plum hand with all his strength, his moves ethereal, as if from a celestial being, yet each strike aimed at Zheng Jia's vital points. Zheng Jia, despite his bulging muscles, was incredibly agile. Whenever Chu Xiao's attack was about to reach him, Zheng Jia would instinctively evade Chu Xiao's lethal strikes with a premonitory combat instinct. Within a brief period, they exchanged nearly 100 blows, with the inherent danger being profoundly difficult to grasp without experiencing it firsthand. Boom. Chu Xiao's energy surged, pushing Zheng Jia back, his palms shifting to frame his forehead, evidently brewing some technique. Although Zheng Jia could not discern Chu Xiao's intentions by normal reasoning, he could not afford to give Chu Xiao a chance to execute his technique. Zheng Jia exploded forward like a cheetah, but just as he was about to reach Chu Xiao, he saw Chu Xiao's piercing gaze and heard him shout, his entire body erupting with brilliant light. Buzz. The blinding light momentarily stunned Zheng Jia, who was caught off guard. He instinctively attempted to counterattack, only to find he could not open his eyes and could not sense Chu Xiao's presence through his combat instincts. Zheng Jia suddenly realized he had become blind to everything. Yet being the protagonist of infinite terror, he quickly adjusted to the situation, tightening his muscles and preparing himself with utmost vigilance. Zheng Jia suddenly felt a wave of scorching energy rushing towards him. The fully unlocked first-tier gene lock sent a dangerously intense warning, and he turned his head with all his strength, but every action was too slow to keep up with the speed of that energy wave. He felt a deep gash appearing from his left cheek to his left ear, exposing the bone beneath, blood gushing forth, and instantly staining half of his face, soaking his shirt. Danger! Zheng Jia had no time to worry about the wound on his face as a new sense of crisis struck, this time directly targeting his heart. It was clear that every move from Chu Xiao aimed to bring him to his demise. To be continued. Blood flowed profusely, soaking the stone floor that had been ravaged by the battle between Chu Xiao and Zheng Jia. Zheng Jia bore new wounds on his body. The attack aimed directly at his heart had been thwarted by his arm. A gaping wound the size of a bowl marred his thick arm where blood and bone fragments mingled, staining the ground red. Such a terrifying injury would have caused an ordinary person to faint from the pain, yet Zheng Jia, though showing signs of fatigue, remained fiercely determined, filled with an intense battle spirit. Instead of fearing death, he seemed to revel in the thrill of the deadly struggle. Truly, he was a protagonist forged through life and death trials in the main god space. Zheng Jia forced his eyes open, his vision gradually returning, and he could vaguely see Chu Xiao right before him. With 2 attacks, Zheng Jia had lost an arm. The ensuing battle would undoubtedly be severely affected. The balance that once allowed him to compete evenly with Chu Xiao had vanished, tipping the scales of victory toward Chu Xiao. Oomph! Zheng Jia bellowed as the blood energy of the vampire clan ignited within him. He unleashed the secret technique of the vampire clan, and a blaze of red flames leapt from his palm. The red flames, a secret technique exchanged from the main god space, possessed unimaginable power. The intense heat they emitted could even scorch the soul. With one arm bearing the red flames, Zheng Jia let his other arm hang limply at his side. Rather than defending, he launched an aggressive attack, sending the vampire red flames rushing toward Chu Xiao. Die! With all second-tier gene locks unleashed, Zheng Jia's muscles writhed like worms, granting him a terrifying speed beyond imagination. Boom! The air seemed to split apart as Zheng Jia surged forward, creating a deafening sound. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived beside Chu Xiao. The red flames descended, crashing down on Chu Xiao's crown. The searing flames did not burn him like ordinary fire. Instead, they clung to him like a poison, enveloping him entirely. Oh! A scream erupted from the flames as Chu Xiao's expression twisted in agony, his face contorted in a horrific grimace. Zheng Jia's strike hit true, yet instead of feeling elated, his expression darkened. How could the once formidable Chu Xiao fail to evade his vampire red flames despite his injury? Zheng Jia focused intently on the figure within the flames. From both his aura and appearance, it was undoubtedly Chu Xiao. But could Chu Xiao truly be so easily struck down and perish in the flames? Everything felt so strange. The wound on Zheng Jia's left cheek began to heal due to his vampire lineage, but the injury on his arm was far too severe to heal quickly. As his condition slightly improved, it brought Zheng Jia no comfort. Rather, it only heightened his sense of unease. Buzz. Just as Zheng Jia focused intently on Chu Xiao, he suddenly saw Chu Xiao's body begin to shimmer, losing its solid form under the heat of the flames like an elusive shadow hard to grasp. What is this? A clone. Before Zheng Jia could finish his thought, a chill crept up his spine. Just as the danger sense of his first-tier gene lock kicked in, it coincided with this cold sensation. Thud! Without any elaborate moves, a vibrating golden sword pierced straight through Zheng Jia's chest. Behind him, another Chu Xiao wielded a large sword, his face set with deadly determination, striking with no hesitation to hit his vital point. Zheng Jia's heart was pierced. The agonizing pain was unbearable even for one with his vampire lineage. Cough, cough. Blood mixed with internal organs forced Zheng Jia to cough uncontrollably. The large sword pulled free from his chest with a sickening sound, worsening his already dire condition. He felt as if all strength had been drained from his body, collapsing to his knees, sustained only by his indomitable will. Hey, you. Remembered. In his dying moments, Zheng Jia forced a self-deprecating smile. He should have realized that an entity capable of infiltrating the main god space was not one he could easily kill. As his consciousness faded, Zheng Jia recalled the teammates waiting for him to finish his transaction and return to the main god space, and the little lowly he had vowed to protect for life. All would vanish upon his death. Or rather, after Zheng Jia's death, everything would no longer concern him. Unwilling. Naturally, he was unwilling. But what could Zheng Jia do? At this moment, Chu Xiao had raised the vibrating golden sword in his hand. Unlike the villains in television dramas who always take a moment to explain their grand schemes to the protagonist just before delivering the killing blow only to be countered and killed in return, Chu Xiao would not make such a foolish mistake. As the saying goes, when a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses its full strength. From the very start of his battle with Zheng Jia, Chu Xiao had fought with all his might, never holding back. This was the moment to strike while the iron was hot. He could not afford to be careless. He needed to be decisive in his kill, leaving Zheng Jia no opportunity to turn the tide. Whoosh! The vibrating golden sword fell, aimed directly at Zheng Jia's neck. If this sword struck true, Zheng Jia would undoubtedly perish. Moreover, once Zheng Jia died, the main god would summon the demon squad. The crisis facing Chu Xiao would multiply perhaps even by dozens of times. But if he did not kill Zheng Jia now 7 days later, the demon squad would still descend upon the biochemical world. Furthermore, Chu Xiao could not guarantee that Zheng Jia would not break through again during those 7 days, potentially overpowering him. That would be even more unjust. After all, Zheng Jia's talent far surpassed that of the monstrous Chu Xiao. The only path to survival for Chu Xiao was to kill Zheng Jia, then hide after the demon squad arrived, waiting for the reincarnation Black Lotus within him to return him to the Dragon Ball world. This was his only way to survive. Just as Chu Xiao's vibrating golden sword was about to slay Zheng Jia, a tremendous force suddenly struck his head, causing his consciousness to blur in an instant. Not good. It's a mental lash. Disrupted by the sudden mental attack, Chu Xiao quickly mobilized his beaming true chi, employing his mental techniques to stabilize himself. The next moment he regained his focus. Zheng Jia was nowhere to be seen beneath his feet. Focusing his gaze, he spotted a scarred-faced man in the ruins supporting Zheng Jia while producing a crimson pill to feed him. This man was none other than Zhang Jia, a seasoned member of the Zhongzhou team. Having come to the biochemical world with Zheng Jia, Zhang Jia finally made his move, exuding the unique aura of a mental power enhancer, locking onto Chu Xiao. Cough, cough. In just a few breaths, the severely injured Zheng Jia had recovered. Though his wounds were not fully healed, he was no longer in danger of losing his life. Zhang Jia, why are you here too? Let me go? How much power have you been hiding? Zheng Jia stared in disbelief at Zhang Jia. Their relationship had been strained since the Demon and Ghost Legends world, though everyone knew Zhang Jia possessed immense power, yet he had stood by as his teammates fell without offering help. How could Zheng Jia trust his back to such a teammate? I told you when the time is right I would give you an explanation. Now it's time to reveal the truth to you. Our captain Zheng Jia. Zheng Jia, I bear profound grievances. Zhang Jia spoke with an air of quiet resignation. It all began with my first horror film, A Nightmare on Elm Street. He tilted his head upward at a 45-degree angle, gazing into the sky. Ash from the cigarette between his lips drifted silently downward as he prepared to recount his story. A searing ki blast shot straight toward Zhang Jia, leaving no time for explanation. What? Zhang Jia recoiled, instantly activating his first-level genetic lock. His combat instincts, now heightened by mental reinforcement, enabled him to narrowly evade Chu Xiao's devastating dodo beam. Chu Xiao extended his index finger, granting Zhang Jia no respite. Another dodo beam erupted, this time locking not only onto Zhang Jia, but also targeting Zheng Jia, who still lay weakened and unsteady nearby. Stop. Just wait. I must speak. Zhang Jia's heart churned with bitter frustration. He had been poised to reveal a long-buried secret to Zheng Jia. Yet Chu Xiao defied all convention, refusing even a moment for explanation. Oh, Zhang Jia cried out in agony. Though a formidable psychic enhancer, he stood no chance against Chu Xiao's raw martial might. His narrow escapes from earlier blasts owed solely to the transient power of his first-level genetic lock, a fleeting advantage unsustainable beyond a few seconds. Inevitably, he was struck. One of Zhang Jia's legs was shattered. The beam originally aimed at his heart had been partially evaded, yet it tore through his abdomen, instead spilling glistening viscera. Zheng Jia, already grievously wounded, found no path to evade Chu Xiao's assault. His injuries compounded, life bled from him at a terrifying pace. Zhang Jia, having appeared less than a minute prior, was crippled before uttering a single word of his true story. Now Chu Xiao raised his index finger once more, pointing directly at the foreheads of both men. No flourish, no hesitation, his intent was unequivocal. Execution. As a transmigrator, Chu Xiao already knew the secret Zhang Jia sought to disclose. Zhang Jia existed in a tragic limbo, half-guide, half-survivor, within the god space. Every soul there clung fiercely to life, yet survival exacted a terrible price. For Zhang Jia, that price was steep indeed. Each teammate he guided edged closer to death. Only by deliberately lowering the god space evaluation score could he prolong his own wretched existence. But Zhang Jia no longer wished to endure such a hollow existence. In Zheng Jia he glimpsed hope, his own final sanctuary. Only by sacrificing himself as a guide could he ensure Zheng Jia and the others' journey farther, higher, and longer. Death was his sole destination, yet it would herald Zheng Jia's rebirth. With serene acceptance, Zhang Jia smiled. Not a smile of explanation, but of quiet surrender, as he gazed upon Zheng Jia, entrusting him with all hope. By the authority vested in me as a guide, I hereby recognize this individual before me as captain of the Zhongzhou team. Zhang Jia intoned slowly, his voice resonating with awe-inspiring gravitas. I offer all that I am, my essence, my will, to merge with him and bestow upon him the captain's authority. As he spoke, Zhang Jia lifted his arm palm open, reaching gently toward Zheng Jia. Zhang Jia, what do you mean? Zheng Jia, enduring excruciating pain, had resolved to wager his last strength in one final desperate clash with Chu Xiao. Yet Zhang Jie's words left him stunned, bewildered. A guide? What was that? Captain of the Zhongzhou team. Sacrificing oneself to grant captain's authority. What did any of it mean? Even Chu Xiao, poised to deliver the killing blow, froze inwardly upon hearing Zhang Jie's declaration. He realized instantly Zhang Jie intended to invoke his guide authority to confer captain status upon Zheng Jia. And crucially, if memory served, such an act would also elevate Zheng Jia's genetic lock by one level. Thus Zheng Jia, who had already unlocked his second-level genetic lock, would ascend automatically to the third level upon fusion with Zhang Jie. Granting Zheng Jia captain authority held little consequence for Chu Xiao, but elevating him to the third-level genetic lock would amplify his power exponentially. At that point, Chu Xiao knew without doubt he would stand no chance against him. Before even the demon team arrived, Chu Xiao feared he would perish beneath Zheng Jia's hand. Therefore, allowing Zhang Jie to complete this fusion and confer captain authority was utterly unacceptable. Yet time pressed mercilessly. Chu Xiao had no reliable means to intervene. Should he strike Zheng Jia down outright? What if those stardust particles possessed regenerative properties? What if after severing Zheng Jia's head, he simply rose again, reconstituted, after fusion? Then Chu Xiao's fate would remain sealed death. Only one course remained truly viable. The sole prudent solution: intercept the stardust particles themselves. Even as he spoke, Zhang Jie's form began to dissolve, fragmenting into countless luminous motes, like distant stars swirling around his outstretched arm and drifting inexorably toward Zheng Jia. Chu Xiao let out a cold snort. He had to halt Zhang Jie's ritual. Drawing upon the pinnacle of his Bei Ming True Qi, he activated Ling Bo Micro Step, propelling himself forward like a launched rocket, surging between Zheng Jia and Zhang Jie. Zhang Jie had already lost consciousness. Only those radiant stardust particles remained, testament to his former presence. They embodied the Godspace captain authority and the divine edict lifting genetic lock restrictions. Whoever absorbed them would claim the Godspace captain authority and break free from the first-level genetic lock's constraints. Simultaneously, as Zhang Jie dissolved, time itself within the biohazard world seemed to freeze, motionless, suspended absolute stillness. Yet Chu Xiao remained wholly unaffected, neither his body nor mind arrested by this temporal stasis. Whether this stemmed from a flaw in the Godspace laws, or from the overwhelming power of the reincarnation Black Lotus within him, remained uncertain. At that instant, across the entire biohazard universe, only three beings retained autonomy: Chu Xiao, Zheng Jia, and Zhang Jie. In the breath before the stardust particles reached Zheng Jia, Chu Xiao, propelled by Ling Bo Micro Step, slammed himself between them. VRR. Countless stardust motes surged through the void, enveloping Chu Xiao where he stood, trapping him instantly. Chu Xiao felt each mote pierce his pores, flooding his body with euphoric energy that resonated deep within his soul. Within him, each mote fragmented further, transforming into imperceptible currents that coursed through every cell, tissue, and organ, remaking him from within. VRR. Chu Xiao's mind emptied, clarified. His senses sharpened beyond measure. He heard Zheng Jia's breath with crystalline precision, perceived the rhythmic dilation and contraction of every pore upon his skin. All that had once eluded awareness now flooded his consciousness in overwhelming clarity. His eyes turned hollow, fierce, primeval, bestial, unleashing an ancient combat instinct buried deep in human ancestry, echoing the raw, blood-soaked struggle of mankind's earliest forebears. First-level genetic lock activated. Chu Xiao instantly recognized his transformed state, the unlocking of his first-level genetic lock. Simultaneously, an immense crushing pressure descended upon him from across dimensional layers, the sheer sovereign might of the Godspace. At that moment, Chu Xiao bore the Godspace indelible mark, like a new fish long immersed in its pond, gradually becoming one of its seasoned denizens. VRR. An irresistible, annihilating pressure descended, its intent unmistakable, not summons, but erasure, total obliteration from this realm. Boom. At that razor's edge between life and annihilation, the reincarnation Black Lotus within Chu Xiao pulsed, sensing the Godspace oppressive aura. Petals encircling the lotus shattered, instantly dissolving into pure concentrated energy that rushed inward, feeding the core. In the next instant, radiant seven-colored light erupted from the lotus, deflecting the Godspace crushing force, cocooning Chu Xiao in iridescent brilliance. And without his awareness, the soul-deep Godspace brand was cleansed, utterly erased. VRR. Swirling with prismatic radiance, Chu Xiao vanished from the biohazard world. Zheng Jia, battered and bleeding, stared blankly around. Zhang Jie and Chu Xiao both gone without trace. Only when the Godspace notification arrived, confirming termination of the mandatory mission, did Zheng Jia grasp what had transpired. Chu Xiao, has he entered the god space? The Dragon Ball world. Chu Xiao's figure materialized out of thin air in a secluded location, the very same hidden spot he had chosen when departing the Dragon Ball world. Have I returned? Chu Xiao murmured to himself, sinking his consciousness into his dantian, where the cycle Black Lotus drifted alone, its previously acquired petals vanished without a trace. Indeed, at the final moment, it was the cycle Black Lotus that withstood the Overlord's oppressive aura and spirited him away from the Infinite Terror world. He had now safely returned to the Dragon Ball world. He arrived a full year and a half earlier than the scheduled 2-year interval. Recalling his final battle with Zheng Jia and Zhang Jie, Chu Xiao felt a quiet surge of relief. He had originally held the upper hand, certain to slay Zheng Jia, when Zhang Jie suddenly intervened, nearly witnessing the fusion of Zheng Jia and Zhang Jie firsthand. Had he not acted with decisive resolve, using his own body as a living barrier to halt their fusion, he would likely have been beaten to death by Zheng Jia, now unshackled at Genlock Stage 3. At this thought, Chu Xiao recalled once more the Overlord's awe-inspiring, terrifying presence, the immense space-piercing force that sought to erase him utterly. This time, I owe my survival solely to the cycle Black Lotus protection, Chu Xiao reflected inwardly, trembling with belated dread. This grievance, I shall remember it well. If ever I return to the Infinite Terror world, I will shatter the Overlord myself. Chu Xiao shook his head, wryly acknowledging how feeble his current strength remained, powerless even to resist such an entity, left only to watch helplessly as annihilation loomed. After his reverie, Chu Xiao turned his attention to the fruits of this journey. He had expected to undergo rigorous cultivation for 2 full years in the Resident Evil world, yet he had been forcibly recalled after merely 6 months. During those 6 months, the enhancement of his chi and internal energy, amplified by the virus augmentation, had accelerated his cultivation far beyond previous rates. His mastery over martial power had grown increasingly refined. Moreover, the life-or-death clash with Zheng Jia and Zhang Jie had imparted a profound lesson in true combat. One must never grant an enemy even a breath's respite. Every means, however ruthless, must be employed to ensure their utter destruction. Most astonishing of all was his unlocking of Genlock Stage 1, achieved upon integrating the stardust remnants of Zhang Jie's being. When Chu Xiao first injected the rot virus, he assumed he would automatically unlock Genlock Stage 1 within 10 days. But he had failed to anticipate that as an outsider to the Infinite Terror world, he could not naturally access Genlock power like Zheng Jia and others. He had long since abandoned hope of attaining Genlock abilities, only to unexpectedly achieve Stage 1 at the very last moment. This breakthrough signified that the gate to Genlocks had finally swung open for him. Each successive stage would bestow ever greater power. For Chu Xiao, a man consumed by the thirst for strength, this was unquestionably the greatest boon of his entire sojourn in the Infinite Terror world. He then inventoried his possessions and found them rich with reward. Foremost were 8 vials of rot virus and 8 doses of super soldier serum. Next came the central control panel of the AI Queen, retrieved from the hive. Then followed artifacts acquired through trade, with Zheng Jia a spatial storage ring, the Necronomicon from the mummy, a soul-infused dagger wreathed in phantom flame, and the preserved corpse of Hou Yudi, purchased from the Indian team's gene pool. Though perilous beyond measure, the Infinite Terror world had yielded far greater spoils than his prior 2 realms combined. Chu Xiao murmured quietly. His strength had surged significantly, and he had returned to the Dragon Ball world ahead of schedule. Now he must confront the newly resurrected King Piccolo, recently released by Emperor Pilaf. Chu Xiao withdrew 2 Dragon Balls, stones in the Infinite Terror world now restored to their radiant spherical form. He then activated his backup wireless communicator connected to the network and confirmed that precisely 2 days had elapsed since his departure. It appeared that regardless of whether he returned early or not, exactly 2 days had passed within the Dragon Ball world. Chu Xiao dialed Bulma's number and learned that everyone was gathered at Master Roshi's hermitage, so he resolved to go there immediately to learn whether King Piccolo had already wrought any catastrophe in those 2 days. Chu Xiao tossed out a universal capsule and boarded his magnetic levitation vehicle, speeding toward Master Roshi's hermitage. Meanwhile, in a grand palace, Emperor Pilaf sprinted wildly inside, his face alight with feverish excitement. Lord Piccolo, the 2 missing Dragon Balls have been found. The 2 missing Dragon Balls have been found. Upon the throne sat the aged King Piccolo, his gaze sharp with murderous intent. At his feet lay several slain martial artists, their blood long dried, their corpses reeking of decay. Yet King Piccolo paid them no heed. Rising slowly, he flicked a single hand, sending a gale force blast that hurled Emperor Pilaf across the hall. Worthless fool, you wasted 2 days hunting these Dragon Balls, forcing me to wait idly. King Piccolo strode down from the dais. Were it not for these insignificant martial artists foolishly challenging me, giving me brief amusement, you'd already be carrion. Emperor Pilaf trembled violently. Though agony racked his body, he dared not utter a sound, bowing low, nodding subserviently. It is my failure, my unforgivable delay of your majesty's precious time. I deserve death. Deserve death. Ignoring Pilaf's pleas, King Piccolo strode past him and commanded coldly, prepare my aircraft. Immediately. I shall locate the final 2 Dragon Balls without delay, summon the Eternal Dragon, and wish for the restoration of my youth. Master Roshi's Hermitage. Chu Xiao piloted his magnetic levitation craft at breakneck speed and arrived swiftly. Everyone had been waiting outside, anticipating his return. No sooner had he stepped from the craft than Bulma rushed forward, flinging her arms around him, tears streaming uncontrollably as long-suppressed anguish erupted at his reappearance. Chu Xiao, you're finally back. Wah, my father and mother, they've been killed. And East City, it's been reduced to rubble by King Piccolo. Chu Xiao held Bulma, gently soothing her with soft pats on her back. Dr. Brief didn't accompany you to Master Roshi's hermitage. Father said he and mother refused to leave East City. I didn't press them, and then. Bulma wept harder. When King Piccolo couldn't find the Dragon Balls, he declared to the world for every day they remained lost, he would randomly annihilate a city. Wah! Bulma collapsed into sobs. Master Roshi sighed, deeply shaking his head. East City was chosen on the first day. Dr. Brief perished in that massacre. Chu Xiao's brow furrowed tightly. Before leaving, he had feared precisely this, that King Piccolo would destroy cities as in the original timeline, so he'd urged Bulma to gather everyone at the hermitage. Yet tragedy still struck, and struck hardest Bulma's parents, his own future in-laws. Goku added, voice heavy with sorrow, that King Piccolo is truly vile. To kill someone as kind-hearted as Dr. Brief. Had you not asked me to wait here for 2 days, I'd have flown on the flying Nimbus to defeat him at once. Chu Xiao shook his head. In the original Chronicle, Goku at this stage stood no chance against King Piccolo. Only after drinking the true ultra-divine water would he gain the power to triumph. Bulma, don't despair. I've brought the Dragon Balls back with me. Once we gather all 7, we can revive everyone King Piccolo has slain, including your parents. Bulma nodded faintly, her sobs gradually subsiding. Just as the group began to settle their emotions, the dragon radar in Bulma's pocket erupted with frantic beeping. Bulma gasped, snatching it out, 5 Dragon Balls hurtling toward the hermitage at blinding speed. No, King Piccolo is coming. On the distant horizon, a colossal magnetic levitation aircraft surged toward Kame House at breakneck speed. Chu Xiao and Master Roshi instantly extended their aura, sensing the malevolent, overwhelming presence aboard the aircraft. None other than Demon King Piccolo. Chu Xiao had no time to evacuate non-combatants like Bulma before the aircraft descended directly above Kame House. A grotesque figure emerged slowly from the aircraft. His indigo martial arts uniform bore a large, bold demon character on his chest. His emerald green skin glistened under the sun, and 2 snail-like antennae curled from his forehead. Though Chu Xiao sensed the aged Demon King Piccolo's frailty, even in his weakened state, Piccolo's unfiltered oppressive aura dwarfed anything Chu Xiao could muster. Even combined, the strength of everyone present would scarcely suffice to stand against Demon King Piccolo. Among Chu Xiao's allies, only he himself, fighting at full capacity, and Master Roshi, who wielded the Mafuba technique, were remotely qualified to engage Demon King Piccolo. Demon King Piccolo landed lightly on the soft, damp sand, gazing upon Chu Xiao and the others with a knowing, sinister smile. No wonder the final 2 Dragon Balls eluded me for so long. They were hidden by you. He appraised their combat prowess. Unlike the martial artists he'd encountered these past 2 days, this group was extraordinary. The handsome young man, the hunched bald elder, the child with a tail, and the small bald boy, all radiated formidable power. Such a gathering indeed possessed both the capability and the audacity to conceal the Dragon Balls. But now, Demon King Piccolo had arrived. He had come solely for those 2 Dragon Balls. No matter how mighty Chu Xiao and his companions might be, Piccolo would trample their corpses beneath his feet, gather all 7 Dragon Balls, and command the Eternal Dragon to restore his youth. Haha, so it was you who hid the Dragon Balls, wasting 2 precious days of my time. Demon King Piccolo sneered regarding them, as if they were mere insects. Do you truly comprehend the consequences of defying Demon King Piccolo? A murderous glint flickered across his desiccated, wrinkled face, so chilling it sent shivers down one's spine as though hunted by a feral beast. Chu Xiao gestured for the others to retreat, then stepped forward alone, confronting Piccolo Hedon. Oh, do you presume to face Demon King Piccolo alone? I must have slumbered too long. Now even a reckless youth dares challenge me. Piccolo fixed his gaze upon Chu Xiao and his aura erupted. Tangible malignant energy surging forth from his body, coiling into violent gusts that enveloped both warriors within a vortex of oppressive force. Master Roshi shielded Bulma and the others as they withdrew. Even to ordinary mortals, the sheer weight of Piccolo's aura was unbearable. Yet Chu Xiao did not yield an inch beneath that crushing pressure. Instead, he advanced one deliberate step, his own chi flaring outward. Though it lacked Piccolo's battlefield-spanning dominance, it formed a tight, luminous sphere around his body, staunchly resisting the onslaught. The futile resistance of an ant. With that, Piccolo thrust forth a single palm, and the surrounding aura roared toward Chu Xiao, intensifying the pressure tenfold. ZZZT. Chu Xiao's soles locked onto the ground, but even so the sheer force drove him backward, carving a 10-centimeter furrow in the sand. Fortunately, his own chi held firm, clashing continuously with Piccolo's, sparing his body from injury. Haha, you do possess some strength, but not enough to warrant my full attention. Seeing his aura assault fail, Piccolo casually withdrew his pressure and spoke aloud. BRM. The instant Piccolo relaxed his aura, before his words had even faded, Chu Xiao vanished from sight. Boom. A fist forged of tempered steel slammed squarely into Piccolo's jaw, sending him hurtling backward like a severed kite, limbs flailing through the air. Tap, tap. Chu Xiao's toes barely grazed the earth before launching him skyward once more. Closing the distance in pursuit, his strikes descending like a tempest of pear blossom rain. Hump. Suspended midair, Piccolo twisted his torso, attempting a counterattack, but his limbs betrayed him. Most blows still rained down upon his body. Accursed insect. Piccolo seethed inwardly. This wretched ant hadn't even waited for him to finish speaking before striking. When had martial artists of this world sunk so low? Get away. With a thunderous roar, Piccolo compressed his vast aura and unleashed it in a single devastating burst, blasting Chu Xiao violently backward. Yet Chu Xiao hung suspended midair, executing an elegant arcane footwork pattern before landing gracefully, re-establishing distance between them. Youth, your insolence has hastened your death. No, I shall torment you slowly, savoring every gasp until your final breath escapes. His withered frame trembled as muscles writhed beneath his skin, his bead-like pupils burned with malevolent crimson light. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xiao sensed Piccolo's aura surge, more than doubling in intensity. So, you're finally fighting seriously. Chu Xiao murmured silently. Within his dantian, the Bei Ming true qi surged wildly into his meridians. Fueled by both qi and inner strength, his combat power soared, yet still fell far short of what was needed to slay Demon King Piccolo. BRM. Chu Xiao sank his consciousness inward, shattering in one decisive instant the metaphysical shackles binding every cell of his being. His eyes turned icy and still. Information previously imperceptible flooded his mind with startling clarity. Piccolo's labored breathing, the faint sibilant rustle of his garments against the wind, the gritty yielding whisper of sand beneath his feet. Everything, every subtle vibration, was laid bare before Chu Xiao. This was the first stage of the genetic lock. Boom. Chu Xiao channeled Bei Ming true qi into his legs and launched himself forward like a drawn blade. Still refusing to wait for Piccolo's first move, he struck with lethal intent. Boom. At maximum velocity, the Heaven Mountain Plum Blossom technique unfolded before Piccolo's eyes. Countless phantom hands shimmering in ethereal, graceful motion. Piccolo had assumed his full power would crush Chu Xiao effortlessly. Yet now, instead of domination, he felt Chu Xiao's strength escalating, steadily, inexorably. This brat concealed his true strength. That wasn't his full power just now. Piccolo's heart lurched. The Heaven Mountain Plum Blossom technique's intricacy eluded even his scrutiny, its openings invisible, its rhythm hypnotic. He could only endure the relentless assault. Fortunately, Piccolo's internal energy remained prodigious. Most of Chu Xiao's blows were absorbed or deflected by his aura, inflicting little actual harm. Haha, your techniques are dazzling, but are you merely tickling me? Piccolo mocked deliberately, hoping verbal barbs might unsettle Chu Xiao's focus, since he could find no opening in the technique itself. Alas, Demon King Piccolo knew nothing of the first stage genetic lock. With it activated, Chu Xiao experienced zero emotional fluctuation. No provocation, however biting, could disturb his calm. His expression remained glacial. His movements didn't falter. Instead, they accelerated, growing sharper, faster, deadlier. Damn it! Piccolo cursed, inwardly channeling his aura into his palms, compressing it fiercely until it blazed with searing heat. Explosive demon light cannon. A beam of energy thick as a man's waist erupted from Piccolo's palms, ripping through the air with lethal precision, aimed straight at Chu Xiao. BRM. Every pore on Chu Xiao's body flared open. With the first stage genetic lock unlocked, primal instinctive combat awareness surged, warning him instantly. He executed the Lingbo microstep, twisting his body at an impossible angle to evade what Piccolo believed was an inescapable strike. Boom. The errant cannon blast slammed into the distant sea surface, erupting into a monstrous 10-meter-high wave that crashed violently toward the horizon. PSSSD. Before Piccolo could even register Chu Zhao's evasion, the youth was already upon him. Wrist flicking, a dagger materializing from nowhere, its edge radiating bone-deep, cold, angled, with lethal precision, toward Piccolo's throat. Piccolo recoiled in panic, barely dodging the killing blow. Yet the dagger's edge sliced cleanly through flesh and muscle, carving a deep, brutal gash down his arm. Snap! A blood-soaked arm tumbled onto the sand. Gah! Everyone present drew a sharp collective breath, awestruck by the terrifying sudden leap in Chu Zhao's power. Chu Zhao, how could he grow so strong in just 2 days? Where on earth did he train? Chu Zhao's strength once again stunned Master Roshi and everyone present. 2 days earlier, his performance at the World Martial Arts Tournament had been witnessed firsthand by all. Now, however, his combat prowess had surged far beyond double its former magnitude. Indeed, it defied quantification by mere multiples. For all could clearly perceive a profound transformation in Chu Zhao's very aura. Like a primordial beast awakening after 10,000 years of slumber, he unleashed an instinctive, savage fighting essence, raw, overwhelming, and beyond mortal comprehension. Senior brother Chu Zhao is terrifyingly strong. That gaze sends chills down my spine. Goku exclaimed, voicing the unspoken awe shared by every onlooker. None could fathom what kind of cultivation could forge such a metamorphosis, or bestow such unimaginable power. Kuririn coughed twice, clutching the stump of his severed arm from which emerald blood oozed steadily. His wrinkled face contorted, further beads of sweat cascading down his temples. Damn it! I underestimated this brat utterly. Deep within, Kuririn seethed. From the moment he descended upon Master Roshi's hermitage, he had held Chu Zhao and the others in utter contempt. Even during their first clash, he had withheld his true strength, and even when unleashing it fully, he remained arrogantly certain he could erase Chu Zhao in a single blow. He never imagined Chu Zhao too had concealed his might. His extreme arrogance cost him an arm in their very first exchange. Clutching his maimed limb, Kuririn realized the grievous impairment to his combat efficacy and prepared to activate the Namekian ability of limb regeneration. But before he could act, Chu Zhao's figure blurred, dissolving into a phantom silhouette. No! A jolt of panic shot through Kuririn's mind. Chu Zhao granted him no respite, not a single breath, launching relentless lethal strikes from the outset. A metallic dagger slashed through flesh. A flash of cold light arced across the air, and Kuririn's remaining arm snapped up, instinctively intercepting Chu Zhao's fatal thrust aimed straight at his heart. A gaping wound wide as a rice bowl split open the entire length of his forearm. God! Agony pierced his soul. The searing, spirit-scouring heat radiating from the hellfire dagger struck him anew, a grievous, soul-deep wound. Chu Zhao is on the verge of victory. Master Roshi gripped his staff, his seasoned eyes perceiving the battle's true balance. Kuririn, the Demon King, was already ancient and frail, battered by Chu Zhao's tempestuous assault. He now retained barely a tenth of his former vitality. Death was inevitable, merely a matter of time. Yet Master Roshi's discerning gaze detected something astonishing. Why do I sense Chu Zhao is holding back? Consider that last assassination strike. With Chu Zhao's mastery of technique, a single subtle shift of angle would have bypassed Kuririn's arm entirely, piercing his heart without resistance. But Master Roshi's eyes narrowed in bewilderment, as if Chu Zhao were deliberately restraining himself, applying calibrated pressure, not to kill, but to compel Kuririn towards some unseen end. Such a bloodthirsty tyrant subjected to prolonged torment and psychological siege. No one could predict what desperate act he might commit. Why then did Chu Zhao refuse to deliver the final blow? Was there some purpose in sparing Kuririn's life? Master Roshi's intuition had indeed touched upon Chu Zhao's profound dilemma. Kuririn, the Demon King, was born as the malevolent physical incarnation of the Namekian god. In the original chronicle, the god's death would follow Kuririn's without fail. The Dragon Balls were forged by the Namekian god himself, who, should the god perish, the Dragon Balls would instantly revert to inert stone. Of all present, only Chu Zhao grasped this truth with absolute clarity. Thus, Chu Zhao knew with chilling certainty, if he wished to retain the Dragon Balls, Kuririn must not die. Yet this monstrous, evil sovereign, if left alive, would inevitably become a calamity unto the world. To kill him was imperative, to spare him catastrophic. Caught between these irreconcilable imperatives, Chu Zhao found himself trapped in paralyzing indecision. With no other recourse, he chose instead to press Kuririn relentlessly, to force him, as foretold in legend, to expend his final life force in birthing a new generation, the next Kuririn. Only then could this vile Demon King be permitted to perish, without nullifying the Dragon Ball's sacred power. Yet therein lay the crux of the difficulty: how to compel Kuririn to give birth to Kuririn II. Should he simply declare, "You cannot defeat me, so beget a son who will grow strong enough to avenge you"? Chu Zhao knew full well utter those words and Kuririn would choose mutual annihilation over compliance. After all, judging by his current demeanor, the self-proclaimed demon lord still possessed the pride and dignity befitting his station. How could such a sovereign endure such humiliation? As Master Roshi marveled, the duel between Chu Xiao and Kuririn plunged deeper into brutal stalemate. Kuririn stood drenched in emerald blood, one arm severed, the other shattered and useless, his indigo martial robe soaked through with wounds both deep and grotesque. Gasping raggedly, fury blazing in his eyes, Kuririn, the combatant himself, could not fail to recognize the truth. Chu Xiao had long possessed the power to end him, yet chose instead to prolong his agony, to degrade and torment him. To think, he, the Demon King whose name once struck terror across the globe, now suffered such indignity at the hands of a youth. Trembling with rage, though near collapse, Kuririn bellowed hoarsely, "Wretched insect, boy, for this torment you and all who stand beside you shall perish here today." Before the echo of his voice faded, Chu Xiao froze mid-motion, palms shifting, drawing seawater from a nearby ocean. With a surge of Bei Ming true Qi, dozens of crystalline shards coalesced instantly in his hands. Kuririn stared at the glittering ice, wondering inwardly, what strange technique is this? Only to see Chu Xiao flick his wrists, launching the shards like lethal needles straight toward him. Cursed! I can't evade them. Kuririn strained to dodge, but the shards were microscopic, blindingly swift, far beyond the capacity of his grievously wounded body to avoid. Thwip! 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 Dozens of shards pierced his flesh. Already on the cusp of death, Kuririn stiffened, then erupted into guttural, spine-chilling shrieks. An unbearable, maddening itch consumed his entire being. With no arms left to scratch, he writhed violently across the ground, grinding his body against the earth in desperate, futile relief. What manner of technique is this that inflicts such agony upon the Demon King? Master Roshi and the others watched dumbfounded as the iron-willed tyrant of moments before convulsed helplessly on the floor, his expression twisted with such anguish that death itself seemed a mercy. Even they recoiled at the sheer inhumanity of Chu Xiao's art. Where in heaven or hell had he learned such a technique? That question had haunted them for so long it had become reflex. Itch, itch, kill me now. Kuririn's screams tore through the air. The magnetic levitation aircraft hovering above Master Roshi's hermitage had fled the moment he collapsed, vanishing like smoke. Chu Xiao released the first-level genetic lock. A wave of profound exhaustion washed over him, a hollow cellular void that nearly buckled his knees. Yet he clenched his jaw, anchoring himself firmly in place. Unlocking the genetic lock for the first time should have inflicted devastating side effects, but Chu Xiao had achieved it flawlessly under the guidance of Zhang Jie the Mentor. Thus his sole consequence was exhaustion, not unconsciousness. You wish to die? Very well, I grant your wish. Chu Xiao raised both palms, assuming the stance of the Kamehameha wave. A sphere of energy gathered swiftly, but noticeably smaller than usual, no thicker than his forearm, its destructive potency correspondingly diminished. Yet even this reduced blast spelled certain death for Kuririn, now gasping on the edge of oblivion. His entire frame trembled, his features had long since warped into a mask of pure terror. Is death frightening? Undeniably. But for a sovereign who treats human life as chaff, should death frighten him? Yes, it terrifies him more than any ordinary man. Only those who have stared death in the face countless times know its true, suffocating dread. Suddenly, Kuririn no longer wished to die, but it was already too late. Chu Xiao's energy wave surged forward. One heartbeat more, an impact would mean absolute, irrevocable annihilation. Curse you! Kuririn writhed, throat swelling as his life force rushed upward in frantic, desperate convergence. A new seed, vital nascent, began to form deep within his throat. My son, avenge your father. With a thunderous detonation, Kuririn's malevolent aura dissolved, vanished from this realm forever. When the dust settled, Chu Xiao descended slowly from the sky, cradling in his hands a massive, glistening egg veined with viridian fluid, the last hope Kuririn had launched toward the horizon in his final defiant act. Chu Xiao gazed at the egg in his palms and murmured, "So, you are Kuririn too." With the death of Bic, the first petal of the rebirth Black Lotus condensed within Chu Xiao. Originally, the lotus petals that Chu Xiao had condensed in the infinite terror world were completely consumed in his struggle against the destruction of the Master God and his premature return to the Dragon Ball world. Now the rebirth Black Lotus began to condense petals once again. As long as 7 petals were formed, it would naturally grant him another chance to traverse the reincarnation world. Just before the Demon King Bic in his dying moments condensed all his life essence to give birth to Bic II, originally intending to launch him far away with hopes of growing into adulthood to avenge his father by killing Chu Xiao. However, Chu Xiao was already prepared for this. The moment he saw the egg containing Bic II flying out, he leaped into the air and intercepted it with the strength of his physical body, then gracefully descended using the air dance technique. Through his recent training, while Chu Xiao still could not fly quickly with the air dance technique, he could float in the air without issue, and when exerting himself fully, his flying speed had improved to about 40 or 50 miles per hour. Everyone was somewhat incredulous to see Chu Xiao easily defeat the Demon King Bic. They even struggled to react, astonished that such a rampaging Bic had been defeated by Chu Xiao in such a short time. This truly shocked everyone, but upon reflection, it was completely within reason for Chu Xiao to defeat the Demon King Bic, albeit unexpected. After all, the primal battle instinct, the powerful aura, and the exquisite martial arts techniques displayed by Chu Xiao were each formidable on their own, consolidating into an immense strength. Moreover, Bic's underestimation of his enemy led to him being overpowered by Chu Xiao from the start of the battle, ultimately resulting in his demise. Goku and the others also learned something from this battle. When facing a great villain, there's no need to discuss martial spirit, just use every means possible to strike them down without giving them a chance to retaliate. Everyone rushed towards Chu Xiao, and Bulma threw herself into his arms, a feeling proud of her boyfriend's strength. She was filled with joy, especially since Chu Xiao defeated the Demon King Bic, avenging her parents. Chu Xiao, you are simply amazing. Boo-hoo. Bulma buried her head in Chu Xiao's embrace, rubbing against him, tears streaming down her face from excitement, completely shedding the mature and composed demeanor she had while focused on research in the lab. This truly exemplified that no matter how strong a woman is in front of her beloved, she will show her soft and adorable side, just like Bulma at this moment. Chu Xiao gently stroked Bulma's blue hair and comforted her, saying, "All right, Bulma, stop crying. We can talk about everything at home later. Right now, everyone has important matters to attend to." The important matter Chu Xiao referred to was, of course, the wish to be made on the Dragon Balls. When Chu Xiao left the Dragon Ball world, he had taken 2 Dragon Balls from Goku, and now with the Demon King Bic coming to meet his end, he naturally brought the remaining 5 Dragon Balls with him. Soon Goku picked up the 5 Dragon Balls dropped by the Demon King Bic from a nearby sea, gathering all 7 Dragon Balls once again. Last time Chu Xiao used the Dragon Ball wish to resurrect those killed by Tao Bai. Now the wishes of the Dragon Balls could not be used for Chu Xiao's personal desires. After all, many more were killed by the Demon King Bic, including Bulma's parents, his future in-laws. Logically and emotionally, the wish should be to resurrect those killed by the Demon King Bic, bringing Bulma's parents back to life. Come forth, Shenron. As Chu Xiao shouted the incantation to summon Shenron, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a dazzling light, and soon the sky darkened, heavy clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and a winding stream of light shot up into the clouds, revealing a green dragon before them. Are you calling for me? Whatever wish you have, speak it, and I can fulfill it. Shenron's voice was still imposing and deep, the scarlet eyes of the dragon gazing down at Chu Xiao and the others. Shenron, please resurrect those recently killed by the Demon King Bic. I wonder if this wish can be granted. Chu Xiao asked, looking up while everyone cast hopeful glances. After hearing Chu Xiao's wish, Shenron pondered for a moment, and then said, "Your wish is quite simple." Without any further words or actions, Shenron's crimson eyes flashed, and he replied, "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." After fulfilling Chu Xiao's wish, Shenron began to fade, transforming back into the 7 Dragon Balls, and slowly ascending into the sky, preparing to scatter in all directions. Chu Xiao's gaze was like lightning as he locked onto one Dragon Ball, leaping up and catching the rapidly flying Dragon Ball in his hand. At the same time, the rebirth Black Lotus within Chu Xiao condensed another petal, with 2 petals revolving around the Black Lotus. What? The Turtle Sage and the others were momentarily stunned by Chu Xiao's actions. They had never thought that Dragon Balls could be collected in this manner. This enlargement was truly remarkable. If 7 people each focused on one Dragon Ball, wouldn't that eliminate the need for exhausting collection? However, upon further thought, there probably wouldn't be 7 individuals as physically strong as Chu Xiao, capable of withstanding the force of the Dragon Ball's flight. Chu Xiao held the Dragon Ball that had turned into a stone sphere and handed it to Goku, saying, "Goku, this is your grandfather's 4-star ball. Oh, I retrieved it for you, so you won't have to run around searching for it." "Thank you, Brother Chu." Goku exclaimed excitedly as he took the Dragon Ball from Chu Xiao and curiously gazed at the large egg in Chu Xiao's hand, asking, "Brother Chu, I saw you holding an egg just now. What is that egg?" Hearing Goku, everyone turned their curious gazes towards Chu Xiao. After all, they had just witnessed Chu Xiao defeat the Demon King Bic and would naturally not associate the egg with him. They thought the large egg might be something he had acquired for dinner. Chu Xiao glanced down at the egg in his hand, shrugged, and bluntly explained, "This egg. It's Bic." Everyone gasped in shock, instinctively retreating a distance from Chu Xiao. What? The egg he was holding was the Demon King Bic, who had just plainly died. So why did Chu Xiao insist that this egg was Bic? Seeing everyone's panicked expressions, Chu Xiao found it somewhat amusing. They had never reacted with such alarm when facing the true Demon King Bic, Yet now seeing the still unhatched Big 2, they were panicking like this. Truly inexplicable. Everyone don't panic. To be precise, this isn't the Demon King Big, but rather the new generation produced by the Demon King Big just before his death. We can say this is Big 2. After Chu Xiao briefly explained the situation of Big 2, everyone suddenly understood, nodding in acknowledgement. They nearly forgot that the Demon King Big could single-handedly reproduce, which is scientifically termed parthenogenesis. What a powerful ability it is. So what should we do with it? Goku asked, tilting his head. Can it be eaten? Chu Xiao sensed a slight tremor from the egg in his hand, realizing that Big 2 inside was now able to hear their conversation, indicating that Big 2 had developed subjective consciousness, which could indeed be utilized. Goku, it can't be eaten. Do you think you would have an appetite for food that looks like the Demon King Big? Krillin couldn't help but stick out his tongue, grimacing as he spoke. Goku pondered for a moment and shook his head, quickly saying, the Demon King Big does look unappetizing, so I won't eat it. But what's the use of keeping it? Goku's words revealed the group's apprehension. Even knowing that Big 2 was not the heinous Demon King Big, he was still the son of the Demon King, and everyone truly dared not keep him around. Don't worry, I know someone in a place that will be the right fit for him. After parting ways with the turtle hermit, Chu Xiao piloted his magnetic levitation aircraft, slowly heading in a specific direction. Bulma had initially insisted on returning home with Chu Xiao to see her parents, but upon seeing the egg of Piccolo 2 in his hands, she stopped bothering him and returned to East City alone. Chu Xiao, reluctant to hand over the items he obtained from the Infinite Terror World in front of Master Roshi, and the others chose to keep them for now, planning to hand them over to Bulma for research after sorting out the matters concerning Piccolo 2. Goku also did not stay at the Turtle Hermit's house. Restless, as ever, he set his sights on Chu Xiao, once more embarking on new adventures and training. As for Krillin and Yamcha, they too chose not to remain at the Turtle Hermit's house, feeling pressured by Chu Xiao, and set out to train in various locations, secretly viewing Chu Xiao as their surpassing target. Only Master Roshi, Lan Chi, and the giant turtle remained at the Turtle Hermit's house. Seeing Chu Xiao's strength, which serves as a good example for the youth, Master Roshi smiled with satisfaction, contentedly taking out a long-stored Playboy magazine from under his bed to leisurely peruse. The future world will be left for the young to explore. This old body of mine should rest. On the magnetic levitation aircraft, Chu Xiao quietly piloted the plane, his peripheral vision catching the egg of Piccolo 2 beside him in the co-pilot seat, next to which lay a fiery red staff, the golden staff borrowed from Goku. Indeed, Chu Xiao's destination was none other than Korin Tower. At the top of Korin Tower, connected by the golden staff, lay the palace where the god resided. Chu Xiao's goal this time was to ascend to the palace of the god and deliver the egg of Piccolo 2 to him. As a time traveler, Chu Xiao naturally knew that the so-called King Piccolo was merely an evil avatar within the god. In his childhood, the god fled from Namek and descended to Earth, suffering severe head trauma and forgetting his identity, thus becoming tainted by evil consciousness. To inherit the divine position, he forced his evil consciousness out of his body, which gave birth to the evil King Piccolo. In light of this, the god at the top of Korin Tower, as the true body of King Piccolo, undoubtedly possessed combat prowess far exceeding that of King Piccolo. Chu Xiao's gaze fell into the distance as he quietly mused, once King Piccolo is dead, and when Piccolo 2 grows up and participates in the World Martial Arts Tournament, the storyline of Dragon Ball should come to an end. However, this thought did not relieve Chu Xiao. Instead, it weighed heavily on his mind, for the conclusion of Dragon Ball signified the beginning of Dragon Ball Z. First and foremost was the arrival of the Saiyans on Earth, particularly Goku's elder brother Raditz. Chu Xiao could no longer recall Raditz's true strength, but he distinctly remembered that Raditz was killed only when Goku and Piccolo teamed up, sacrificing Goku's life in the process. Thus, while Raditz might seem like an ordinary minor character, facing him was indeed a perilous challenge, playing a crucial role in opening the Saiyan arc of Dragon Ball. Following Raditz, the Saiyan Prince Vegeta, whose power was several dozen times greater than Raditz's, along with Nappa, would soon arrive on Earth. Their combat strength was unimaginably formidable to Chu Xiao, and the time left for him was indeed running short. From the original storyline, Chu Xiao deduced that when Raditz arrived on Earth, Goku's son Goten was likely around 5 or 6 years old. With 3 years until the World Martial Arts Tournament, and an additional year for Shishi's pregnancy, with Goten, it meant that only about 8 or 9 years remained until the Saiyans descended on Earth. Realizing this, Chu Xiao felt the insignificance of his own strength once more, and his urgency for power only intensified. Buzz. Chu Xiao suddenly accelerated the magnetic levitation aircraft, speeding towards Korin Tower, his mind already focused on preparing for the upcoming battle with the Saiyans. Soon Chu Xiao's aircraft arrived at the base of Korin Tower. Without lingering, he took the egg of Piccolo 2 and the golden staff and ascended the tower. Unlike 2 years ago when he first climbed Korin Tower, Chu Xiao now ascended to the top, with ease, reflecting on the hardships of his initial ascent with a sense of nostalgia. At the top of Korin Tower, the cat hermit had been waiting for a long time. Compared to 2 years ago, the cat hermit appeared noticeably thinner, no longer the round and adorable figure he used to be, having transformed from a fat cat into a skinny one. Chu Xiao paused, wondering if the cat hermit had been on a diet these past 2 years. But the truth was often not so easily guessed. The reason the cat hermit had become so thin was all due to Chu Xiao. Years ago, when Chu Xiao gave the cat mint, a powerful substance, to the cat hermit, his life underwent a dramatic change. He became addicted to catnip, living in a haze of indulgence, and after 2 years he had grown increasingly thin and listless. He had already become a useless cat. Upon learning the truth, Chu Xiao could only shake his head helplessly. Although he bore undeniable responsibility for the cat hermit's addiction, he had been forced into such a course of action at the time, considering the cat hermit's dedicated guidance in his cultivation. Chu Xiao contacted Bulma, asking her to find a way to help the cat hermit break free from his dependency on catnip. Originally, catnip posed no harm to cats, but for a cat like the cat hermit who was deeply addicted, if no remedy was found the next time they met, he might be a dead cat. Moreover, what troubled Chu Xiao even more was that after becoming addicted to catnip, the cat hermit had grown lazy and stopped caring for the planting of the sacred beans, leading to no yield whatsoever, not even one sacred bean to offer Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao felt immense regret over this, realizing that he had shot himself in the foot, truly hoping the cat hermit would soon emerge from the shadows, regain his former vitality, and promptly resume the cultivation of sacred beans. Bidding farewell to the useless cat hermit, Chu Xiao inserted the golden staff into the connection leading to the god's palace, uttering a command for the staff to extend. The fiery red staff carrying Chu Xiao and the egg of Piccolo too shot up into the sky, quickly disappearing into the clouds. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Xiao felt the temperature around him dropping, increasingly the air becoming thinner. Even his exceptionally strong physical body experienced a slight difficulty in breathing. Surrounded only by the sky, there was nothing else to reference, as if he were suspended in the sky, truly experiencing profound tranquility. A massive palace floated above the sky, and Chu Xiao distinctly sensed 2 faint auras within the palace. "I've arrived," Chu Xiao quietly thought, knowing the sensed auras must belong to the god and his servant Bubbles. As for why their auras were so weak, Chu Xiao understood. This was another powerful skill in the Dragon Ball world aside from sensing ki control. Since Chu Xiao began to engage with ki as his own ki grew stronger, his sensitivity to ki also sharpened, and his control over ki became increasingly urgent. The techniques regarding ki taught by the cat hermit and others placed great emphasis on sensing ki, yet they did not delve deeply into ki control. The god and Bubbles were just the right figures to help Chu Xiao solve his current problem. As long as he enhanced his control over his own ki, he would be able to conceal his aura like the warriors in the later stages of Dragon Ball, remaining undetected by enemies. For this alone, the journey to see the god was absolutely worthwhile.